Chapter 1. The Wedding Night. Tang Tianqi was engrossed in a Marvel game, gradually succumbing to sleep. In his hazy state, he seemed to hear the mouse click softly. Upon opening his eyes again, he was startled to behold the Black Widow clad in a white wedding gown, smiling at him. The gown accentuated her beauty, imbuing her allure with an ethereal quality. Looking around, he found himself in a grand cathedral, filled predominantly with Westerners, with only a few Eastern faces scattered among the crowd, but a solemn voice resonated from the altar. "Miss Natasha, do you wish to take this man as your husband, pledging your loyalty to him in sickness and in health, in poverty and in wealth, until the end of your days?" The Black Widow nodded gently. "I do." The priest continued, "Mr. Tang Tianqi, do you take this woman as your wife, promising to love and protect her in sickness and in health, in poverty and in wealth, until your lives end?" Tang Tianqi was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Am I dreaming? It seemed he had played too much of the Marvel game, leading to dreams filled with his daily thoughts. He had always felt that the most pitiable character in the Marvel universe was the Black Widow. Her real name, Natasha Romanoff, according to comic lore, suggested she was born in 1928 in a nation known for its warriors, making her only 8 years younger than Captain America. Her body had been transformed by the infamous spy organization, the Red Room, significantly slowing her aging process, allowing her to retain her youthful appearance well into the 21st century. However, in the Black Widow film, it was clearly stated that she was born in the 1980s, placing her within a normal age range. Her other experiences were largely similar. From a young age, she underwent brutal training in the Red Room, known for its ruthless methods and notorious reputation in the espionage world. Yet her extraordinary beauty rendered men defenseless, often leading them to their demise under her enchanting spell. Much like the venomous Black Widow spider, which consumes the male after mating, her moniker was indeed a vicious one that no sane woman would cherish. Nevertheless, amidst her harrowing experiences, Natasha cared little for such an unflattering title. Tragically, to prevent her female agents from being swayed by the allure of men, the Red Room had removed her uterus, rendering her incapable of bearing children. This was a precaution, as maternal instincts could lead a woman to betray her mission for the sake of her child and husband. Thus, whether within the Red Room, or later as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, the Black Widow was doomed to remain a stunning enforcer, devoid of personal happiness. Among the myriad of superheroes in the Avengers, her combat prowess ranked the lowest, alongside Hawkeye. Both were mere mortals, lacking superhuman abilities, the pinnacle of ordinary individuals and the nadir of superheroes. As formidable supervillains and extraterrestrial adversaries emerged, male superheroes were invigorated, exuberantly exclaiming, "Here comes the show." Yet, she alone exhibited an imperceptible fear and loneliness in her gaze, murmuring, I fail to see what is so entertaining about this." Regrettably, in the realm of superheroes, her words went unheard and unheeded. Ultimately, in Avengers Endgame, in a bid to procure the Soul Stone for the greater good, she and Hawkeye vied to leap from the precipice. Hawkeye had a wife and children to care for, while she had none. Thus, she emerged victorious. At her funeral, mourners included comrades, colleagues, and friends, yet conspicuously absent were lovers and children. It could be said that while the Black Widow appeared stunningly beautiful and garnered much attention, she was, in essence, the most solitary and pitiable of souls. "Cough, Mr. Tang Tianqi, do you consent?" the priest inquired. The Black Widow wore a puzzled expression. Tang Tianqi steadied himself and declared, "I do. I'm wholeheartedly willing. I, Tang Tianqi, vow to the universe to protect you with my life, ensuring that you shall no longer be alone, nor suffer harm from any adversary. Furthermore, regardless of how harsh reality may be, I am prepared to overcome all obstacles to raise children together and nurture them as they grow." The Black Widow felt a tremor within her. His words struck at the very core of her soul. At that moment, a flicker of anxiety gripped her. Did he know her origins? Was he deliberately tempting her with such declarations? According to the intelligence, that should not be the case. His background was rather straightforward. Moreover, even if he were an agent of an enemy nation, he could not possibly fathom her innermost desires. Even Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was unaware. How could he know? The Black Widow had lived a life of profound loneliness, devoid of knowledge about her biological parents, only learning from the lips of General Red Room that they were deceased. With no gravesite to be found, in their line of work, one could not have a family, friends, or children. The Red ideology instilled in her crumbled with the collapse of the Soviet Union. Adrift, without a sense of direction, she was plagued by an acute lack of belonging. It was only after defecting from the Red Room that she found some semblance of stability within S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason for this stability was simple. The Black Widow had repeatedly expressed to her fellow superheroes, This is my home, and you're like family to me. Her deepest yearning was merely to possess a home that could cradle her wandering existence. Alas, her profession precluded her from establishing a conventional family. She even feared that the man she loved might return home to find only a lifeless body. Now, in the name of God, I declare you officially wed, proclaimed the priest. A chorus of joyous applause erupted in the hall. Noticing Tang Tianqi's somewhat dazed demeanor, the priest gently reminded, "You may now kiss your bride." And so, they shared a kiss that was nearly suffocating in its intensity. Amidst this surreal happiness, Tang Tianqi stiffly raised a toast to the guests. Yet, the Black Widow remained acutely aware of her mission. Receiving the toast was a Western man, with piercing blue eyes and a hawk-like nose, whose vigilance remained intact, even amidst the wedding festivities that he only consumed the wine offered by his subordinates, refraining from touching the food and beverages on the table. The bottles and glasses he used were his own, starkly contrasting with the wedding's aesthetic, exuding an aura of opulence at first glance. Unfortunately, he found himself in the presence of the Black Widow. As they toasted, the delicate tassels of her wedding gown fluttered slightly, obscuring the view of the wine glass. A barely perceptible powder slipped through the crevices of her nails and into his cup. Along with the elder's blessing, it was swallowed down. The Black Widow had executed countless missions throughout her life, both just and unjust, even instances of collateral damage, yet she had never faltered. This time, however, an uncharacteristic sense of unease washed over her as she cautiously glanced at her husband. What would be his reaction if he were to discover her manipulation? The moment of consummation awaited them. That night was imbued with warmth. The physical prowess of Tianqi was commendable, and the Black Widow's stamina was undeniably exceptional. The bed was remarkably sturdy, enduring the night without yielding. The following morning, Tianqi awoke, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. Upon observing the Western-style bedroom and the remnants of memories lingering in his mind, he finally grasped the reality was not dreaming. He had traversed into another realm. Chapter 2. Smuggling in his early years, he accompanied his elders to the sea in search of a livelihood, arriving in the city of God in the West. Too distant from paradise and yet too close to America, this is the land of the divine, the city of God. The insatiable demand of America consumes over 60% of the world's narcotics. In this realm, drug lords reign supreme. Nearly the entire populace is embroiled in the drug trade, and even the government forces find themselves powerless. Those who dare to genuinely combat the drug menace risk finding their lifeless bodies dangling beneath the overpasses the very next day. A chilling record was once set with the assassination of 118 electors in a single year. If government officials face such peril, ordinary citizens are treated as mere fodder, slaughtered like swine at the hands of drug traffickers. Tianqi cannot recall why his elders ventured to this chaotic place, only that life became arduous upon their arrival. With a background in Eastern martial arts and the wisdom of the Orient, he reluctantly became the bodyguard and strategist for a notorious drug lord. Ultimately, he perished while protecting this drug lord, the very individual who raised a toast to the Black Widow at the wedding. In his final moments, he made a last request of the drug lord, that his child might escape the confines of the organization and live a life akin to that of an ordinary person. Whether out of a desire to win hearts or a sense of loyalty to the brotherhood, the drug lord permitted the young Tianqi to leave, despite his tender age. Upon his departure, Tianqi found himself devoid of the martial arts training imparted by his elders and lacking any specialized skills. He resorted to opening a flower shop to make ends meet. He once inquired of his elder why he had not been taught the martial arts. The elder replied, "In this place, without martial prowess, if you possess wealth, perhaps you might live a little longer." When Tianqi questioned why they had come to such a tumultuous land among so many better places in the world, the elder remained silent. In the chaos of the city of God, it is commonplace for ordinary citizens running small businesses to face harassment and extortion. A single misstep could lead to offending the gangs, resulting in a grim fate on the streets the following day. Fortunately, Tianqi's gentle nature allowed him to treat encounters with petty extortionists as mere misfortunes to be endured. Over the years, the drug lord visited him on several occasions, ostensibly to assess his martial skills. However, upon confirming Tianqi's lack of proficiency, he ceased his visits altogether. Since Tianqi lived under the drug lord's domain, and due to his elder's connections with him, he extended a polite invitation to the drug lord for his wedding, expecting he would not attend. To his surprise, the drug lord arrived. Was it out of respect for the deceased elder or a calculated move to win favor and demonstrate his loyalty? As this thought crossed Tianqi's mind, an unsettling realization struck him. Oh no, the Black Widow, undeniably alluring, is not to be trifled with. Her presence here must hold a purpose. Swiftly, he opened his phone, where the local news blared in crimson letters. The most notorious drug lord, Flying Eagle, succumbed to a heart attack last night. The accompanying image was of the elder who had celebrated at the wedding just yesterday. Yet, Tianqi felt no sorrow. After the elder's demise, he had seen him several times, feigning care but likely assessing whether Tianqi had acquired any martial skills. Should he possess such abilities? He could easily be manipulated, much like his elder had been. As for Tianqi's willingness, that would no longer be his choice. No wonder my elders never taught me the martial arts or left behind any substantial wealth. It is indeed the wisdom of the East. A tree that stands out in a forest will inevitably be uprooted, while the humble weeds thrive. Moreover, with the Eastern origins of the celestial enlightenment, which harbors a profound disdain for drug traffickers, it is only natural that there would be no unrealistic affections for the falcon. Alas, the wedding was indeed a farce, thought the Enlightenment. According to the memories of my former self, half a month prior, the Black Widow, under the alias of Roland, visited the shop to purchase flowers. Enchanted by the allure of flowers, my predecessor, an ordinary individual, could hardly withstand the seductive charm of the Black Widow. With a mere flicker of her influence, she ensnared him in a whirlwind romance, leading to a hasty marriage proposal within a week, inviting friends and family to witness their love. Clearly, the Black Widow was aware of the connection between my former self and the Falcon. Calculating that the Falcon would make an appearance, by local custom, he was obliged to toast the newlyweds. Although the Falcon was cautious and refrained from drinking at the banquet, how could he possibly evade the Black Widow's machinations? As for the reasoning behind the desire to eliminate the Falcon and employing the Black Widow, a top-tier operative, the Enlightenment had no need to ponder. The demise of a major drug lord held no merit for scrutiny. The lingering fragrance on the sheets bore witness to the madness of the previous night. On the table lay a sheet of white paper inscribed with elegant English, Tang. Do not seek me out. Everything is a deception. Scattered on the floor was a wedding certificate, torn in half, showcasing a blissful photograph of the Black Widow and the Enlightenment. Ding. The player has bound with the superhero Black Widow as husband and wife, their fates intertwined. With a fortune value of 60. The successful initial binding with a superhero grants a restorative potion, 1 vial. The Enlightenment paused, relieved that the benefits of transmigration had arrived. Otherwise, navigating this world teeming with superheroes and villains would be quite daunting. However, the restorative potion was the least valuable item in the game, typically purchased in dozens or hundreds. It would restore one's health instantly upon consumption after sustaining injuries or negative magical effects. Yet, in the real world, a single vial represented an additional life. But that was the extent of its worth. The restorative potion did not provide the Enlightenment with a sufficient sense of security. In the vast Marvel universe, supervillains frequently sought to dominate the world or annihilate planets. There loomed the formidable Thanos, capable of erasing half of the universe with a mere snap of his fingers. In a world like this, having an extra life hardly guarantees safety. Picking up the wedding certificate, the Enlightenment smiled faintly. You think you can escape after becoming my woman? It won't be that simple. Now an ordinary person, yet the Marvel universe brims with opportunities. Leveraging foreknowledge of the plot might not preclude chances for empowerment. Many significant events within the Marvel universe transpired in the United States. Thus, to seek fortune, one could only venture there. However, what stage are we presently in? How long until Thanos, the ultimate antagonist, arrives? Given that the Black Widow had taken half a month to set a trap merely to ensnare a mundane drug lord, it seemed the grand conflict had yet to commence. After a moment's reflection, Tianqi tucked away his marriage certificate, sold his flower shop, and liquidated his assets. Initially, he intended to apply for a tourist visa to the United States. However, in this land of divine providence, corruption was rampant, and bureaucratic inefficiency prevailed. Obtaining a legitimate passport and the necessary documentation often took several months. Even if one were to succeed, the U.S. border could arbitrarily deny entry without reason. The rampant drug trafficking in this so-called land of God made the U.S. border exceedingly vigilant. Any hint of suspicion would result in refusal. After submitting his application and slipping some money to the officials, Tianqi waited several days with no news regarding his tourist visa. Frustrated by the delay, he resolved to seek out a local smuggler. In other countries, smugglers often operated covertly, but here, they openly ran storefronts, well known to the locals. The smuggler, a burly Caucasian man, glanced at Tianqi and remarked, "An Oriental? That's quite rare. It will cost you $10,000. Tianqi retorted, "Isn't it $1,000? The smuggler replied, "You are an Oriental. You are too conspicuous and must pay more." Just as Tianqi was about to protest, the smuggler impatiently interjected, "Pay it or get lost." Realizing the smuggler was exploiting the situation, Tianqi, driven by his desperation to gain strength in the future, thought little of the money and retrieved a thick bundle of cash from his clothing to hand over. "Wait over there and do not leave. We depart at night," commanded the smuggler. Hours later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the smuggler called out, "You, come here." Sensing something amiss, Tianqi asked, "What is it?" The smuggler replied, "We need to check your belongings." This is smuggling, not tourism. Toss out anything unnecessary. Also, to ensure you are not an informant, we need to search you. Ignoring Tianqi's protests, several burly men seized his backpack and forcefully pinned him against the wall for a search. In that moment, Tianqi comprehended that they were after his money. Coming from a peaceful and prosperous world, he had once been a recluse, understanding the theory but lacking practical experience in the harsh realities he now faced. Eager to seize opportunities to grow stronger, he had naively exposed his wealth, violating the cardinal rule of discretion. The smugglers swiftly discovered the remaining $10,000 on Tianqi and discarded his belongings carelessly, satisfied only after confirming there was no further profit to be gained. He then shoved Tianqi back into the crowd. Lacking strength, Tianqi dared not show any reaction, retreating into the throng while coldly etching the smuggler's face into his memory. The United States, also known as the Eagle Empire, is emblematic of wealth and power, located to the north of the land of the divine. The disparity between the two nations is profound. One side is drenched in wealth, boasting dominance on earth, while the other is plagued by poverty and rampant drug trafficking, leaving ordinary citizens in perpetual uncertainty. Consequently, countless individuals attempt to cross clandestinely into the Eagle Empire in search of a better life, with many becoming mere pawns in the drug trade. In the dead of night, a large truck, filled to capacity, awaited to transport Tianqi and a group of others. From a distance, the lights of the U.S. border checkpoint were discernible. Under the guidance of the snakehead, everyone quietly entered an underground tunnel. Upon emerging, they found themselves within the borders of the United States. Chapter 3. The Blood of the Hulk. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of rushing winds. A colossal searchlight illuminated the area as if it were daylight. Don't move. You are suspected of illegally crossing the U.S. border. Please cooperate with the investigation. Those who comply are fools. Dozens of smugglers scattered in a frenzy. The staccato sound of gunfire rained down from the mounted machine guns. Ah! Help! Immediately, some smugglers were struck down, while others, hit in their limbs, had their arms and legs severed, dismembered parts flying through the air. Tianqi felt his hair stand on end, and with trepidation, he dashed toward a nearby grove. Behind the small woods lay a sprawling mountain range, extending for hundreds of kilometers, rendering any search impossible. This was one of the reasons why the traffickers chose this area for smuggling. The helicopter circled above for a while, its searchlight sweeping back and forth, but soon abandoned the pursuit. After all, each year, hundreds of thousands attempt to cross the border. It would be impractical to search an entire mountain range for a few small fish. After several days of stealth, Tianqi finally emerged from the woods into a small city on the U.S. border, momentarily feeling secure. At that moment, a news broadcast caught his attention. A blonde female host spoke into the camera. The military engaged in a firefight with unidentified enemies on the campus of Culver University. The military claims this is a rumor. However, 2 sophomore students witnessed the entire incident and captured it on their phones. As she spoke, the camera panned out to reveal the chaos of the damaged grass and buildings. Subsequently, 2 male students stepped forward, visibly shaken. The giant was entirely green, towering 3 to 4 meters high. Bullets bounced off him as if from a toy BB gun. Even a .500 caliber cannon had no effect on him. Armored vehicles were like toys before him, easily overturned, and later the military even deployed sonic cannons. The students excitedly showcased the video they had recorded on their mobile phones. Despite the poor quality of cameras at that time, it could not obscure the imposing green figure of the Hulk, exuding an overwhelming sense of brutality. Tianqi pondered briefly. This was clearly the plot of The Incredible Hulk. The Incredible Hulk, often referred to as Green Giant 2, was associated with an earlier film simply titled The Hulk. The latter delved into the backstory of the Hulk's father in the earlier context, establishing a connection between the two. At this moment, Dr. Banner was likely seeking out his girlfriend, Elizabeth Betty Ross, unaware that the military had set a trap to capture him. The outcome was evident. Dr. Banner transformed into the Hulk, wreaking havoc and fighting his way out. Green Giant 2 was one of Marvel's earlier narratives, occurring before the onset of the great superhero wars. Tianqi felt a slight sense of relief. He still had some time left. Thus, a plan began to take shape in his mind. The United States, touted as a nation on wheels, rendered movement impossible without a vehicle. With no money to his name, Tianqi had no choice but to extend his thumb by the roadside, seeking a ride. As an Easterner, he might face discrimination in the West, yet generally, he posed no threat to others. After all, Easterners are renowned for their adherence to the law, boasting the lowest crime rates among all races. Throughout the journey, he faced countless rejections. Yet there were always kind souls willing to grant him passage to the promised land. From the borders of the land of the free, he traveled day and night, traversing half of the United States until he arrived in New York City. His goal was unequivocal: to obtain the blood of the Hulk. In The Incredible Hulk 2, Dr. Banner, seeking to rid himself of the gamma radiation within him, sent a blood sample to Dr. Stern at Gabon Institute in New York. Dr. Stern, a remarkable scientist, managed to purify and clone the scant blood samples sent by the Hulk, achieving a concentration even greater than that of the Hulk's own blood. The laboratory was filled with replicas. As the plot unfolds, Dr. Banner would eventually seek out Stern, requesting assistance in eliminating the gamma radiation energy from his body. Simultaneously, a military special operative named Blonsky would arrive, coercing the Doctor to inject him with the Hulk's blood, ultimately transforming him into the Grey Hulk, known as the Abomination. The two Titans would engage in a colossal battle. However, none of this had yet transpired. The Promised One was exploiting this temporal gap. He aimed to acquire the Hulk's blood before the events unfolded. The university environment was quite relaxed, allowing him to masquerade as a student and easily inquire about Dr. Stern's laboratory. He knocked on the door, tapping rhythmically. "Who is it?" The door opened to reveal Dr. Stern. "Doctor, I wish to conduct an experiment with you." "Not today. I'm about to leave. Please come back tomorrow." A subtle smile graced the Promised One's lips. He had no expectation of compliance. He forcefully pushed his way inside, flipping his palm to reveal a handgun aimed at Dr. Stern. The doctor, visibly shaken, stammered, "What do you intend to do?" "This is a laboratory. We have no money." "I require not money, but the blood of Mr. Green." With Dr. Banner being pursued, he naturally did not use his true name, opting for the alias Mr. Green. "Doctor." Stern's expression shifted dramatically. "How do you know about Mr. Green?" "That is of no consequence. I demand to inject Mr. Green's blood." "Aren't you in need of a human subject for your experiments?" "I shall be your test subject." "No, all the experimental animals have perished. We are far from reaching the human trial phase. It is far too perilous. You need not concern yourself with that. Young man, while I am uncertain of your motives, the energy levels in that blood are far too intense. Human nucleic chains cannot absorb gamma energy. I can assure you, it will lead to certain death. Enough with the pleasantries. Do as I say." To avoid any delay, the Promised One remained resolute, gun trained on Dr. Stern. Simultaneously, he summoned a restorative potion from his mental storage. Unfortunately, this system was rather frugal, unable to harbor external objects. Otherwise, the previous 10,000 would not have been taken from him. The restorative potion could eliminate all negative effects, and it was this very assurance that emboldened his gamble. Holding the restorative potion in his mouth, the Promised One reclined on the examination table. "Young man, this requires you to be restrained, lest you succumb to excruciating pain and thrash about," Dr. Stern instructed, gesturing to the straps by the side of the table. Without the permission of the Apocalypse, he dared not proceed, fearing a misunderstanding could lead to an untimely demise. "No need," Apocalypse stated. "Bring me the blood with the highest concentration and potency." "This." "Very well." Shortly thereafter, Dr. Stein emerged clutching a multitude of glass vials, both large and small. "Let us first test the smallest dosage and observe the effects." "I want them all." "What?" Dr. Stein was taken aback. While there might be a sliver of success in injecting a small quantity of blood, administering all of it would likely result in catastrophic consequences, as the sheer volume could rupture a human body, not to mention the gamma energy contained within. He harbored grave doubts about the intentions of this young man, fearing he was seeking self-destruction. Dr. Stein felt a wave of despair wash over him. How could he possibly explain to the authorities if they discovered a ruptured corpse lying in his laboratory? They would undoubtedly label him a mad scientist, accused of abducting innocents for human experimentation, and considering the clandestine nature of his research, he would have no defense. "Oh, dear God, I am truly being coerced." Yet, under the threat of a firearm, he had no choice but to comply. Apocalypse was soon connected to blood transfusion lines on his arms and legs. With a mechanical whir, the highest concentration and dosage of Hulk blood flowed relentlessly into Apocalypse's body. Instantly, he began to swell, resembling an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. Chapter 4. The Abomination of Giants. Fortunately, the gamma energy acted swiftly, almost simultaneously. Apocalypse's veins surged, resembling a web intricately spreading across his body, as torrents of green blood slithered beneath his skin like serpents. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat reverberated like a war drum. His mind was nearly overwhelmed by the ferocity of this energy. His form was transforming, turning green, expanding. The steel-crafted mechanical laboratory bed groaned under his weight, emitting a piercing metallic creak, on the verge of disassembly. As his body grew larger, the bed appeared like a mere toy, unable to contain Apocalypse any longer. He reached a size thrice that of the Hulk before ceasing to expand. Even in a semi-reclined position, his head nearly grazed the ceiling. He was at the very precipice of his limits. One more second, and he would either lose his sanity, forgetting to consume the restoration serum, or explode into oblivion. Crack! The glass vial in his mouth shattered. The restoration serum and shards consumed in one swift motion by the now gigantic Apocalypse. In an instant, a radiant green glow enveloped him, illuminating the laboratory to the point of blinding brilliance. The green light streamed through the windows, casting its luminescence onto the campus outside. Luckily, Everyone was aware of the peculiarities of the laboratory. Such odd phenomena were not surprising, and no one ventured to investigate. As the green light dissipated, Apocalypse returned to his normal form, lying on the laboratory bed, completely exposed. He carefully attuned himself to the power coursing within, with a gentle flex of his palm. Faint explosive sounds echoed. Bronski had transformed into the abomination with only a minimal injection, slightly more formidable than the Hulk. Yet, the quantity he had injected was several times that of Bronski's. Surely, he must surpass both of them. The tension that had been coiled within Apocalypse finally unraveled. From this moment onward, he would no longer be a mere bystander in the Marvel Universe. He had acquired sufficient strength for self-preservation in the impending super battles. Thank you, Doctor. Apocalypse donned a white laboratory coat. Incredible, simply astonishing. How did you achieve this? What was that green light? This defies all scientific principles. Please, you must tell me. I need to document this in the experimental data. Dr. Stein completely forgot the earlier threat Apocalypse had posed, consumed solely by his scientific curiosity. I can share it, but I have one condition. What condition? Speak freely. I require your discretion. You must not disclose any information regarding me to anyone. Agreed. I promise to keep silent, including about the incident with the gun you pointed at me. Apocalypse smiled knowingly. Dr. Stein was unaware that the gun was a mere replica. Stripped of all resources, he had no means to procure a real firearm from the black market. However, acquiring a toy replica for a few coins was a trivial task, especially with so many children playing in the streets. Dr. Stein, being a scientist, could hardly maintain the composure of a seasoned operative like Yin Shuangying in a crisis. I bet your gun is unloaded. That is true, the reason being, I ingested a certain serum. Apocalypse grinned mischievously. What serum? Could you share the formula? I am willing to pay any price for it. The Apocalypse declared, as long as you refrain from divulging my information, I may consider it in the future. In order to avoid premature exposure and attract the attention of other supervillains, he could only resort to this method to bait the doctor. After all, he was not a villain and could not kill him without just cause. Dr. Stern, both exasperated and helpless, reluctantly offered his contact details, humbly pleading with the Apocalypse to bring the serum over whenever he had the opportunity so that he could conduct an analysis. In the realm of science, he preferred to be a humble servant. For this, the Apocalypse held a measure of respect for him. However, he was uncertain if he would be able to acquire more of the restorative serum in the future. He had attempted multiple times, yet the system remained unresponsive, providing only a single vial of the restorative serum, which was rather stingy. Should he find himself with an abundance in the future, he would not mind allowing Dr. Stern to analyze it. If it could be manufactured in bulk, that would be splendid. As he departed from Gibbon Academy, he had not walked far when a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. People were running and shouting. Run! Someone's firing a gun over there. Everyone, evacuate. The military is apprehending criminals. Hurry. The Apocalypse was taken aback. Could it be mere coincidence? Had Dr. Banner and Elizabeth come to seek out Dr. Stern just after he had left? Had he arrived half a day later, he might have missed it entirely. The laboratory would surely have been thoroughly cleared by the military. In the original narrative, Dr. Banner and his girlfriend sought Dr. Stern's assistance in eliminating the gamma energy within him. Dr. Stern first extracted blood from the Hulk, mixed it with a homemade antidote in a blood separator to neutralize the gamma energy, and then reinfused it into his body. However, this method merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. The gamma energy emanated from his DNA. Unless he were to perish, it could never be completely eradicated. Alas, Dr. Banner met with misfortune. Just as he managed to suppress it, he was found by General Ross, Elizabeth's father, who incapacitated him with a tranquilizer gun. General Ross was pleasantly surprised by how easily this operation unfolded, happily binding Dr. Banner and whisking him away by helicopter. The Apocalypse cast a distant glance at Elizabeth on the helicopter. Indeed, she was as gentle and intellectual as portrayed in the film, her large, doe-like eyes brimming with tenderness. It was only she who could soothe the Hulk's raging fury and facilitate his transformation back into Dr. Banner. However, the thought of this comforting task being undertaken by Black Widow left the Apocalypse feeling uneasy. The notion of his partner attending to another man was deeply unsettling. Of course, he understood that Black Widow did not perceive it in such a manner. It was merely a pretense of marriage for the sake of the mission. And she had never acknowledged him as her husband. As he pondered this, he felt the marriage certificate in his bag, a sly smile creeping across his face. How could one deny the beginning of a relationship that had culminated in marriage? You cannot escape after marrying me, my wayward woman. Come home with me. At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. A machine was hurled from Dr. Stern's laboratory window, crashing violently to the ground. A sound akin to a colossal bass reverberated, booming throughout the street. Ha ha ha. Power. Power. This is power. It is evident that the plot of the Incredible Hulk 2 has unfolded, with Blonsky transforming into the Abomination. As a battle fanatic, Blonsky, even as an ordinary soldier, dared to confront the Hulk, reflecting the depth of his audacity. Ultimately, the disparity in power was overwhelming. He was sent flying by the Hulk's kick, crashing into a tree, leaving him with numerous fractures. However, such bravery caught the attention of General Ross, who administered additional serum to him. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Seizing an opportunity, he compelled Dr. Stern to inject him with the Hulk's blood. Poor Dr. Stern, within a mere half-day, 2 individuals had already sought his blood, leaving him no time to escape. After transforming into the abomination, he knocked Dr. Stern to the ground. A few drops of blood, saturated with intense gamma radiation, fell upon his head, causing it to swell uncontrollably like a soft water balloon. Apocalypse was unaware of Dr. Stern's plight, as he did not reappear in subsequent Marvel films. Contemplating his next move, Apocalypse chose not to pursue the abomination, but instead made his way to the laboratory for Dr. Stern had just aided him. There, he found Dr. Stern with a grotesquely swollen head, resembling an extraterrestrial, his expression pained as he underwent the transformation into superhuman strength. The chaos around them was not a suitable place to linger. Apocalypse took him away, leaping through the night until they reached the other side of the city. Ding. 1 life saved. Reward. A bottle of restorative elixir. Oh, saving lives also grants restorative potions? The system may be miserly, yet it shows kindness. Observing Dr. Stern's ongoing mutation, Apocalypse left the restorative potion behind, saying, "If you cannot endure, drink this elixir." Dr. Stern's pained expression brightened. "Is this the same kind you just consumed? Capable of restoring you to your normal self? Such miraculous potion, I must study it." "As you wish," Apocalypse replied nonchalantly. Since the system acknowledged that he had saved Stern, it implied that the mutation would not threaten his life. As long as he could withstand the agony, he was free to experiment. Meanwhile, at Gibbons Academy and the surrounding streets, the abomination rampaged with unrestrained glee, his boundless strength fueling insatiable ambition. Soldiers and armored vehicles crumbled before him. "Ha! A bunch of worthless fools. Bring me a worthy adversary, Hulk. Come forth." His roar echoed throughout the city. General Ross turned pale upon hearing this, cursing inwardly, "Damn it. After years of effort, I finally managed to capture him while the Hulk was unable to transform. Now, before I can even leave, an even mightier foe appears. Is there no respite?" Chapter 5. The triple might of the Hulk. Seizing the opportunity while the Hulk had yet to arrive, Apocalypse discreetly advanced ahead of the abomination, intent on securing some restorative potions. Wherever he struck, the unfortunate bystanders were whisked away. Many were caught off guard, unable to escape, and as despair enveloped them, a sudden flash transported them into the air, only to find themselves landing several blocks away. Some remained oblivious in their vehicles, ensnared by traffic, unaware of the impending peril. Apocalypse wasted no time. With a swift pull, he detached a car door, the seatbelt yielding before him like spun sugar, effortlessly severed. Ignoring the screams of the occupants, he dragged them to safety. Ding, ding, ding. A life saved, rewarded with 1 vial of restorative potion. A cascade of notifications echoed in his mind. Meanwhile, aboard the helicopter, General Ross, Dr. Banner, and Elizabeth observed through the monitor, noting Apocalypse's actions. "Father, it appears a superhuman is rescuing people. Is it someone from the military?" General Ross shook his head. "Though the image is unclear, it is evident that he is of Eastern descent. We do not have anyone like that in our ranks." Elizabeth, watching Apocalypse as he tirelessly rescued individuals like an ant carrying its load, felt a stir of emotion. Dr. Banner remarked, "General, this cannot continue. This mysterious individual has limited capabilities, only able to transport people a few blocks away. If the abomination is not dealt with soon, a catastrophe is imminent." They had all witnessed the Hulk's leaps, soaring over mountains, and had mistakenly assumed that Apocalypse's power was vastly inferior. Unbeknownst to them, it was merely that Apocalypse had yet to fully harness his strength, fearful of reckless leaps. "I shall take action," Dr. Banner declared. Elizabeth interjected urgently. "You just injected the antidote. You cannot transform. Do not go back to face death." Dr. Banner replied resolutely, "I cannot stand idly by while innocents perish because of me." With that, he leaped from the towering height, arms extended, plummeting downward. At that moment, the rampaging abomination finally noticed Apocalypse, growling, "Annoying flea." He hurled a small car towards him, but Apocalypse deftly evaded it. Enraged further, the abomination could not fathom that this little flea dared to dodge his attack. Boom, boom, boom. The abomination charged at Apocalypse like a prehistoric beast, crushing cars underfoot. Just then, with a thud, a human figure descended from the sky, landing precisely between the abomination and Apocalypse. It was none other than the untransformed Dr. Banner. The abomination paused, perplexed. What is this maneuver? Is he attempting a suicidal strike? Curiously, he sniffed at the contorted form on the ground, discerning nothing amiss. After a moment of disinterest, he decided to step over Banner's body and continue his pursuit. Little did he expect, as he crossed over, a massive green hand erupted from the ground. Your opponent is me. Dr. Banner had transformed into the Hulk. With a thunderous crash, the Hulk seized the abomination's foot and hurled him to the ground, creating a colossal crater. Loathing lay within the vast chasm, laughing rather than fuming, and bellowed, "Ha ha ha, now this is commendable. I have awaited you for a long time." Boom. The two monstrous beings collided, sending shockwaves that affected helicopters soaring 100 meters above, causing them to sway unsteadily, their instruments incessantly beeping warnings. Boom, 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 boom. Exhilarating. This is power. This is what a worthy adversary looks like. Ha ha ha, come again. The green giant, Hulk, retorted, "You are too loud." The two humanoid monsters engaged in a fierce battle amidst the streets, causing surrounding structures to crumble as if they were made of mere paper. The ground was pockmarked with numerous massive craters, and even underground pipelines were ruptured, sending water gushing upwards to heights of over 10 meters. Observing the spectacle, Apocalypse instinctively glanced down, shaking his head with a wry smile. He had unwittingly unraveled the mystery of the Hulk's trousers. In a previous life, people often jested about the Hulk's pants, which never seemed to tear during transformations or battles, dubbed one of Marvel's top 10 enigmas. However, in the real world, such phenomena do not exist. This was merely a device for screen harmony. Before transforming, Dr. Banner had indeed purchased loose-fitting shorts. Yet, how could ordinary fabric withstand such tremendous force? The green mass beneath Hulk's waist swayed before him, and Apocalypse found himself experiencing the sensation Thor had in Thor, Ragnarok upon seeing Hulk in the nude. This image would be etched in his memory for eternity. Impossible to erase. Conversely, Loathing bore no garments and was entirely bare below, seemingly stripped away during the mutation process. It seemed this was the price of forced transformation. Loathing and Hulk possessed no special techniques. They simply relied on their immense strength to exchange blows. Occasionally, Hulk would seize a car, either for defense or as a weapon, while Loathing disregarded all such tactics, relentlessly pummeling with colossal fists, extravagantly wasting the newfound power. Each punch resonated like cannon fire, the explosive sounds reverberating throughout the city. As Loathing unleashed more punches, the spine on his back grew increasingly grotesque, resembling a living bone dragon striving to break free. Suddenly, a deluge of bullets cascaded from the sky, targeting Loathing and the green giant. Unfortunately, the bullets capable of severing an ordinary person in half were rendered as powerless as toy guns before Loathing and Hulk. "What are you doing, Easterners? Run." Elizabeth's voice rang out from above. Apocalypse smiled and replied, "Thank you, but you need not concern yourselves with me. Hurry and escape." Foul insect. Loathing shielded his eyes with one hand and casually uprooted a lamp post. With a sweeping motion, he hurled the lamp post towards the helicopter. "No," Hulk roared, leaping towards the lamp post. Alas, it was too late. The massive hand grazed the base of the lamp post, and it seemed his beloved was on the brink of demise. With a resounding thud, the lamp post, mere meters from the helicopter, was intercepted by a slender hand, none other than Apocalypse's. How was this possible? Elizabeth and General Ross, the father and daughter duo, could hardly believe their eyes. The lamppost approached the speed of sound, wielding immense power comparable to that of a cannonball, yet it was astonishingly halted by a single hand, unable to advance an inch. General Ross's pupils constricted. Having pursued the Hulk for many years, he was acutely aware of the terror encapsulated in such strength and speed. A chime echoed. 5 lives saved. Rewarded with 5 vials of restorative elixir. Apocalypse flashed a smile at Elizabeth. "You might want to keep your distance. Bullets hold no efficacy against them." With that, he descended from the sky. In the original narrative, a helicopter, endeavoring to assist the Hulk, lowered its altitude and unleashed a barrage from its Gatling gun upon the abomination, only to be subsequently dragged down, resulting in catastrophe. Among the 5 aboard, only Elizabeth and General Ross survived. However, Apocalypse's arrival altered the course of events. The helicopter still joined the fray. Character shapes action. Each individual possesses their own habitual tendencies, and General Ross is no exception. "Ascend! Ascend!" General Ross snapped back to reality, urgently shouting. Seeing that Elizabeth was unharmed, the Hulk felt a wave of relief, yet he was being relentlessly beaten back by the abomination. In the original plot, Banner returned to thwart the abomination, initially intending to shield the innocent, but ultimately proved no match until Elizabeth was on the brink of being slain, at which point he unleashed his potential, incapacitating the foe. The angrier the Hulk became, the stronger he grew. Yet now, with the civilians evacuated by Apocalypse and his girlfriend's peril mitigated, the Hulk found himself devoid of the will to fight. "You've had your fun, now it's my turn," declared Apocalypse. The abomination turned to him, exposing its menacing grin. "Huh? And you think you are worthy?" From several dozen meters away, it unleashed a punch towards Apocalypse. The body surged forward with the fist, accelerating abruptly, and as the punch reached its apex, it met Apocalypse head-on. Boom! The collision of fist and palm resonated like an explosion, sending shockwaves that overturned nearby vehicles. The concrete beneath the feet of the abomination and Apocalypse cracked over an expanse of several dozen meters. In comparison, Apocalypse's palm appeared almost infantile next to the abomination's colossal fist, yet it was as if the giant's punch could not advance an inch. Apocalypse assessed the situation. If this was indeed the abomination's full strength, he must be at least 3 times stronger. Having injected himself with a concentrated serum of purified blood far exceeding that of the abomination, he realized that strength does not scale linearly, leaving him somewhat wanting. If General Ross were privy to Apocalypse's thoughts, he would likely roll his eyes in disbelief at the disparity in strength. The abomination was slightly stronger than the Hulk. While Apocalypse outmatched him by threefold, was that still insufficient? With a sweeping motion of his hand, Apocalypse gestured towards the abomination and the Hulk. You two, come at me together. Chapter 6. The monster's first battle. The purpose of Apocalypse was straightforward, to validate his strength against 2 giants. The Hulk shook his massive head, proclaiming, I will not fight. You are a friend. Although the Hulk had lost the intellect of Dr. Banner, he still possessed the fundamental ability to discern friend from foe. Having just rescued his girlfriend, he had no desire to engage in combat with Apocalypse. That is not for you to decide. Apocalypse stepped forward, simultaneously attacking both the abomination and the Hulk. From the helicopter, Elizabeth gasped in disbelief. Has he lost his mind? Is he really going to fight the Hulk too? Initially reluctant to retaliate, the Hulk was soon provoked when Apocalypse landed a few blows, driving his head into the ground and causing him to ingest a mouthful of reinforced concrete. Anger surged within him. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 colossal creatures unleashed their wrathful howls, their tremendous roars echoing throughout New York City. The city descended into chaos. The sound was immense and ferocious, seemingly heralding the imminent arrival of monsters. Panic ensued as people frantically searched for cover. On the streets, crowds scattered, cars collided, and horns blared incessantly. Watching from above, General Ross felt a headache coming on. The calamity had escalated far too much, and he was at a loss for how to contain it. On the ground, the 3 titans clashed. Apocalypse laughed. Haha. Hulk, you were too slow. The Hulk growled. Roar. Friends, must fight. Roar. The abomination, reveling in the chaos, exclaimed, ha ha ha, exhilarating. Come at me again. With that, he lunged forward once more. Boom. Apocalypse delivered a fierce kick, sending the abomination flying several dozen meters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despite having endured attacks from the military's RPGs and battling the Hulk without a single drop of blood lost, he had not anticipated being wounded by Apocalypse. Undeterred, the abomination charged again, cackling. Ah, delightful. This power is exhilarating. Boom, boom, boom. Apocalypse stood his ground, matching the abomination's ferocity with his own, eschewing technique and disregarding injury as he lavishly wielded the strength he had recently acquired. Each punch sent the abomination and the Hulk soaring over 100 meters. The abomination, fueled by his relentless spirit, repeatedly returned for more. Embodying the combative nature of Blonsky before his transformation, despite the combined efforts of the 2 giants, they remained at a disadvantage against Apocalypse. Both the abomination and the Hulk were forced to retreat under the relentless onslaught. The ground beneath them erupted as they fought, leaving no patch of earth unscathed. After a while, Apocalypse confirmed that his strength surpassed that of the abomination and Hulk by more than threefold and began to experiment with various techniques. Although his elders had not imparted the teachings of Eastern martial arts to him, he had absorbed knowledge through observation, and thus he was aware of how to utilize some basic moves. The foundation of all martial arts lies in strength and speed. Ordinary individuals lack both, rendering their techniques as futile as a fire without fuel, known yet unexecutable. Now, equipped with both attributes, Apocalypse, though not exceptionally skilled, was far superior to the 2 rampaging bulls. He experimented with Wing Chun and Tai Chi, drawing upon the martial arts techniques he had learned from films. Suddenly, everything clicked, allowing him to toy with the abomination and the Hulk with ease. A surge of power remained either untapped or manipulated by Apocalypse, causing the abomination and the Hulk to inflict harm upon one another, inciting their fury to escalate further. The ruins reverberated with the anguished roars of the Hulk, who was left powerless. Above, General Ross observed with an incredulous eye, his astonishment beyond description. Merely pursuing a single Hulk had resulted in countless casualties. Helicopters, tanks, and armored vehicles had suffered losses in the hundreds, with even the most advanced sonic cannons proving ineffective against the Hulk. Now, 2 formidable monsters had emerged, and more alarmingly, this Eastern figure retained a normal human physique and intellect, rendering him even more terrifying than the Hulk or abomination. Unless nuclear weaponry was employed, it was inconceivable to subdue this Eastern individual. Conventional missiles posed little threat, should Apocalypse detect the assault at the last moment. His strength and speed would allow him to escape the epicenter of the explosion, thereby minimizing any potential damage. Only a nuclear weapon, with its devastating radius spanning dozens to hundreds of kilometers and the searing temperatures of millions of degrees at the blast center capable of melting all matter, could ensure a lethal strike. Apocalypse observed the Hulk's anger intensifying, his strength seemingly growing without bounds, a natural ability of the Hulk that rendered him stronger with each surge of rage. In the later arcs of the comic universe, he could even evolve into a planetary Hulk, capable of shattering planets with a single blow. Apocalypse fervently hoped this world would not mirror the absurdity of comic lore, for it would mean his demise, even if he possessed 10 lives. As the battle wore on, the Abomination began to tire, his stamina waning in contrast to the Hulk's seemingly endless vigor. Having validated his own strength, he deemed further conflict unnecessary. Apocalypse stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Hulk reeling. He then deftly maneuvered behind the Abomination, his hands like claws, plunging into the creature's spine as though grasping a massive timber. With a resounding crack, the Abomination's vertebrae were brutally crushed. Uttering a pained roar, the Abomination collapsed, unable to rise again. Apocalypse addressed the Hulk. "Hulk, this ends here. Depart, and return to me when you are Bruce Banner again." The Hulk growled in response. "I am Hulk. I will not become Banner. What of your girlfriend then?" The Hulk hesitated, glancing toward the helicopter, before letting out a low growl, taking several steps back, and leaping into the night, vanishing from sight. In the original narrative, the Abomination was subdued by the Hulk using iron chains, after which General Ross took him away, leading to his mysterious disappearance. It was not until many years later, following Thanos' obliteration of half the universe's life, that he resurfaced in the storyline of Shang-Chi, where he faced off against Master Wong in a contest. However, by that time, he seemed to have regained his senses, even feigning cooperation with Wong. Apocalypse smiled slightly at the heavens. "General Ross, the remainder is in your hands." With that, he leaped away, disappearing from their sight. Subsequently, Apocalypse sought out Dr. Stern, discovering that the doctor was enduring excruciating pain without resorting to restorative agents, resulting in a pronounced bulge at the back of his head, reminiscent of an extraterrestrial being. However, Dr. Stein remained unfazed by these matters. Utilizing simple tools, he commenced his examination of the restorative potions. Apocalypse produced 5 vials of the elixir and stated, "You have witnessed the events of this evening. Returning to the academy is no longer an option for you. Why not accompany me? The potions are abundant, until your research bears fruit." Dr. Stein nodded in agreement, fully aware that he had become ensnared in a formidable vortex. It was perhaps more prudent to feign death amidst the chaos. He had witnessed the miraculous effects of the restorative potions firsthand. His previous studies paled in comparison, resembling mere child's play. Once everything was settled, Apocalypse finally found the time and inclination to contemplate how he might navigate this world. First and foremost, it was essential to ascertain the nature of this realm. The Marvel Universe encompasses countless parallel dimensions and intricately woven timelines. The most terrifying aspect of the comic universe is its propensity for world-ending events, alterations to timelines, and breaches of cosmic barriers, all devoid of logic. In such a world, no matter how powerful one may be, one could never anticipate the emergence of an even more formidable adversary, capable of extinguishing one's existence with a mere finger. In the original comics, the Hulk was once shackled by Thanos, subjugated like a dog for millions of years. In the cinematic portrayal, he was kept as a combat pet by the Grandmaster on Sakaar. Had it not been for Thor's arrival on Sakaar to rescue him, he might have remained in servitude until being vanquished by an even mightier foe. His strength stemmed from the Hulk's blood. Encountering such a grotesquely powerful being would likely spell disaster. Fortunately, various indicators suggested that he was situated within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The structure of the cinematic universe adhered more closely to logic, falling within the realm of human comprehension. The Hulk ultimately survived, as long as he exercised caution. His chances of survival were significantly enhanced. Nonetheless, Apocalypse dared not be complacent. In the cinematic universe, even the most popular and central superhero, Iron Man, met his demise. Should he encounter a cosmic-level powerhouse, he still placed greater faith in his own fists. The most prominent antagonist in the Marvel Cinematic Universe is Thanos. Yet there exists a plethora of hidden titans. The aforementioned Grandmaster of Sakaar likely possesses power comparable to that of Thanos. Additionally, there is Ego, the celestial and father of Star-Lord, who is immortal and seeks to propagate his roots throughout the universe. Furthermore, Dormammu, the ruler of a dark dimension, was momentarily repelled by Doctor Strange's time loop, but should not be underestimated. Moreover, there exists a location explored in Guardians of the Galaxy, which is the severed head of a celestial. Merely the head has provided the Nowhere Collective with resources for centuries. One can only imagine the magnitude of power this celestial must have possessed. And who was the one that severed its head? Where did the rest of its body vanish? Additionally, there are the coveted Infinity Stones within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The films briefly mention that these 6 stones originated from 6 singularities formed during the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago. Who was it that refined these stones? What level of strength must one possess to condense singularities into gems? What transpired over the course of these billions of years? How did these 6 gems scatter across the cosmos? And what circumstances led them to converge upon the distant planet Earth within the Milky Way? Moreover, there are the observers, the forthcoming celestials, the divine beings nurtured beneath the surface of the Earth, the supreme court of life, and even the legendary OAA. From the perspective of the film's narrative, the Avengers, in terms of sheer power, pale in comparison to these formidable entities, yet they triumph time and again. Is this merely a matter of coincidence? A stroke of fate for the protagonists? Or is there an unseen force orchestrating these events from behind the curtain? Chapter 7. Entering S.H.I.E.L.D. Apocalypse meticulously revisited the details he had previously overlooked and recognized the underlying terror of the situation. In contrast, the minuscule power he had acquired seemed utterly insignificant. His greatest advantage lay in his profound understanding of the narrative's trajectory, enabling him to leverage this prophetic insight to cultivate his strength discreetly. Should he possess even a modicum of power, it would be unwise to flaunt it recklessly, for such arrogance might inadvertently attract a hidden behemoth, leading to an unjust demise. Furthermore, with a beloved wife who had left home, he could not afford to suffer an untimely fate that would benefit another man. With this thought in mind, Apocalypse resolved to undertake another task. He searched the map and identified an organization known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, commonly referred to as S.H.I.E.L.D. The location of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was not a secret. It could be effortlessly located on both maps and satellites. The average person, upon hearing the name, would conflate the notions of strategic defense and logistical support with a typical military institution, paying little heed to its significance. Initially, S.H.I.E.L.D. operated under the radar, making no notable moves until the advent of the Super War, at which point it emerged as a guardian of humanity. As dawn broke, Apocalypse donned a fresh set of attire and made his way to the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D. Outside, a guard booth stood sentinel, with armored vehicles and elite soldiers continually entering and exiting. Apocalypse strolled leisurely to the booth, where one of the soldiers halted him. Halt. Please present your identification. Apocalypse shrugged nonchalantly. I have no identification. I am here to find my wife. What? The soldier, taken aback, questioned. Do you even know where you are? Coming here to find your wife? Pointing to the entrance, Apocalypse replied. Is it not clearly stated? S.H.I.E.L.D. Go on, go on. Your wife is not here. You should look elsewhere, the soldier said, visibly annoyed. Unfazed, Apocalypse calmly stated, I have my marriage certificate with me. I am here to request my wife from your director. Hilarity ensued as both soldiers burst into laughter. Finding the morning's absurdity amusing, someone had come to S.H.I.E.L.D. to demand a wife. One soldier remarked, I'll bet 50 that the director brought back a beauty from the bar last night. She is probably still in his bed. The other soldier clapped in agreement. I'll raise you 100, betting she is an Eastern beauty. Apocalypse chuckled. Considering you are colleagues of my wife, I shall refrain from reprimanding your insolence. Inform Fury that if he does not emerge soon, I shall unleash my wrath. Ha ha. You plan to throw a tantrum? You're killing me. Do you even realize where you are? An Eastern man throwing a fit at S.H.I.E.L.D. This must be the funniest joke of the year. No, wait, the best joke is coming here to find a wife. Apocalypse furrowed his brow. After all, this was S.H.I.E.L.D., the workplace of Black Widow and an organization that would play an essential role in safeguarding the Earth in the future. It is indeed unwise to engage in petty squabbles like these soldiers, shouting for bloodshed. Apocalypse turned towards a surveillance camera, stating, Fury, I know you are watching me. If you do not emerge soon, I shall truly unleash chaos. Black Widow, tasked with a mission, had entered into a faux marriage as the director. Fury could not possibly be oblivious to this, and Black Widow would undoubtedly document it in her report. If it were merely this identity, Director Fury might have genuinely forgotten. After all, in their eyes, I am but an insignificant pawn. However, last night's battle transcended the realm of ordinary conflict. It was a superhuman showdown. The S.H.I.E.L.D. must have gathered intelligence. Otherwise, they would not have so readily located the Hulk to recruit him into the Avengers. This indicates that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been vigilantly tracking these superheroes. In the first Avengers film, they summoned the untransformed Dr. Banner to pursue the Tesseract, tension palpable in the air. While it appeared that Black Widow was acting alone, An elite team lay in wait behind the scenes. Dr. Banner merely pretended to roar, which left Black Widow visibly shaken. Gun drawn upon him, revealing the entire concealed elite squad. This illustrates the immense pressure the Hulk exerts on them. Last night, I had faced two adversaries, surpassing even the Hulk. Apocalypse was confident that from the moment he appeared at the entrance, S-H-I-E-L-D had already been on high alert. Observing the building still silent and unresponsive, Apocalypse concealed his smile and deliberately shouted, "Fury, I shall show you true chaos." Suddenly, alarms blared. Countless guns were trained upon Apocalypse, and an urgent voice blared through the loudspeakers. "Do not fire. Do not fire." Alas, it was too late. With a thunderous stomp, the ground cracked, and the guard booth collapsed. In a swift movement, he evaded bullets and charged inside. Beyond the booth lay a vast plaza, filled with a plethora of military armaments. A tank slowly turned its turret towards him and fired. Apocalypse crossed his arms before him. With a deafening explosion, a fireball erupted, engulfing him entirely. The surrounding gunfire ceased. As it seemed, the intruder had been neutralized. However, in an instant, the fireball dissipated, and Apocalypse's figure emerged slowly, leaving the soldiers around him in shock, momentarily forgetting to fire. What manner of creature is this? Able to withstand a tank shell head-on? With a roar, Apocalypse denied the tank a second chance. He unleashed a furious shout, the ground beneath him exploding into a deep crater as he leaped several meters, crashing directly into the tank. A tremendous sound echoed, the tank's engine belching black smoke before it succumbed to silence. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. Apocalypse tore into the steel plating, impervious to armor-piercing rounds, producing a sound that grated on the teeth, effortlessly shredding it apart. The two drivers inside were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had transpired before being unceremoniously hurled out by Apocalypse. He then grasped the tank's cannon, exerting force from his waist, lifting the several-ton vehicle high above, before slamming it down with a resounding crash. Boom, 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 boom. The tank descended like a heavy hammer, creating numerous large craters in the ground. As some armored vehicles and tanks prepared to aim their cannons at Apocalypse, they were swiftly destroyed by his unrelenting assault. Fortunately, he was neither the Hulk nor the Abomination, who might lose themselves in their boundless strength. Otherwise, the casualties within S-H-I-E-L-D today would be unimaginable. Currently, S-H-I-E-L-D possessed a mere shell, lacking any truly formidable superheroes. The mightiest Captain Marvel was still traversing the galaxy, maintaining peace in distant star systems. "Mr. Tang, please cease your actions. We can discuss this," a voice called from afar. Director Fury, resembling a boiled egg, hurriedly emerged from the building. The resolute and stoic Fury, who had faced grave injuries without a hint of panic in the original narrative, now found himself sweating lightly in the presence of Apocalypse. Whether from fear or exertion, it was unclear. Apocalypse lifted the tank and glanced in this direction. Fury instinctively took a step back, fearing that Apocalypse might hurl the several-ton vehicle at him in a fit of rage. With a thunderous sound, Apocalypse set the tank down and slowly approached Fury. At this moment, hundreds of various weapons were trained upon him, yet none dared to fire. As Apocalypse drew nearer, the beads of sweat on Fury's forehead multiplied. Upon reaching him, Apocalypse remarked, "It seems you are not particularly welcoming. I must wreak havoc before you feel compelled to emerge." Director Fury hastily replied, "It's a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. I apologize on behalf of the soldiers." The two soldiers at the guard post were already drenched in cold sweat, having initially believed Apocalypse to be a fool, only to discover he was a deity. They regretted their earlier mockery and wondered if the powerful being would hold a grudge against them. "Enough of these trivialities. You know why I am here," Apocalypse declared. Director Fury suggested, "Shall we discuss this inside?" Apocalypse chuckled, "Are you not concerned that if I enter, our negotiations may lead to the destruction of your S-H-I-E-L-D? Mr. Tang, you jest. I trust you are a reasonable individual." Fury thought to himself that fear was futile. If Apocalypse truly intended to demolish, they would be defenseless outside as well. Upon reaching the uppermost office of the towering building, Apocalypse wasted no time. "Where is Natasha?" "She is not at headquarters and seldom returns. We require her to be on standby around the globe," Fury replied. "Since she is absent, we shall converse." "Please, proceed," Fury said. Apocalypse continued languidly, "There is nothing else. I have come to find my wife. She departed from me on our wedding day, and after so many days apart, I find myself longing for her." Fury's expression turned serious. "Mr. Tang, you must understand that was a false wedding. It holds no validity." Though internally anxious, Fury felt compelled to speak the truth. He had initially assumed Black Widow was merely executing a mission under the guise of a sham marriage with an unknown individual. He never anticipated she had what a being of such immense power. The presence of such a formidable force seeking retribution filled Fury with trepidation. Yet he dared not deceive him to his face. Humph. You declare it false, and it becomes false? The wedding occurred, and we possess a marriage certificate. Now you dare to tell me it is not real? Fury, with a sense of resignation, remarked, Mr. Tang, at our level. It is well understood that the local laws of the City of God hold no sway over us. We were previously unaware of your capabilities. And it was a misstep on our part to send agents to approach you. For this, I offer my sincerest apologies. Please, do speak plainly about your intentions. Ha. How refreshing. Director Fury, let me be candid. I have every intention of marrying Natasha. Fury's expression shifted dramatically, his thoughts racing. Could it be that this formidable individual had set his sights on Black Widow's allure, intending to forcibly take one of S.H.I.L.D.'s agents? Should he resist or sacrifice Black Widow for the greater good? Was Mr. Tang truly contemplating such an act? If Apocalypse were to indeed take action, Fury even pondered whether he should summon Captain Marvel back to assist. Apocalypse interjected, No. I am here today to make a request that requires your cooperation. Should you fail to comply, I shall not hesitate to dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 8. Negotiation. Fury's expression was grave as he said, Please, go on. From this moment forth, Natasha is prohibited from employing her allure for any reason or in any manner. Otherwise, I shall hold the S.H.I.E.L.D. accountable. With a sigh of relief, Fury responded, That is reasonable. I shall comply. I will issue a directive to Natasha, forbidding her from using her physical charms to seduce the enemy henceforth. Apocalypse smiled brightly. That is reassuring. The urgency of Apocalypse's visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. stemmed from this very concern. It is essential to recognize that the Black Widow, hailing from the former Soviet spy agency known as the Red Room, has adeptly exploited the advantages of her femininity to the fullest extent. In the original plot of Avengers 1, she feigned capture by a group of underground arms dealers, with several burly men binding her to a chair for interrogation. She portrayed a helpless damsel, cleverly extracting intelligence in return. However, in a realistic scenario, if a group of arms traffickers were to capture an unparalleled beauty, they would surely not confine her merely to a chair. They would likely indulge in their desires. Given the Black Widow's nature, it is plausible that she might allow them to take liberties in exchange for information. After all, men are most vulnerable when they are at their most ecstatic. Previously, Apocalypse had no control over her actions, but now, under his protection and with the fortune of the system bound to him, he could not permit the Black Widow to exploit her body for missions any longer. Whether the two could truly be together would depend on what the future held. Now that Mr. Tang's issue has been resolved, I would like to pose a few inquiries of my own, Fury stated. I wish to understand why a formidable individual such as yourself has been dispatched from an Eastern superpower to infiltrate the West. Are you not concerned about inciting a super war between our nations? Apocalypse was momentarily taken aback, but maintained a composed facade. You are overthinking this. I am merely an ordinary person. Had I not encountered Natasha, I might have opened a small shop and spent my days in retirement in the City of God. Hearing such words, Director Fury appeared somewhat exasperated. Mr. Tang, let us speak plainly. I am aware that your Eastern superpower looks down upon us in the West, believing we lack the capability to address global threats. However, we have a treaty in place that does not require your intervention. Furthermore, we are in the process of assembling a team fully capable of safeguarding the Western Hemisphere. These statements conveyed significant implications, and while Apocalypse's expression remained unchanged, his mind raced. Fury's words suggested that the Eastern superpower also possessed formidable individuals and that there existed an agreement of non-aggression between the two sides. Not merely a matter of mutual non-intrusion, but an understanding to protect their respective halves of the globe. Apocalypse swiftly recalled the narratives he had encountered in his past life. Within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Avengers primarily operated in the West, seldom venturing into the territories of the warrior nations or the Eastern superpower. At most, they might have visited Hong Kong, which was once a colony of the United Kingdom. Curiously, the domains of the warrior nations and the Eastern superpower appeared tranquil, with no reports of any supervillains. It seemed improbable that such ancient and vast nations as the Eastern superpower and the warrior nations lacked any superheroes. In Norse mythology, there exists Asgard and Thor, and the Eastern superpower, being even more ancient, might well harbor hidden powers within its myths. In fact, subsequent narratives subtly hinted at such possibilities. In the sanctum of the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, there resides an Asian master, Wong, alongside a one-armed Taoist engaged in rigorous training. Furthermore, the Khmer Taj, overseen by the Ancient One, is nestled within the majestic Himalayas, bordering a great Eastern nation. Her myriad supernatural abilities are more aligned with Eastern sorcery than Western magic. Additionally, the legacy of Thanos is embodied in Shang-Chi, whose mother hails from the enigmatic realm of Ta Lo, a domain teeming with Easterners and countless mythical Eastern beasts, including the revered totemic dragon of the East. This illustrates that the East is not devoid of superheroes or deities akin to Thor, on the contrary. It may possess even more formidable beings reigning over the Eastern Hemisphere. For instance, Talo has subdued a dark dragon for millennia, rendering it immobile. Had it not been for Shang-Chi's father, Wenwu, wielding the ancient artifact, the Ten Rings, to forcibly unseal the gate, the dark dragon would have remained imprisoned indefinitely. Thus, the East appears remarkably tranquil. Not due to a lack of prowess, but possibly because of an overwhelming strength that deters the dark adversaries of the cosmos from daring to trespass. Logically speaking, a location frequently besieged would indicate a vulnerable defense. The Western world is, in fact, the Earth's Achilles heel. As an individual from the East, endowed with powers surpassing expectations, it is no wonder that Fury's initial suspicion pointed towards an Eastern superpower as the source. After contemplation, Apocalypse resolved to eschew any pretense of mystery and calmly stated, "I assure you, I am not affiliated with any faction. I am a free man." Apocalypse's assertion was measured. Firstly, Fury would undoubtedly communicate with the Eastern powers, and masquerading as a formidable Eastern entity could invite unnecessary complications. Should both the East and West harbor distrust towards him, it could provoke the pursuit of even greater threats. Secondly, to augment his strength alongside the narrative, gaining the trust of S.H.I.E.L.D. was imperative. If S.H.I.E.L.D. regarded him as a menace, it would equate to opposing the entire Avengers alliance, potentially altering the course of events and nullifying his prophetic advantages. Fury scrutinized Apocalypse's eyes and inquired, "Is this true?" Indeed, Apocalypse affirmed. Director Fury exhaled deeply, his countenance visibly relaxing. At the caliber of Apocalypse's power, he typically would not indulge in deception, based on intelligence. Fury was aware that Apocalypse was brought to the City of God at a young age, likely a result of an Eastern powerhouse's emergence. Since he claimed to be a free man, might there be an opportunity to recruit him? Logically, beings of such caliber would not lack for beauty. If he were not enamored with Natasha, why would he engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. merely to confront a subsequent prohibition? If the two could unite as genuine partners, would he not become the son-in-law of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Upon this realization, Fury felt an inner delight and proposed, "Mr. Tang, would you be interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? We are in the process of assembling a team." Apocalypse queried, "Is it the Avengers?" Fury's expression shifted. "How do you know?" This name existed solely in classified documents. He had never disclosed it to anyone. How could this Eastern individual possibly be aware? Apocalypse chuckled softly, saying, "I am aware that this name originates from Carol Danvers' aircraft. It is unfortunate that she is not present. Otherwise, I would have liked to seek her counsel on combat techniques. Carol Danvers, the formidable Captain Marvel, is the most powerful woman within the Avengers. Even without the Infinity Stones, Thanos would likely struggle to defeat her. In Avengers Endgame, she had a brief confrontation with Thanos, who attempted to wrest the Infinity Gauntlet from her grasp. Failing to do so, he resorted to striking her forehead with his own head. The towering figure of Thanos could not budge Captain Marvel, and instead, he found himself dazed from the impact. Ultimately, he removed the Power Stone from the gauntlet and, harnessing its might, was able to send Captain Marvel flying with a single punch. However, her narrative timeline is set in the 1990s, over 2 decades ago. Presently, her whereabouts as a superhero in the galaxy remain unknown. In contrast to Captain Marvel, who can effortlessly traverse the cosmos and physically penetrate interstellar warships, Apocalypse reflected on his own acquired powers and felt a sense of inadequacy. Apocalypse continued, "You need not concern yourself with how I possess this knowledge. Everyone harbors their own secrets. You simply need to understand that I harbor no malice towards you. Furthermore, I have my own affairs to attend to and lack the luxury of time." Fury, believing in the absence of malice, recalled the previous night's battle, where even the military had not proactively rescued civilians, while only Apocalypse tirelessly evacuated individuals from the danger zone one by one. A person with such benevolence could hardly be deemed nefarious. Of course, Apocalypse's goodwill was but a fraction of the truth, as no one was aware that he also received system rewards for his altruism. Fury proposed, "Since Mr. Tang is unwilling to join us, how about we reach a compromise and have you serve as a consultant? You would not be bound by obligations, only called upon in instances of pressing matters." Like last night, observing Apocalypse in contemplation, Fury added, "This would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. For minor inconveniences, you could allow us to handle them, saving you precious time. Moreover, it would facilitate more contact with Natasha." The prospect of increased interactions with Black Widow piqued Apocalypse's interest. Without the aid of S.H.I.E.L.D., he would find it nearly impossible to locate her. He was also curious about the significance of the system sharing her fortune with him. Thus, he replied, "This is indeed feasible. However, I have a few stipulations. Please, go ahead. Firstly, I require an upfront payment of $500 million as a retainer. Fury leaped up in disbelief. 500 million. Do you think we are a bank? Absolutely not, at most 5 million. When it came to finances, Fury struggled to maintain his stoic demeanor, exasperatedly negotiating with Apocalypse. 5 million is hardly sufficient. I promised Natasha a home, and that amount wouldn't even cover a decent house. That doesn't necessitate 500 million. HIELD's budget is limited, and there are many salaries to pay and numerous pieces of equipment to procure. Without sufficient funding, simply file a request with your superiors. Surely, hiring a superpowered individual could warrant additional resources? Such a sum as 500 million seems excessive. Just moments ago, you caused considerable damage to our tanks and armored vehicles, all of which incurs costs. Truly, one only grasps the value of basic necessities when burdened with the responsibilities of management. In the original narrative, Iron Man remarked that SHIELD could not afford his services, not solely due to his exorbitant worth, but also because SHIELD had yet to establish its significance. With funding lacking in surplus, after an exchange of words, the two ultimately reached an agreement. Fury consented to allocate $30 million to Apocalypse for future missions. Compensation would be determined based on the difficulty of the tasks at hand. Director Fury wore a cunning smile, having successfully ensnared a formidable ally. The prospect of Apocalypse potentially becoming a son-in-law to SHIELD only sweetened the deal. Over the years, the damages wrought by the Hulk alone have far exceeded $30 million. As for Apocalypse, he does not genuinely require 500 million. It is merely a negotiation tactic to secure a favorable outcome. 30 million will suffice for now, with provisions to strategize for any future shortfalls. Having just recruited Dr. Stern, the establishment of a laboratory will demand substantial expenditure. Moreover, the need for a residence is paramount. As an individual of Eastern heritage, one cannot truly feel at home without a house. No sooner had Apocalypse departed than Fury initiated a holographic video call with Black Widow. Chapter 9. From this moment on, you have lost a skill, Fury. Natasha, I, in the name of the director, hereby prohibit you from employing one particular skill. The Black Widow, perplexed, inquired, what skill? Seduction. The Black Widow was at a loss, wondering why the director would issue such an odd command. Her allure was one of her greatest assets, indispensable in her line of work. To be deprived of it would significantly diminish her prowess. Fury sighed, your husband has come knocking. If you refuse to comply, he will dismantle SHIELD. Well, what husband? Director, I possess 37 passports, with a dozen of them registered under various marriages. Is this a new mission? Which passport should I use? When the Black Widow undertakes assignments, her most frequently assumed identity is that of a married couple, as it is entirely plausible for newlyweds to travel to any city and take photographs together. Most of her partners are agents, with only one being an unsuspecting civilian. A thought struck the Black Widow. Could it be him? The first time she encountered Apocalypse, she was indeed profoundly affected, observing him in the chaotic city of God. He appeared to exist in a veritable paradise, unperturbed and at ease, with his gaze solely fixed upon the flora within his shop. Having lived her life amidst deception and treachery, the Black Widow had never before witnessed such tranquility in a person. In that moment, she genuinely wished to remain with him under the guise of marriage, escaping the turmoil of the world. Alas, it was not to be. All her emotions were merely sufficient to allow her to linger for one additional night. Any longer, whether for herself or Apocalypse, would be exceedingly perilous. When she departed the following day, she even tore up the marriage certificate and felt compelled to write a few words, a clear manifestation of her inner turmoil. This was hardly the conduct expected of a top-tier operative. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed implausible. He was merely an ordinary florist. How could he possibly threaten SHIELD and compel the director to make such a concession? Fury remarked, I shall send you some information. You will understand upon review. With that, he transmitted the urgently gathered data, along with footage of last night's battle and the recent skirmish involving SHIELD. The dossier on Apocalypse was straightforward. As a child, he had fallen into destitution with his guardians in the city of God. After their demise, he opened a flower shop to make a living. The only peculiar detail was the connection between his guardian and the notorious drug lord, Eagle. Upon viewing the battle footage from the previous night, the Black Widow could scarcely believe her eyes. Her faux husband, so formidable? More importantly, it was evident that he had sought out SHIELD shortly after her departure, indicating he was already aware of her true identity. This realization filled the Black Widow with a sense of indignation. This deceiver, knowing her identity yet choosing to remain silent, was undoubtedly reveling in her predicament. However, reflecting on the vows exchanged during the wedding, she pondered whether, since he understood her identity, those promises were indeed sincere. Her heart was now a tumultuous sea. Engaging in a faux marriage for the sake of an assassination mission was one thing. However, the thought of dedicating her entire life to another person leaves Black Widow feeling a sense of unease, akin to that of an ordinary woman, unsure of how to confront the situation. If Apocalypse were merely an ordinary man, she would have unhesitatingly declined him, just as she departed on her wedding day. To ensure her safety, she has lived a nomadic existence, afraid to establish a true home, knowing that a life with a regular person would inevitably lead to misfortune. Yet, after viewing the video sent by Director Fury, where she discovers that her unassuming husband is, in fact, an unparalleled powerhouse, Black Widow finds herself stirred with intrigue. However, their initial approach is flawed. She has deceived him, feigning an instant attraction, followed by a sham marriage, all to exploit his connections with a notorious drug lord. This hardly resembles the typical beginning of a romantic relationship. After a prolonged silence, Black Widow expressed, "Director, I am at a loss as to how to proceed." Fury replied, "This is not merely a mission. This is your life. The decisions are yours to make." Noticing Black Widow's silence, he continued, "Take your time to contemplate. For the next few days, I shall refrain from assigning you any tasks. Remember, until your relationship with him is resolved, you must not employ your allure. Currently, S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot withstand a creature more formidable than the Hulk." Meanwhile, Apocalypse, holding 30 million, allocated a substantial portion to Dr. Stern to establish a laboratory. He then invested 8 million in purchasing a villa on the outskirts of the city, along with the surrounding land. This will serve as his home in this world. During this period, Apocalypse attempted to contact Black Widow several times, but his calls were consistently rejected. He shrugged, acknowledging that she was still grappling with how to face him, and resolved to wait for a more opportune moment to speak. In the interim, Apocalypse gradually acclimated himself to his powers, studying various combat techniques. Unlike the Hulk, he cannot rely on brute force to vanquish all adversaries. Apocalypse glanced at the system data. Recovery potions, 173 bottles. Black Widow's shared fortune, 65. Hulk's shared fortune, 30. Previously, Black Widow's shared fortune was merely 60, but over time, her trust in him had slightly increased, indicating that his visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. had yielded some positive effect. As for the Hulk's 30, it suggested a degree of fondness. Given that he possessed Hulk's blood and had saved the Hulk's girlfriend, Elizabeth, this was not particularly surprising. Yet, the purpose of this fortune remained unclear to Apocalypse. One thing was certain, possessing good fortune does not guarantee survival. In the original storyline, Black Widow, Vision, and even the undeniable protagonist Iron Man met their demise, unable to be resurrected by the Infinity Stones. While there may be an element of protagonist halo, it certainly does not serve as a talisman for life. Recalling Iron Man, Apocalypse reflected that, according to his memory, the timeline of the Incredible Hulk coincides closely with that of Iron Man. At this point, Tony Stark had yet to don the Iron Man suit and was frequently making headlines due to his dates with various cover models. Apocalypse had been keeping a close eye on his news. One day, the news reported that Tony Stark, the heir to Stark Industries, a brilliant scientist and billionaire, went missing while returning from a weapons transport in the Middle East. His whereabouts remain unknown. Stark Industries has offered a reward of $50 million for any information regarding Tony's location. Thus begins the narrative of Iron Man. In the original storyline, Tony Stark is captured by a group of violent militants known as the Ten Rings, who force him to create missiles. At this moment, he is likely in a cave somewhere in the Middle Eastern desert, with an injured heart containing shrapnel from a bomb, reliant on an external battery to survive. Rescuing Tony should not be overly complicated, although it may be challenging for one to locate him, notifying S.H.I.E.L.D. to ascertain his approximate location and facilitate his rescue should prove manageable. However, this experience marks a pivotal turning point in Tony's life, a crucial event in his transformation from a playboy to Iron Man. If I intervene too early, it is likely that the world will no longer have Iron Man. He is the central figure in a series of future events. Without him, everything will change, and my foresight will become irrelevant. Conversely, if I disregard this situation and fail to act now, I will miss the opportunity to share in Iron Man's fortunes. Such a dilemma leaves me torn. Contemplating this, Tianchi contacted Dr. Stain. Stain, if I connect to a surveillance system, could you hack into it? Boss, my cognitive abilities have significantly enhanced. Such hacking techniques are rather trivial for me now, Stain replied confidently. That's good to hear. Await my command. No problem. However, boss, do we have any of that restorative serum left? I've already exhausted my supply. So soon? It hasn't even been a month, Tianchi remarked casually. Yet, to Stain, this sounded somewhat accusatory. He understood that such an extraordinary serum must hold considerable value. 6 vials equate to 6 lives, and selling even one to the wealthy could yield billions. Consuming it all within a month was indeed difficult to justify. Stain quickly responded, Boss, Although I have yet to analyze the serum's components fully, I have made some progress. The serum, while miraculous in its ability to restore individuals to their normal state, does possess certain limitations. If an injury has healed, or if an organ has been absent for an extended period, it cannot be repaired. A sense of foreboding washed over Tianchi as he inquired, what if someone has been blind for 20 years? Or a woman has had her uterus removed for over a decade? Are these conditions irreparable? Indeed, it is not merely the duration. Once an injury is healed, restoration is impossible, Stain affirmed. What if one were to damage the scar further? For instance, by reblinding someone who has already lost their sight? That too would not work. This serum seems capable only of restoring an individual to their state prior to the healing of the wound. If the scar is damaged and then repaired, it would merely return to being a scar. A heaviness settled in Tianchi's heart. He had initially intended to present the restorative serum to Director Fury at an opportune moment as a gesture of goodwill. Fury lost one of his eyes during the events of the 1990s in the plot of Captain Marvel, when he was cruelly blinded by a creature known as the Devourer. However, this is a trivial matter of little significance. The crux of the issue lies with Black Widow. She endured the brutal and inhumane removal of her uterus at the hands of the Red Room, leaving her unable to bear children, a profound regret that haunts her. Should she find a way to restore her fertility, it would undoubtedly alleviate some of her inner turmoil. If the restorative serum proves ineffective, alternative solutions must be sought. In a deep voice, Apocalypse stated, "Allow me to send you a few more vials." The following day, in the desert of Abkarn, guided by the location of Tony's incident and his recollections, Apocalypse swiftly pinpointed a particular canyon. Chapter 10. Iron Man, your takeout has arrived as night descended. Under the cover of darkness, Apocalypse stealthily approached the gorge, where hundreds of armed men were gathered, their weapons strewn across the ground, and a cave lay within. With Apocalypse's formidable strength, exterminating this group of militants would be a trivial task. However, to maintain the original narrative and uphold his prophetic insight into the future, there were numerous actions he must refrain from taking. Descending the cliff, Apocalypse's fingers curled like claws, firmly embedding themselves into the rock as he scaled the wall with the agility of a gecko. Upon locating the surveillance lines, he swiftly severed them and, in less than a second, connected a device that would reroute all monitoring footage. The gang leader inside noticed a brief flicker in the surveillance feed, but it quickly returned to normal, sparking no significant suspicion. In such a desolate wilderness, managing to set up a surveillance system was commendable. Minor glitches were to be expected. In cinema, the use of looping footage is quite prevalent. It is a simple yet perilous tactic, easily detectable with a keen eye. The device he employed delayed the video signal by 1 second, allowing the miniature CPU within to manipulate the surveillance feed at will, a program that Apocalypse had meticulously arranged with Dr. Stern in advance. As long as he remained undetected, he could swagger past the cameras without leaving a trace. The night air was as cool as water. Outside the cave, the militants gathered around a bonfire. With fingers still embedded in the rock, Apocalypse silently climbed from the cliff's edge into the cave above. Inside, a makeshift prison was partitioned with iron sheets. He produced a lock-picking tool, which effortlessly breached the primitive lock. Creaking open the iron door, he beheld two individuals inside. One was undoubtedly Tony Stark, his demeanor disheveled, beard unkempt, with a lengthy wire trailing from his chest, connected to a battery on the table. The other was a quintessential Middle Eastern man, though poorly dressed. He exuded an air of refinement. Presumably, he was Ethan. During Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man, it was Ethan who had the most profound influence on him. With his kindness and sacrifice, he awakened the sense of responsibility within Stark, compelling him to bear the weight of defending the world, a notion unimaginable to the former Tony, who had once been solely interested in the company of cover models. Both men were taken aback, initially believing that members of the Ten Rings had entered, only to be surprised by the presence of an Oriental man. For a moment, 3 pairs of eyes exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Apocalypse broke the tension, clearing his throat. Ahem. You must be Tony Stark. I am Tang Tianchi. Tony cautiously inquired, are you here to rescue me? Be wary of the surveillance. Upon seeing Apocalypse's face, both Tony and Ethan quickly dismissed the notion that he was a member of the Ten Rings. The militant group, bonded by their faith, was notoriously insular, and the presence of an Oriental individual among them was inconceivable. Apocalypse reassured them, you need not concern yourself with the surveillance. It has been dealt with. However, I am not here to rescue you. I am delivering takeout. What? Tony and Ethan could hardly believe their ears. Brother, you must be joking. Did you run all the way to the stronghold of the 10 Commandments to deliver food? Tony remarked, was it Colonel Rhodes who sent you? He certainly knows how to joke. I don't know any Colonel Rhodes. I have food here. Would you like some? Tianchi said earnestly, opening his backpack to reveal several takeout boxes, instantly filling the cell with a delightful aroma. Ethan cautiously replied, we have no money. We can't afford takeout. Tianchi smiled and said, no worries, you can owe me. However, Tony was not as reserved as Ethan. Having fallen to such depths, it was unlikely anyone would poison him. Right? He took a paper bag. A cheeseburger? How did you know I liked this? The cheeseburger had appeared multiple times in the film's plot. In Iron Man 1, after being rescued, Iron Man immediately sought out a cheeseburger to eat. Later, after he and Pepper had a daughter named Morgan, he frequently mentioned cheeseburgers to her, indicating his fondness for it. Tianchi, being from the East, did not particularly appreciate cheese, but thought it understandable that foreigners enjoyed similar foods. Reminiscent of his own country's stinky tofu, he had picked up a few on his way from the city outside the desert. I've never had such a delicious burger. Which restaurant is this from? Once I get out, I must buy the place and eat it every day. Tianchi smiled silently. It was merely an ordinary cheeseburger. After being trapped here for half a month and subsisting on mushy food, it was only natural for Tony to find it delectable. This was akin to the ancient Zhu Yuanzhang relishing his pearl and jade soup. Tianchi picked up another paper bag and handed it to Ethan. Don't be shy. If you don't eat, Tony will finish your portion. After a moment's thought, Ethan decided not to hesitate. Upon opening it, he discovered a large, golden brown Orleans roast chicken. Its aroma filling the cell. Tony instantly found his burger less appealing. How do you have roast chicken? Save me a drumstick. Halfway through eating, Tony sighed. If only I had a cola to go with this, it would be perfect. He thought that it was already a monumental feat for this mysterious Eastern man to bring in 2 packages of food. To wish for cola was truly fanciful. Unexpectedly, Tianchi dug into his bag and produced 2 bottles of cola. The ice hasn't melted yet. Drink up. Tony's eyes widened. I'm starting to believe you really are a food delivery person. The 2 of them feasted heartily, quickly leaving nothing behind, even gnawing the chicken bones for flavor. After finishing, Tony comfortably leaned back in his chair and said, that was exquisite. I would gladly pay $1 million for a meal like that. However, once I'm out, eating it every day won't feel the same. Let us go. Tony assumed Tianchi was there to rescue him. His earlier words were mere jest, and the meal was to replenish their strength for the arduous escape ahead. In his brilliant mind, such reasoning seemed perfectly logical. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Tianchi collected the food containers and said, you mentioned $1 million per meal. I will bring more in the future. As he spoke, he pressed his backpack closely to himself, stepped outside, and locked the door once more, vanishing into the darkness like a gecko. What the hell? He locked the door. What is going on? Tony was taken aback, and despite his upbringing, he couldn't help but curse. Take me out. I'll give you $1 million. If that's not enough, I'll offer 100 million. 1 billion. 100 billion. At this moment, Apocalypse had long departed, and Tony's cries attracted the attention of 2 soldiers. Soldier A grumbled. What are you shouting about in the dead of night? Shut up. Soldier B added, I smell roasted chicken. Soldier A retorted, what kind of nose do you have? There is no roasted chicken here. Wait, there seems to be the aroma of hamburgers. The 2 soldiers searched the cell but found nothing unusual, leaving with puzzled expressions, leaving Tony and Ethan equally bewildered. Ethan asked, Tony, are you sure this isn't a prank by someone from the military? Tony shook his head firmly. It can't be my friends. Rhodey is a soldier, strict and serious. He wouldn't joke about life and death matters. One must understand that had the soldiers discovered anything amiss or encountered Apocalypse, a hail of bullets would have followed immediately. Even the reckless Tony would not dare to play such a dangerous game. Yet, if it wasn't a joke, what was Apocalypse truly after? Tony racked his brain, feeling that even his genius intellect was insufficient. If the delivery was merely for $1 million, he couldn't believe it. He would pay any price to secure his escape. And the other party had to be aware of that. A few days later, Apocalypse infiltrated once more. This time, Tony refrained from rushing to eat and fixed his gaze on Apocalypse, asking, what is your true intention? What do you desire? Apocalypse thought to himself, I want you to become Iron Man. I desire your fortune, but could only reply, you will understand once you are outside. Tony retorted angrily, outside? How can I get out if you don't rescue me? Have you not devised a plan yet? Apocalypse was puzzled. Did Tony not yet consider crafting armor at this juncture? Tony exclaimed, what can I do? My heart is tethered to a large battery, even if they let me run. I wouldn't get far. Apocalypse replied, you can't run, but surely you can fly? As he spoke, he glanced at the materials used for missile production. These materials were employed by the Ten Rings leader to compel him to create the Jericho missile. The Jericho missile was an extraordinarily terrifying weapon developed by Stark Industries. Before the incident, Tony had demonstrated to the military that a single Jericho missile could instantly deploy dozens of smaller warheads in midair, covering an entire mountain range. In an instant, the mountains would be engulfed in dust, an instrument of mass destruction. With such a formidable weapon, a conventional army would be mere fodder, easily obliterated by a single missile. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes lit up. With his intellect, he quickly grasped the underlying logic. Couldn't the missile fly? Chapter 11. The Cave Ding. Initial favor from Iron Man obtained. Sharing luck increased by 10. Apocalypse had not anticipated that his casual inquiry would spark inspiration in Tony. Although a mere 10 luck increase might seem trivial, it signified that Tony had developed some fondness for him. After finishing their hamburgers, cola, and roasted chicken, Tony and Ethan, with satisfied belches, voiced their desires. Next time, I wish to indulge in champagne and Australian lobster. You can set whatever delivery fee you deem fit. Well? Let us see how it goes, though it may not be possible. Apocalypse remained non-committal. These delicacies were procured from a city over 100 kilometers away, necessitating several significant leaps and considerable time to evade soldiers while sneaking in. He had no intention of indulging Tony's whims by venturing even further for lobster. If it was available, he might bring it back. If not, it was of little consequence. The morning after Apocalypse departed, soldiers arrived to deliver meals. Upon sighting the mushy food, Tony and Ethan barely spared it a glance. The soldiers, having caught a whiff of something appetizing, entered with a hint of suspicion. Soldier A remarked, "There's no mistaking it. That aroma is undoubtedly from roasted chicken." Soldier B concurred, "I smell it too. Now, tell us, where have you hidden the food?" The soldiers pressed Ethan for answers. Panic-stricken, Ethan was at a loss for words. Fearing Ethan might inadvertently reveal something, Tony interjected, "We are imprisoned here with a large battery strapped to our chests. Where would we acquire roasted chicken hamburgers? If someone were to eat, who do you think it would be?" He discreetly gestured towards the direction of the leader's quarters of the Ten Rings gang. The cave had several forks, and the leader resided on the opposite end, where conditions, though not ideal, were far more comfortable than enduring the elements outside. The soldiers quickly grasped the implication. These two prisoners could hardly have enjoyed any roasted chicken, leaving only the leader's room as a potential source. Given the cave's confined space and interconnected airflow, it was not surprising that the aroma could drift through. If the leader were the one feasting, they would dare not confront him about his solitary indulgence. Exchanging glances, the two soldiers fell into a mutual silence, understanding the unspoken message. Tony's subtle hint not only alleviated his own predicament, but also shifted blame onto the leader of the Ten Rings gang. Consequently, the soldiers would surely refrain from reporting the matter, pretending ignorance. In just a few short exchanges, Tony's brilliant intellect shone through. Furthermore, the notion of a leader who consumed alone would undoubtedly plant seeds of doubt in the soldiers' minds. How could such a figure garner their loyalty? Their unwavering faith in the gang's cause did not equate to an unshakable allegiance to the leader. Every few days, Apocalypse would deliver provisions and check on Tony's progress. Within just over a month, the armor had taken shape, though due to surveillance concerns, he dared not assemble it fully. Over the course of this month, Tony and Ethan had enjoyed ample food and drink, yet with no opportunity for exercise, they had both noticeably gained weight. The soldiers grew increasingly suspicious, prompting even the leader of the Ten Rings to pay a visit. Fuming, the leader demanded, "How is it that you are gaining weight despite hardly eating?" Tony replied, "This is not weight gain, it is merely swelling. I am tethered to this wretched battery for survival, and my body has become infected. I fear I may not have much longer to live." The leader snorted in anger, "You are the one who is swollen. What about Ethan?" Tony, unfazed, replied, "He has been infected. We have been sharing the same room and breathing the same air, so he caught it too." Ethan nearly burst into laughter, realizing they were taking advantage of the leader's lack of education. Struggling to suppress his amusement, his face contorted, and he hastily transformed his laughter into a cough. Upon seeing this, the leader mistakenly assumed Ethan was having an episode, and, fearing contagion, uttered a few words before hastily exiting. It seemed their ignorance had cost them dearly, prompting the leader to declare, "Hurry and finish the missile. Once it's done, I'll take you to the hospital to save your lives." However, both Tony and Ethan understood that if the missile were indeed completed, the day of success would also mark their demise. Days dragged on, each feeling like an eternity. They had intended to fabricate more components for improvement, but an oversight proved catastrophic. Boldly, Ethan had hidden a chicken leg, hoping to savor it slowly, as the apocalypse only visited every few days, and he was growing increasingly hungry. Unfortunately, during a patrol, the Ten Commandments gang discovered his secret, and the leader was furious, dragging Ethan out for interrogation. Before being pulled from his cell, Ethan urgently whispered to Tony, "Hurry, I don't know how much longer I can endure this. Where did the chicken leg come from? Speak." The whip cracked, and with every lash, Ethan screamed, yet he remained resolute in his silence. Tony understood that this was Ethan's signal to activate the armor. Time was of the essence. Regardless of whether Ethan could withstand the torment, once the leader regained his composure, he would undoubtedly come to seize the components inside, and all their efforts would be in vain. Tony was consumed with anxiety. It was daytime, and that mysterious Eastern figure only came at night, unpredictably. Even if he arrived that evening, it would be too late. Resolving this, Tony quickly connected the armor's control unit to an old laptop and initiated the startup. Booting the progress bar on the command line moved at a glacial pace, while outside, Ethan's anguished cries and the leader's relentless questioning echoed. Beep. Startup complete. Tony donned the armor, yanked out the wire from his chest, and connected a glowing orb, the original arc reactor. The armor's appearance was exceedingly crude, marred with welding scars, its overall hue a distressing gray-black. And the joints were made of inferior rubber. Creak, 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 the armor lacked lubrication, and the metallic friction at the gears and joints produced an agonizing sound. With the armor on, Tony advanced and, with a resounding crash, kicked open the steel door of the cell. A soldier outside was struck, bone shattered, and blood spewed from his mouth. He was unlikely to survive. Fire! Fire! The leader of the Ten Commandments gang was both furious and frantic, disregarding Ethan as he raised his gun and unleashed a volley of bullets. However, the armor was constructed from missile casings, impervious to ordinary bullets. Its only vulnerability lying in the joints, which were made of rubber and fabric. In a moment of haste, how could the violent assailants anticipate this? Thud, thud, thud. With a few strides forward, Tony swung his iron fist towards the soldiers. Bang! Under the force of his iron fist, the soldiers fell like mere sacks of meat, crushed with a single blow. Rat-a-tat-tat at last. A soldier regained his composure and unleashed a barrage of gunfire aimed at the joints of Tony's armor. Tony bent down, shielding his face and joints. Ethan suddenly let out a harrowing scream. A few stray bullets ricocheted and struck his chest, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. Tony stepped forward protectively, positioning himself in front of Ethan. With a press of his finger, tongues of fire erupted from both sides of his arms. The only weapon he possessed. The flames shot forth several meters, incinerating a handful of soldiers who screamed as they fled towards the cave's exit. With sorrow, Tony held Ethan close and urged, "Hold on, stay alive until that Eastern man arrives, and we can escape together." Ethan's expression was serene. "No need to worry about me. Cough, cough, my family is gone. Cough, cough, I can finally meet them." Tony wept bitterly. "You saved my life, and I have yet to repay you." Earlier, when shrapnel had struck Tony's chest, Ethan had performed a makeshift surgery and crafted a rudimentary battery that sustained his life. Throughout the process of creating the armor, Ethan had been of immense assistance. Without him, Tony could never have constructed the suit so swiftly. During these trying days, Ethan's optimistic demeanor profoundly influenced Tony. In the original narrative, one could say that Ethan had been the catalyst for Tony's transformation from an ordinary man into a superhero. Just then, the voice of the Ten Rings gang leader echoed outside. "Use the RPG, hurry, RPG." Ethan smiled faintly. "Let us go if you wish to repay me. Then cherish your life and do not waste it." Boom! An RPG was fired into the cave, but fortunately, the entrance was not straight, and the RPG detonated around the bend. A cascade of debris rained down. Realizing that if they did not flee, both would perish, Tony reluctantly set Ethan down and rushed towards the exit. As he reached the cave's mouth, he saw a dozen RPGs aimed directly at him. A wave of dread washed over Tony. Even if they did not penetrate, the shockwave alone could be fatal. At that moment, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Several small stones shot through like bullets, striking the heads of the RPG soldiers, causing their skulls to explode, splattering red and white against the rocky walls. It was Apocalypse. He had sensed the commotion from afar, the sounds of gunfire and explosions, and deduced that the scenario of Iron Man's escape had been triggered. He leapt over and happened to witness the soldiers aiming their RPGs at Tony. A fallen soldier's body twisted, instinctively pulling the trigger, and several RPGs were fired into a nearby cache of munitions. Boom, boom, boom. This immediately ignited a series of explosions, sending flames soaring into the sky. "Let us move." "Why are you just standing there?" Tony shouted. "Ethan is still inside. If you rescue him, no matter your intentions, I will comply with your demands." Chapter 12. Rescue. Shared fortune. Go ahead. Your armor is too rudimentary to be of any assistance. I will do my utmost. Tony observed the situation, realizing that his presence here was futile. He activated the jet propulsion system of his armor, and plumes of black smoke erupted from beneath his feet as he soared into the sky amidst the explosion's fiery glow. In the original narrative, Ethan perished while attempting to save Tony. It seemed that his arrival had not altered that fate. Debris from the Apocalypse's entrance tumbled into the cave. At that moment, Ethan lay on the ground, clinging to the last vestiges of life. Swiftly, Apocalypse retrieved a vial of restorative potion from his inventory and poured it into Ethan's mouth. With a firm pat on his back, he dislodged several bullets from his body. A surge of green light enveloped Ethan, restoring him to full vitality. In disbelief, Ethan patted his body, astonished to find the bullet wounds had vanished. "Let us assess the situation outside. Follow me closely and do not stray far," Apocalypse instructed. The crisis was far from over. The cave was on the verge of collapse, and if they did not escape promptly, Ethan would be entombed before he could fully appreciate his revival. Gratefulness momentarily forgotten, Ethan shielded his head with his hands and trailed behind. Apocalypse led the way, effortlessly smashing through falling boulders and debris, reducing them to mere fragments. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed as half of the cliffside collapsed, burying the cave entrance completely. From his vantage point in the air, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Regret washed over him for sending Apocalypse to rescue Ethan. The latter was already gravely injured, perhaps already lifeless, and yet he had selfishly dispatched assistance, inadvertently jeopardizing Apocalypse's safety as well. However, Tony's own survival was now in jeopardy, leaving him powerless to offer aid as he helplessly watched the cave's entrance disappear beneath a cascade of rubble. Then, a roar erupted from the depths of the cave, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening from slumber. With a thunderous boom, the buried cave was explosively breached, and a mass of boulders, weighing thousands of pounds, was hurled several meters away. These colossal rocks crashed onto the members of the Ten Rings gang outside, eliciting cries of anguish. Channeling his triple-strength green giant power, Apocalypse broke through the rock layers and emerged into the open. Outside, a series of explosions erupted, illuminating the canyon in flames. It was impossible to ascertain how many had perished beneath the falling stones. The chaos rendered the Ten Rings gang disorganized, leaving them unable to mount any assault. With Ethan secured at his waist, Apocalypse leapt towards Tony's direction, escaping the canyon. Yet, a new predicament awaited. In the original storyline, Tony could only ascend a few dozen meters before his propulsion ran out, resulting in a fall onto the desert below. Fortunately, the altitude had not been perilous, sparing Iron Man from certain death. However, Tony was still climbing higher. The hastily constructed armor lacked a flight stabilization system. In the original tale, Iron Man had spent considerable time in his laboratory, crashing against walls repeatedly before achieving success. Under the current crude conditions, such a feat was unattainable. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Tony ascended higher and higher until suddenly, the black smoke beneath him extinguished, and his power was depleted. Oh no. Tony lamented within the confines of his armor, sensing impending doom. This height, if I fall, it will be certain death, Ethan exclaimed. Ah. Tony, disregarding his image, exclaimed loudly. Falling from such a height would be no less disastrous than a shattered egg. Apocalypse calculated the angle perfectly. The sand beneath him suddenly exploded, choking Ethan with a mouthful of sand. By the time Ethan opened his eyes again, Apocalypse had already leaped to a height of 200 meters, securely catching Iron Man. Once he realized he was safe, Tony's rebellious spirit stirred once more. Hey, handsome, this is the first time I've been held like this. How about we dine on foie gras at a French restaurant tonight? Apocalypse chuckled. Aren't you concerned about Pepper getting jealous? Before Tony could respond, Apocalypse suddenly tossed him upward again. The force of a 200-meter free fall was something Apocalypse could withstand. But Tony could not. If Apocalypse were to land directly with him, he would either die or sustain severe injuries. Thus, just before landing, he propelled Tony upward once more to mitigate the impact. Ah, I'm not afraid. After experiencing a roller coaster-like aerial adventure, the moment they touched down, Tony's legs buckled, and disregarding the scorching sand, he collapsed onto the desert floor. Phew, Ethan, you're alive. This is fantastic, Tony exclaimed, embracing Ethan, only to suddenly recall, wait, you were shot several times just now. How could you be unscathed? Ethan looked at Apocalypse. He gave me a vial of potion, and I was completely restored. Thank you. Tony, putting aside his reckless demeanor, solemnly expressed, thank you for saving my life, and even more so, for saving Ethan. Ding. Iron Man's luck shared, 30. Goodness, he saved both his life and that of his friend, yet only received a mere 30. Tony's wariness was rather excessive, indeed. Dealing with a clever person proved challenging, Apocalypse thought helplessly. However, this was not entirely Tony's fault. The manner of Apocalypse's appearance was simply too peculiar. After delivering takeout for over a month, he had not come to rescue him. Had it not been for this unforeseen incident, Tony would remain oblivious to how long he would have been confined. Now, tell me, what is your true intention? As long as it does not violate my conscience, I will certainly comply, Tony said. No rush, Apocalypse replied, gazing into the distance. He noticed planes already heading their way. Let us first depart from this perilous place. The Middle East was already a land of chaos, with factions and arms dealers intertwining. Given the commotion they had caused, many forces were dispatching scouts to investigate. With a single motion, Apocalypse classed one and leaped several times, arriving in a city over 100 kilometers away. Throughout the journey, Tony and Ethan were buffeted by fierce winds, unable to speak, only exchanging incredulous glances filled with astonishment. Is this even human? A single leap spanning dozens of kilometers while carrying two individuals? And that miraculous potion capable of reviving Ethan from the brink of death? With Tony's connections, he had never heard of such an extraordinary remedy. Otherwise, when he suffered from palladium poisoning, he would not have been left seeking help in vain, relying solely on plant-based drinks for relief. Upon reaching a modest city more than 100 kilometers away, Apocalypse led the two to a simple rental house. My intention in saving you is not particularly special. However, since you wish to express your gratitude, I may request something from you in the future. Certainly. I shall not compel you. If you are unwilling, you are entirely free to decline. Tony remarked, then I refuse at this moment. Haha. Apocalypse laughed heartily, aware that Tony was not an ungrateful soul. If you truly do not wish to give, I will certainly not force you. As he spoke, he produced a mobile phone and handed it to Tony. Call Colonel Rhodes and have him come to fetch you. I shall escort Ethan away. No, Ethan is my benefactor. I shall invite him to America to work in my company, and you need not trouble yourself. Tony, do you believe this abduction was mere happenstance? A shiver ran through Tony. Was it not? You shall come to understand, but there is no rush. You have just been missing for over a month, causing quite a stir in America. Now, having suddenly been rescued and accompanied by someone who once worked for militants, what do you suppose will transpire? Although we both know that Ethan was compelled to work for the Ten Rings, will others believe this? With his intellect, Tony quickly grasped the implication. Having been held captive for so long and then returned, especially with a Middle Easterner at his side, the most likely narrative would be one of coercion. It is crucial to remember that Stark Industries manufactures weapons for the Department of Defense. Any hint of doubt would render them uneasy. Furthermore, their rival, Hammer Industries, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to create trouble. In such circumstances, not only Ethan, but even Tony himself could be in jeopardy. Tony stated, I will transfer $5 million to ensure Ethan's safety. Apocalypse replied nonchalantly, rest assured, had I not wished to protect him, I would not have saved him in the first place. Ethan was a man of integrity and kindness, even amidst the chaos of his war-torn homeland. Where his loved ones had been slain by militants, he maintained a positive outlook, refusing to lament his fate and instead encouraging those around him. This had a profound impact on Tony's character. Moreover, he was an impressive scientist, having ingeniously used a car battery to save Tony's life and assisting him in the creation of his armor. In a prosperous nation, he would undoubtedly have been a prominent scientist. Apocalypse recruited him into his team, not only gaining a valuable asset but also strengthening his connection with Tony. Apocalypse turned to Ethan and asked, do you wish to return home for a visit? Kamala is nearby. Ethan was taken aback. How do you know I am from Kamala? I have never mentioned it to you. Does it matter how I know? What is important is whether you wish to return. Tony and Ethan exchanged a glance, feeling an unsettling sense of mystery surrounding this Eastern man, who not only possessed extraordinary abilities but seemed to have an intimate understanding of their circumstances. This feeling of being known was disconcerting. Despite Apocalypse having saved their lives, Tony's wariness remained intact. Ethan slowly replied, it truly does not matter. With your resources, obtaining information about a minor figure like me would be trivial. There is no need to return. I have no ties there anymore. Should I ever have the means in the future, I may assist the residents of that town, if only as a gesture of camaraderie. Then let us depart. Without a backward glance, Apocalypse took Ethan and soared into the sky. Tony stood in contemplative silence for a moment before dialing Colonel Rhodes. Chapter 13. The need for additional funds. Upon receiving the call, Colonel Rhodes promptly dispatched a fighter jet to escort Tony back to the homeland. Strangely subdued, Tony exhibited none of his former flamboyance, which had been characterized by champagne, exquisite wines, and the exuberant dances of flight attendants. This perilous encounter deeply affected him. Not only had he endured physical injuries, but he had also witnessed the misuse of his weaponry by ruthless individuals, stirring a profound unease within him. Moreover, the enigmatic Eastern figure lingered in his thoughts. Why had he not come to his aid, yet seemed concerned for his survival? There were numerous reflections that demanded his attention. Upon his return to the United States, a throng of reporters, alerted by the news, awaited him at the airport. A top-tier scientist, a leading magnate, and a notorious playboy had been kidnapped by violent extremists, and now the sensational news was ripe for coverage. Who wouldn't desire first-hand accounts of such explosive revelations? As Tony disembarked, Pepper Potts and his friend and bodyguard Happy were there to greet him. Pepper, on the verge of tears, rushed forward to embrace Tony tightly, exclaiming, I thought I would never see you again. Tony shrugged nonchalantly, but here I am. No need to cry. Your makeup will run. Happy, eager to intervene, exclaimed, it's my turn. Seeing that Pepper wouldn't let go, he simply hoisted his hefty frame to join in the embrace, leaving Tony gasping for breath. Noticing the bruises on Tony's chest, Pepper gasped, what happened? You're injured. We need to get you to a hospital. Tony replied, there is no rush. I have more pressing matters at hand. Happy, please get me a cheeseburger and arrange a press conference. The journalists were readily available, and the press conference was quickly organized. Sitting ungraciously on the floor beside the podium, Tony held a cheeseburger in hand. You know, he began, the most delectable food is not defined solely by its ingredients, but by the environment in which it is consumed. Over the past month, I was confined in a cave, where I savored the most exquisite cheeseburger and Orleans-style roasted chicken in the world. Now that I'm back, I'm indulging in the finest burger. Yet its flavor pales in comparison to that which I enjoyed in the cave. I must express my gratitude to the delivery man. Not only did he bring me the most delightful food, but he also saved me and my benefactor. Though I remain unaware of his intentions, I believe that as long as he does not seek to bring about the world's destruction, I would be willing to repay him in any way I can. A buzz of murmurs erupted from the crowd, as reporters whispered among themselves, bewildered by Tony's remarks about burgers and delivery men. Had they misinterpreted the situation? Finally, one journalist could no longer contain his curiosity. "Mr. Stark, if I may be so bold, were you kidnapped or on vacation?" Tony responded, "I was indeed kidnapped and held captive in a cave for over a month. I endured a bombing attack, and there remain fragments embedded in my chest. I am currently sustained by a battery." The room erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. What had previously been mere speculation was now confirmed by Tony himself, leaving the reporters in a state of disbelief. The United States, with its global hegemony, frequently bombarded other nations and assassinated foreign generals, inciting the ire of many. The specter of violent retaliation loomed ever-present. Even a magnate like Tony, under military protection, has found himself a victim of abduction, which only intensifies their sense of insecurity. A beautiful journalist rose to her feet and inquired, "May I ask what is the situation with the delivery person? Do violent elements still order takeout?" Tony replied, "I am not privy to more information than you. For now, I must address another significant decision." Upon hearing the mention of major news, the audience stifled their curiosity and refrained from pursuing the matter of the delivery person. Tony continued, "I was unable to bid farewell to my father. There have been questions I have long wished to pose to him, whether he ever experienced struggle or doubt. I witnessed young Americans being slain, and the very weapons I manufactured to protect them were responsible for their demise. I have come to realize that I can contribute more to the world than merely creating explosions. Therefore, I hereby announce the immediate closure of Stark International's weapons manufacturing division." A hush fell over the crowd, only to be shattered moments later as reporters surged forward, eager to ask more questions. However, Tony, exhausted, chose not to respond and departed under Happy's escort. Meanwhile, Apocalypse assigned Ethan to Dr. Stern, and the two scientists found an instant camaraderie upon meeting. Upon learning of Tony's decision through the news, Apocalypse understood that upon his return, Tony would refine the Iron Man suit. Sure enough, within days, under the cover of night, a humanoid suit flew out from Tony's residence. Apocalypse sat in a distant open-air bar, leisurely sipping beer. The initial model appeared to be the Iron Man 1 Malawian Kwacha, still unpainted, its silver metallic hue exposed. However, the 1 Malawian Kwacha was immature and bore a fatal flaw. It lacked a frost protection system. As expected, Tony tested the suit's flight altitude, pushing the limits ever higher. 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 80,000 feet. The artificial intelligence, JARVIS, cautioned, "Sir, there is a risk of potentially fatal icing." Tony responded, "Proceed. I have yet to break the fixed-wing altitude record of 85,000 feet. Soon." The frigid temperatures at high altitude caused a thick layer of ice to form on the suit, and the power system, affected by the cold, abruptly failed. "Oh," Tony cried out as he plummeted from the sky. Apocalypse remained unfazed. According to the original script, the power system should restore itself as Tony neared the ground, allowing him to fly back safely. As Tony desperately attempted to reboot the power system, only a few puffs of black smoke emerged, proving futile. "This is bad," Apocalypse realized with alarm. A fierce gust swept through the open-air bar, toppling tables and chairs, and Apocalypse vanished from sight. Boom! Unfortunately, the distance was too great. Despite Apocalypse's speed, he could not reach Tony in time. Tony fell straight to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. In a series of flashes, Apocalypse arrived at the pit and swiftly yanked off Tony's helmet. Coughing, Tony managed a weak, "Hey, we meet again." Tony coughed up blood, clearly having sustained severe injuries. Initially, he feared for his life, but upon witnessing the arrival of Apocalypse, an inexplicable sense of security washed over him. Apocalypse chuckled, remarking, "Why is it that every time I see you, misfortune seems to follow? I had hoped to witness you in your element this time." At that moment, Jarvis's voice echoed in the air. "Injury assessment. The spine is fractured into 3 segments. Both legs are broken. Internal organs are ruptured and bleeding. Emergency services have been contacted, but help will take at least 20 minutes to arrive. Master, I fear you may not endure until then." Blood froth continuously spilled from Tony's mouth, a sign of his punctured lung, and he was now struggling to breathe. With a flick of his hand, Apocalypse retrieved a vial of restorative serum from his storage compartment. "Drink this. I bear some responsibility for your injuries." Tony was deeply moved, believing Apocalypse felt guilty for failing to catch him in time. He quickly responded, "Cough. How could I possibly blame you? Cough, cough." It was my impatience. However, Tony's understanding was misguided, despite his brilliance. He could not fathom Apocalypse's true intent. Originally, Tony intended to remain in the cave for 3 months. Though arduous, this period would afford him ample time to contemplate the intricacies of his suit and refine it to perfection. Yet, Apocalypse's unexpected arrival prematurely liberated Tony from his confinement by over a month, resulting in certain technical details being overlooked. These omissions rendered the power system slightly inferior to the original narrative, causing Tony to crash instead of achieving a safe landing. Had Apocalypse not been nearby, Iron Man might have met an untimely demise before ever coming into existence. A butterfly effect, Apocalypse mused silently. Even the slightest alteration could dramatically shift the unfolding events. Thus, he resolved to exercise greater caution. One could never know when a seemingly trivial change might alter the course of events and lead to the unforeseen downfall of a superhero. You must drink this now. Delay it any longer, and you may lose the chance to speak altogether. With that, he administered the restorative serum to Tony. A radiant green light enveloped Tony, and in an instant, his injuries were completely healed. Apocalypse scrutinized the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, only to find it unrepaired. It appeared that Dr. Stern's assessment was indeed accurate. The serum recognized these old injuries as integral parts of his body and would not mend them. Tony inquired, "Is this serum the same one given to Ethan? It's remarkable that it can heal injuries instantaneously. If it could be mass-produced, humanity would no longer fear injury." Apocalypse replied, "I wish it were possible, but unfortunately, this substance is limited in supply and currently cannot be produced." Tony reflected on this, acknowledging the improbability of such a miraculous remedy becoming commonplace like cold medicine. Attempting to rise, Tony found the suit too heavy after losing power. Given his current state, standing was simply beyond his strength. The one Malawian Kwacha model was constructed from ordinary steel, and in the original story, Tony had flown home, deactivated the power, and crashed through the concrete floor into his underground laboratory. One could only imagine the weight of the suit. "I shall assist you in removing it," Apocalypse offered. "Wait a moment." Tony hurriedly intervened, insisting that they could not forcefully dismantle it. "I need to ascertain what malfunction has occurred. To open it up would compromise the integrity of the scene. It appeared that once again, he would have to carry you back." With a hint of resignation, Tanchi remarked, "In my entire life, I have never carried the same man twice. You shall have to pay extra." With that, he lifted Tony into his arms and leaped towards Tony's home. Chapter 14. Some things must be done. Upon arriving home, he encountered Pepper. Upon seeing the blood streaming from Tony's nose and mouth, Pepper gasped in alarm. "Ah, Tony, what has happened to you? We must get you to the hospital immediately." Tony reassured her, "I'm fine, merely trapped in this hunk of metal." "How can you be fine after losing so much blood? You aren't contemplating your last rites, are you?" Oh. Pepper couldn't hold back her tears. Apocalypse, observing the situation, sighed. Women truly have a penchant for tears. At least his own Black Widow was less prone to such outbursts. Ignoring Pepper's frantic worries, Apocalypse scooped Tony up and stormed into the underground laboratory, unceremoniously tossing him onto the floor, leaving the rest to the lab's mechanical arms. With the assistance of the mechanical arms, Tony finally extricated himself and introduced Pepper, saying, "This is the delivery man I mentioned, Tang Tanchi. And this is my friend and assistant, Pepper Potts. You can call her Pepper. Thank you for saving Tony, not once but twice." Pepper, tall and elegant, nearly matched Apocalypse's height thanks to her high heels. She extended her hand to shake his, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she scrutinized him. Tony trusted Pepper implicitly, never withholding any confidential matters from her, including his harrowing experiences in the cave. Yet, despite their discussions, they remained perplexed by Apocalypse's intentions. After their handshake, Pepper remarked, "In the coming days, I will be handling some matters at the company on Tony's behalf. Mr. Tang, why not stay here for a few days? We still owe you a debt of gratitude." Before Apocalypse could respond, Tony interjected, No, that won't do. I prefer solitude. Tang, I assure you, this is not a personal affront." This was indeed true. Apocalypse understood Tony's character well. In such a vast mansion, it was astonishing that only Tony and Pepper resided there. Without even a servant in sight, Tony often brought women home for the night, with Pepper assisting in the disposal of their clothing and trash. Pepper retorted to Tony, "Do you prefer solitude, or do you enjoy chaos? If it weren't for Mr. Tang, you might not have survived this time." "I still do not agree," she insisted. Apocalypse interjected, "As it happens, I have a house in need of renovation. I would like to observe your designs. Pepper, please arrange for me a spacious room." "Of course," she replied. Tony protested, Hey, do you not regard me as the master of this abode? Fine. Just ensure the room is not too close to mine. I cherish my solitude." Pepper disregarded his objections, determined to assign the nearest guest room to Apocalypse. Her concern for Tony's safety was paramount. With a formidable and enigmatic ally like Apocalypse nearby, she felt considerably more at ease. Apocalypse himself had no pressing matters. Black Widow was unresponsive to his messages, and it mattered little where he stayed. Being able to witness Tony meticulously crafting the Iron Man suit step by step was indeed a rewarding experience. Tony spent his days immersed in the underground laboratory, while Apocalypse visited on several occasions, finding it rather tedious. The process of refining the armor was intricate and laborious. The films merely showcased the most thrilling moments, while the actual development was rather monotonous. Tony often spent entire days in silence, seated before his computer, contemplating calculations. After several days, he finally refined the 2 Malawian Kwacha's model. The 2 Malawian Kwachas rectified all the flaws of the original 1 Malawian Kwacha, enabling it to withstand freezing temperatures and incorporating a lighter, sturdier titanium alloy. The flight speed was significantly enhanced, eliminating the embarrassing incidents of crashing through floors upon returning home. In celebration, Tony officially painted the suit a vibrant gold red. With his masterpiece complete, Tony decided to attend a soiree to unwind. He considered inviting Apocalypse, but Apocalypse was preoccupied with other matters and showed little interest in such Western gatherings, opting not to accompany him. At the event, a stunning female journalist presented Tony with photographs revealing that Stark Industries was still engaged in arms sales, which were harming civilians in a small town called Kamara in the Middle East. Just days after announcing the closure of the weapons division, he found himself contradicted. Tony's expression darkened. Upon returning home, he sought out Apocalypse and inquired, "Is Ethan's hometown called Kamara?" "Indeed," Apocalypse affirmed. "Have you discovered that a substantial amount of weaponry is being sold without your authorization?" "Correct." Tony was taken aback. "You knew about this too?" "That is not the crux of the matter. The real question is, are you truly resolved to destroy these weapons and save the civilians?" Tony's body tensed. "How did you know my thoughts?" It was not surprising that Apocalypse was aware of the weapons. After all, even an ordinary journalist could procure such photographs. For a mysterious and powerful being like Apocalypse, acquiring this information seemed trivial. What was alarming, however, was that Tony's desire to destroy the weapons had only just arisen on his way home, making it implausible for anyone to know. Yet Apocalypse seemed to possess this knowledge. Who exactly was this man from the East? Could he possibly read minds? "Tony, your thoughts are not particularly difficult to discern. The key lies in what choices you will make." Tony took a sip of his drink and replied, "Some things must be done. Otherwise, my conscience will not rest." With that, he descended into the underground laboratory. At this point, the Iron Man suit was still relatively rudimentary, requiring a mechanical arm for donning, a process that was both complex and time-consuming. After several minutes, Tony donned the gold-red armor and approached Apocalypse, stating, "Do not inform Pepper." Apocalypse replied, "I want to say a word, but you cannot hide it from her. Go ahead. If you encounter trouble on your return, feel free to call." With a sigh, Tony said no more and flew out the window, disappearing beneath the night sky. As he soared at full speed, a white sonic boom cloud formed around the suit, initially enveloping him before swiftly trailing behind. Tony had no qualms about the mission in Kamara. With the suit, he was an unstoppable force. He not only obliterated all Stark products but also eliminated the violent perpetrators. Even a tank was no match for a single miniature missile from the suit. Once everything was cleared, Tony presented the leader responsible for the civilian slaughter to the terrified populace, allowing them to decide his fate. This act also served as a test for the refugees. Previously, their reluctance to resist could be understood as a means of survival, but now, the circumstances were different. Now, violent individuals have invaded your homeland, committing atrocities at will. If this situation is not addressed, the future remains uncertain, and Tony has grown indifferent. Soon, the leader is overwhelmed by the enraged civilians. After resolving the chaos, Tony attempts to return. However, while exiting is relatively easy, re-entering proves to be a challenge. The United States monitors outgoing flights with leniency, yet remains vigilant against unidentified aerial vehicles entering its territory. Shortly after Tony nears the border, ground radar detects him, prompting 2 F-22 fighter jets to take off in pursuit. In the midst of this chase, Colonel Rhodes, Tony's friend and the future war machine, senses something amiss. The style and technology are unmistakably reminiscent of Tony. He promptly contacts Tony, inquiring, "Is that you in a humanoid aircraft over my base?" To which Tony replies, "How could that be? I'm at home, enjoying a bath." Colonel Rhodes reassures him, "That's good to hear. We are preparing to take it down." A missile launches from the side of an F-22, and Tony swiftly releases a barrage of decoy flares for protection. The missile collides with the decoys, resulting in a spectacular explosion that lights up the sky. However, another fighter jet closely trails Tony, unleashing a hail of bullets from its onboard machine gun. Caught off guard, Tony's suit sustains damage to its back. Realizing he cannot escape by speed alone, an idea sparks in Tony's mind. He spreads his limbs mid-air to increase air resistance and hides beneath the aircraft. Unfortunately, this concealment is fleeting, as another fighter jet soon spots him. In the original narrative, Tony proactively called Colonel Rhodes, pleading for mercy, and narrowly escaped. Consequently, Colonel Rhodes held a press conference, claiming military exercises had led to the damage of an F-22. However, with the arrival of Apocalypse, the individual whom Tony seeks assistance from has changed. Soon, Apocalypse receives Tony's call. "Dawn, are you a prophet? How did you know I would encounter trouble on my return?" Apocalypse chuckles, "Let me think. 2 F-22s, and you likely can't handle them." At this moment, Tony's armor is still in its rudimentary stages, agile yet lacking in speed and firepower to contend with the advanced F-22s. "You are entirely correct. Please hurry to my aid." or I shall face death for the third time. Hold on for a moment. Let me see what useful items you have at home. Apocalypse scans the hall, grasping two medieval antique spears, and leaps towards the U.S. border. Chapter 15. The report cannot be written. The power of Apocalypse eclipses that of the Hulk by threefold. Possessing a significantly lighter physique, when leaping, he does not resemble a cumbersome beast. Instead, he expertly harnesses aerodynamics to minimize drag, achieving unprecedented distances and speeds that far surpass those of the Hulk. With terrifying launching strength, each jump propels Apocalypse like a cannonball, creating sonic booms in the air and covering distances of over 100 kilometers. After several mighty leaps, he spots two distant black specks, military aircraft. Tony, lower your flight altitude and lure the aircraft down, Apocalypse commands. Understood. Tony responds without hesitation, his suit folding as he plunges downward. The aircraft, mistaking the humanoid flying machine for a retreating target, also descends, following closely to attack. Bullets, as thick as a finger, rain down from the sky, kicking up dust around Apocalypse. On the ground, he remains unyielding, calculating the distance and speed with precision. Whoosh, whoosh. Two slender afterimages flash into existence. Boom, boom. The spears strike true, piercing the propulsion compartments of the two aircraft, which immediately belch forth thick clouds of black smoke, losing power and beginning to spiral helplessly. The pilots, left with no choice, eject to safety. By the time they touch down, both Tony and Apocalypse have vanished without a trace. Before long, rescue crews arrived, astonished by the sight of two F-22 fighter jets with spears embedded in their engines. They relay the shocking news back to base, prompting an irate general to bellow. Are you jesting with me? Two spears have taken down F-22s? Are we at war with cavemen? I must see this for myself. Upon witnessing the wreckage, Colonel Rhodes and his team are left speechless, exchanging glances of disbelief. Spears. Simple, unadorned spears, embedded in the engines of the aircraft. Still smoking, a glaring contrast between the most advanced technology and the most primitive weaponry. The notion that two of the most sophisticated F-22 fighters were brought down by mere spears is beyond comprehension. Colonel Rhodes, unwilling to relent, inquires, whose black technology crafted these spears? A technician, after examination, shakes his head. Colonel, based on their hardness and flexibility, they appear to be made of ordinary steel. With a heavy sigh, Colonel Rhodes reflects, my goodness, the loss of two F-22s, this is a matter of such gravity that the White House is bound to know. Am I truly expected to document that they were felled by two ordinary spears? This report is impossible to write back in the laboratory. Tony feels considerably uplifted after executing a righteous deed. Little does he know, Obadiah Stane, the vice president of Stark Industries and a clandestine arms dealer, is now more resolute in his intentions to eliminate Tony. Stane, a cunning and brilliant bald man, was once a partner of Tony's father and an elder to Tony himself, holding minimal shares but harboring grand ambitions. While Tony devoted his energies to scientific pursuits and romantic endeavors, he remained disinterested in company management, allowing Stane to seize unilateral control. Suddenly, Tony announced the closure of the weapons division, a decision that infringed upon his authority and benefits, especially since he was merely a minor shareholder. Unable to resist the change, Apocalypse was aware of these circumstances, yet he pondered that unless Tony inquired, it would be prudent to remain silent to avoid altering the narrative. After all, in the original storyline, Tony and his associates incurred no significant losses. Tony, I desire a suit of that caliber, Apocalypse expressed. Given your prowess, what need do you have for armor? Tony retorted. Flight, Apocalypse replied. Though I leap swiftly, I cannot match the long-range speed of your suit, and jumping about lacks elegance. Tony jested, I never imagined you to be such a gentleman. Yet, how can a gentleman disregard his host's objections and impose upon them? Not only do I intend to stay for free, but I also plan to take advantage of it, Apocalypse quipped. However, I do not wish for the model you currently wear. The two Malawian quatches is outdated and exceedingly cumbersome, requiring multiple mechanical arms for assistance. Tony was taken aback. He had just single-handedly taken on two F-22 fighter jets, yet it was deemed outdated? What do you envision then? Apocalypse contemplated. Firstly, it must be wearable and easily portable, ideally not exceeding the size of a suitcase. If it cannot be conveniently transported, it serves no purpose to me. I might as well leap. Secondly, it should enhance flight capabilities. My physique surpasses yours, and I can endure the gravitational forces from powerful accelerations. Instantaneous acceleration can be formidable. Enhancing acceleration is not a challenge. Tony acknowledged. I can simply increase the power. However, reducing the dimensions to suitcase size will be somewhat troublesome. I may require some time. I shall await your progress. Confident that you will succeed, Apocalypse replied. A suitcase-sized suit had been achieved in Iron Man 2, and there were even more advanced and miniature designs capable of contending with Thanos. Nevertheless, even a genius like Iron Man had to proceed at a measured pace. Haste was not advisable. At that moment, Jarvis's AI voice interrupted. Sir, Miss Potts' phone has lost signal. The last recording was her scream. Immediately, Pepper's voice echoed through the speaker. Notify Tony. Tony's expression shifted dramatically. This is terrible. Pepper has been discovered. What has transpired? He displayed photographs of weapons. Recalling that the arms he had discovered in the Middle East were produced by his company, despite having ordered the dissolution of the weapons division. It was evident that there was a mole clandestinely selling weapons. Consequently, he had dispatched Pepper to investigate the company, unsuspecting that it would place her in peril. Who could the traitor be? Apocalypse smirked. Who else could it be? Consider this. Within Stark Industries, who could secretly sell weapons without your knowledge? Tony understood immediately. Are you suggesting Obadiah Stane? He was my father's partner and has watched me grow up. This is inconceivable. Where there are interests at stake. Nothing is impossible, Apocalypse replied. Wait a moment. News will arrive shortly. I cannot wait. What of Pepper? I must rescue her immediately. Do not be hasty. Until you surrender the design blueprints for the arc reactor, she will not be in danger. Look, he has arrived. As he spoke, the surveillance revealed a luxurious vehicle arriving outside Tony's mansion, and the visitor was none other than the bald-headed Obadiah Stane. I shall leave you to confront him alone. Make sure you discern his true nature, he said, and with a swift motion, vanished from Tony's sight. The bald-headed man entered, casually engaging Tony in conversation while subtly probing about the reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Forewarned by his earlier encounter, Tony remained guarded. He refrained from mentioning Pepper's disappearance and only stated that the arc reactor was not yet perfected. Stane, undeterred, continued his probing, but upon realizing Tony's steadfastness, he abandoned the pretense. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sonic wave erupted, causing Tony to collapse onto the sofa. Stane produced a small device, declaring, "This is the latest weapon. An ultrasonic screwdriver, capable of inducing muscle resonance through sonic energy, rendering even an elephant immobile in an instant." What are you doing? Tony questioned, his voice strained. Stane replied, "Initially, I intended to wait until you perfected the arc reactor before taking action. I had no intention of killing you. However, you made a grave mistake by sending Pepper to investigate me. I have no choice but to act prematurely." With that, he ripped open Tony's shirt and twisted the miniature reactor, detaching it with ease. Without the energy support, Tony's heart faltered, and he struggled to breathe as his lungs ceased to function. Stane, cradling the arc reactor, reveled in its splendor, exclaiming, "What a masterpiece! This shall be your most remarkable legacy, Tony, the king of weaponry in a new generation. With it as the power source, our weapons will dominate the globe, and every user of our armor will be compelled to acquire it. Our company will ascend to become the epicenter of global power. Alas, you will not witness it." Stane placed the arc reactor into a briefcase and strolled away with audacity. At that moment, Tony, still affected by the ultrasonic screwdriver and devoid of energy, found himself utterly powerless. Apocalypse slowly materialized. Gritting his teeth, Tony forced a smile and asked, "Are you prepared to watch me perish? I thought you would at least help me up. There's a prototype of the arc reactor downstairs." I can't move. In the original narrative, Tony managed to crawl down to the laboratory solo, assisted by mechanical arms to install the prototype of the arc reactor. Yet, something had gone awry. He was inexplicably immobilized. Perhaps it was the presence of Apocalypse that diminished his will to survive. Tony's complexion deepened to a shade of purple, prompting Apocalypse to act without hesitation. Stomping the ground, he created a gaping hole, sending Tony and the sofa crashing into the laboratory below. Surveying the surroundings, Tony quickly spotted the prototype of the arc reactor, adorned by Pepper. Apocalypse shattered the glass casing and assisted Tony in the installation. With a deep, restorative breath, Tony gradually regained his strength. Simultaneously, a chime resonated in Apocalypse's mind. Rescue one life, reward one vial of restorative potion. Apocalypse couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. According to the system's assessment, if he refrained from intervening, Tony would indeed meet his demise. It appears that the ramifications of the butterfly effect are not to be underestimated. Tony gazed at Apocalypse with curiosity, inquiring, "How is it that you seem to know everything? If it weren't for the awareness of your formidable prowess, I would suspect that you are the true mastermind behind these Machiavellian schemes." Chapter 16, The Final Battle of Iron Man. The mysteries of fate are not to be revealed. Why did you not seize him earlier? Tony inquired. If I had captured him, how could we rescue Pepper? We shall simply follow him. Tony suddenly enlightened. Leave the tracking to me. As he spoke, he activated the holographic display, swiftly revealing the trajectory of the bald man's vehicle. In truth, even without tracking, it was apparent that the bald man was returning to the company. However, to mitigate the risk of a butterfly effect, it was prudent to follow the vehicle closely. Tony donned his armor and soared into the sky. At that moment, Colonel Rhodes called. "Tony, Pepper just contacted me, informing that 5 agents are heading to your company, but now she is unreachable. Do you know what is happening?" Tony replied, "It's my uncle, Stan, causing trouble. Pepper likely intends to apprehend him. I am on my way to find him. Do you need any assistance?" Clear the airspace. If anything unusual appears in the sky, do not interfere with me. And if you see anyone jumping around up there, do not provoke them. Jumping around in the sky? Colonel Rhodes was perplexed. While it was not surprising for Tony's technological prowess to produce flying devices, what could possibly be meant by jumping around? And why the warning not to engage? Was there truly an entity in this world that the U.S. military could not confront? Unbeknownst to them, Apocalypse was unaware of their conversation. For the sake of safety and precise landing, he moderated his strength, leaping only a few hundred meters at a time, swiftly ascending and descending, cloaked in the cover of night. In stark contrast, Tony was far more ostentatious. The fiery exhaust from his suit was strikingly conspicuous against the dark sky. Quickly detected by the military. Fortunately, Tony had forewarned them. Otherwise, fighter jets would have certainly intercepted him. The bald man's luxury vehicle skidded to a stop in front of Stark Industries, leaving the doors unlocked as he hurriedly ascended the building. According to infrared scans, Pepper is confined in the basement, surrounded by a dozen armed personnel, Tony noted. Damn, these are Stark Industries security forces. I will handle Pepper's situation. Stan is deeply intertwined with my family, and it is my duty to conclude this matter, providing my father with closure. Be careful. The bald man's combat gear may rival your own. With that, the two parted ways. Following the holographic map Tony provided, Apocalypse advanced into the lower levels. Upon reaching the first floor, he discovered several agents cautiously advancing with their firearms. Clearly, they were there to rescue Pepper. Among them was a familiar face, Coulson. In the Marvel Universe, Coulson is an exceedingly significant character. Although not a superhero, his presence is felt in many pivotal events. Ultimately, he met his demise at the hands of Loki, yet before his death, he managed to fire an energy blast at Loki. In an alternate timeline of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., he ascended to the role of director, leading another group of superpowered individuals against Hydra and various villains, including the beloved Quake, Sky. Hey, Coulson. Several agents, their nerves taut with tension, aimed their weapons squarely at Apocalypse. Coulson inquired, "Who are you?" To which Apocalypse retorted, "Do you not know who I am? Did Director Fury not enlighten you?" Surely, his clash on the streets of New York with the Abomination and the Hulk must have been documented in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives. Did Coulson truly lack the clearance to access such pivotal information? One could only wonder at the level of secrecy Fury had imposed on his own dossier. Yet, this seemed to align perfectly with Fury's meticulous nature. In the original narrative of the Avengers, he had dispatched Captain America and Black Widow to rescue A.S.H.I.E.L.D. vessel, while covertly orchestrating a secret mission unbeknownst even to Captain America. The captain, upon discovering this, had confronted Fury, arguing that such clandestine arrangements endangered the team. It was evident that Fury operated with extreme caution, likely denying Coulson access to his own records. "Sir, regardless of your identity, I implore you to step back immediately. Otherwise, we shall consider you a threat," Coulson declared. "Suit yourself, but your hesitation only delays the search for Pepper," Apocalypse replied. As he strode past Coulson and his colleagues, Coulson shouted, "Shoot his legs." The sound of gunfire erupted as several bullets struck Apocalypse's legs. The American agents indeed exhibited an overbearing attitude. A mere hint of defiance warranted a barrage of gunfire. Had it not been for his awareness of Coulson's integrity, Apocalypse might have tossed them aside without a second thought. However, rescuing Pepper was paramount, so he refrained from further engagement. With a decisive stomp, the ground beneath him collapsed. Descending to the second basement level, Apocalypse unleashed another powerful kick. With a thunderous crash, he breached 2 floors in under 5 seconds, arriving at the lowest subterranean level. This time, it was not Coulson who fired, but the guards assigned to Pepper, who opened fire. How despicable, Apocalypse thought. Remaining unfazed as he swiftly closed the distance to an armed guard, seizing the MP5 from his grasp and crushing it into a crumpled mass of metal. They were complicit in the betrayal of their employer, Stark, and had evidently conspired with the likes of the imposing figure known as the Big Head. Thus, Apocalypse felt no obligation to show restraint. With a swift motion, he grasped the guard by the throat, lifting him effortlessly and dislocating every joint in his body with a mere flick of his wrist, rendering the guard incapacitated on the ground. His recent training had indeed borne fruit. While he could not significantly enhance his combat prowess, he was no longer limited to the mindless rampage of the Hulk. Bullets rained down once more upon Apocalypse, though they inflicted no serious harm. Nevertheless, the sting of pain ignited his fury. With both hands, he slammed down onto the ground, unleashing a shockwave that sent all armed guards sprawling, unconscious and defeated. A grin spread across Apocalypse's face. There was an undeniable satisfaction in sheer brutality. No wonder the Hulk relished destruction. Such an exhilarating sensation of obliterating everything in his path was simply irresistible. Little Pepper was confined in a storage room when Apocalypse announced, "Stand against the wall. I am about to break down the door." With a resounding crash, the heavy steel door was flung open, colliding violently with the opposite wall. Tony sent me to rescue you. Are you all right? Apocalypse inquired. I am fine. What about Tony? Little Pepper responded. He has gone to settle scores with the bald giant. We must leave this place. It is not safe to linger. With that, he wrapped his arm around Little Pepper's slender waist and leaped upward, landing directly in front of Coulson. Gazing at the array of gun barrels aimed at him, Apocalypse furrowed his brow and asked, Are you certain you wish to fire? I am not always so tempered. Coulson quickly gestured for the other agents to lower their weapons. In the brief moments since he had encountered Apocalypse, the latter had endured hundreds of bullets. Aside from some tattered clothing, he appeared unscathed. Provoking him further would be utterly foolish, especially since he had just rescued Little Pepper, indicating he was an ally. Coulson recalled that Apocalypse had mentioned the director and resolved to inquire about him upon returning to the office. With this in mind, he signaled to Apocalypse, Thank you for your assistance, Miss Potts. We should leave promptly. Outside, the sounds of commotion echoed, indicating that Tony was already engaged in battle with the bald giant. On the streets outside Stark Industries, chaos reigned, with debris strewn everywhere. Frightened pedestrians cried out as the clash between Tony and the bald giant extended onto the nearby highway, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. In a bid to save a mother and her child from a vehicle, Tony found himself on the defensive, being overpowered by the bald giant. The giant's mechanized voice boomed. For years, I have supported you while toiling in the company. Did you think that being a playboy, flitting from one woman to another, would be sufficient to run a successful business? And now, you dare to take away the fruits of my decades of labor? With a thunderous stomp, the massive mechanical legs crushed down upon Tony. Fortunately, Tony's armor was resilient. Despite being battered, it afforded him some protection. The bald giant seized Tony and hurled him onto a bus, which was crushed in half upon impact. A missile shot forth from the giant's armor, detonating on the bus, propelling Tony high into the air. Were it not for the formidable defenses of his suit, he would have been incapacitated by the blast. The commotion had certainly caught the attention of the military. As an officer prepared to notify the relevant parties, Colonel Rhodes restrained him, saying, No need. This is merely a drill. Maintain observation. Tony found himself in a dire predicament, having assumed that his armor would easily overpower the bald giant. He had urged Colonel Rhodes not to intervene. Yet, he was now realizing that while the bald giant's armor might not be as advanced, its weaponry far surpassed his own, leaving him without assistance. After assessing the dire situation, Tony had a sudden epiphany and commanded, J-A-R-V-I-S. Initiate full ascent. Sir, your energy is dwindling to a mere 15. I fear. I understand. I shall comply. Instantly, the battle suit ignited with white flames and soared towards the heavens. Chapter 17, The Showdown. I am Iron Man. The bald giant believed that Tony was attempting to flee and erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Tony, you cannot escape. As he spoke, his mech emitted thick black smoke, relentlessly pursuing Tony from behind, forming a visible column of smoke against the backdrop of the city's lights. Damn, the pollution is severe. Can't anyone do something about it? Apocalypse remarked to Coulson. Coulson, at a loss for words, thought to himself, who has the luxury to concern themselves with pollution at a time like this? This is not within our jurisdiction. Tony ascended higher into the sky, his power reserves dwindling. With no route of retreat, he realized that if he could not endure until the bald giant's clumsy mech froze, he would be vulnerable to annihilation in midair. Glancing down, Tony pondered, I wonder if that monster, Tang, can leap this high. Probably not. Otherwise, I might as well summon him for rescue. Unbeknownst to him, Tony had developed a subtle reliance on Apocalypse, a feeling so nuanced that he was oblivious to it himself. However, down below, Apocalypse received a system alert. Ding. Iron Man trust level increased, fortune sharing at 60. Fortuitously, as they reached an altitude of 1,000 meters, the bald giant's mech finally froze, identical to Tony's previous suit, losing power and plummeting straight down, ultimately crashing near Stark Tower. Tony scarcely had time to rejoice. His suit had lost power, forcing him to activate the backup energy, resulting in intermittent reverse thrusters that allowed him to barely achieve a safe landing at Stark Tower. To his dismay, as soon as he landed, he was ambushed from behind by the bald giant's mech, which seized him in a crushing embrace. Exploiting the mechanical advantage, the giant attempted to strangle Iron Man. In a moment of urgency, Tony launched a decoy projectile, originally designed to disrupt missile targeting, now repurposed as a flashbang. And it worked. The dazzling red flashbangs illuminated the sky, temporarily blinding the giant, who loosened his grip just enough for Tony to escape. In the original narrative, Tony had lured the giant to the top of Stark Tower, instructing Pepper to overload the large arc reactor below, unleashing a beam of laser energy to eliminate the giant. However, at this moment, Pepper had already been escorted far away by Coulson, and the story would not unfold as it once did. Tony, caught in a precarious situation, had not even considered this plan. Tang, my good friend, could you lend a hand? Despite being at a disadvantage, Tony's playboy persona shone through. Even in his plea for help, Apocalypse chuckled. I have a proposal. Lure him to the rooftop, and I will overload the arc reactor, using the energy from the overload to defeat him. What do you think? Tony, incredulous, replied, with your immense power, why are you fixated on destroying my company's equipment? The arc reactor cost a fortune. He added, by the way, you still owe me for the delivery fee from rescuing you in the desert. All right. We'll settle the payment after we finish this. Just help me out. Seeing that the bald giant had locked onto him once more, Tony could no longer maintain his composure and urgently sought assistance. Fine. As Apocalypse gazed upon the two steel behemoths atop the building, he bent his knees slightly and, with a resounding thud, propelled himself upwards. Let go of that man, you bald giant. With a fierce kick, Apocalypse sent the mecha flying, faced with a formidable adversary. The bald giant remained unfazed, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Allow me to demonstrate my new weaponry. In that instant, 8 weapon systems emerged from the shoulders, hands, waist, and legs of the mecha, small missiles, Gatling gun barrels, and laser tubes. A cacophony of sounds erupted. Whoosh, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. Countless projectiles rained down upon Apocalypse, engulfing him in a massive fireball. As the onslaught continued, the fireball swelled ominously. Watching from a distance, Tony felt a chill run down his spine. Such ferocity could certainly obliterate him, even in armor. Would Apocalypse emerge unscathed? Suddenly, the fireball shifted. Apocalypse, undeterred by the bombardment, strode steadily forward, step by deliberate step, until he stood before the bald giant, witnessing the horror etched on his face. Is this all you have? He taunted, seizing a mechanical arm, and with a sharp crack, wrenched it free at the shoulder. Ah! The bald giant cried in agony, as both his mechanical arm and his own limbs were torn away. Unmoved, Apocalypse thrust forward, dislodging the giant's chest plate and then sending the helmet flying with a swift strike. The bald giant, in his pursuit of personal gain, had sold weapons to violent factions, resulting in countless innocent lives lost. Even Tony's abduction had been orchestrated through his leaked information. Such retribution was but a mild consequence. I'll leave the rest to you, Apocalypse declared, turning back. You must craft me a suit, not only stylish but capable of withstanding bullets and missile strikes. His tattered attire left much to be desired. He couldn't possibly engage in battle while resembling a beggar. Tony chuckled wryly. Even my Iron Man suit might not withstand that kind of firepower. Where would I procure such formidable materials? Apocalypse patted Tony's shoulder reassuringly. You are a genius. You will find a way. At that moment, the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air as numerous officers converged on the scene. Colonel Rhodes might manage military affairs, but he held no sway over the police. Apocalypse had little interest in the remaining aftermath. With Tony's connections, it would be a straightforward matter to resolve. The following day, a press conference was convened. The previous night's battle had inflicted extensive damage, stretching from Stark Industries Tower to the highway, and even into the skies, leaving countless injuries and an incalculable number of destroyed vehicles. A public explanation was imperative. Colonel Rhodes, pinching his nose, spun a tale for the gathered reporters. Yesterday, a malfunction occurred in the simulation systems of 2 prototype robots from Stark Industries, resulting in a rampage. Fortunately, one of Tony's personal bodyguards intervened just in time to rescue him and avert further disaster. Tragically, the bald giant, Obadiah Stane, met with an unfortunate demise in this incident. When it was Tony's turn to make a statement, he impatiently read a few lines from the script provided by Coulson. A beautiful reporter in the audience abruptly interrupted. Mr. Stark, do you truly expect us to believe your nonsense? There's a legendary superhero known as Iron Man who supposedly prevented President Stane from going mad. And that Iron Man is you. Tony chuckled awkwardly. Come now, what makes me a superhero? I'm hardly cut out for that role. Is that so? The reporter retorted with a provocative expression, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. This captivating journalist had shared a night of passion with Tony. She had awakened in his home, with Pepper Potts providing her a change of clothes and arranging her departure. Both were well-versed in the unspoken rules of adulthood. She didn't tea-cling, and he didn't tea-linger. Yet, a thread of sentiment remained, provoked by his one-night lover. Tony's playboy instincts could no longer be restrained. In a moment of impulsiveness, he declared, Indeed, I am Iron Man. The audience erupted in excitement. Thus, the superhero Iron Man, who would eventually save countless lives and combat formidable villains, was officially born. This also signified the impending arrival of powerful adversaries. Regarding the explosive news of Iron Man, Apocalypse casually perused several articles. Indeed, one's character dictates their actions. Tony had publicly revealed his identity, aligning with his flamboyant, attention-seeking persona. Apocalypse did not attempt to conceal his presence. Nick Fury had taken care of that. From the chaotic battle among the 3 Titans on the streets of New York to the conflict at Stark Industries, all records were mysteriously absent online. This saved Apocalypse a considerable amount of trouble. The less attention he drew, the more time he had for personal growth. Since acquiring the Hulk's triple strength, Apocalypse had significantly improved his combat skills. However, his fundamental power had not undergone any substantial transformation. This forcibly obtained strength seemed incapable of being honed. Fundamentally different from the Hulk, who grew stronger with his rage. In the realm of comics, the Hulk could evolve into a planetary titan, while Apocalypse's strength would remain forever capped at thrice that of the Hulk unless extraordinary circumstances occurred. This was far from sufficient when facing various supervillains in the future. Yet, for the time being, Apocalypse had no choice but to focus on honing his combat techniques. After Tony proclaimed himself Iron Man, he garnered immense attention but also attracted trouble. The most immediate concern arose from his arch-nemesis, Hammer Industries, which began to accuse Iron Man of jeopardizing national security and demanded that he surrender the technology behind his armor. Invited to debate in Congress, Tony remained his usual irreverent self, delivering a brilliant argument that earned him rounds of applause, much to the displeasure of the CEO of Hammer Industries and a certain rotund politician. However, they found themselves powerless against a wealthy and influential genius. Their financial and political clout paled in comparison to Stark's. This was an attempt to harness public sentiment from the media frenzy to compel Iron Man to disclose his technology. But unexpectedly, their efforts were in vain, with no one in the audience siding with them. Ultimately, Iron Man concluded the debate with a rather ostentatious remark. "I have successfully monopolized world peace." Amidst the resounding applause, Iron Man departed with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, every movement of his was keenly observed by a burly man far away in Siberia, dressed in a white tank top. With a toothpick clenched between his teeth, the man stared intently at the Iron Man on the screen, while the table before him was cluttered with blueprints, prominently featuring the miniature arc reactor designed by Iron Man Chapter 18. "Iron Man, your flirting skills are abysmal." Meanwhile, Iron Man commenced his daily regimen of consuming green plant juices, oblivious to the fact that Pepper and his bodyguard Happy believed it was merely for the sake of fitness. However, Apocalypse was aware that this was a response to the accumulation of toxins from the reactor embedded in Iron Man's chest, which had begun to adversely affect his health. At present, Iron Man was still utilizing the relatively outdated palladium element, which, while capable of providing energy, harbored radioactive toxins that would incessantly erode his body. The sole remedy lay in substituting palladium with a cleaner and safer element. Yet, even a genius like Iron Man found himself at a loss for a suitable alternative. Apocalypse provided Iron Man with several restorative potions, but it wasn't long before Iron Man discerned an issue. These potions exhibited peculiar characteristics. They could only precisely eliminate the toxins accumulated from the previous day, with not even a fraction more. The toxins from the day before that remained completely unaffected. At this rate, unless he could procure 30,000 restorative potions to sustain him until the age of 80, this would ultimately prove futile. Apocalypse sighed in resignation. 30,000. You say? I currently possess only a little over 100 of these potions, and they are non-renewable. Moreover, we have yet to ascertain their composition. Iron Man chuckled awkwardly. Given the rarity of these potions, each one has the potential to save a life. I suppose I was being greedy. After a brief pause, he continued. Please do not inform Pepper and Happy. I wish to spare them the burden of worry. On the surface, Pepper was Iron Man's assistant and Happy his bodyguard. Yet the three shared a bond of trust akin to that of family. Ultimately, Iron Man wed Pepper, and they welcomed a daughter named Morgan. Meanwhile, according to the original narrative, Happy was likely to become entangled with Aunt May, Spider-Man's alluring relative. Iron Man pressed a button on his watch and said, Happy, come in and help me practice some punches. Why don't you call me? Apocalypse shrugged. Come on, I wouldn't want to be subjected to your monstrous prowess. Even clad in armor, I wouldn't stand a chance against your single punch. Moments later, Happy, donned in a tailored suit, entered. He regarded Apocalypse with curiosity, aware only that he was a distinguished guest of Iron Man's, having assisted in their escape from the Ten Rings in the Middle East. Yet knowing little more about this enigmatic visitor. On one hand, Apocalypse had instructed them to conceal his identity and abilities, a directive that both Iron Man and Pepper took to heart. On the other hand, Happy was quite the chatterbox, had he known Apocalypse's true identity and strength. There was no telling when, during a drinking session, he might boast and inadvertently reveal secrets. It was important to note that, as Iron Man's associate, he was under constant scrutiny from countless intelligence agencies and gossip rags eager to obtain first-hand information. Happy changed into loose-fitting training attire and sparred with Iron Man for a while. Before long, Tony found himself panting heavily. In contrast, Happy, despite his corpulent physique, displayed a consistent and steady breath, evidently possessing genuine martial prowess. Tony, Happy suggested, why don't you take a break? I can practice with Apocalypse for a while. Upon hearing this, Iron Man quickly interjected, you mustn't provoke him. I fear he might lose control of his strength and crush you with a mere fingertip. Unexpectedly, this concerned remark ignited Happy's competitive spirit, and Iron Man could not restrain him, insisting on exchanging a few moves. Happy provocatively challenged Tanchi, saying, Mr. Tang, You wouldn't be afraid, would you? Tianchi chuckled. All right, I was looking for a weaker opponent to practice with anyway. It's essential to control my strength to avoid inadvertently causing serious harm in the future. Iron Man interjected. Tang, do take it easy. Happy is my dear friend, and I must implore you not to injure him too severely. Happy immediately flushed, feeling his pride wounded profoundly, questioning his worth in the eyes of the boss. He silently vowed to give this Eastern guest a memorable experience in their bout. Without changing attire, Tianchi nonchalantly hopped onto the stage, assuming a Tai Chi stance. Tai Chi, known for its ability to use softness to overcome hardness, was indeed fitting for someone who wished to avoid inflicting harm. Though Tianchi possessed only a superficial understanding of this martial art, his immense strength allowed him to master many intricacies through sheer force. Happy, adopting a standard striking posture, sprang lightly on his feet, shifting his form to evade his opponent's focus, and suddenly lunged forward, aiming a punch at Tianchi's face. Unfortunately, to Tianchi, his movements appeared sluggish and feeble, akin to a snail's pace. With a simple technique, he executed a catching the sparrow's tail maneuver, which sent Happy soaring through the air, crashing against the elastic barrier of the ring. The elastic band creaked ominously, stretched to its limit, before it rebounded violently, propelling the 200-pound Happy back into the opposite barrier. Ultimately, he fell to the center of the stage, momentarily unable to rise. In just one move, Happy was defeated. His dignity deflated like a punctured balloon. Refusing to accept defeat, he lay on the ground, stating, I was careless. I lost my balance. Let me rest a moment before we continue. Just then, Pepper Potts entered, her high heels clicking on the floor, followed by a woman dressed in professional attire. A white blouse and black trousers, with a captivating figure. Tony, this is the legal department's assistant, Rashman Natasha. She needs you to sign some documents. The newcomer was none other than Black Widow. Upon seeing the impeccably dressed Natasha, exuding an alluring seriousness, Iron Man's eyes lit up. Compared to the women he typically pursued, Natasha's aura was in a league of its own. As Black Widow entered, she spotted Tianchi, and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. She had never anticipated encountering the husband she had been evading under such circumstances. In the original storyline, Director Fury had dispatched Black Widow to gather intelligence after Tony's announcement as Iron Man, to ascertain whether Iron Man posed a threat to Earth's safety and to evaluate his potential inclusion in the Avengers. Now, besides gathering intelligence, there was an added layer to her mission. Given Fury's extensive knowledge, it was inconceivable that he was unaware of Tianchi's presence here. Sending Black Widow was evidently an opportunity for the two to meet. Observing Black Widow feign ignorance of his identity, Tianchi remained unperturbed, curious to see how long she could maintain the charade. Tony, now fully embodying his playboy persona, approached her, saying, the new assistant in the legal department, I presume? I am unaware of this. You are always welcome here. In the past, Black Widow did not hesitate to utilize her allure to acquire information. However, her unassuming husband was nearby, and Director Fury had cautioned her against employing such charms. Thus, Black Widow was naturally cautious. With an earnest demeanor, she stated, Mr. Stark, this pertains to an agreement concerning the acquisition of several subsidiaries, involving equity restructuring, and your signature is required for confirmation. There is no rush. Why don't we take a moment to sit down and enjoy a glass of champagne while we discuss it? Reviewing legal documents can be quite time-consuming, and standing is rather taxing. I do not fear hardship, she replied, and drinking alcohol during work hours is prohibited. The more she declined, the more Tony Stark felt a stirring desire. With his looks, wealth, and fame, he had never encountered a woman he could not entice. This incited a quiet ire in Pepper Potts, who, at that moment, held only the title of assistant and had no grounds to voice her feelings. Each time she witnessed Stark returning with another woman, her frustration deepened. Black Widow noticed Apocrypha smiling silently nearby, and a sense of unease gripped her, compelling her to withdraw further from Stark's advances. She quickly handed the documents to him and stepped aside. However, in Stark's eyes, her demeanor appeared akin to that of a bashful young doe, exuding a unique charm among Western women. What's happening up there? Black Widow redirected the conversation. Is someone injured? Happy, noticing the stunning woman's attention, sprang up excitedly, exclaiming, No, how could I be injured? I was merely fatigued from practicing my punches and needed a moment to rest. He boasted, waving his boxing gloves. So, Natasha, would you like me to teach you a few self-defense moves? Sure, Black Widow agreed hastily, eager to escape Stark's entanglement, although her eyes discreetly darted towards Apocrypha. All right, beautiful. For the first lesson, focus on your opponent and keep your eyes trained on them. Do not look away. Happy attempted to draw Black Widow's gaze, nudging her through his gloves, but inadvertently triggered her instinctive response. With a swift Brazilian jiu-jitsu maneuver, she deftly locked her legs around Happy's neck, leveraging his weight to bring him down to the ground. Stark and Pepper gasped in surprise, along with Apocrypha. Happy struggled momentarily, realizing his predicament, and resorted to tapping the ground in surrender, though he stubbornly retorted, "That doesn't count. I wasn't ready." Stark, mesmerized by her beauty, modesty, and prowess, turned to Pepper, discarding the legal documents. "This is the woman I desire. Transfer her to my side." Pepper pouted defiantly no. Stark's intentions could not be concealed from her keen perception, and she resolutely disagreed. At that moment, Apocrypha seized the opportunity to assert his claim, knowing that if Stark continued to linger, he would never relent in his pursuit of beauty. "Tony, your approach to wooing is utterly inept. Allow me to demonstrate how it's done." Apocrypha grinned mischievously. Chapter 19. Is the bet on Black Widow? Iron Man expressed his surprise, saying, "Oh, I had presumed that Easterners would be rather bashful when it comes to romantic pursuits. I am eager to witness your approach to wooing women." As Apocalypse approached her slowly, Black Widow felt an increasing sense of unease. He drew near, their breaths intertwining, and with a swift motion, embraced her around the waist. "Natasha, is it?" "Indeed. A splendid name that suits you well. Meeting is destiny. I have purchased a house in New York, which is my home. Why not accompany me there for a bottle of red wine, to engage in a deep conversation and perhaps untangle some of our inner conflicts?" He leaned down and bestowed upon her a lingering French kiss, causing Black Widow to melt into his embrace, reminiscent of her wedding night, nearly collapsing in his arms. This audacious display left Iron Man, Pepper, and Happy utterly astonished. Is this truly how one courts a woman? Without any preamble, he simply kissed her? Iron Man's mind was a whirlwind of disbelief. Despite his fame and undeniable charm, he would never dare to act in such a manner, fearing a swift rebuke. Yet, observing Natasha's reaction, it was clear she had succumbed, captivated. Perhaps he should consider employing such a technique in the future? After the kiss, Black Widow sought to extricate herself. But Apocalypse, with his formidable strength, held her firm. She could not break free, striking his chest with a few playful punches. To the bystanders, it appeared more like flirtation. Yet, Black Widow felt a twinge of guilt, having infiltrated the scene and unable to reveal their connection. She whispered, "You must let go. They are watching." "Huh. They're all my friends. What does it matter if they see?" He replied, "Here, take this key to my home. You are welcome to stay whenever you wish." As he handed her a key, Black Widow felt a swirl of emotions. Was this truly her home now? The unexpectedness of it all was overwhelming. To build a family with such a man was not an unthinkable notion. At least she would not need to worry about adversaries seeking her out. Whoever dared would find themselves unfortunate. Imagining her enemies, who might exhaust themselves in pursuit of her home address to use her family as leverage. Only to encounter this formidable husband was a thought that brought a smile to her lips. The combination of her breathtaking beauty and that coy smile was utterly enchanting. Iron Man and Happy stood in stunned silence. Had she truly accepted this? Was she falling in love? Had Tang employed some form of enchanting spell? He had not caught it clearly. Apocalypse released the flustered Black Widow, recognizing the moment had come to an end. Pushing too hard could yield adverse effects. She needed time to digest this experience, to gradually accept it. Iron Man, perplexed, had no idea what he had just signed, casually scrawling his name on the documents. Black Widow, clutching the legal papers, fled as if escaping. Happy approached, devoid of his earlier defiance, saying, "Brother Tang, you executed that too quickly. I didn't catch on. Tonight at the bar, whatever we drink is on me. Teach me a few moves." Iron Man remarked, "Next week, I have a racing competition in Europe, Dawn. Why not accompany me? I find European women somewhat elusive. Perhaps my fame there is not sufficiently grand." Apocalypse chuckled, choosing not to reveal his thoughts, letting them speculate as they wished. However, Iron Man's participation in the European racing event signified the commencement of the plot for Iron Man 2. 3 days later, in a small European nation, a grand racing gala unfolded. Pepper Potts arrived with Black Widow, seemingly to keep an eye on Iron Man, subtly nudging Black Widow towards Apocalypse. Naturally, Apocalypse welcomed this development, walking side by side with Black Widow. It was daytime, filled with dignitaries, while Iron Man and Pepper busied themselves greeting guests and expanding their networks. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Happy, a single man, found himself inundated with coupled resorting to indulging in the banquet's drinks. "Hey, Tony, the legendary Iron Man. I thought you were too occupied to attend this soiree," a voice called out from afar. It was Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Industries. His company was a competitor to Stark Industries, constantly vying for defense contracts, albeit with slightly inferior weaponry that often fell short against Stark's innovations. Hammer had harbored resentment following his previous alliance with corrupt politicians, attempting to force Iron Man to relinquish his suit technology, thus deepening their animosity. Feigning cordiality, Hammer approached Iron Man, constrained by the presence of the elite. Iron Man had no choice but to respond with a perfunctory greeting. "I initially had no intention of attending, but upon hearing of your presence, I couldn't let you assume the role of second fiddle, could I?" Hammer's irritation was palpable, and just as he was about to engage in a verbal spar with Tony, He caught sight of Black Widow beside Apocalypse and was momentarily taken aback. Tony, who is this lady? Hammer inquired. She is an employee of my company, accompanying her boyfriend. Iron Man replied. Hammer feigned surprise. Boyfriend? It couldn't possibly be this Eastern gentleman, could it? Such a stunning lady. How could she be with someone from the East? He continued, in our gathering, it is rare for someone from the East to attend. May I inquire about this gentleman's name? Mr. Tang, Apocalypse replied coldly. And what is Mr. Tang's profession? Hammer pressed. I am currently unemployed, relying entirely on Mr. Stark's support, Apocalypse stated. Hearing this, Iron Man, Pepper, and Black Widow exchanged peculiar smiles. After all, Apocalypse had saved Iron Man's life on multiple occasions. Who was truly supporting whom was debatable. Hammer, filled with disdain and an underlying sense of racial superiority, grew emboldened. Turning to Black Widow, he said, This beautiful lady. Is this your first time attending such a prestigious gathering? Allow me to show you around. Soon, my Hammer Industries car will take to the track, and it is certain to secure first place. Black Widow cast a cautious glance at Apocalypse, fearful of his displeasure, and replied, Thank you, but I came with my friends. So I wouldn't want to impose. Haha, your friend follows behind Tony, unable to even access the VIP area. It must be quite inconvenient for you, Hammer retorted. I find myself in need of a female companion. Why not accompany me to mingle with some esteemed dignitaries? Once the competition concludes, I shall take you for a thrilling ride in a race car. If Apocalypse were merely an ordinary acquaintance, Iron Man would have swiftly intervened to halt Hammer's insolent behavior, for it is indeed a slap in the face when a friend is undermined. However, Hammer's provocation is directed at Apocalypse, who exchanges a knowing glance with Pepper, unable to conceal the mirth in their eyes as they anticipate Hammer's impending misfortune. Hammer, undoubtedly, presumes that Apocalypse, being an Oriental, possesses only a modicum of influence. Yet, once he arrives in the West, he is on their turf. Apocalypse steps forward and inquires, Mr. Hammer, do you intend to take the woman by my side without consulting me? At that moment, two burly men in suits emerge beside Hammer, confronting Apocalypse. Tony and Pepper observe the unfolding drama with expressions of amusement, refraining from intervening. In Hammer's eyes, it is only natural to assume that Apocalypse and Iron Man share a casual rapport, unworthy of risking enmity over this matter, emboldening him further. Is Mr. Hammer prepared to resort to violence? Apocalypse inquires with a smile. Given Apocalypse's formidable prowess, even if Hammer's entire arsenal were unleashed, it would not inflict the slightest harm upon him, especially not from two ordinary bodyguards. No, no, no. We are currently in Europe, where the nobility upholds ancient traditions. Any disputes can be settled through a duel. My associate, Mr. Tang, is at liberty to choose any opponent. Oh, what are the stakes? Hammer responds. Since this is a racing event, I shall wager an 8 million race car. Should you win, it is yours. If I win, this lady shall accompany me for the day. What say you? The dignitaries at the banquet, drawn by the spectacle of the renowned Hammer and Iron Man's entourage sparring verbally, gather around, eager to witness how this Oriental gentleman will respond. There lies a subtle trap, one that Apocalypse may not fully grasp, yet the surrounding nobles, who value reputation, are well aware. Should Apocalypse accept the challenge, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Hammer's wager of a car against a person places Apocalypse in a precarious position in today's world that champions human rights. His acceptance would invite disdain, complicating his future integration into this circle. Conversely, declining would necessitate presenting an equivalent wager, and even if he could, the confrontation would not be against Hammer himself, but against his bodyguards, thereby diminishing his stature. Nevertheless, Hammer has miscalculated, in the face of absolute power. All petty schemes shall be obliterated. Chapter 20. Shattering a wine glass. Consider me defeated, Tianchi declared. My woman shall not be wagered against you. Do you possess a racing car? Hammer provocatively inquired. At that moment, Iron Man interjected, I shall wager my iron suit on behalf of my friend. Hammer, should you emerge victorious, not only will the iron suit be yours, but also its design schematics and patent ownership. Everything shall be yours. From that day forth, you will be the Iron Man. A collective gasp resonated among the onlookers. The power of the iron suit was well known. Previously, it had stirred the Congress, where a group of officials attempted to coerce Tony into relinquishing the suit, only to be effortlessly thwarted by him. They had merely sought the production technology, but the weary Iron Man adamantly refused, let alone the patents and design blueprints. Possessing the patents and blueprints would enable the production of countless iron suits, potentially monopolizing the arms trade, a colossal market worth trillions. Even the wealthiest dignitaries present could not suppress their racing hearts in the face of such immense wealth. Fearful that Iron Man might retract his offer, Hammer swiftly proclaimed, Let it be known, gentlemen and ladies, you have all heard Tony's words. Should he dare to renege, you must bear witness on my behalf. I never go back on my word, but you, offering a racing car in exchange for my suit? That may prove insufficient, Tony retorted. Now it was Hammer's turn to falter. He genuinely lacked anything of equal value to wager against the iron suit. Gritting his teeth, he proposed. How about I stake 20 of Hammer Industries along with the racing car? While those shares held considerable value, they paled in comparison to the iron suit. Iron Man was unconcerned about the disparity in stakes. His primary intention was to support Tianchi. He nodded dismissively. Suit yourself, judging by your impoverished appearance. I doubt you possess anything of genuine worth. Hammer's face flushed crimson with indignation, unable to counter the retort. The surrounding elite, whether rich or noble, were acutely aware of the true value of such items. Although Hammer Industries was renowned worldwide, it still paled in comparison to Stark's stature. Humph, Tony. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance. His bodyguard was not merely the king of underground fighters, but had also undergone the latest serum treatment, surpassing human limitations. Captain America had become a household name since World War II. Countless companies sought to replicate his serum, with Hammer Industries among them. Progress had already begun, and it was fortuitous that he could use this opportunity for practical application. The loathed giant, Blonsky, had benefited from Hammer's serum. Although it could not compare to Captain America's super serum, it laid a foundation for Blonsky, ensuring he would not explode when injected with the Hulk's blood later. However, this matter was highly confidential. Even unbeknownst to Iron Man, Hammer felt a surge of secret glee. The Eastern man before him, even if skilled in Eastern martial arts, could never match the prowess of his bodyguard. Once he failed, the Western beauty by his side would surely abandon him. The thought of acquiring both the suit and the beauty made Hammer unable to contain his laughter. Regrettably, Hammer's understanding remained somewhat superficial, lacking access to certain classified information. Perhaps Fury has done an exceptional job of safeguarding the secrets surrounding Apocalypse. Were he to be privy to such knowledge, even the true Captain America standing before Apocalypse would be unable to withstand a single blow, and his mirth would surely dissipate. Hammer suggested, this crowd is rather inconvenient. To avoid collateral damage, let us change our location. To which Apocalypse replied, no need. This place suffices. Have your two subordinates step forward. Let it be known that even if a single wine glass shatters, it shall be deemed my victory. The crowd erupted into a frenzy upon hearing this audacious proclamation. How brazen! What if the opponent resorted to trickery, simply smashing the glass upon the ground to claim victory? Incredible! This is the first time I've witnessed such audacity from an Eastern individual. You said it yourself, Tony, do not renege on your word. Hammer seized the opportunity to gesture towards his bodyguards, contemplating the possibility of resorting to deceit should the situation prove unfavorable. He found it difficult to believe that his two elite bodyguards could not manage to shatter a mere wine glass. One of the bodyguards stepped forward, scoffing, boy. Do not plead for mercy when the time comes. The assembled dignitaries instinctively retreated, creating a considerable space around the combatants. Only Iron Man, Pepper Potts, and Black Widow remained unmoved. Happy, aware of Apocalypse's formidable prowess yet uncertain of its extent, initially considered retreating but felt compelled to stay put. Seeing that Tony and the others had not budged, the open space they occupied was particularly conspicuous. Hammer remarked, Tony, while you are Iron Man, it would be prudent to keep your distance since you are not in your armor. Iron Man, swirling the wine glass in his hand, chuckled, I shall raise the stakes. If your subordinate can manage to spill even a single drop of wine from my glass, I shall bestow upon you a vineyard in Europe. This declaration elicited yet another round of astonished gasps from the onlookers. European wines are renowned across the globe, and many affluent individuals cherish the idea of owning a vineyard, both for entertaining guests and for personal enjoyment. As one of the world's wealthiest individuals, Iron Man's vineyard would undoubtedly possess immense value. The elite present, having been invited to tour such estates, recognized their worth and marveled at Iron Man's grand offer. Hammer, feeling a twinge of insecurity, pondered whether this Eastern individual was indeed Tony's secret weapon, akin to his own bodyguards who had been injected with super serum. However, he quickly recalibrated his thoughts. Even if that were the case, one could restrain him while the other resorted to trickery to shatter the glass. He was curious to see how it would unfold. Come now. Let us conclude this swiftly so we may return to the races. The banquet is dreadfully dull, Apocalypse urged. With a thunderous crash, the bodyguard charged forward like a human tank, the finely crafted wooden floor splintering beneath his weight, sending shards flying and eliciting gasps from the surrounding noblewomen. Apocalypse remained unperturbed. As the bodyguard approached, with his left arm still draped around Black Widow, he suddenly raised his right hand high. Heavenly palm of the great sage. The bodyguard's eyes widened in shock. Despite his towering stature over Apocalypse, the descending palm felt as if the very heavens were pressing down upon him. Instinctively, he unleashed all his strength to brace against Apocalypse's hand. With a resounding thud, wood chips and clumps of earth were sent flying, startling those nearby into retreating a few steps. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the bodyguard stood with his arms raised, immobile, having been driven directly into the ground. leaving barely a third of his frame exposed. Apocalypse slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had merely swatted a fly, an act so trivial. Fortunately, the bodyguard had also been injected with serum. Although his bones were shattered, he remained alive. Had he been an ordinary individual, Apocalypse's strike would have reduced him to mere pulp. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. The ferocity of the battle surpassed their wildest imaginations, both in its simplicity and its terror. It is worth noting that the ground was solid oak, a material even a common person would struggle to fracture, under which lay a cement layer. A man as robust as an iron tower had been forcibly embedded into the concrete yet maintained his human form, his physique rivaling that of steel. More frightening still was the one who had delivered the blow. Hammer had not anticipated Apocalypse's terrifying prowess, shouting, "Wine glass!" The second bodyguard sprang into action, lunging toward the nearest noblewoman. She screamed, "Ah!" At that moment, Apocalypse was a good 10 meters away from the second bodyguard, while the noblewoman stood within striking distance. As the bodyguard's hand neared her, a sudden gust of wind swept through the scene, and in the blink of an eye, Apocalypse positioned himself between the noblewoman and the bodyguard. With a thunderous crash, another handprint was imprinted onto the ground, and the second bodyguard met the same fate as his colleague. Before the noblewoman could even retract her scream, it was all over. Apocalypse gently steadied the wine glass in her hand, saying, "Beautiful lady, please be careful with your glass." Shaken, the noblewoman gazed at Apocalypse's formidable presence, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Which esteemed Eastern family do you hail from, sir? Perhaps you could leave your contact information so that I may express my gratitude in person." From a distance, Black Widow seethed with fury, her gaze fixed on the noblewoman as she calculated 1,000 means of retribution. Realizing the duel was lost, Hammer steeled himself and hurled his wine glass to the ground with force. Just as his hand moved, it suddenly froze in place, accompanied by a cry of pain. "Ouch. It hurts." The crowd beheld Hammer's hand, now gripped by another, rendering him immobile, accompanied by the ominous sound of cracking bones. It was Apocalypse. "Mr. Hammer, playing unfairly is not a gentlemanly conduct," Apocalypse admonished, his eyes locked onto Hammer's. "Please, release me. My hand is going to break." Apocalypse replied coolly, "You still have a word left unspoken." I concede, is that sufficient?" Apocalypse extended his hand. Hammer recoiled in fright. His slight frame could hardly withstand Apocalypse's might. However, noticing the hand before him remained still, he quickly regained his composure and placed a key into Apocalypse's palm. Receiving the key, Apocalypse slowly turned and returned to Black Widow's side. "Natasha, speaking of which, I have yet to present you with a gift. Allow me to offer this one. Let us see if it pleases you. I recently wrecked my sports car and could use a powerful vehicle." Black Widow smiled radiantly. In the annals of apocalyptic memories, it appears that the Black Widow has never driven an ordinary vehicle. Her choices invariably lean towards either sports cars or high-performance motorcycles. After all, she has no need for a car, as her own agility surpasses that of any automobile, and it is only fitting to bestow such gifts upon her beloved. "As long as you are pleased," Apocalyptic remarked, turning to Iron Man, "Tony, the matter of the shares shall be entrusted to you." Ha ha ha. With so many esteemed witnesses present, he would hardly dare to deny it. Iron Man chuckled heartily. Previously, at the congressional meeting, Hammer, alongside the officials from the swine industry, had coerced him into surrendering his armor, a grievance that had yet to be avenged, and Iron Man would certainly not show any mercy. Hammer, his countenance darkened, disregarded the bodyguards still stationed nearby, covering his hand as he turned to leave. This was a monumental embarrassment. Not only had he failed to win the affections of the fair lady, but he had also forfeited a substantial portion of his shares. Once Hammer departed, the hall buzzed with activity once more. The elite began to seek out Tony, subtly inquiring whether there had been any advancements regarding the super serum, and if it would be possible to mass-produce Captain America. They were under the impression that Stark Industries had made strides in the research of the super serum, believing Apocalyptic to be merely an underling of Iron Man, and thus they sought out Iron Man himself. Had Hammer emerged victorious, the elite would not have bothered to engage in pleasantries with the two bodyguards. Meanwhile, the affluent ladies unabashedly set their sights on Apocalyptic. A striking and formidable figure from the East was a rare sight indeed, and their enthusiasm was overwhelming, leaving even Apocalyptic somewhat taken aback. It was curious, however, that many of these ladies had arrived with their husbands. What was the meaning of their handing out business cards and casting flirtatious glances? The Black Widow, standing beside Apocalyptic, radiated an air of menace, and should Apocalyptic dare to entertain any of their advances, it would surely spell trouble for that particular lady. After navigating through social engagements, Tony and Apocalyptic seized the opportunity presented by the host's announcement that the race was about to commence to discreetly make their exit. In the restroom, Iron Man splashed his face with water, exhaling a deep sigh as he retrieved a small device. Pressing a button, a steel needle pricked his finger, drawing a drop of blood for analysis. Toxin concentration, 53. Have you not yet devised a solution? Apocalyptic inquired, casually producing several vials of recovery serum. Upon seeing the recovery serum, Iron Man's expression brightened marginally as he replied, no, unless a new element can be discovered to cleanse this. The palladium's radioactivity will continue to proliferate until I exhaust all my recovery serums. Apocalyptic was aware of the location of the new element and hesitated. Contemplating whether to reveal it to Iron Man ultimately, he decided against it, reasoning that Iron Man would inevitably uncover it himself. And it would be best not to alter the narrative to avoid triggering any unforeseen consequences. I require some fresh air. I shall drive shortly to unwind, Iron Man declared. Indeed, Iron Man remained true to his character. In the original storyline, he felt that time was of the essence and commandeered a race car from a driver. Although the urgency was not as pronounced this time around, the desire to drive had resurfaced. Do take care, Apocalyptic advised. Before long, the race commenced, with Iron Man's participation. The host and the broadcasting team made a concerted effort to emphasize and promote the event, drawing an unprecedented level of attention, resulting in viewership and enthusiasm surpassing previous years. The thunderous roar of engines reverberated throughout the racetrack, as dozens of F1-level cars whirled around like the wind. The Apocalypse cast a glance at Iron Man's performance, which surprisingly ranked 8th, quite an impressive feat among a host of world-class drivers. However, this was merely the initial phase. A racing driver must not only possess exceptional skill but also remarkable endurance. After several hours of relentless rallying, the ultimate contest boils down to physical stamina and patience. Given Iron Man's current physical condition, it was evident that he could not complete the entire course. After merely a dozen laps, a tall man with long hair, clad in a yellow protective suit, gradually crossed the barrier and stepped onto the racetrack. "Oh, someone! Be careful!" a voice screamed. The vehicles on the track, capable of reaching speeds exceeding hundreds of kilometers per hour, posed a grave threat. A mere brush could inflict serious injury, while a collision could prove fatal. The actions of this burly man were tantamount to self-destruction. The first car to spot him swerved violently to avoid the giant, losing control and crashing into the nearby barrier. A deafening explosion ensued as the fuel tank ignited. This disheveled intruder was none other than Ivan Vanko from Siberia. Thus commenced the narrative of Iron Man 2. Chapter 21. Chaos on the racetrack. In accordance with the wishes of his late father, he sought to confront Iron Man Ivan, possessing remarkable intelligence. Chose his battleground with great care. The straightaway afforded the drivers ample distance to see him, allowing sufficient time to evade. Any rational individual would instinctively steer away and decelerate, making a direct collision improbable. Flames began to envelop Ivan, consuming his yellow protective suit, which disintegrated into tattered strips. With a swift motion, 2 electric whips emerged from his exoskeleton apparatus. Lacking Iron Man's vast resources, Ivan nonetheless possessed an equally brilliant mind. Having crafted a miniature arc reactor akin to Iron Man's, and with limited materials, he fashioned an exoskeleton and electric whips that balanced defensive capabilities with maximum offensive potential. As a racing car sped towards him, Ivan contemptuously declared, "I command you to halt." In a flash, a burst of fire erupted as the high-voltage whip sliced through the entire front end of the Formula One car, sending it into a chaotic spin as it collided with the nearby barriers, erupting into a fireball. Nearby spectators screamed and fled in terror. A true man never glances back at the explosions. Ivan's gaze remained fixed ahead. Iron Man's vehicle was approaching. Within mere seconds of Ivan stepping onto the track, Iron Man had yet to react. By the time he applied the brakes, it was too late. With a flick of his wrist, Ivan unleashed the electric whip, cleaving the racing car cleanly in half, forcing Iron Man to hastily eject from the vehicle. Fortunately, his speed had already diminished. Otherwise, this leap could have proven fatal. The following cars began to slow down as well. If Iron Man did not perish beneath Ivan's electric whip, he would surely meet his end at the hands of the pursuing vehicles. Ivan relentlessly pursued, leaving Iron Man no choice but to seek refuge behind the wreckage of the cars. "Haha, Tony Stark, are you not Iron Man? Why cower like a turtle? Come, face me in battle." In the VIP section, Pepper Potts and Happy stood anxiously. Pepper urged, "Happy, hand the red suitcase to Tony." Happy, clutching a red suitcase with a chain disguised as a glove secured to his wrist, hurriedly passed it to Apocalypse, saying, "This is the armor. Quickly, give it to Tony." Apocalypse was left speechless. Had Happy and Pepper become so complacent? In the original narrative, they had recklessly driven to confront Ivan, delivering the armor to Iron Man just in time to subdue him. Now, they seemed to care little for the urgency, unceremoniously passing the task to Apocalypse. "Happy, are you not Tony's bodyguard? Do not be so lazy." Before Happy could respond, Pepper was on the verge of tears, shaking Apocalypse's arm, pleading, "Tony can barely hold on. Please hurry." With a resigned sigh, Apocalypse accepted the suitcase and swiftly severed the steel chain binding it to Happy's wrist. He turned to Black Widow and said, I shall return shortly, ensure their safety, and prevent any opportunistic trouble. Black Widow nodded earnestly in agreement. The Black Widow, exuding an aura of striking confidence, was particularly alluring. Apocalypse could not resist the urge to plant a kiss on her forehead before leaping from the VIP seat. With Apocalypse taking charge, Pepper and Happy felt reassured and began to tease the Black Widow, causing a faint blush to grace her cheeks. What are you staring at? Pepper inquired playfully. Are you certain you've only known each other for a few days? It feels as though you've been acquainted for ages, like an old married couple. With no Tony Stark to complicate matters, Pepper's attitude towards the Black Widow shifted from that of a colleague to a confidant. Indeed, Happy chimed in. You disregard the dashing and wealthy Tony Stark, only to opt for Tang. The Black Widow was at a loss for words. Although she and Apocalypse had not met at Iron Man's residence, even considering their time in the City of God, they had not known each other for long. And most of their interactions had been under false identities. Yet, inexplicably, it felt as if they had shared a long history. Meanwhile, on Iron Man's side, the last remnants of the racing wreckage were pulverized by Ivan, leaving Iron Man with no escape as he faced imminent death beneath the electric whip. At that moment, a gust of wind rushed by as a red suitcase soared through the air, deflecting the electric whip and saving Iron Man's life. Tony, I'll leave him to you. I'm off to rescue others. No problem. Iron Man pressed down on the suitcase and pulled upwards. Instantly, the red suitcase unfolded into layers, transforming into a crimson and gold battlesuit that enveloped Iron Man. This was the true Iron Man, empowered by the suit. Iron Man was finally equipped to counterattack. Surrounded by a densely packed crowd, he dared not use bullets or mini-missiles for fear of collateral damage. Instead, he engaged Ivan in close combat. Unexpectedly, despite its seemingly rudimentary design, Ivan's exoskeleton proved formidable. Sparks flew as the two engaged in a fierce exchange. The electric whip struck Iron Man's armor, leaving behind scorched marks resembling welts, yet the suit's defenses remained intact. The audience, far from dispersing, was captivated, cheering enthusiastically, which drew a frown from Apocalypse, who silently criticized the cultural differences. Ivan, growing increasingly anxious as he failed to gain the upper hand, seized an opportunity. The two electric whips ensnared Iron Man's neck, and the crackling electric field hissed ominously, eroding the armor. Iron Man struggled, realizing he could not break free, a wave of fear washing over him. The power of the whip had been evident, capable of reducing a race car to splinters, though his armor was advanced. With two whips constricting his neck, escape seemed unlikely, and the consequences could be dire if he remained ensnared for too long. The armor around his neck was its weakest point. If breached, it could lead to dire consequences. Unable to extricate himself, Iron Man resolved to engage in close-quarters combat. Gripping the electric whips, he wound them tightly around his hands, causing sparks to erupt from the suit as he advanced towards Ivan. Meanwhile, Happy, the Black Widow, and Pepper were watching anxiously. Why isn't Tang helping Tony? I'm afraid Tony won't withstand this. With his strength, he could easily bring that villain down with a single punch. She was solely concerned about Iron Man's safety, indifferent to the lives of the bystanders. Moreover, those bystanders had medical personnel to attend to them. The Black Widow smiled slightly, recalling that he detested combat. She remembered her acquaintance with Apocalypse, having learned long ago that he had been managing a flower shop for many years. A man of such immense power, yet content with the mundane task of tending to flowers, must possess a profoundly tranquil spirit. Had it not been for her, he might never have left that place. However, the thought that Apocalypse seemed to have known her identity all along, yet chose not to expose her, and instead went along with their marriage, filled her with an irritable resentment. Meanwhile, Iron Man was pressing Ivan, probing his chest, and managed to rip away the arc reactor from Ivan's exoskeleton. Iron Man chuckled. You were too careless, forgetting to secure your arc reactor. Ivan, unfazed, replied, Is that so? Take another look. The crackling sound of the electric whip continued unabated, indicating that the power had not diminished. Iron Man was taken aback. Realizing that Ivan was equipped with dual power sources, the other must be concealed on his back. At that moment, the armor around his neck had nearly eroded away. If he did not act swiftly, his head would soon detach from his body. Tony, help, help. If one were to listen solely to the voice, it bore a humorous defiance, leading others to believe he was jesting. Yet Apocalypse understood that Iron Man was immensely proud and would not seek assistance unless absolutely necessary, dismissing the reason why he had not triumphed over Ivan as per the original narrative. With a few swift movements, he positioned himself between the two. The electric whips had ensnared them tightly, rendering any separation impossible. Apocalypse grasped the whips, which crackled violently, emitting plumes of black smoke, and even Iron Man, through his visor, could smell the scent of charred flesh. Impossible, Ivan exclaimed, incredulous. How could a mere mortal grasp the electric whip directly? Apocalypse exerted force toward Ivan, yanking with great strength, and the two electric whips were forcibly severed. Iron Man exhaled in relief, narrowly escaping decapitation. Without the whips, Ivan was akin to a toothless tiger. Iron Man swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground and extracting the arc reactor from his back. Thus, Ivan faced utter defeat. Iron Man, Iron Man, Iron Man. The oblivious audience erupted in cheers, having witnessed Iron Man's final strike, yet they overlooked Apocalypse's crucial intervention. Initially drawn to watch a racing event, they had not anticipated witnessing the illustrious Iron Man himself behind the wheel, nor such a riveting battle. It was truly worth the price of admission. Apocalypse found the Western perspective quite perplexing. They relished the spectacle, seemingly unperturbed by the peril. It was no wonder that in subsequent super wars, one often observed bystanders intruding, while superheroes were perpetually rescuing endless crowds. Soon, Ivan was dragged away by security personnel. From a distance, he shouted at Iron Man, "Tony, what you and your father owe me, I shall reclaim, ha 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 ha." Chapter 22. The enigma of Apocalypse. Iron Man found himself engulfed in confusion. It appeared that this individual had come seeking vengeance, yet he could not recall having wronged such an adversary. Could it be a grudge stemming from his father's generation? Upon observing the bone-deep wounds on Apocalypse's hands, Iron Man was profoundly moved. "Thank you, Tang. You have saved me once more. There's no need for gratitude. Even if I hadn't intervened, you would have devised a solution. Tang, please, do not be modest. Your assistance is etched in my memory." With a resonating chime echoing in his mind, Iron Man's sense of trust surged by 2 percentage points. He presumed Apocalypse was merely being humble, unaware that Apocalypse had not received any system notification regarding his act of rescue. Thus, he was certain that Iron Man would not face any imminent peril. However, he inadvertently usurped Iron Man's accolades through his intervention. Gazing at his hands, he marveled at the effectiveness of the electric whip in mere seconds of contact. His hands had nearly been severed. Fortunately, the blood of the Hulk was not without merit, and he was gradually healing. Returning to the VIP section, Black Widow and Pepper Potts rushed towards their respective partners, each engaged in their own intimate exchanges. This left Happy as a solitary figure, glancing around awkwardly, unable to find a suitable moment for a hug, so he resorted to clutching the suitcase and standing aside. Black Widow caressed the charred skin of Apocalypse's wounds and inquired, "Would you like some ointment?" "No need. I should be fully recovered in a day or two." As Black Widow gently wiped away the scorched surface of his wounds, she softly asked, "Does it hurt?" "It was quite painful, but your touch alleviated much of the discomfort. For the next couple of days, could you hold my hand? It might help ease the pain." "Umph. I can hardly believe you." The affectionate exchanges between the couples continued for a while, filling Happy with envy as he felt overwhelmed by their affection. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself and began to cough repeatedly. "I say, you too, perhaps it is time to wrap it up. Tony, if we don't leave soon, the European authorities will arrive, and we will have to endure the hassle of giving statements." Iron Man loathed such trivial inconveniences and promptly decided to make his exit. Upon arriving at their residence, Apocalypse addressed Black Widow, "I have a favor to ask. The assailant from earlier is named Ivan Vanko. His father collaborated on scientific endeavors with Iron Man's father. I wish to ascertain the whereabouts of this individual in Siberia." "Certainly," Black Widow nodded without questioning the motive. "I will utilize the SHIELD intelligence network and should have information shortly." She sent a message to SHIELD, and soon enough, a response came through, providing an address. Apocalypse, after reviewing the information, called Ethan. Ethan had been brought to America by Apocalypse and had been working alongside Dr. Stern primarily on research regarding restorative potions, though progress had been limited. With few allies at his disposal, Apocalypse found SHIELD to be helpful, yet their lack of personal allegiance made certain matters cumbersome. "Ethan, I am sending you an address. I need you to embark on a journey to find a bird. Do whatever it takes to bring it back safely." What bird?" Ethan responded, perplexed, glancing at the address which led to Siberia. What kind of mission is this? However, the instructions given by Apocalypse were undoubtedly of great significance. Ethan did not inquire further. He gathered the necessary funds and set off immediately. The reason for choosing Ethan was his survival skills in the chaotic Middle East, where he had some knowledge of the complex networks. With sufficient financial resources, navigating obstacles would not prove overly challenging. In contrast, Dr. Stern was purely an academic, somewhat of a bookworm, and sending him on such a mission raised doubts about his ability to locate the address at all. That evening, Iron Man decided to accompany Apocalypse to the prison to visit Ivan. He sought to comprehend why Ivan had launched an attack against him. Mastering such technology could yield immense profits on the black market, enough to ensure a lifetime of wealth. Thus, the perilous act of assaulting him indicated a deep-seated vendetta. Yet, he had no recollection of any animosity towards Ivan, nor had he heard his father mention such an adversary. Upon questioning at the prison, Iron Man discovered the history of grievances between Ivan's father and his own. It turned out that Ivan's father was a scientist sent from the former Soviet Union to collaborate in the United States during a time when the two superpowers were not yet embroiled in a Cold War. They worked together with Howard Stark, Iron Man's father, on the development of the arc reactor. However, the limitations of the era rendered the reactor's size impractical, leaving only a prototype at Stark Industries. As tensions escalated between the two superpowers in their quest for dominance, the Cold War commenced, leading to Ivan's father being arrested by the U.S. government on charges of espionage and subsequently expelled from the country, believing Howard to be behind this betrayal. Ivan's father harbored a deep-seated resentment. Upon returning to the Soviet Union, he faced a series of tumultuous events that disrupted numerous scientific pursuits. Lacking employment and income, he lived in destitution, ultimately passing away in a modest rented room. Before his death, he witnessed news of Iron Man and conveyed to his son that their research had been appropriated, asserting that the Starks were thieves who had stolen their rightful glory. Both families were intimately familiar with the arc reactor and inspired by Iron Man. Ivan successfully overcame his knowledge blind spots to create a miniaturized version of the arc reactor. However, lacking the financial resources of Iron Man, he could not construct an armored suit and resorted to acquiring components on the black market to assemble an exoskeleton electric whip for his revenge. Upon hearing this, Iron Man retorted, "My father was not a thief. This was a collaborative effort." Ivan, filled with rage, countered, "You lie. Your father falsely accused mine of being a spy." Seeking to monopolize the arc reactor's achievements, they engaged in a heated exchange, each defending the honor of their respective fathers. Regrettably, these long-standing grievances lacked tangible evidence, leaving them unable to reach a resolution. Ultimately, they parted on unfriendly terms. As they were leaving, Ivan remarked, "The sensation of palladium poisoning must be quite unpleasant." Huh? Ha ha ha. Iron Man momentarily faltered as this struck a nerve. Each day, he consumed the restorative elixirs provided by Apocalypse, miraculous potions that could save lives, yet for him, they merely alleviated the prior day's toxicity, filling him with profound guilt. The Apocalypse spoke softly, "The palladium toxin is not insurmountable. Your understanding is merely limited." "Oh," Ivan retorted disdainfully, "unless you can invent a new element devoid of radioactivity, there is no alternative path. All elements capable of nuclear transformation possess radioactivity. To harness the energy of nuclear change, while simultaneously avoiding radioactivity, is as impossible as having both a spear and a shield coexist. Yet, there exists such an element. Your perspective is simply too narrow to conceive it." "Impossible," Iron Man and Ivan exclaimed in unison. Both geniuses understood that, based on current particle physics theories, such a contradictory yet flawless element could not exist. "The impossible is merely a matter of perspective," Apocalypse replied, stepping closer to Ivan, his hands like claws as he suddenly plunged them into Ivan's chest. "Ah!" Ivan cried out in agony. You intend to kill me?" Without a word, Apocalypse yanked forth a pulsating, crimson heart. Ivan could hardly believe he was meeting his demise in such a manner. He had yet to exact his vengeance. With so much latent talent still unexpressed, he felt a profound sense of injustice. Deprived of blood flow, Ivan's eyes gradually lost their focus, his limbs growing weak and limp. Apocalypse retrieved a vial of restorative elixir from his storage compartment, forced open Ivan's mouth, and poured it directly down his throat. As soon as it entered, a wave of green luminescence enveloped Ivan's body, with his severely injured heart glowing most brilliantly. Nourished by the verdant light, the heart regenerated at a visible pace, its hue indistinguishable from the surroundings. In disbelief, Ivan felt his chest. Had it not been for Apocalypse still holding another heart, he would have thought it a mere illusion. With a thud, Apocalypse discarded the heart before Ivan, which continued to pulsate. "Ivan, it would not be an exaggeration to call you a frog at the bottom of a well. Your perception of the world is far too limited." Regardless of Ivan's astonishment, Apocalypse turned and departed with an air of cool detachment. Iron Man, equally baffled, followed suit. He was aware of the restorative elixirs but could not reconcile Apocalypse's unwavering assertion of a new element's existence, nor could he perceive him as a genius superior to himself. "Dan, does this new element truly exist? Where is it?" "Not yet. You shall discover it once you delve into its research." Do not jest, Dan. Such a perfect element would defy current particle physics theories. You will soon find out." Noticing Apocalypse's penchant for mystery, Iron Man sighed. "Well, there are too many enigmas surrounding you. An additional one is hardly a burden." Since their acquaintance, countless puzzles had surrounded Apocalypse. Each time Iron Man sought to probe deeper, he was met with silence, leaving him both intrigued and frustrated. Iron Man quickly pondered another question. Why had Apocalypse chosen to showcase the restorative elixir in front of Ivan? With his keen intellect, Iron Man soon discerned Apocalypse's intent and inquired, "Do you wish to recruit him?" If it were not for the purpose of recruitment, Apocalypse had no need to reveal such a spectacle before a prisoner, especially while feigning mystery and departing without explanation. Indeed, He is a genius who will prove invaluable in the future. Are you not concerned that he may continue to exploit advanced technology for malevolent purposes? The misdeeds he has committed pale in comparison to the impending crises. Iron Man inquired further. Then why not recruit him directly? I could leverage my connections in Europe to facilitate his transfer to the United States. The moment is not yet ripe. Chapter 23. The anxiety of Iron Man. With a resigned shrug, Iron Man remarked, Don, you are quite the character. You possess a wealth of knowledge yet choose to remain silent. Initially, I thought you were enamored by my charm. Enough of that. The reason Apocalypse had not sought to recruit him on the spot was twofold. First, Ivan had yet to acquire the necessary components. Second, without Hammer's assistance to craft the armor that would fulfill his desire for vengeance, Ivan was unable to let go. Although the original narrative depicted him failing to eliminate Iron Man, this tumultuous journey would at least allow him to vent some of the pent-up anger within. After all, the conflict between their fathers was merely a professional grievance, not a matter of paternal bloodshed, and thus could be reconciled. Indeed, it was not long after Apocalypse and Iron Man departed that Hammer arrived at the scene. Ivan's prowess exhibited at the racetrack had opened Hammer's eyes wide. Soon, he learned that the power source of the Iron Man suit was fundamentally linked to Ivan's own creation. Acquiring Ivan would equate to gaining the core of Iron Man's armor. Losing 20 of his shares paled in comparison to the potential of establishing a grander weapons empire with this vital energy source. While Tony refrained from producing suits, Hammer would not indulge in such hypocrisy. With Hammer's resources, apprehending a seemingly inconsequential prisoner posed little challenge. Utilizing government connections and citing the attackers as Americans, he sought to transfer the prisoner to the United States for trial. What small European nation would dare defy the demands of the U.S., especially concerning a mere prisoner? Naturally, they would comply without hesitation. Yet Ivan was no fool. He recognized that Hammer was merely exploiting him. All promises were but illusions, devoid of guarantee. Thus, he clandestinely conducted research within Hammer's company, ensuring to embed numerous contingencies within his mechanical armor. Poor Hammer believed himself a master strategist, manipulating all, unaware that he was merely a stepping stone in the struggle between Ivan and Iron Man. As days passed, the palladium toxin within Iron Man's system continued to accumulate. To minimize the consumption of recovery agents, he could only take them every few days, merely to prolong the onset of poisoning. Unless his heart ceased to beat, the toxin would perpetually regenerate. Iron Man grew increasingly agitated, frequently attending various soirees. Unaware of the underlying reasons, Pepper was quite displeased with Iron Man's reckless behavior. Yet she was at a loss as to how to address it. Don, am I going to die? My toxin levels have already reached 90, he queried. Apocalypse replied calmly. If you do not discover a solution, indeed, you will. My recovery agents have been depleted. From this moment forth, I can no longer provide assistance. Sorrowfully, Iron Man turned to Black Widow and asked, if this were your final birthday, what would you do? Black Widow responded, I would spend it with my husband. Iron Man, perplexed, inquired, have you two married? How was I unaware of this? Don, eloping is hardly the conduct of good friends. His question left Black Widow flustered, inadvertently revealing her relationship with Apocalypse, leaving her at a loss for words. Apocalypse interjected, perhaps you should be more concerned about your relationship with Pepper, given your severe poisoning. Do you not intend to inform her? What's the point? Iron Man remarked, it will only cause her unnecessary worry. Let us not dwell on these trivial topics. Let us revel at tonight's party. At the soiree, Iron Man donned his battle suit, playfully engaging with a group of blonde beauties, occasionally shattering bottles with his laser gauntlet and performing acrobatics in his armor, much to the delight of the captivated crowd. Colonel Rhodes, who had been invited, was taken aback. Iron Man wielded the most advanced armor technology in the world, and such reckless behavior, while intoxicated, could lead to grave consequences. Even Pepper Potts attempted to intervene, but Iron Man disregarded her pleas, wreaking havoc amidst the festivities. Witnessing Iron Man's reckless abandon, Colonel Rhodes was incensed. He believed Iron Man was unfit to uphold the mantle of world peace, and thus, he stormed into the laboratory, donning an unpainted prototype suit that shimmered with a raw metallic luster. As Rhodes emerged in his armor, the crowd erupted in another round of screams, and Iron Man enthusiastically invited him to join the fun. Without further ado, Rhodes tackled Iron Man to the ground in an attempt to subdue him. Iron Man, astonished, exclaimed, Rhodes, what are you doing? Rhodes retorted with anger, Tony, look at yourself. You claim to monopolize world peace? What does peace mean? Those who wish to maintain it can do so. Tonight, we drink and dance. Then let us dance to our heart's content. The two engaged in a fierce brawl at the party. Fortunately, Apocalypse had anticipated such a turn of events and intervened at a crucial moment, saving many from harm. The guests, witnessing the two armored giants in earnest conflict, fled in terror, abruptly ending the celebration, observing Iron Man seemingly intoxicated. Colonel Rhodes resigned himself to allowing Iron Man to revel alone at home. Clad in his armor, he flew directly to the military base. As he watched Rhodes depart, Iron Man fell into a contemplative silence. The armor possessed remote control technology. Unauthorized manipulation was impossible. In Iron Man 3, he had once self-destructed dozens of suits as a display for Pepper's amusement. Allowing Rhodes to leave was actually a strategic maneuver, should he face dire circumstances. This technology could be entrusted to the state. This was the only suit left behind, which would later give rise to the formidable War Machine. The following day, Coulson arrived with a plethora of documents, presenting them to Iron Man. These are your father's research materials left at S.H.I.E.L.D. Pertaining to the arc reactor, perhaps you might find a solution within. Iron Man replied, just set them down. I'll take a look when I have time. He held little hope, for he believed that, like his father, he was exceptionally gifted, yet decades of advancement rendered these old documents more of commemorative value than practical. In the original narrative, Director Fury had instructed Coulson to supervise Iron Man in the laboratory as he sought a resolution. However, due to the emergence of Apocalypse, the semi-house arrest was transformed into a mere suggestion, as one dared not be overly assertive. At least, until a formidable opponent to Apocalypse was discovered. Fury prudently extended the necessary respect towards him. Coulson turned to Apocalypse and said, Mr. Tang, I have business that requires my departure. I entrust Tony to your care. His talents are immensely beneficial to humanity, so please find a way to help him through this predicament. Of course, Apocalypse responded, but my restorative elixirs are nearly depleted, and I must seek alternative means. By the way, are you heading to New Jersey? How do you know? Coulson exclaimed, this matter is classified. Even Black Widow was not informed. I am also aware that it pertains to a hammer. Once Tony's situation is resolved, I shall pay a visit. Coulson's spirits soared at the thought. With Mr. Tang on the case, we can rest easy. The last time Coulson encountered Apocalypse, he returned to inquire with Director Fury, who reluctantly revealed Apocalypse's dossier. After all, his subordinates had already interacted with Apocalypse, and maintaining secrecy was no longer viable. If they remained ignorant and provoked the monstrous entity, the outcome could be dire. Upon reviewing the dossier, Coulson gasped in astonishment. The previous encounter at Stark Industries had rendered him a foolhardy ignoramus, audaciously firing upon such a formidable being. Fortuitously, Mr. Tang had recognized him as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, his survival beyond Stark Industries would have been uncertain. Subsequently, he observed closely and discovered that Mr. Tang possessed an inherently benevolent nature, often rescuing individuals in disaster scenarios, yet displayed little interest in combat. With his presence, the potential threat posed by the mysterious hammer would likely diminish significantly. The hammer to which Apocalypse referred was none other than Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. According to the timeline of the original narrative, the events of Thor transpired after those of Iron Man 2. King Odin, seeking to test his son Thor, cast the hammer to Earth and subsequently exiled Thor to a nearby town, hoping he would reflect upon his transgressions. At this juncture, Thor had just discovered the hammer and had yet to descend to Earth. Apocalypse was unhurried. He would first resolve Iron Man's issues before addressing the matter at hand. Chapter 24. New elements after Coulson's departure. Iron Man spent the day reviewing documents, yet made no progress. Tony, let us visit the office and check on Pepper. I have matters to discuss with her, he stated. In his heart, Apocalypse mused. Finally, the moment has arrived. As Iron Man drove, Apocalypse comfortably settled into the passenger seat. Ever since acquiring thrice the strength of the Hulk, he had rarely found himself in a vehicle. The once-envied sports car now failed to ignite any excitement within him. Stopping at a roadside fruit stall, Iron Man purchased 2 boxes of strawberries without paying, opting instead to remove his watch and hand it to the vendor. The vendor, overjoyed, accepted the watch. Even if it were a counterfeit, it was worth far more than the strawberries, especially considering the esteemed individual before him was Tony Stark, a name known to all, frequently seen on television, making the notion of a fake implausible. The mere watch was worth half a farm. Upon reaching the office, Iron Man initially approached with a heavy heart, intending to address some final matters, unbeknownst to Pepper. Pepper, I have brought you some fruit, he said. As she saw the strawberries, she responded with irritation. Do you not realize that among all these fruits, I am allergic solely to strawberries? You are always so self-centered, never considering others' feelings. Iron Man felt a wave of guilt wash over him, rendered speechless. In his moment of peril, he had not anticipated that his greatest concern would be for Pepper. His intention had been to buy a simple gift. Yet he realized he did not even know her preferences. It seemed he had thought too little about her. In the original narrative, their relationship began to transform from Iron Man 2. Apocalypse handed her a box of kiwis, saying, I eat strawberries. These are a gift from Tony to you. Really? Pepper questioned, somewhat incredulous. Look, I've consumed nearly half a box of strawberries. If they were a gift for you, would Tony allow me to eat them? Apocalypse replied. Iron Man shot a curious glance at Apocalypse, increasingly perplexed by him. This Eastern individual seemed to assist him whenever he faced challenges. Did he possess an omniscient awareness of everything, even Pepper's likes and dislikes? Ding. Iron Man's trust level increased to 75. Apocalypse had not anticipated that such a simple act of alleviating their awkwardness would earn him Iron Man's favor. Clearly, Pepper held a significance in Tony's heart that was deeper than what met the eye. They were destined to become a couple. Upon hearing Apocalypse's words, Pepper playfully chided Iron Man. "Were you deliberately trying to provoke me?" Apocalypse replied, "Do you not know Tony's character? He would never dare to undertake such a heartfelt gesture without the courage to do it himself, resorting to me as a shield without considering my feelings." These words dispelled Pepper's doubts, turning her anger into joy, filling her heart with sweetness. The man she had cherished in silence for so long had finally shown her a sign, validating her years of unspoken devotion and patience. Iron Man cast a sidelong glance at Apocalypse, pondering how remarkable Tony was. No wonder he had managed to win over Natasha with just a few words last time. Who truly was the dandy? It wouldn't he do? He knew Pepper far too well to let someone like him steal his woman. Thus, he unceremoniously ushered Apocalypse out. Seeking solitude with Pepper, Apocalypse remained unaware of their conversation, but after a while, he noticed Pepper emerging with a radiant glow, busying herself with company affairs. Ever since the demise of the bald-headed Stain, someone had to manage the company's operations, yet Iron Man almost never took charge, leaving all the responsibilities to Pepper, who was now overwhelmed with work. Seeing Pepper's expression as she exited, Apocalypse inquired, "Tony, you haven't revealed the truth to Pepper yet, have you?" Iron Man sighed. I don't know how to express it." Accustomed to a life of reckless indulgence, he found himself at a loss when it came to such grave matters. Apocalypse contemplated whether he should seek an opportunity to assist them once again. In the original narrative, Iron Man would take a stroll around the office, ultimately retrieving a model of the city from the corner, where he would discover a new element. This was the legacy his father had left him. Observing Iron Man languidly seated in his office chair, showing no inclination to examine the city model, Apocalypse realized that, had he not accompanied him, this might have become another divergence in the butterfly effect. As Iron Man prepared to depart, Apocalypse felt compelled to remind him. "Aren't you going to look for any new discoveries here?" Iron Man replied, "All the technical data of the company is in my mind. What new discovery could there be?" "Is that so?" Apocalypse picked up the city model and asked, "Tell me, what do you see?" "This was left to me by my father. He said the future lay within this city, but sadly, he was constrained by the era and could not realize it. I always thought he was referring to the architecture." Before he could finish, Iron Man suddenly sensed something amiss. With Apocalypse's hint and his own genius, he quickly discerned the peculiarities of the city model before him. He promptly unveiled it entirely, growing increasingly excited. "Tony, there's no equipment here. Help me take these back to the lab. I need to study them further." Suddenly, he halted, gazing at Apocalypse. "Tony, how did you know? You've known all along, haven't you? Why didn't you tell me directly? Did you want me to discover it myself?" Apocalypse smiled enigmatically, allowing Iron Man to ponder in vain, as he had already witnessed Tony's entire life in another world. Iron Man stepped forward and embraced Apocalypse tightly. "Tony, if I were 30 years younger, I would surely believe you were an angel sent to protect me. And now, I feel you resemble more of a delivery boy. Get lost." Before long, several large pieces of the city model were transported back to the lab. Iron Man activated the holographic imaging and began meticulously extracting the critical data from the model, eliminating the noise piece by piece. With the revelation from Apocalypse, Iron Man decoded the information more swiftly than in the original narrative. Ultimately, with a flourish of his hands, an elemental model, continuously emitting energy, materialized within the holographic display. "Perfect, Tony. This element is simply exquisite. I can scarcely believe it." It cleverly circumvented the contradiction that nuclear transformation elements must possess radioactivity, a stroke of genius. This element radiates boundless energy, akin to the sun itself. Why did my father invent such a potent new element yet refrain from informing me? Precisely because of its immense power, he dared not disclose it, responded Apocalypse. Iron Man was merely a youth when his parents perished. Howard Stark could not possibly divulge such crucial information to his son, even keeping it from S.H.I.E.L.D. It is likely that he intended to reveal everything once Iron Man reached adulthood, but fate intervened tragically. "Tony, I need to construct a miniature particle accelerator. I require your assistance." A conventional particle accelerator typically spans several kilometers, accelerating particles to near light speed for the exploration of the profound truths of the universe. However, Iron Man merely aimed to transform palladium into another element through energy conversion, which was significantly less complex. In the original plot, Iron Man himself crafted this miniature particle accelerator. But with Apocalypse's assistance, he could afford to be leisurely, greatly enhancing efficiency. Before long, a circular miniature particle accelerator measuring several dozen meters was completed. Apocalypse also observed the prototype of Captain America's shield, which originally served as a brick in the original plot. It was indeed forged by Howard Stark. The true shield. At this moment, likely lay dormant in the icy depths, much like Captain America himself. Alright, success hinges on this moment. Iron Man activated the particle accelerator, and an immense energy swiftly coalesced at a laser, which, through the prism's reflection, gradually moved, severing all objects in its path. Even some experimental Iron Man suits fell victim, illustrating the sheer ferocity of this energy. Apocalypse felt his own body could scarcely withstand the laser's might, fearing it might be cleaved asunder. Indeed, there were many things in this world capable of causing him harm, and he could not afford to be careless. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With the prism's enhancement, the laser's energy struck the palladium element, causing it to vibrate violently, emitting a blinding brilliance. Before long, the intense reaction subsided, the radiance diminishing, and the palladium suddenly assumed a gentler demeanor, culminating in the formation of a new miniature arc reactor. Was it truly this effortless? Iron Man marveled in disbelief. Apocalypse approached, lacking scientific understanding, unable to discern any peculiarities. Yet, he could sense that the energy levels within were over 10 times more potent than that of Iron Man's chest-mounted arc reactor. This indicated the new element's success, cleaner, stronger. It was the future of the Iron Heart. Thank you, Tony, Iron Man solemnly expressed. The Apocalypse remarked, it was merely a trivial effort on my part. The gratitude is owed to your father, for it is his technological legacy that has saved your life. Ding. A notification echoed in Apocalypse's mind, indicating an increase in trust from Iron Man. Iron Man responded, though I remain unaware of your true intentions, your repeated acts of salvation will not be forgotten by me. Tony Stark. In a moment of celebration, Apocalypse and Iron Man uncorked a bottle of champagne. Just then, the phone rang. As anticipated, it was Ivan calling. With the support of Hammer Industries materials and equipment, his genius finally found a platform for expression. Ivan, with an air of superiority, proclaimed over the phone, Stark, I have developed a dual-loop system with enhanced power. Everything you have done to my family, I intend to reclaim within the next 40 minutes. Chapter 25. Impersonating Iron Man. Apocalypse sensed that Ivan was up to something grand. Alas, villains always meet their demise at the most opportune moments. Had he struck earlier, when Iron Man had yet to complete the synthesis of the new element, the outcome of their subsequent confrontation would have been uncertain, perhaps even favoring Ivan more. But now, an unspoken understanding passed between them as they exchanged a knowing smile. With the new element in hand, Ivan's dual-circuit arc reactor appeared almost laughable. Suddenly, Iron Man recalled, oh no, in just 40 minutes, it's Hammer's weapons unveiling. Pepper and Natasha are attending the event. They could be in danger. Even without Apocalypse's foresight, Iron Man was acutely aware that something significant would transpire at the unveiling. He hastily donned his suit. Tony, this is another suit crafted specifically for you. Equipped primarily with long-range offensive weapons while also enhancing flight speed. Then I shall not hold back, Apocalypse replied. The current suit could transform into a suitcase, significantly improving its portability, and it was ready for use. Though it lacked the convenience of the future nanosuit, one cannot achieve greatness overnight. Given Apocalypse's prowess, there was no need for close combat weaponry, only long-range attacks sufficed. Therefore, he was equipped with a few basic weapons such as miniature missiles and lasers. Iron Man's suit gleamed in a striking crimson and gold, while Apocalypse's was a serene sky blue. Apocalypse had no particular preference for color. The sky blue was chosen primarily to reduce visibility while soaring through the heavens. The two suits soared out of Iron Man's residence, with Apocalypse commanding the artificial intelligence to accelerate to full throttle. With a whoosh, the blue flames from the thrusters surged dramatically, and in mere moments, they vanished from Iron Man's sight. A few seconds later, a resounding boom echoed, as if something had been shattered, and a ring of white mist enveloped the suit. The sound barrier was shattered. In just a few seconds, they reached supersonic speed. The acceleration of a sports car from 0 to 100 paled in comparison. Such rapid acceleration could only be endured by Apocalypse's extraordinary physique. Aside from a slight heaviness, he felt no other discomfort. Iron Man, however, would never dare to engage in such reckless behavior. The instantaneous forces could easily tear apart his internal organs. Upon reaching the speed of sound, Apocalypse did not relent. Urging further acceleration, he was eager to discover the suit's maximum velocity. Mach 1, Mach 2, Mach 3. It wasn't until they reached Mach 3, 5 that the suit hit its limit. Apocalypse was greatly satisfied. This speed far surpassed his own leaps. The suit also had the capability to make phone calls, with some distance still remaining to Hammer Industries. Apocalypse suddenly recalled something and dialed Ethan's number. Have the Siberian birds been returned? Mr. Tan, they have indeed been brought back. However, due to the differing climate here, these birds are suited for the frigid regions of Siberia. I have constructed a miniature refrigerator birdcage for them and airlifted some Siberian bird feed. Currently, their condition is excellent. Well done, Apocalypse praised. Scientists are meticulous in their endeavors. Should one rely solely on themselves or enlist the aid of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? They may inadvertently overlook critical details, potentially leading to the demise of a bird unaccustomed to its surroundings. Apocalypse pondered momentarily. Take the bird to the botanical garden in the city center. Be discreet and select an appropriate spot. A fierce battle may unfold there. According to the original narrative, Ivan was indeed incapacitated in a city botanical garden by the combined forces of Iron Man and War Machine. Regardless of whether the storyline would follow its original trajectory, it was prudent to prepare in advance. Even upon hearing of an impending battle, Ethan harbored no skepticism and promptly replied, "Understood." Having emerged from the Middle East, he had endured countless conflicts. Such trivial events were hardly noteworthy. Ultimately, he would adhere to whatever his boss commanded. At the Hammer Weapons launch event, CEO Justin Hammer proudly unveiled his latest model, the Hammer Unmanned Iron Warrior. The Iron Warriors were categorized into 4 main divisions: Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps, each boasting distinct specialized functions. With each category introduced, a row of Iron Warriors would march forth in unison, their towering forms exuding an imposing presence that elicited gasps from the audience. Apocalypse remained unaware whether this limitation stemmed from Hammer's technological inadequacies, which confined them to these 4 categories, or if it was a deliberate marketing strategy to differentiate their offerings. Nonetheless, based on Apocalypse's understanding of the narrative, he leaned towards the former interpretation. After all, the micromissiles he had modified for War Machine had nearly reduced Iron Man to fits of laughter. After the product presentation, Colonel Rhodes made his entrance clad in an Iron Warrior suit. Hammer shamelessly proclaimed it to be his prototype, named War Machine. Yet it was merely an outdated suit of Iron Man's that Colonel Rhodes had taken, now refurbished by Hammer's company, equipped with new weaponry, and adorned with a fresh coat of paint. It was repackaged as his own creation. Colonel Rhodes chose not to expose Hammer's duplicity for Iron Man. Having suffered trauma in the Middle East, had developed a profound aversion to weaponry and was no longer inclined to design armaments for the American military. Consequently, the military's options were limited, and Hammer, possessing capabilities second only to Iron Man, had become the preferred choice. In the audience, Pepper Potts and her ostensibly subordinate, Black Widow, were present. Typically, competitors are not invited to such launch events, yet Hammer had deliberately sent an invitation to Stark Industries, clearly intending to provoke Iron Man. Ladies and gentlemen, we now enter the Q&A segment. What questions do you have? Before the reporters could raise their hands, Apocalypse descended like a meteor. With a soft thud, his sky blue armor landed firmly on the stage. The gust of wind generated by his rapid descent nearly toppled Hammer. Iron Man has arrived. The crowd erupted in cheers. Hammer's expression darkened. Tony was insufferable, stealing his thunder once more, and he could hardly express his irritation. Having been the one to extend the invitation to Iron Man, welcome, Tony. You never failed to steal the spotlight, Hammer feigned grace. He was unaware that the figure inside was not Tony Stark, including Pepper and Black Widow in the audience. After all, it was widely believed that Iron Man's suit was never lent out. It was unique, with no alternatives. Of course, War Machine's suit was considered a deliberate exception. Apocalypse activated the suit's loudspeaker and shouted, "Everyone, please evacuate. This place is dangerous." Yet, no one heeded his warning. Instead, they wore expressions of anticipation. Everyone knew that Iron Man and Hammer were bitter rivals, and given Tony Stark's character, if he were to appear, chaos would surely ensue. To their surprise, Iron Man's arrival disrupted the event, which only heightened the audience's excitement as they observed Hammer's reaction. Hammer's face flushed with anger. This intruder had not only stolen his thunder, but was also attempting to disperse his guests, truly intolerable. Hammer declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for concern. My Iron Legion can achieve subsonic flight speeds, and even in the event of danger, they can swiftly evacuate everyone." "Oh, only subsonic? How slow?" someone retorted. "I just accelerated to 3 times the speed of sound in 5 seconds. It became apparent that, despite Ivan's assistance, the technology of these Iron Legion suits fell significantly short of Iron Man's prowess. "Impossible," Hammer shouted. "Accelerating to 3 times the speed of sound in 5 seconds would crush a person. It's simply not feasible. There is nothing impossible. It's merely beyond your imagination," Apocalypse replied. "Tony," Colonel Rhodes of War Machine stepped forward. "Could you kindly refrain from causing a disturbance? We do not compel you to manufacture weapons for the military, but you cannot hinder our acquisition of them." "Rhodes, you are overestimating the situation," Apocalypse countered, remaining incognito. "Ask Hammer, who designed these weapons? Did the Iron Legion's controls still rest in Hammer's hands?" No sooner had he spoken than the weapon systems of the Iron Legion activated, the barrels slowly turning to aim at the audience below. It was Ivan, who had been monitoring the situation. Realizing that Apocalypse had exposed his scheme and recognizing the urgency of the moment, that he directly initiated the Iron Legion. "Trouble. These malfunctioning machines are beyond my control," Hammer screamed. He frantically pressed his notebook, but the Iron Legion could not be halted. Chapter 26. It is not the armor that is impressive, but the person. The audience comprised not only dignitaries and nobles but also numerous influential journalists. Should the machine spiral out of control, the repercussions would likely lead to a maelstrom of forces converging upon Hammer Industries, jeopardizing not only the company but perhaps even their very lives. War Machine's countenance shifted dramatically as his helmet sealed shut. "Everyone flee," he commanded, immediately lunging towards the nearest Iron Warrior. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off the ceiling, showering the venue with debris and shards of glass, plunging the scene into chaos, accompanied by the shrill screams of the female guests. Apocalypse positioned himself protectively in front of Pepper and Black Widow, instructing, "Natasha, take Pepper and leave at once." Upon hearing his tone, Black Widow recognized Apocalypse's voice within the armor and, without hesitation, grasped Pepper's hand and dashed towards the emergency exit. Bullets struck the armor of War Machine and Apocalypse, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. Several guests fell victim to stray bullets, their screams echoing in the air. Fortunately, the primary target of the Iron Warriors was not the ordinary attendees. Most of the firepower was directed at War Machine and Apocalypse. "Tony, prioritize the rescue. We cannot engage in battle here. There are too many people," War Machine urged. Apocalypse plunged his hands into the ground, causing a massive carpet to levitate and envelop the Iron Warrior. The spinning Gatling gun of the Iron Warrior unleashed a torrent of bullets, shredding the carpet in mere moments. Yet that brief interlude sufficed. With a powerful thrust, Apocalypse generated a sonic boom, propelling himself directly in front of an Iron Warrior. His hands, like claws, seized the machine's power source, extinguishing its indicator lights and rendering it silent. Boom, 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 boom. In a similar fashion, Apocalypse unleashed a series of sonic booms, rendering a dozen Iron Warriors inoperable. As the remnants of the carpet cascaded to the floor, nearly all Iron Warriors in the hall collapsed simultaneously. Meanwhile, War Machine had only just managed to incapacitate one machine. Such speed, such destructive power. War Machine and Hammer stood agape, both astounded. As a scientist and a weapons operator, Hammer understood all too well that achieving multiple accelerations to supersonic speeds within mere seconds, followed by instantaneous halts, was beyond the capabilities of any machine. Even if it were possible, the human body could not withstand such extreme fluctuations. "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. It defies the laws of physics. This cannot be real," Hammer stammered. Apocalypse approached Hammer, demanding, "Quickly, tell me how many Iron Warriors you have manufactured. Where is Ivan?" Hammer suddenly realized that these machines were designed and constructed by Ivan, undoubtedly the mastermind orchestrating the events from behind the scenes. "Yes, in the Hammer building," he replied. Apocalypse connected to Black Widow's earpiece, stating, "Natasha, do you copy? The one controlling everything is Ivan, the very person I asked you to gather information on last time. And he is located in the Hammer Tower. You confront him while I deal with the Iron Warriors outside." "Understood. I shall depart at once." Meanwhile, within the armory, hundreds of Iron Warriors gradually powered on, their eyes emitting a chilling blue glow. Time was of the essence, and Ivan and Hammer Industries could not produce additional units. Hundreds of Iron Warriors burst through the doors, soaring into the sky, filling the air with the thunderous roar of engines. At that moment, Iron Man arrived and inquired, "What is all this commotion about?" War Machine glanced at the two suits and asked, "Which of you is Tony?" Apocalypse interjected, "Let us not dwell on that. We must take down these machines first. Otherwise, the casualties tonight could be unimaginable." Iron Man replied, "Don, you are swift. Take charge of disabling the machines. I will move with Rhodes to protect the crowd, responding to any threats as they arise." Very well. The three suits swiftly dispersed. Apocalypse ascended directly into the sky, heading towards the most concentrated group of Iron Warriors. These Iron Warriors were advancing towards the city center, where the crowd was densest. If they were allowed to unleash their assault, even Apocalypse would struggle to intervene swiftly, resulting in untold devastation. Fortunately, they were still airborne. Suddenly, there was a resounding explosion. Like a meteor, Apocalypse positioned himself before the torrent of Iron Warriors, crashing into the massive machines. With his immense strength, he effortlessly tore through countless machines, their remnants cascading from the sky. War Machine, who was busy evacuating the crowd below, witnessed Apocalypse wreaking havoc among the Iron Warriors, which appeared like mere toys before him. And he could not help but swallow hard. "Tony, has your suit technology become this formidable?" Tony responded through the communicator, "It is not the suit that is impressive, but the person within it." Although Iron Man's suit surpassed Hammer's in advancement, dismantling a single unit required significant effort. It was certainly not as effortless as Apocalypse's destruction of mere paper. "Who is he?" War Machine asked. Iron Man replied, "You have seen him before." Colonel Rhodes suddenly connected the dots. "Those two F-22 fighter jets he shot down last time, were they his doing?" Ahem. Let's focus on the task at hand. We can discuss this later. After dismantling the aerial machines, the remaining scattered Iron Warriors were more than manageable for Iron Man and War Machine. Apocalypse turned and flew towards the Hammer Industries building. Although in the original narrative, Black Widow had navigated through numerous obstacles, Apocalypse remained cautious, fearing any misstep on her part. Even Iron Man himself would face dire consequences if he failed to intervene. The butterfly effect could have claimed his life multiple times over. Upon landing at the entrance, Apocalypse retracted his suit and discovered Happy, drenched in sweat, engaged in a fierce struggle with a bodyguard. Among ordinary bodyguards, Happy was relatively formidable. But in comparison to superheroes like Black Widow, he fell woefully short. Apocalypse appeared before them, flicking his fingers as if playfully tapping the bodyguard's forehead. The burly man immediately rolled his eyes and collapsed. This was a mercy from Apocalypse. Otherwise, the impact might have been fatal. Happy gasped heavily, asserting, "I can manage without your assistance. You should check on Natasha instead." Upon turning, he was taken aback by the sight of numerous burly men sprawled across the corridor, causing him to swallow nervously, rendering the typically brash Happy momentarily speechless. "I will assist Natasha. You should evacuate the crowd," Tianchi declared. "All right then," Happy murmured, feeling an unsettling sense that he was the one in need of help. Soon, Tianchi caught up with Black Widow, who was clad in a sleek combat suit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her fierce gaze was fixed ahead, radiating an aura of determination that left Tianchi in awe. However, this was not the moment for romantic musings. Suppressing his emotions, he followed her into the control room, where several security guards lay unconscious, and Ivan had already vanished. "Natasha, apprehend Hammer and ensure he does not escape," Tianchi instructed. "I will pursue Ivan with Tony and the others," she replied, turning sharply to leave. "Wait a moment," Tianchi called out, surprised by Black Widow's decisive demeanor in work mode. He stepped forward, wrapped his arm around her waist, and bestowed upon her a lingering kiss before laughing heartily and departing, leaving her blushing, perhaps from shyness or the effects of prolonged oxygen deprivation. Tianchi donned his battle armor anew and soared towards the city's botanical garden. He had just received word from Iron Man, who reported that a specially enhanced Iron Soldier was pursuing him in War Machine, presumably Ivan. By the time Tianchi arrived, Ivan, War Machine, and Iron Man had been engaged in fierce combat for several rounds. The botanical garden lay in ruins, ravaged by lasers, bullets, and various miniature missiles. As anticipated, the narrative remained unchanged. Ivan single-handedly subdued both Iron Man and War Machine, showcasing remarkable prowess. Fortunately, the two heroes coordinated effectively, managing to keep Ivan occupied without incurring further casualties among the civilians. Embodying the spirit of a warrior race, Ivan resorted to sheer force, bolstered by dozens of unmanned Iron Soldiers, rendering Iron Man and War Machine virtually defenseless. In the original storyline, Iron Man first unleashed a devastating area of effect laser that reduced all the unmanned machines to scrap metal. He then engaged in a fierce exchange of laser fire with War Machine, generating an even more powerful shockwave that ultimately defeated Ivan. Before meeting his demise, Ivan detonated all the unmanned Iron Soldiers, resulting in countless casualties. Tianchi, however, could not allow events to unfold as they had originally. He had to subdue Ivan, but he also needed to prevent Ivan from triggering the explosion of the unmanned Iron Soldiers still outside. Chapter 27. Threatened by your bird, Ivan. Stop. Ivan was taken aback. "It's you." He hastily dispatched a portion of his unmanned machines to obstruct Apocalypse. The moment the Iron Warriors shielded Apocalypse's line of sight, Ivan turned and fled. The harrowing memory of Apocalypse extracting his heart in prison lingered painfully in his mind, coupled with the terrifying display of power Apocalypse had just exhibited in the sky. Effortlessly tearing Iron Warriors apart as if they were mere scraps of paper, Ivan was profoundly shaken. He felt he could still contend with Iron Man and War Machine, perhaps even hold a chance, but against such a monster, he wouldn't stand a fraction of a chance. He feared not death. Yet that did not imply he would recklessly engage in a futile struggle. Apocalypse was silent, as this was so incongruous with Ivan's fierce demeanor. Wasn't he supposed to be the epitome of defiance? Apocalypse dispersed the Iron Warriors blocking his path with a mere flick of his hand, and in an instant, he stood before Ivan. Ivan was struck with terror, his hands gripping two electric whips that crackled with blinding energy, swinging them towards Apocalypse. The nearby floor was severed in twain by the electric lashes. Simultaneously, every weapon system on his armor activated, unleashing an onslaught of bullets, lasers, and miniature missiles upon Apocalypse. Unfazed, Apocalypse grasped each electric whip with his hands, pulling Ivan closer, while he withstood the barrage of weapons. A cacophony of explosions ensued, with countless flashes of fire erupting from Apocalypse's position, culminating in a colossal fireball that shattered the dome of the botanical garden. As the fireball dissipated, Apocalypse emerged slowly, unscathed by the weapons, though his armor had suffered significant damage. It appeared that, at this stage, Ivan's technological prowess was not far inferior to that of Iron Man. Apocalypse dismantled the damaged suit. The resilient alloy crumbled effortlessly in his grip. Ivan, let us put this matter to rest, Apocalypse declared. The animosity between your father and Tony's father arose from the collision of two superpowers, and it is not a question of right or wrong. In the face of great nations clashing, many innocents are ensnared. This is the tragedy of the age, rendering individual power insignificant against the tide of history. Your father thrived in the victorious nation of America, attaining wealth beyond measure, while Ivan's father faced the disintegration of the empire and economic collapse, ultimately succumbing to despair. Humph. If I fail today, I have no intention of leaving America alive, Ivan retorted. Apocalypse regarded him with interest. Is that so? Then why did you flee just now? Ivan, feeling helpless, realized he could neither defeat this monster nor escape, and even his retorts fell flat. He resignedly asked, what do you truly desire? Do you wish to resolve the enmity between me and Stark? No, your grudge against Tony is trivial. The future holds far greater upheavals that require top-tier scientists like you to safeguard humanity. Upon hearing this, Ivan slightly lowered his guard. Earlier, when Apocalypse visited him in prison, he had seized his heart and then restored him with a miraculous potion. Such overwhelming methods had already shaken his perception of the world. Now, upon Apocalypse's words, could it be true that humanity faced a monumental crisis? War Machine, Iron Man, and Ivan are indeed the elite among elites, possessing the requisite vision and stature. In the face of a monumental crisis for humanity, their petty grievances are truly trivial, especially since they do not stem from a reconcilable enmity. After all this turmoil, Hammer has expended much of his pent-up resentment. Aside from the predicament of Hammer Industries, few have suffered significant harm. Tony, is there truly a great crisis facing humanity? Could it be nuclear war? Iron Man inquired. War Machine shook his head. During my tenure in the military, I have observed that the major nuclear powers currently exercise considerable restraint, making nuclear conflict unlikely. Enough of your conjectures. I shall not divulge anything now, but soon you will uncover various clues. Apocalypse then addressed Ivan. Today, due to our intervention, no substantial casualties have occurred. You still have the option to retreat. Ivan remained silent, acknowledging his defeat, yet unable to relinquish the thought of aligning himself with his adversary. Observing this, Apocalypse added fuel to the fire. Should you refuse, I will resort to threats. Iron Man was taken aback. Could Apocalypse truly intend to torment Ivan? Such behavior seemed uncharacteristic of him. In every calamity, Apocalypse had always been the most proactive in saving lives, hardly the sort to employ brutal tactics. Ivan was equally astonished. I fear not death. What can you threaten me with? If you die or flee, I shall roast your bird and consume it. How do you know I have a bird? After his father's passing, Ivan's sole remaining attachment in the world was the pet bird he cared for. When summoned by Hammer Industries, he had repeatedly implored Hammer to help retrieve his bird. Yet, Hammer had merely dismissed his plea, purchasing a substitute from the market with indifference, deceitfully claiming, "This is your bird." This infuriated Ivan and further soured his feelings towards Hammer Industries. Unbeknownst to Hammer, he had squandered the only opportunity that might have led Ivan to submission. Had he shown humility and taken Ivan's request seriously, today's circumstances might have been vastly different. Apocalypse declared, "Not only do I know, but I also possess it. I have yet to savor its flavor." "You dare?" Ivan shouted in fury. "You would stoop so low as to harm such a creature? Is there no humanity left in you?" Apocalypse shrugged. "It is not my bird. I have no attachment to it. To me, it is no different from ordinary poultry. If no one desires it, then I shall roast it for sustenance." After a brief pause, Ivan asked, "Where is my bird?" He understood that since his opponent was aware of his bird, preparations had likely been made. Apocalypse scanned the surroundings and called out, "Ethan, are you there?" From behind a large boulder, Ethan gradually emerged, carrying a birdcage. Upon hearing Apocalypse's call, he hurried over. "Mr. Tang, the bird has arrived." "Tony, long time no see." Iron Man stepped forward and embraced him warmly. "It's been a while, Ethan." Although Iron Man found it inconvenient to bring Ethan into his own company, they had maintained regular contact throughout the past days. The laboratory they occupied was not secretive about Iron Man. Rather, Apocalypse hoped that Dr. Stern and Ethan might derive some inspiration from him. Apocalypse remarked, "After the news of your capture reached Siberia, the neighbor entrusted with its care has long neglected your bird. Had my men not arrived in time, it might have perished from starvation." War Machine began to feel perplexed, wondering what these two were discussing. With their talk of birds, one might assume they were engaged in a conversation of intimate privacy. It was only when Ethan emerged with the birdcage that War Machine confirmed that these two men were indeed discussing a pet bird. However, to threaten Ivan with a bird to compel his surrender? That seemed utterly absurd. Yet, Ivan's subsequent words left him astounded. Ivan removed his armor, approached to take the birdcage, and bowed his head slightly, saying, "Thank you. You saved it. I am willing to work for you, but I shall not ally myself with the Stark family." War Machine felt a torrent of frustration, thinking that had he known it would be this easy, the earlier conflict would have been unnecessary. He was military personnel, primarily responsible for liaising with Hammer Industries regarding weapon procurement. The Iron Patriot had been designed and manufactured according to military specifications. Following such a significant incident, the destruction of public property alone was incalculable, and he would undoubtedly face severe reprimands upon his return. He was at a loss as to how to report this incident. Would he truly need to document that the archvillain was ultimately subdued by a bird? Do not worry. Tony and I are merely friends, not part of the same organization. However, should humanity face a grave crisis in the future, we may need to collaborate. Humanity's crisis has nothing to do with my bird. I promise to work for you solely to prove that I, Ivan, will not be outdone by the Stark family. Thus, a genius scientist capable of rivaling Iron Man in his early days came under Apocalypse's wing. As for this farce, everyone tacitly agreed to place the blame squarely on Hammer Industries. Poor Hammer, rather than garnering any profit for the company, he had incited the ire of many powerful figures and now faced the prospect of imprisonment, with no one to advocate on his behalf. Once the matter concluded, Iron Man's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. At the press conference, the dignitaries and journalists saved by Apocalypse, clad in sky blue armor, attributed all the credit to Iron Man, leading to a plethora of media praising him. Newspapers and broadcasts around the world overflowed with articles and videos extolling Iron Man's virtues. Iron Man initially intended to hold a press conference to clarify matters but was deterred by Apocalypse. He did not require such a claim, but Iron Man did. The future Avengers needed a figure of renown to lead them, and Iron Man was undoubtedly the central figure. Unaware of Apocalypse's true intentions, Iron Man and War Machine noted his apparent indifference to fame, which bolstered their trust in him. Apocalypse took stock of his gains. He had saved numerous lives and replenished hundreds of vials of restorative serum, thus compensating for the previous expenditures incurred during his time with Iron Man. The narrative of Iron Man 2 has concluded, and Apocalypse believes it is time to embark on his journey. In a small desert town in New Mexico, he dons his armor and gracefully descends to the outskirts of the town. If the original plot remains unchanged, Thor is already within the town. The reason for Thor's arrival on Earth is a tale that warrants a lengthy explanation. Chapter 28. The arrival of the Thunder God not long ago. The All-Father Odin had intended to bestow the throne upon the Thunder God. However, during the coronation ceremony, an unexpected invasion by frost giants occurred, aiming to seize the source of power from the armory, only to be vanquished by the guardian automatons known as destroyers. Naturally, the disruption of his own coronation ceremony displeased Thor, who proclaimed that the frost giants had breached the peace treaty and vowed to assault their stronghold, Jotunheim, to teach them a lesson. Odin, however, cautioned him, stating that such thoughts were those of a warrior, not a king. He insisted that the actions of a mere few frost giants did not warrant a full-scale conflict. Yet, the impetuous Thor would not heed his father's words, and they parted ways after a heated argument. Subsequently, Thor enlisted the help of his brother Loki and a band of allies, including Vandal, Hogun, Volstagg, and the Valkyrie Sif, to stealthily infiltrate Jotunheim. To traverse from Asgard to the Nine Realms, they had to pass through the Rainbow Bridge. The guardian of the bridge, Heimdall, endowed with the power of the rainbow, could observe all realms, possessing knowledge of all that transpired. The fact that enemies had infiltrated under his watch was, strictly speaking, a dereliction of duty on his part. Thus, he was eager to discover how the frost giants had evaded his vigilant gaze and consented to Thor's expedition. Upon crossing the Rainbow Bridge, they arrived at the frost giant's lair, causing chaos and directly confronting the frost giant king. However, within the enemy's domain, even the Thunder God found it difficult to withstand the overwhelming numbers. Soon, they found themselves besieged by countless beasts and frost giants. Just as all seemed lost, Odin, riding on his celestial steed, descended to their aid, allowing them to escape. Yet, this act of intervention enraged the frost giant king, igniting the flames of war between the realms. In an effort to alleviate the rising tensions, Odin decreed, Thor, having defied the king's command and recklessly led the populace into war and destruction, is unworthy of the throne. His divine powers shall be stripped, and he shall be exiled to earth. However, being his son, Odin could not truly condemn him to exile. He cast Thor's hammer down to earth, not far from the place where Thor would land. Then, feigning solemnity, he uttered an incantation over the hammer. Whoever proves worthy to wield this hammer shall possess the power of the Thunder God. Should Thor attain enlightenment, he would reclaim the hammer, awaken his divine abilities, and return to his rightful place as the Thunder God. As Apocalypse reminisced about this narrative, he pondered whether his existence could possibly cause a butterfly effect that might reach Asgard, situated at the far end of the universe. At the very least, it must not occur before he encountered the Thunder God. In a quaint town in the west, the landscape was dominated by golden deserts. Windblown tumbleweeds danced across the terrain, lending an unusual vibrancy to the arid expanse. The town was remarkably clean, devoid of the clamor of bustling cities, preserving the essence of the 19th century Western expansion. Upon entering the town, Apocalypse was greeted by a cacophony of shouts. He spotted a tall, striking figure with flowing golden hair, clad in a hospital gown. Sprinting from the local medical facility, pursued by several nurses and security personnel, it was none other than the Thunder God himself. As he descended, he was struck by Jane Foster's car, rendering him unconscious and necessitating hospitalization. Upon regaining consciousness, the God of Thunder caused chaos within the hospital, evading the attempts of doctors and security to restrain him, bursting forth from the confines of the building. Although he had lost his divine powers, his formidable physique, honed over centuries of battle experience, made it nearly impossible for anyone to impede his progress. "Hey, my friend, have you seen a hammer?" Thor inquired bluntly upon spotting Apocalypse. Apocalypse furrowed his brow, realizing why Jane and her companions initially regarded him as deranged, clad in a hospital gown. Thor's inquiry about a hammer to a passerby was hardly the behavior of a sane individual. "Shouldn't you address the issues at hand first?" Apocalypse chided. "A bunch of mortals. I merely wish to avoid causing them harm," Thor retorted dismissively. At that moment, nurses and security personnel had caught up, encircling Thor in an attempt to administer a sedative. Apocalypse quickly intervened. "He is my friend. He was intoxicated last night and abruptly awakened in the hospital, causing him to become agitated. I apologize on his behalf." However, the woman who had brought him in claimed he had been struck by a vehicle. "Huh. Have you ever seen a patient who has been hit by a car still able to bounce around like this?" With that, the crowd began to reconsider, as even several security guards struggled to contain him, which hardly suggested he was in distress. "But the medical bills remain unpaid," a young nurse pointed out. "I shall cover his expenses," Apocalypse replied, handing over a roll of $100 bills. The nurse accepted the money and added, "Sir, it would be prudent for your friend to undergo further examination. If there are any internal injuries, it would be detrimental." "Do you honestly believe he appears to have any internal injuries?" "You can hardly restrain him," Apocalypse countered. Thor obligingly struck a series of muscular poses, eliciting giggles from the young nurse, who ultimately accepted the payment and departed. Clearly, Thor possessed an innate talent for humor, which later became vividly evident in Thor, Ragnarok. Thor clapped Apocalypse on the shoulder. "Thank you, my friend. I lack the currency of this world, and it would be troublesome if they demanded payment from me. When I return to the realm of the gods, I shall repay your kindness." At that moment, a small RV rushed into town, screeching to a halt mere inches from Thor and Apocalypse. Upon seeing who emerged, Apocalypse recognized the renowned scientist Jane Foster, accompanied by her acerbic intern, Darcy, and an elderly astrophysicist, Eric. Jane exited the vehicle in a hurry, exclaiming, "The hospital just called to inform me that you escaped. You were struck by our vehicle. So do not worry about the medical expenses. We will cover everything. In America, medical costs are exorbitantly high, and without insurance, a hospital visit could lead to financial ruin for an ordinary family. Many uninsured individuals struggle to utter a single plea. Please, do not call an ambulance." Before losing consciousness, Jane assumed Thor had fled the hospital out of fear of incurring medical bills. "Thank you, beautiful lady. However, this friend has already taken care of the expenses." Daisy's eyes sparkled with delight. "What a handsome, oriental man." "Hello, handsome. I am Daisy, and this is my mentor, Jane. This gentleman is the astrophysicist, Eric." Tianchi, with his striking looks and tall stature, rivaled even the most charming of Western men. His unparalleled strength exuded an aura of regality, endowing him with an irresistible charm. "Greetings, I am Tang Tianchi," he introduced himself. Jane inquired of Thor, "Where do you reside? Allow us to drive you home." Thor replied, "Your vehicle cannot reach my abode. Please take me to a bar. I wish to partake in some libations." Jane cautioned, "You were in an accident last night and have just been discharged from the hospital. Consuming alcohol is inadvisable." Tianchi interjected, "Jane, fret not. With his constitution, he could withstand 10 more collisions without issue." "Ha ha ha, indeed. You truly understand my temperament. How can one not celebrate with a drink when making a new friend in a foreign land?" Thor declared exuberantly, pulling Tianchi toward the bar, with Eric naturally following suit. Jane and Daisy exchanged exasperated glances. Why did it always seem that when it came to drinking, men effortlessly transformed into blood brothers? The small town was not extensive, and after traversing half a street, they arrived at the bar. Upon entering, Thor bellowed, "Bartender, serve us each the strongest drink you have. 1 drink is insufficient." "Let us begin with 10 each," Tianchi exclaimed. Thor's eyes glinted with enthusiasm. This fellow was even more extravagant than himself. The drinks were not mere ordinary vessels, but large glasses used for draft beer, nearly filled to the brim with vodka, each holding almost a liter. Thor and Tianchi each grasped a glass, locking eyes in a silent challenge, and with a shared spirit of camaraderie, they downed their drinks in one go. Meanwhile, poor Eric, the elderly professor who had tagged along for the free drinks, managed only a third of his before becoming quite tipsy. with a resounding crash. Thor hurled his glass to the ground, exclaiming, "Bartender, bring us another round." Jane and Daisy watched in disbelief. Where had these wild men come from? Their behavior was reminiscent of medieval revelry. The bartender remained stationary, casting a suspicious glance at the two, contemplating whether they were seeking trouble. In modern times, who drank and smashed glasses, but those looking for a fight. Around them, several burly men began to rise, fixating their stares upon the newcomers. In a small town where everyone was familiar with one another, the presence of outsiders seeking to stir chaos naturally prompted a united front among the locals. Chapter 29. Drinking. Thor under the table to retrieve a hammer. Upon witnessing the scene, Tianchi hurled a roll of large denomination dollars at the bartender, simultaneously smashing his glass upon the floor, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? Serve the strongest liquor. Today, I shall cover all the drinks here. We shall not return sober." The bartender, upon unfurling the roll of cash, beamed with delight and hastily gestured for the burly men to take a seat. A bundle of $100 bills was a sum one could hardly earn in a month. With ample funds at hand, a shattered glass was of little consequence, for it was hardly a valuable item. Thor burst into hearty laughter. "I never expected to encounter a kindred spirit on earth. You are quite admirable. I shall count you as a friend. However, wait. I do not make friends with those who cannot hold their liquor. You must drink first before we proceed," Tianchi declared. Thor was taken aback that someone on Earth dared to challenge his authority, igniting a fierce competitive spirit within him. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of toasts. Their colossal beer mugs, typically used for chugging draft beer, seemed to them as effortless as sipping water. They discarded the empty vessels, leaving a chaotic array of shattered glasses strewn across the floor. The other patrons turned their heads in astonishment. What remarkable drinking prowess. "Brothers, we cannot be outdone by these two outsiders," a robust man from the west shouted. "Drink." With that, a throng of local strongmen joined in, downing their drinks in imitation, heedlessly shattering their glasses upon the ground. The bar was soon enveloped in an atmosphere of unbridled masculinity. Watching this spectacle, Jian and the fierce sister, Daisy, were left dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. What manner of beings were these men? How could they be so easily riled by the mere shattering of a few drinking glasses? Daisy nudged Jian, saying, "Mentor, compared to that oriental fellow, Thor does seem somewhat normal. It's a pity that such a handsome man appears to lack common sense." Jian sighed. When men indulge in drink, they all become the same. Despite Thor's superior physique compared to humans, he had been stripped of his divine powers, and it was inevitable that he could not outdrink Tianchi's monstrous constitution. After downing several large mugs, he began to show signs of inebriation, his cheeks flushing. Fortunately, his demeanor remained amiable, and he only referred to Tianchi as friend. Thor, born of noble lineage and having fought countless battles, had always enjoyed a life of ease. This discord with his father marked the greatest setback of his life, and it was natural to feel a tinge of sorrow. However, Tianchi was aware that Thor's most arduous days were yet to arrive. Compared to the tribulations that lay ahead, this minor setback was merely child's play. Eventually, Thor succumbed to drunkenness, mumbling incoherently about father, mother, and Loki. As for Eric, he had long since slumped over in his chair, snoring. Tianchi lifted one of the incapacitated figures and addressed the astonished Jian and Daisy. "Where do you reside?" "I shall escort them home to rest. I dwell in a caravan." "There is no space for two large men," Jian replied. "You should take them to a hotel." "That will not do." Tianchi shook his head. "This fellow was knocked down by you. His mind seems somewhat muddled, and he refuses to stay in a hospital. If you do not care for him, who will?" Kind-hearted Jian, realizing the logic in this statement, reluctantly acquiesced. Little did she know, this was Tianchi's deliberate attempt to steer the narrative back on course by orchestrating their union. In the original narrative, Thor and Jane confide in each other within a mobile home, ultimately becoming lovers, which subsequently ignites a series of pivotal events, including the introduction of the ether and the reality stone. Apocalypse hurls Thor into Jane's mobile home. Naturally, Eric must be taken back to the hotel, otherwise, how could two odorous men share a single bed? How does the plot unfold? Once Eric is settled, Daisy approaches, gently caressing Apocalypse's arm, and suggests, "Handsome, would you like to rest a bit? My room is just upstairs." Apocalypse's appearance and physique align with the standards of attractiveness in both Eastern and Western cultures. More significantly, his aura of strength and invincible confidence proves irresistibly alluring to women. The Western girl is rather bold. Apocalypse glances at the fierce woman beside him, recognizing that to claim he harbors no mischievous thoughts would be disingenuous. However, being involved with Black Widow, who has yet to fully commit to him, he is reluctant to invite further complications. "I am a married man," Apocalypse declares. Daisy, undeterred, becomes even more intrigued, seductively replying, "I don't see a ring on your finger." "Here, not wearing a ring means you are not married. We can temporarily bend the rules." Apocalypse is unfamiliar with Western customs, where a significant number of men fear the weight of responsibility in marriage. while they may engage in casual relations, cohabitate, or even have children, formal marriage. Absolutely not. Thus, married men often possess a unique allure, as women perceive them as more responsible and captivating. Consequently, many men deliberately don a ring in bars, masquerading as married gentlemen to attract attention. With matters at hand, Apocalypse chooses to avoid entanglements, leaving a disheartened Daisy behind as he turns to depart. When he next appears, Apocalypse has journeyed to a desolate area several dozen kilometers outside the town, precisely where Thor's hammer has fallen. Initially, locals mistook it for a meteorite, prompting meteorite hunters to scour the area, only to discover the hammer's peculiarities. It appears modest in size yet weighs a ton. No one can lift it. As the news spreads, the town buzzes with excitement, and numerous burly men gather to test their strength against Thor's hammer. Some, recognizing a business opportunity, set up makeshift barbecue stalls, and to their surprise, find the venture quite profitable. Others attempt to tether the hammer with chains and drag it with pickup trucks. The trucks roar to life, reaching maximum power as their tires skid across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, yet the hammer remains immovable. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the truck bed detaches. The attempt has failed. Some individuals try to excavate the earth surrounding Thor's hammer, only to discover it is utterly unyielding, as if the soil cradling the hammer has fused with it. Remarkably bizarre. The hammer, forged by the cosmic dwarves from a dying star, possesses an inherent and formidable weight. Even more astonishingly, it evaluates the worthiness of those who attempt to lift it. For the worthy, it feels light as a feather, while for the unworthy, it bears the weight of 1,000 stars. In the original plot, only Captain America among Earth's inhabitants is able to wield it. Another potential candidate for lifting the mighty Mjolnir is Vision. However, this remains merely a possibility, as he has never been truly arranged to wield it until his demise. Nevertheless, Vision's core is the Mind Stone, which grants him the capability to lift Thor's hammer, a fact not altogether surprising. As Apocalypse approached, a group of burly Western men erupted in laughter. "Hey, Eastern fellow, your thighs are not even as thick as my arms. Spare yourself the effort. You might injure yourself." One jested. "Come, let me place a bet. I'll give 10 to 1 odds that the Eastern man can lift it. You're just trying to swindle us. A truck couldn't budget. How could a mere human?" Another chimed in. 100 to 1. Anyone interested? Apocalypse remained unfazed as he reached the hammer, scrutinizing the exquisite artifact. The hammer, ancient and grand, was adorned with peculiar engravings. Should its wielder earn its approval, these engravings could unleash the power of thunder, augmenting the wielder's might. Furthermore, the hammer could enable flight, making it an essential tool for both domestic travel and ostentatious displays. Gently grasping the handle, Apocalypse gradually increased its strength, 1 times the power of the Hulk. Yet, it remained immovable. This was anticipated in the original narrative of the Avengers. The Hulk had attempted to lift the hammer on the deck of a flying aircraft carrier, only to shatter the alloy deck without even stirring Mjolnir. 2 times the power of the Hulk. The muscles on Apocalypse's body bulged, and a terrifying force tore through his clothing. On the surface, neither the hammer nor Apocalypse budged, but the ground trembled ominously beneath them, resembling an earthquake. The surrounding men exchanged fearful glances. "Is this commotion caused by that Eastern man? It's terrifying," one exclaimed. "Impossible. Old Nor, this must be an earthquake. What a coincidence. Even if it were an earthquake, we need not fear. We are on solid ground." Ignoring the noise, Apocalypse commenced his assault. 3 times the power of the Hulk. An unparalleled force erupted instantly, fracturing the ground and extending 100 meters outward, as rocks shattered and debris flew, compelling the surrounding men to seek refuge. However, Mjolnir remained steadfast. The earth surrounding the hammer sank 1/2 meter. Yet the soil in contact with Mjolnir seemed imbued with a mysterious force, remaining utterly unaffected. Apocalypse attempted to strike the earth beneath the hammer, discovering that it yielded no different result than striking the hammer itself. In a vague sense, he felt a mocking presence emanating from Mjolnir. Could it be an illusion? Apocalypse pondered. He struck the soil beneath the hammer once more, and that elusive laughter returned. Indeed, Apocalypse discerned the truth. The artifact possessed a spirit. In his previous life, countless enthusiasts had speculated on the peculiar characteristics of Mjolnir. For instance, could an unworthy individual lift the hammer if it were placed in an elevator, while they hoisted the elevator? Or what if it were placed on a vehicle or aircraft, and they attempted to drag it along? At present, it appears that no paradox truly exists. As long as Thor's hammer does not wish to be moved, it remains immovable, unless one possesses the overwhelming strength to surpass it. In the yet-to-unfold narrative of Thor, Ragnarok, the hammer is effortlessly crushed by Hela, the goddess of death and Thor's sister. This thought fills Apocalypse with dread. With the power of 3 Hulks, he can barely lift it, whereas Hela can shatter Thor's hammer with sheer force. Just how terrifying is her strength? Furthermore, what level of might must Odin, the All-Father who sealed Hela away, possess? And what of Surtur, the fire demon who brings about Ragnarok, destroying Asgard and ultimately vanquishing Hela? With his colossal form, The mere contemplation of these details is overwhelming. The more he reflects, the more terrifying it becomes. Thus, the urgency to enhance his power cannot be overstated. Nevertheless, Apocalypse wishes to make one final attempt. Chapter 30. The warning of the God King. Since the divine artifact possesses a spirit, let it witness whether I am worthy. Tianqi took several deep breaths, and with each inhalation and exhalation, the dust within a few meters began to stir, as if an ancient behemoth were awakening, causing the surrounding strong men to retreat in trepidation. At that moment, even the dimmest of minds could perceive the terror embodied by this eastern figure. He was adjusting his breath, seemingly preparing to unleash a formidable attack. The previous tremors had already created a seismic effect across 100 meters, injuring many with falling debris. This impending display of power promised to be even more fearsome. The muscular men hastily fled, fearing for their lives. Tianqi calmed his thoughts, grasping the Mjolnir in his right hand, opening his heart to allow the weapon spirit to fully sense his mental realm. He was not aligned with malevolent forces. He had come to this world to save numerous lives and shared his fate with many superheroes. Although he was uncertain of Mjolnir's criteria for judgment, Tianqi believed he had a significant chance. As he opened his heart, he sensed a subtle mental connection, and his entire mental landscape seemed to be surveyed in an instant. Subsequently, a delicate sensation arose from his core, filling his mind with an abundance of information. A faint smile graced Tianqi's lips as he lifted Mjolnir from the ground, the earth that had supported it transforming into dust and scattering with the wind. It was no wonder that in the original storyline, Captain America wielded Mjolnir with such proficiency, catching Thanos off guard. It seemed that once one earned the hammer's acknowledgement, they could instantaneously access the knowledge to wield it, and with the cooperation of the weapon spirit, the usage became as effortless as flowing water. Tianqi gently swung Mjolnir, gradually familiarizing himself with the divine artifact. Lightning flashed around him, serpentine and dragon-like, bestowing upon him an imposing presence, as if a deity had descended. This was the inherent lightning power of Mjolnir. Unbeknownst to him, black clouds had silently gathered overhead, casting a vast shadow upon the earth. The oppressive air ceased to flow, making it difficult to breathe. Everyone, run. The big move is coming. A throng of strong men scattered in panic, desperately fleeing from the area enveloped by the dark clouds. Looking up at the sky, Tianqi knew that Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, was undoubtedly observing him. Perhaps even the God King Odin was watching. They had cast the hammer here solely to test the Thunder God, to provide him with experience. Little did they expect that a mortal on Earth could lift Mjolnir. This provoked a sense of urgency to assert their authority. If Tianqi dared to take the hammer, Heimdall would instantly open the Rainbow Bridge, and it was uncertain whether warriors from Asgard or the God King Odin himself would descend. However, Tianqi had no such intentions. He gazed skyward and spoke. Heimdall, do not be so stingy. I merely wish to play with it. You Asgardians can casually toss items to Earth, yet you do not allow us to enjoy them? Heimdall was taken aback. This human knew his name? From his distant perch in Asgard's rainbow control room, he had only ever watched others. Could this individual truly see him? Before Heimdall could take any action, a radiant rainbow suddenly pierced the control room, and the All-Father Odin traversed the kilometers-long rainbow bridge, instantly appearing before Heimdall. Odin inquired, who has lifted the hammer of Thor? I can sense it is not Thor. Heimdall presented an image to the All-Father. I just glimpsed his life through the eye of light. He is a human from Earth, who has gained immense strength through gamma energy, yet his power seems insufficient to wield Thor's hammer. Odin's eyes sparkled with celestial light as he gazed through the rainbow pathway towards the distant Apocalypse. An overwhelming mental pressure descended, causing Apocalypse, far away on Earth, to falter. This psychic force resembled an infinite expanse of starlight, traversing the boundless cosmos, bearing down upon him. Apocalypse felt as though he were a small vessel amidst a tempest, on the verge of being engulfed by the towering waves. To combat this pressure, Apocalypse's veins bulged as he concentrated all his strength. An unseen clash ignited in the air, and flashes of lightning flickered around him. After observing for a moment, the Allfather suddenly chuckled. Not bad, young one, but the hammer of Thor cannot be yours. Should the opportunity arise, you are welcome to visit Asgard. With that, he turned and departed. Instantly, Apocalypse felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to realize that half of his body was buried in the earth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Nevertheless, he had absorbed Odin's words into his consciousness. Leaping from the soil, Apocalypse casually tossed the hammer aside, sensing a fleeting reluctance from its spirit as it slipped from his grasp. Whether to maintain the original plot or in the face of Odin, he knew he could no longer touch the hammer, especially after experiencing Odin's terrifying mental presence from afar. It appeared that the original narrative had utterly failed to convey even a fraction of his power, leading many to perceive him as a frail, aging figure. Yet, how could a ruler of the Nine Realms be so simplistic? Even the goddess of death, Hela, could only break free from her seal after his demise. However, Apocalypse found one aspect particularly peculiar. This formidable Allfather, who had once waged wars alongside his daughter Hela to conquer the Nine Realms, seemingly adopted a pacifistic stance in later years, even opting to seal her away to prevent her from causing chaos. He had even obscured the murals within the palace temple, concealing the history of the past. Should one presume that Odin had a change of heart, Apocalypse would not entertain such a notion. No matter how benevolent a sovereign may be, he would not shy away from expanding his dominion. The only plausible explanation was that he had encountered an irresistible force, compelling him to confine his realm to its present boundaries. As for the nature of this mysterious power, who it belonged to, and how formidable it was, Apocalypse was utterly at a loss. At least, it had not been mentioned in the original narrative. He noticed that the robust men had already retreated several hundred meters, observing from a distance, too intimidated to approach. The pickup truck and barbecue stand that had been parked nearby were crushed into thin sheets of metal by an unseen force. The sight sent their hearts racing. How fortunate they had fled quickly. Otherwise, under such intangible pressure, would their flesh and blood not have been reduced to mere pizza? Who, then, was this Eastern individual, surviving under this invisible pressure? Could it be the work of divine intervention? Ignoring the formidable men surrounding him, Apocalypse caught sight of a familiar face behind them, Coulson. With sunglasses masking his eyes, Coulson regarded the enigmatic Eastern figure before him with a complex expression. The recent commotion was beyond the capabilities of a mere mortal. Coulson's role necessitated frequent observation of such superhuman entities, engaging with them, and occasionally confronting them. If this Eastern individual were to be an adversary, how would he respond? Coulson dared not contemplate further. Mr. Tang, we meet again, Apocalypse acknowledged with a nod. You seem to have arrived a tad late. We have attempted to lift the hammer, but we cannot wield it as you do. Our surveillance satellites indicate another entity descended alongside the hammer. In comparison to the hammer, we are far more concerned about this unknown life form. Ha ha ha, Apocalypse chuckled. What will you do if you find it? You witnessed the manifestation of power when I grasped the hammer. I doubt your S-H-I-E-L-D can contend with such forces. Coulson shrugged. Someone must strive to confront it. Regardless of the power, as long as it poses a threat to Earth, we must face it. Apocalypse nodded. When faced with a threat to one's homeland, even the mightiest force must be met with resolve. Yet, he was acutely aware that Earth was far more intricate than Coulson perceived. Setting aside the mythic gods like Odin and the looming threat of the formidable Thanos, countless dangers lurked within the multiverse, such as Dormammu, who sought to engulf the Earth. By sheer coincidence, the planet was first protected for millennia by the formidable Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, followed by the emergence of Doctor Strange, who ensnared Dormammu in a time loop, ultimately forcing a truce. The Infinity Stones, treasured across the cosmos, appeared repeatedly on this seemingly primitive planet. If one were to claim it was mere coincidence, Apocalypse would vehemently disagree. Yet, what lay behind these occurrences remained unexplained in the original narrative. Coulson, shortly, someone will attempt to lift this hammer. Do what you must, but do not appear overly rude. Is he the hammer's master? Coulson inquired. I suppose so, though I wonder if he can indeed lift it. Coulson was left perplexed. If he were the master of the hammer, how could he possibly be unable to lift it? Chapter 31. Confrontation with the god of thunder. Apocalypse offered no further explanation and departed gracefully. Subsequently, Coulson ordered his men to cordon off the area, dispersing the onlookers. Upon returning to the town, night had already fallen. Apocalypse sought out Thor, discovering him sober, grilling outside the RV while engaging in conversation with Jane. To Jane, Thor certainly seemed to have lost his mind, incessantly proclaiming himself to be the mythological god of thunder, and rambling about the world tree and the 9 realms traversing its roots. Yet, Thor was undeniably handsome. Even his foolishness was charming. As she listened to his earnest yet silly musings, she couldn't help but be enamored by his striking features. Apocalypse remained concealed, as Thor, now in mortal form, was oblivious to his presence. Every word Thor uttered reached Apocalypse's ears. While others perceived his tales of the world tree as mere myth, Apocalypse found them profoundly intriguing. The god of thunder, traversing the cosmos, could not possibly be unaware that celestial bodies like Earth orbit stars amidst the vast emptiness of space. If the world tree truly existed, what form would it take? In the original narrative, Apocalypse had encountered something akin to it. Star-Lord's biological father, Ego the living planet, had planted his roots across the life-bearing planets of the universe, attempting to implant all worlds into his own being. Had he succeeded, a single planet within his domain would merely be a fruit, and the entire cosmos would be woven into his life network. Viewed from this perspective, could it not represent another form of the world tree? Thus, was the world tree Thor described a similar entity, or perhaps an even more advanced manifestation? Did it once exist, or does it persist even now? Apocalypse found himself pondering these questions, resolving to inquire with Thor at a later time. Meanwhile, Thor and Jane, in the company of each other, surrounded by the warmth of the fire and the delight of food, found themselves becoming increasingly entranced by one another. Apocalypse decided to withdraw, wishing to avoid overhearing any inappropriate exchanges. The RV swayed throughout the night, leaving Jane and Thor sleepless. The following morning, Thor awoke refreshed, leaving Jane still lost in slumber. He made his way to the bar, where he discovered Apocalypse had been waiting for him. It appeared someone had enjoyed a splendid night. Apocalypse teased, "Well, it seems you had quite the time last night." "Indeed, not too shabby," Thor replied. "This trip to Earth has granted me your friendship and introduced me to a woman I fancy. It has been worthwhile. I ordered you breakfast. Would you prefer it with milk or strong liquor?" Thor added, "What man drinks milk? Of course, it must be strong liquor." "Very well." The two indulged in a hearty breakfast, accompanied by several large glasses of spirits, drawing the curious gazes of other patrons, baffled by such early morning revelry. Once satiated, Apocalypse boldly stated, "Thor, let us engage in combat." Thor paused, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Tang, you truly understand me. Come, come. I've been yearning to stretch my limbs these past few days." Thor had encountered a series of tumultuous events recently, and like any muscular warrior, there was no better outlet for his pent-up frustrations than a good fight. However, unlike Loki, Thor was inherently kind-hearted and would not engage in frivolous antics with passers-by. Thus, Apocalypse's initiative to challenge him was met with enthusiasm, perfectly aligning with Thor's temperament. Two figures emerged from the street, drifting apart. The god of thunder boisterously declared, "Tang, though I have lost my divine powers, I am not merely an ordinary earthling to be trifled with. You must exercise caution." Tianchi remained silent, bemused by the lack of subtlety displayed by this individual, who perpetually proclaimed himself a god of thunder and lamented his lost powers. It was no wonder he was deemed mad by Jin. "You should also be wary. The loser shall drink 3 cups of punishment." The two exchanged a glance and swiftly approached one another. Tianchi began with a series of clumsy punches, engaging the god of thunder in a few blows to gauge his strength, which proved to be merely the limit of a typical human, akin to that of Black Widow or Hawkeye. Thus, he moderated his power and commenced experimenting with various techniques, engaging in a spirited exchange. Some moves, reminiscent of those found in martial arts novels and films, Tianchi executed with sheer, overwhelming force. His agility was remarkable. A single leap could cover hundreds of kilometers, and his ability to hover briefly was effortless. As for aerial maneuvers that defied gravity, Tianchi unleashed tremendous force to burst the air, utilizing the explosive recoil to change direction abruptly. In no time, the street resonated with a cacophony of sounds. Bang, 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 bang. Tianchi flitted about like a butterfly, circling and attacking the god of thunder, capturing the attention of numerous onlookers commuting to work. "Goodness. That's the Eastern man from yesterday's drinking escapade. It turns out martial arts truly exist," exclaimed one. "Father, come quick to witness Jackie Chan." Immediately, a seasoned martial arts enthusiast retorted, "Jackie Chan is not this formidable. It resembles Bruce Lee's techniques more. Do you even understand martial arts? Can Bruce Lee really soar into the air? This is surely the legendary lightness skill." The sounds of strikes were indeed real, proving that martial arts could produce such effects. Contrary to the belief that it was merely cinematic embellishment, many quickly concurred, "Yes, indeed, we've been deceived for so many years. Our Western boxing is not to be underestimated. That Eastern man cannot defeat the blonde handsome fellow." Observers noted, "It seems the blonde is merely taking a beating." This captivating martial arts duel soon drew a throng of townsfolk, forming a dense circle around the spectacle. Although Tianchi moderated his strength, he did not hold back in his techniques and found himself unable to subdue the god of thunder. The latter's millennia of combat experience was not without merit, having traversed the 9 realms and encountered countless alien fighting styles. While Eastern martial arts were indeed peculiar, they remained within the realm of comprehension. Devoid of divine powers and Mjolnir, the god of thunder could not replicate Tianchi's extravagant aerial feats. Instead, he rooted himself firmly, standing steadily on the ground, simplifying his approach to counter each move. Tianchi's numerous intricate and flamboyant techniques were easily deciphered by the god of thunder, who could often neutralize them with a simple punch or block. Of course, Tianchi did not possess a true understanding of martial arts. He merely imitated them through sheer brute strength. While visually impressive, such tactics proved to be of limited efficacy against a master like the god of thunder. The reason Apocalypse challenged Thor was not to bully him, but rather to explore whether Asgard held any unique training methods. His own strength derived from the blood of the Hulk, a forced enhancement, and his potential had reached its limit. Lacking the innate gifts of the Hulk, which allowed for boundless improvement, he had no choice but to seek alternative paths. At present, the closest narrative development to him was represented by Thor and Asgard. Surely, the legendary realm of myths must possess some hidden techniques for cultivation. After a brief skirmish, Apocalypse noticed that Thor's defenses against his attacks were primarily reliant on extensive combat experience, showing no evident signs of any specialized training. He couldn't help but taunt. Is this all you can do, Thor? Did you exhaust all your energy in the RV last night? Frustrated by the relentless assault, Thor felt his pride swell. If it weren't for my loss of divine power, I would have crushed you with a single blow. All talk and no substance. Don't you possess any unique skills? Thor blocked one of Apocalypse's attacks with both hands and, using his strength, deflected it, seizing the moment to reply. What unique skills? I rely on my bloodline's innate abilities. I don't bother with flashy techniques. Apocalypse retorted, are you incapable of learning? Loki wields illusions. Why can't you master anything? Thor responded confidently, once I fully awaken my bloodline, I will be invincible across the 9 realms. I disdain illusions. This statement bore truth in the original narrative. When Hela had just emerged from her imprisonment, Thor was no match for her. However, after wandering on Sakaar and awakening several times, he returned to Asgard and managed to hold his ground against Hela, despite ultimately being outmatched. Ha ha ha, then allow me to demonstrate my illusions. With a thunderous sound, Apocalypse accelerated, leaving behind a multitude of afterimages, creating the illusion of a vast number of assailants converging upon Thor. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The previously exaggerated martial arts moves paled in comparison to the near-fantastical afterimages now before them. A young man exclaimed, Dad, I want to learn martial arts in the East tomorrow. The father retorted, are you foolish? Do you think you can just find true masters there? Even if you do, will they teach you? Pointing to Apocalypse, who stood before them, he added, there is already a martial arts expert right here. Why venture so far? Hearing this, the crowd's realization dawned upon them. Here stood a master of the martial arts. Why seek far when the solution lay close at hand? Their gazes turned fervent. Fixated on Apocalypse, the rugged spirit of the West naturally inclined them towards combat techniques. Coupled with the immense influence of martial arts icons like Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, and Jet Li in Hollywood, many harbored a fascination for the mystical martial arts of the East. Even domestic martial arts schools had, to varying extents, accepted foreign disciples. Now, witnessing the legendary martial arts master, the onlookers yearned to rush forward and bow down as seen in films, calling him master. In truth, Apocalypse's creation of several afterimages showcased power that far exceeded that of Thor. Yet, amidst the chaos, a crucial oversight occurred. Ah, Thor shouted, receiving a punch squarely in the face. How dare you strike me? Alas, yet another blow struck one of Thor's eyes, transforming his once charming gaze into that of a raccoon. Enraged, Thor bellowed, what skill is this? If you possess true courage, stand still and let us trade blows. 1 punch each, to see who falls first. With that, the afterimage faded, and Apocalypse suddenly materialized before Thor. Without a moment's hesitation, Thor swung his fist towards Apocalypse's face, delivering a resounding smack as Apocalypse too received a punch to the eye. Regulating his strength, Apocalypse retaliated in kind, striking back with equal force. Thus ensued a fierce exchange of blows, each delivering a punch to the other, accompanied by cries of agony from both sides. Of course, Thor's cries were genuine, while Apocalypse, wishing to spare Thor some dignity, feigned a few yelps, for he knew that if Thor believed he felt no pain, it would alter the dynamic of their duel. However, a sudden, melodious voice rang out, what are you doing? Cease at once. Chapter 32, The God of Thunder's Inquiry. It was indeed Jin who arrived. Upon waking up in the morning, she instinctively reached out to touch the blanket, only to find that her companion from the previous night had already departed, leaving behind a lingering masculine scent. Hearing the commotion outside, she groggily made her way over, only to stumble upon the God of Thunder and Apocalypse engaged in a fierce brawl. Jin rushed forward, her petite figure wedged between the two men, desperately attempting to separate them. Reluctantly, the God of Thunder and Apocalypse halted their fists to avoid harming her. Let us call it a day, the God of Thunder declared. Once I regain my powers, I shall challenge you again. Very well. Next time, I shall hold nothing back, Apocalypse replied with a smirk. You have no idea how formidable I become once my powers return. Jin, irate at the prospect of their continued sparring, interjected sharply, enough. You two grown men. What issues can't be resolved over a drink? Must you resort to fighting in the streets? Just the day before, she had been disdainful of their drinking. Yet now she found herself wishing they would indulge to the point of inebriation. Ah, you women just don't understand, the God of Thunder retorted, his nonchalant demeanor only further inciting Jin's annoyance. Having shared a bed the previous night, she now found herself resenting the fact that her concern for them was unwelcome. No wonder in Thor, Ragnarok, she had slapped them upon their reunion. They truly lacked an understanding of a woman's heart. However, upon witnessing the God of Thunder's bruised eyes and bloody lip, Jin's heart ached for him, compelling her to cast a fierce glare at Apocalypse. With hands raised in surrender, Apocalypse replied, Jin, please do not look at me with such disdain. Thor is quite content. You have never experienced the joy of a brawl. Once you do, you will come to love the thrill of combat. The god of thunder nodded in agreement, appreciating his friendship with Apocalypse for their shared temperament. Jian, exasperated, declared, I shall never engage in fighting. If there is a problem, I shall call the police. Fighting solves nothing. One day, you will revel in battle more than Thor himself, Apocalypse asserted confidently. Fuming, Jian stomped her foot. No. Aside from beating you two, I shall fight no one. Apocalypse chuckled, choosing not to provoke her further. When Jian eventually became the female Thor, she would wield the hammer with greater finesse than Thor himself, delighting in combat. An image far removed from the gentle, innocent Jian of now. Jian assisted the god of thunder into a bar, cautiously tending to his wounds, though he feigned discomfort. Wearing a look of sheer enjoyment, he would occasionally call out in pain, prompting Jian to become increasingly tender in her ministrations. He then playfully challenged Apocalypse with his gaze, as if to flaunt his beauty beside him. Apocalypse shrugged, thinking, Thor, you are indeed fortunate. It is unbecoming to rely on a woman's allure. Once his own Black Widow arrived, he vowed to make Thor endure some playful rivalry. The injuries on Apocalypse's face were merely for show. He deliberately controlled his blood flow, prolonging his recovery. He ordered a pitcher of strong ale, savoring it leisurely. Before he could take more than a few sips, a throng of individuals burst through the door, clamoring, Master, please take me as your apprentice. I wish to learn Eastern martial arts. The ensuing chaos gave Apocalypse a headache. Silence. I do not take apprentices. Keep this up, and I shall throw you all out. The crowd fell silent, intimidated by Apocalypse's earlier display of martial prowess, which had left a formidable impression on the ordinary onlookers. Some individuals merely gathered to partake in the excitement, and soon withdrew, causing the crowd to diminish significantly. However, a young man declared, Master, I am willing to pay for tuition. I shall give whatever amount you require. Do I appear financially constrained? Rather, allow me to offer you money, and you may cease to disturb me. The young man was momentarily at a loss for words. It was well known that yesterday, Tianchi had thrown a roll of 100 yuan bills, treating everyone in the bar to drinks, suggesting he might possess more wealth than those present. Yet, despite Tianchi's declaration of generosity, no one dared to accept his offer. Master, if you refuse to accept me, I, Ron, shall kneel here until death. The young man promptly knelt down. Tianchi scrutinized the young man named Ron, noting his pale complexion with rosy cheeks and golden, curly hair, an archetypal lad from the western regions. As Ron sensed Tianchi's gaze upon him, he immediately straightened his posture. Tianchi, somewhat exasperated, remarked, What have you learned this from? In martial arts films, whenever the protagonist kneels, the master invariably accepts him as a disciple. Ron responded, Ha ha ha. Tianchi laughed heartily, reminiscing about his own youthful days, and teasingly added, I am merely passing through this town and shall soon depart, likely never to return. Even if you were to kneel here until your demise, I would not be witness to it. What shall you do then? Ron stammered, momentarily at a loss. This approach seemed misguided. In films, the protagonist kneels at the threshold of the master's dwelling, where sincerity is easily recognized. Yet, this Eastern master was simply passing through, and kneeling here would go unnoticed. Should he kneel or not? Rising immediately might convey insincerity, jeopardizing his chances of success. Contemplating this, Ron awkwardly remained on his knees. Tianchi paid him no mind and conversed with Thor. So, do you not possess any cultivation techniques? Thor replied, There are indeed some in the Asgardian archives, but I have never utilized them. Why do you ask? My potential has been exhausted, and I seek methods to enhance my strength. Thor nodded, as a human. You have indeed reached your limit. To progress further, you must transcend the constraints of your lineage. This is quite challenging. Thor, having lost his divine powers and dulled senses, failed to perceive Tianchi's true strength. However, based on the previous display of power, he assumed Tianchi's abilities to be the pinnacle for a human, given his understanding of earthlings. Then I shall seek an opportunity to consult your father, Odin, to see if he possesses any solutions. Tianchi sighed. Thor, astonished, inquired, Do you know my father? I spoke with him just yesterday. He invited me to visit Asgard. At this point, Jian, who could no longer endure the conversation, interjected, Tang, must you persist? Knowing that Thor is currently not in the right frame of mind and prone to fanciful thoughts, you ought to refrain from discussing Asgardian mythology incessantly. Ha 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 ha, Jian. You fail to comprehend. When a deity opens their heart to you, do not dismiss them as a madman. Since that is the case, what were you doing last night with a madman? Jian blushed and retorted, What business is it of yours? However, Thor's demeanor grew serious. Do you know who I am? I am Thor, the god of thunder. Of course, I am aware, Jian replied. You have always claimed to be Thor, the god of thunder. Thor faltered. Do you really believe me? Jian has never taken me seriously. The reason Thor consistently introduced himself as the god of thunder was not due to ignorance of how it might confuse mortals, but rather because, as a deity, he found it beneath him to deceive. Gods possess their own pride and are not bound by the opinions of mere mortals. While mortals may perceive him as a fool, little do they know that the true God stands before them, unrecognized. Tianchi interjected, I believe you are the true God of thunder. For I have spoken with your father and learned that you were cast down to the mortal realm by the king of gods. Thor's expression darkened. Did my father send you? Not at all. I am merely a human from Earth. I came upon learning of your descent, with a simple intent, to seek a method for transcending my innate talents and cultivation. Are you deceiving me? There is no need to deceive you. Are you a follower of the divine? In Western religions, a follower is one who can be possessed by a deity, and such devotion demands utmost selflessness, requiring complete dedication to the divine. Moreover, they must possess a pure and robust constitution capable of bearing the divine power. In times of need, they may receive divine revelations or harness the deity's strength to vanquish evil. Tianchi replied, No. Really? If you are not a follower, how could you have received my father's divine revelation? Tianchi smiled. Thor, if you doubt me, I shall have to strike you again. Surely, your father's followers would not dare to strike the son of Odin, the future king of Asgard? Recalling the pain coursing through his body and the dark circles under his eyes, Thor conceded, All right, I believe you. Ding. System notification. Thor's trust level 20, shared fortune 20. Tianchi sighed in relief, having finally earned Thor's genuine trust. Despite the boisterous camaraderie displayed earlier, Thor had merely regarded Tianchi as an ordinary mortal, a chance companion for diversion. Deities do not easily bestow trust upon mere mortals. However, through their brief exchange, some of Thor's doubts had been alleviated. And the fact that even his father had spoken to Tianchi indicated that this earthling was no ordinary individual. Thus, Thor reluctantly considered Tianchi as an equal friend, resulting in a trust level of 20. Thor then inquired, What did my father say to you? He simply welcomed me to visit Asgard. Why? Tianchi shrugged. I cannot say at this moment. I fear it may dishearten you. Thor retorted, You, my friend, are lacking in camaraderie. To leave half a story untold. When I reclaim my hammer, I shall certainly return those dark circles to you. Even if you retrieve the hammer of the god of thunder, you may not necessarily be my match, Tianchi confidently asserted. Chapter 33, Capturing Hawkeye and Thor, Ragnarok. Thor engages in a formidable contest against the Hulk in the gladiatorial arena of Sakaar. Relying solely on his physical prowess, Thor manages to gain a slight upper hand over the Hulk, yet it is merely a marginal victory. With 3 times the strength of the Hulk, and not being the brutish creature who merely thrashes about, I am confident in my ability to overpower Thor in terms of sheer physical might. However, if we confine ourselves to this, I would never dare claim I could defeat Thor. For Thor, in his complete form, wields Mjolnir, the mighty hammer. With the hammer in hand, Thor's power multiplies tenfold at the very least. Should that hammer descend upon me, I would stand utterly defenseless, not to mention the additional power of lightning it commands. Yet, just yesterday, I earned the hammer's recognition and learned of its various offensive techniques. Even if I cannot seize Mjolnir during our confrontation, I am confident in my ability to defend and evade its strikes. Considering this, I remain in the shadows while Thor stands in the light. Perhaps I might land another blow against him. Thor, however, remained unconvinced. Standing tall, his eyes sparkled with electricity, exuding authority as he declared, You do not understand. Tang, the true strength of a god is far beyond what any earthling can fathom. Before he could finish, Jane abruptly interjected with a sharp slap to his head. Enough. Are you two never going to stop? If you continue like this, I'll send both of you to the hospital to see if your brains have been scrambled from all this fighting. Upon witnessing the mixture of anger and concern in Jane's expression, Thor deflated. Jane, do not worry. We are perfectly fine, just engaging in a friendly exchange. Really? Jane replied, eyeing the two skeptically. She pondered whether this was how male camaraderie truly manifested. As an astrophysicist, she had devoted her life to research. Much like most bookish scholars, remaining somewhat naive about the nuances of human interaction, reflecting on her own exuberant moments with her close friends, where they would roleplay and banter. She mused that perhaps these two were merely enthusiasts of anime. It seemed plausible that 2 grown men could be captivated by the mythology of Asgard. She resolved to investigate Asgard's lore further, curious about what allure could so enthrall men. This line of thought led Jane to conclude that perhaps men were not as incomprehensible as she had once believed. Apocalypse, lowering his voice conspiratorially, leaned closer and whispered, I know where Thor's hammer is. Would you like to take a look? Jane, exasperated, placed a hand on her forehead. Goodness, these two are relentless. Thor, upon hearing this, exclaimed eagerly, Tang, do not deceive me. I am going to retrieve my hammer right now. With that, he strode towards the bar's exit, prompting Jane and Apocalypse to follow suit. Meanwhile, Ron remained awkwardly kneeling on the ground, feeling embarrassed. His master had truly departed. Should he continue to kneel? Thor then inquired, Jane, do you know where I might find a horse? What do you need a horse for? She responded, I need to reclaim what is rightfully mine. In Asgard, Significant ceremonies are conducted atop celestial steeds. Jane, feeling somewhat defeated, replied, "Are you not aware of the existence of automobiles?" In the original narrative, Thor was portrayed as somewhat oblivious to earthly customs, seemingly unaware of vehicles. However, such ignorance was utterly implausible. Let us set aside the fact that Thor was rendered unconscious by a collision with Jane's RV and subsequently taken to the hospital. As the heir to Asgard, Thor has lived for over 15 centuries, traversing the 9 realms in a spacecraft, well acquainted with an array of advanced technologies. It is incomprehensible that he would resemble a mere earthbound simpleton. The only plausible explanation is that, in such a disheartening circumstance, he seeks solace through some archaic rituals. While the two of them were gazing around, Apocalypse had already approached with 2 horses in tow. Thor erupted into hearty laughter, embracing Apocalypse warmly. "Dawn, my dear friend. You truly understand me." The pair, each mounted on a horse, rode cheerfully toward the direction of Mjolnir. Meanwhile, Jane, left behind, could hardly believe her eyes, her teeth grinding in frustration. What was wrong with these 2 men? They simply ran off like that. First, they indulged in drink until they were thoroughly inebriated. Then they fought, resulting in bruised faces, and now they were engaging in some Asgardian roleplay, all while searching for Mjolnir. Fine. I understand that men never truly grow up, but could they not at least remember there was a stunning woman by their side? Riding off into the sunset should be a profoundly romantic affair. Did neither of these straight men think of this? What am I to do, trailing behind alone? Unable to contain her irritation, Jane turned the car around, calling upon Daisy and her old colleague, Eric. By the time they returned, Thor and Apocalypse had already ventured far ahead. 50 kilometers is neither too long nor too short, yet upon their arrival, it was already evening. In just one day, a large tent had been erected near Mjolnir, enclosing an area of nearly 100 meters and dividing it into various sections, each assigned different responsibilities. The interior was brightly lit, bustling with numerous personnel. The 2 of them crouched on a rising hill, concealing themselves while observing the scene. Thor remarked, "Dawn. I can sense it. The hammer is within. I shall return shortly. Do you require assistance?" "No need. I must regain Mjolnir's recognition on my own. No one else can aid me." "Very well," Apocalypse replied, listlessly chewing on a blade of grass. "I shall await your return." In the original narrative, Thor, having lost his powers, was captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. despite his attempt to infiltrate, and he failed to retrieve the hammer. Given Thor's current condition, it seems unlikely that this storyline will change. Indeed, as Thor attempted to stealthily enter, he was quickly discovered by the guards due to the stringent defenses of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chaos ensued inside as many began to converge on Thor. Though stripped of his divine powers, Thor's physical strength remains unmatched by ordinary humans. He plowed through countless guards, breaking through layers of defenses, pushing ever closer to Mjolnir. Suddenly, a shadow moved atop a tower, drawing a bow and aiming at Thor from a distance. The shadow released the arrow silently, aimed directly at him. At that moment, Thor, possessing only slightly more strength than an ordinary man, remained oblivious to the impending arrow. Just as it was about to strike, a soft thud echoed as the arrow fell harmlessly to the ground. The shadow, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be Hawkeye, Barton. It was none other than the celestial revelation that brought down the flying arrow. Hawkeye surveyed his surroundings, swiftly pinpointing the location of the celestial revelation. With a swift motion, he drew 3 arrows and released them. These arrows not only blocked the potential escape routes of the celestial revelation, but also varied in speed, making them difficult to predict. The middle arrow appeared to be the fastest, yet midway through its flight, the arrows on either side silently overtook it, arriving first under the cover of darkness. An ordinary person would be drawn to the central arrow, focusing their defenses on it, likely succumbing before they even realized it. The celestial revelation smiled. Clearly a superhero well-versed in archery, this maneuver was one that most would find nearly impossible to counter. As the arrowheads approached him, a fleeting shadow of a hand swept through the air, and the 3 arrows were deftly caught in his grip. Startled, Hawkeye recognized he was facing a formidable opponent. Seemingly nonchalantly, he swiftly loosed another arrow and executed a mid-air somersault to change his position. He had witnessed the celestial revelation's ability to deflect arrows with stones, which was no less formidable than the arrows themselves. He knew he could not remain stationary. When the 4th arrow was effortlessly captured by the celestial revelation, a glint of red light flashed from the arrowhead, instantly alerting him. An explosive arrow. A skilled swimmer may find themselves drowning. Does one truly believe that speed alone grants them the freedom to act as they wish? Hawkeye bore a confident smile. The 4th arrow, though it appeared casual, was the result of countless battle experiences. Throughout his life, he had encountered many who could catch arrows, but they all fell before Hawkeye's aim. The reason was simple: arrogance. Had the celestial revelation been able to hear Hawkeye's thoughts, he might have retorted that indeed, speed can allow one to act with impunity. Just as the arrow was about to detonate, the celestial revelation brought his hands together, enveloping the explosive arrowhead within his palms. A muffled thud echoed. The celestial revelation brushed off the blackened remnants of the arrowhead as if it were merely the sound of a firecracker. How was this possible? Hawkeye was astonished. The arrowhead of the explosive arrow was specially designed, possessing a power far exceeding that of a typical grenade. How could a mere human suppress such an explosion with their hands? In the first Avengers film, Loki invaded Earth and had once been struck by an arrow from Hawkeye while seated in an alien airship. At that time, Loki had confidently caught the arrow with one hand without batting an eye, only to discover it was an explosive arrow that sent him plummeting from the airship. If even a god could be blown away, the power of the explosive arrow was indeed formidable. As Hawkeye prepared to knock another arrow, he found his target had vanished. Suddenly, he felt a tightening at his back, accompanied by a voice. Did Natasha not mention me? Hawkeye slowly turned, wisely raising his bow. A creature capable of suppressing an explosive arrow in their hands was akin to having a gun pressed to his forehead in close quarters. Who are you? Hawkeye inquired. You do not know who I am? Must I really reveal my identity to you? The celestial revelation shook his head unconsciously. Realizing that not only had Fury withheld his dossier from Hawkeye, but even Natasha had failed to mention him. Fury was to be expected. After all, he was a cautious old fox. However, Natasha and Hawkeye were not only comrades in arms but also shared a deep personal friendship. Natasha is well aware of the safe house where Hawkeye and his family reside, often taking refuge there herself. For these agents, this act signifies a profound trust, akin to placing one's family lives in another's hands. Naturally, Natasha holds a deep affection for Hawkeye's children as well. During the climactic battle against Thanos, both of them were willing to sacrifice their lives for the Soul Stone, each striving to ensure the survival of the other. This mutual willingness underscores the remarkable trust they share. Reflecting on this, Apocalypse felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared that Natasha had not fully embraced him. Otherwise, she would not have concealed his existence from Hawkeye. With a heavy heart, he introduced himself. I am Tang Apocalypse, Natasha's husband. What husband? Hawkeye was taken aback, his mind racing through countless possibilities. Even if Apocalypse had claimed to be an extraterrestrial deity sent by Hydra, he would not have been as stunned as he was by this revelation. Perhaps it would be best if Natasha explained this herself. I, too, am curious as to why she has not mentioned me. With that, he dialed Black Widow's number. Natasha, I've encountered someone named Hawkeye before he could finish. Natasha's anxious voice came through the line. What has happened to him? You haven't harmed him, have you? Hawkeye was left speechless. How could her first concern be whether he was dead? Such a lack of faith in her partner was quite disheartening. Chapter 34. Black Widow explained, what is a husband? Apocalypse inquired deliberately. Why are you so concerned about him? Moreover, why have you concealed the fact that you have a husband? What is your relationship with him? On the other end of the line, Black Widow's breath quickened. Tang, please have mercy. He is my good friend. A good friend? Surely he cannot be another husband of yours? And no. He is merely my colleague. We were involved in a faux marriage, but that was merely for the sake of a mission. Nothing transpired between us. Apocalypse replied. Our initial arrangement was also a faux marriage, yet what was destined to occur did occur. We. Black Widow stammered, at a loss for words. The deceptive skills she had honed for assassination missions had never prepared her for the melodrama of romantic entanglements. Ironically, she had fulfilled all obligations with Apocalypse during their marriage. Yet with Hawkeye, she insisted that nothing had occurred. Who would believe that? Under different circumstances, even she found her own words implausible. This makeshift husband of hers had previously reported her to S.H.I.E.L.D., forbidding her from employing her seductive skills. He was quite the jealous type. If she failed to clarify matters, Hawkeye could genuinely find himself in peril, and S.H.I.E.L.D. might suffer repercussions. Yet, the more anxious she became, the more her mind froze. Tang, listen to me. Hawkeye has a wife and children. Oh, you mean to eliminate all threats? I will only kill him, not the woman or the children. No, that is not what I meant. Please, do not take action. Let me think. Hawkeye, bewildered, wondered if this was truly the Black Widow he knew, regardless of whether this husband was real or not. Natasha's explanation only deepened the misunderstanding. What had initially posed no threat to life now seemed perilous because of her words. Hawkeye had never witnessed Black Widow so flustered. In the heat of missions, even at the brink of death, she often exhibited greater composure than he did. Time and again, they had escaped peril thanks to her calm demeanor. Yet now, in conversation with this man, she appeared utterly helpless, fearful of misinterpretation. Could it be that he was indeed her husband? Why had he never heard of this before? Noticing the mischievous grin on Apocalypse's face, Hawkeye quickly realized that he was intentionally toying with Black Widow. Oh dear! Hawkeye suddenly cried out, shouting into the phone, Natasha, if you do not clarify this matter promptly, my wife and children will have to rely on you for their care. Tang, do not take action. Hawkeye's children recognize me as their godmother. You are their godfather. Please do not harm their father. After much distress, Black Widow finally devised a rationale. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hawkeye continued to wail. The more Black Widow listened, the more something felt amiss. His cries were far too theatrical. Eventually, she grasped the truth. You two are conspiring to mock me? Just wait. Barton, I will be lodging a complaint about you with your children. Laughter erupted from Tianchi and Hawkeye, their mirth resonating through the air. On the other end of the line, Black Widow gritted her teeth in frustration. Yet a heavy burden lifted from her heart. At least she need not worry about Hawkeye's safety. As she pondered how the two had crossed paths, she realized the call had been disconnected. Standing there with the phone in hand, Black Widow was at a loss, torn between tears and laughter. It should have been a joyous occasion for her dear friend to bond with her husband. But the thought that she was the unwitting target of their playful antics dampened her spirits. Tianchi felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking, the heartless woman. Even with a husband, she refrains from broadcasting it to the world. A little reckoning is in order to establish who truly holds the reins. He extended his hand, introducing himself. Tianchi, husband of Natasha. Hawkeye reciprocated the gesture, declaring, Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye, friend of Natasha. While Tianchi appeared well-informed about them, Hawkeye's mind was beset with questions. Just as he was about to speak, a roar erupted from the direction of the tent. No. Father, why? Why? Thor's anguished cry echoed, filled with despair. Having never faced adversity, he believed reclaiming his hammer would restore his identity as the god of thunder. Little did he know, after surmounting numerous trials, that when he finally grasped the hammer, it remained unresponsive. This revelation struck Thor hard, indicating that he was still unworthy of wielding it. At that moment, rain began to pour from the heavens. Thor knelt in the mud, motionless, allowing the rain and dirt to drench him. In the original narrative, Coulson had dispatched his subordinates to bind Thor and return him to the interrogation room. However, with Tianchi's warning in mind, he courteously invited Thor inside, offering him a towel and a hot cup of coffee. Hey, buddy, where do you hail from? Coulson inquired. Thor, his demeanor somber, offered no reply. Are you the master of this hammer? Thor shook his head and murmured, as if to answer, or perhaps to himself, I am not yet worthy to be its master. But I do not know where I have faltered. Why? After some further questioning and finding Thor silent and downcast, Coulson reluctantly departed as Tianchi awaited outside. Hawkeye followed Coulson in, his curiosity about Black Widow momentarily set aside as he focused on the pressing matters at hand. In the monitoring room, Tianchi, Coulson, and Hawkeye gazed at the surveillance screen. Mr. Tang, is he the one you referred to as the master of the hammer? Coulson asked. Indeed. He is defined by the hammer he wields, Tianchi replied. Coulson was left speechless, grappling with the riddle that was both maddening and intimidating. This Eastern figure exuded a pressure greater than that of the director himself. With Tianchi remaining silent, no one dared to press further. Since Coulson had failed to ascertain that the hammer belonged to Thor, Tianchi chose to withhold Thor's identity for now, wishing to avoid complications. Yet Coulson and Hawkeye were left feeling vexed. Then Coulson recalled something. Barton, how did you enter with Mr. Tang? Hawkeye responded, I just had a scuffle with him. Coulson gasped in astonishment. You survived? Are you truly that formidable? Hawkeye, at a loss for words, questioned me in a tone that bore an uncanny resemblance to Black Widow's, asking why I had not perished, yet it lacked any semblance of genuine concern. Recalling the moment when Apocalypse shielded the arrow with his hand, I could only respond awkwardly. Mr. Tang recognized me and showed mercy. Ah, Coulson, as if struck by a sudden revelation, mused that it must have been Natasha who informed him. He then suggested, since you have encountered Mr. Tang, you should request access to his records from the director. Shoo. Apocalypse suddenly pressed his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. On the surveillance screen, Thor had risen, speaking animatedly to the air. Coulson and Hawkeye exchanged glances, pondering whether this so-called wielder of the hammer was suffering from a split personality, conjuring illusions. However, Apocalypse was aware that the trickster god Loki had made his entrance. Master of illusions, Loki's ability to become invisible was merely a trivial skill. Yet he exuded a distinctly chilling and enigmatic energy. Although faint and almost imperceptible, my enhanced senses granted by thrice the strength of the Hulk allowed me to detect it. Upon his arrival, Loki delivered a devastating message to Thor. Their father had passed away. How could this be? He had been well when I departed. The truth was that their father's time had long since come. This time, in an effort to rescue us from Jotunheim, he had exhausted his divine powers. Upon returning to Asgard, he fell into a deep slumber and departed this world peacefully. Thor's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I must return to attend my father's funeral. Loki shook his head. Your exile was a condition for ceasing hostilities with Jotunheim. Mother forbids your return, and as I ascend to the throne, I cannot risk igniting a war between the realms by bringing you back. I am merely here to inform you. At these words, Thor convulsed in sorrow, his towering form curling into itself, helpless as a child. Not only was he unworthy of the title of God of Thunder, but his recklessness had also led to their father's demise, nearly inciting a war between worlds. A profound guilt enveloped him, lamenting his immaturity and impulsiveness. The thought that he could not even attend his father's final rites filled him with immense anguish. Yet, Thor could never have imagined that this entire scenario was a fabrication. He could not conceive, nor dare to believe, that his brother Loki would resort to such deceit. First, Odin, the All-Father, was not truly dead. He lay in a coma, recuperating in a medical chamber. Second, the Queen had not forbidden Thor's return. All this was part of Loki's grand scheme of deception. Though Loki's words were inaudible, Apocalypse, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, gleaned enough from Thor's voice to understand the essence of Loki's claims. Before long, Apocalypse sensed the chilling energy departing from Thor's chamber, moving outward. Upon reaching the location of the hammer, Loki attempted to lift Thor's hammer, only to find it utterly impossible. In the depths of his mind, Loki seemed to perceive a mocking psychic presence, his gaze darkening as it turned toward Apocalypse. Quickly, Apocalypse closed his eyes. Having inwardly scoffed at the thought of Loki attempting to lift the hammer, knowing full well his character rendered such a feat impossible. To his surprise, even this faint psychic ripple had been detected by Loki. The eyes, after all, are the windows to the soul. As soon as the Apocalypse closed his eyes, Loki's sensing capabilities were rendered futile. It was not that Apocalypse feared Loki, rather, Loki's strengths lay in deception and illusion, with his direct combat prowess being relatively modest. In the original narrative during the battle in New York, the Hulk had thoroughly bested him. Later, upon arriving on Sakaar, Loki was so intimidated by the sight of the Hulk in the arena that he contemplated fleeing. This clearly illustrates the profound psychological impact the Hulk had left on him. With threefold the Hulk's strength and a calm mind, Apocalypse felt no apprehension even in the face of Loki's illusions. However, he deemed it unwise to confront him at that moment. Of course, should Loki have approached him, the situation would have been entirely different. Fortunately, Loki was preoccupied with returning and had no desire to stir up trouble, thus narrowly avoiding this peril. Apocalypse's peculiar behavior unnerved Coulson. Observing Apocalypse's cautious demeanor and his desire for silence, it was evident that he had encountered a worthy adversary. If even a being as formidable as Apocalypse needed to tread carefully, the ordinary individuals present would likely find themselves in grave danger should a conflict arise. While S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are undaunted by death, they do not wish to become mere collateral damage in a battle between titans. Unconsciously, Coulson drew his sidearm, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. After a moment, Apocalypse spoke. He has departed. Holster your weapon. Coulson inquired, who is he? Apocalypse cast a puzzled glance at Coulson. For the very individual who had just arrived would, in the future, be the one to take Coulson's life. Chapter 35. Before the storm, although Coulson unleashed an energy blast at Loki just before his demise, it proved futile. He lost his life while Loki sustained minimal damage. Coulson dedicated his entire existence to S.H.I.E.L.D. As an ordinary man, he accomplished extraordinary feats akin to those of a superhero, making him a figure worthy of admiration. In an alternate timeline of agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., he survived and ascended to the role of director, leading a different cadre of heroes in their battles against various villains. However, the specifics of that timeline and the Earth number remain a mystery. Contemplating this, Apocalypse retrieved a vial of restorative elixir from his storage compartment and handed it to Coulson. Carry this close to you. In moments of life and death, consume it promptly. Alas, I cannot ascertain whether it will save you. In the original narrative, Coulson was ambushed by Loki, collapsing to the ground, with only his fingers capable of movement, leaving him unlikely to muster the strength to ingest the restorative potion. Yet, it was impossible for Apocalypse to remain at Coulson's side, a mere bystander. He could only do so much, hoping for Coulson's safety. Thank you, Mr. Tang, Coulson said, tightly gripping the vial. A being of Apocalypse's caliber would not jest about such matters. There must be profound significance behind his words. The fate of his life henceforth would hinge upon this elixir. It was regrettable that his mortal eyes could not discern the identity of the person Mr. Tang referred to as deadly. Had he known, he could have taken preventive measures. Since Coulson had received the vial, Hawkeye, as Black Widow's closest confidant, had no reason to refuse. Apocalypse left 2 vials behind, without uttering a word, departing and leaving Hawkeye and Coulson exchanging glances. Especially for Hawkeye, a myriad of unanswered questions loomed in his mind. Who exactly was Coulson? He was shrouded in mystery. When did Natasha acquire such a husband? Was it genuine, or merely a necessity of the mission? Barton, I will first request information from the director. Given your prior interactions, you should be able to access his records. After reporting to headquarters, a secure dossier arrived promptly. Hawkeye read it from beginning to end, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, internally relieved. No wonder Black Widow and Coulson inquired about his fate upon learning of his altercation with Mr. Tang. Had Mr. Tang harbored even a modicum of malice, he would not have survived, even with 10 lives. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of joy for Black Widow. Natasha, perhaps he is your destined partner. In the future, if the issue of motherhood can be resolved, your life will hold no regrets. Apocalypse chose not to take Thor with him, allowing the god to reflect in solitude for a while. Although the news of Odin's passing was false, it served as a moment of introspection for Thor, and there was no need to disrupt that process. After all, someone would soon arrive to escort him away. Indeed, shortly after Apocalypse departed, Jane, Daisy, and Eric arrived. Upon hearing that Thor had trespassed into a military-restricted zone and had been apprehended, Jane was filled with alarm. That rascal Tang Tianchi claims to be friends with Thor. They arrived together, and now that trouble has arisen, he vanished. Trespassing into a military zone is a serious matter. To treat it lightly would be a misunderstanding. The civilians are unaware of this place, and it is quite normal to make such an error. Conversely, to treat it severely could lead to being mistaken for a spy, captured, and interrogated. With no knowledge of when one might see the light of day again, Jane simply cannot allow Thor to be taken away. After conferring with Daisy and Eric for a while, they concocted a rather flimsy excuse, claiming that Thor was a member of their astrophysics research team. A PhD from Princeton who had accidentally bumped his head and was currently a bit disoriented. The United States generally shows leniency towards scholars, and they hope to slip through unnoticed. To lend credibility to their story, they even fabricated a fake badge and some hastily printed resumes. With everything prepared, they approached to retrieve him with these false documents. Coulson stifled a laugh and inquired, "Ms. Jane Foster, is this gentleman named Thor one of your doctoral candidates?" Yes, but why is he so remarkably skilled? Last night, not even a dozen of our elite soldiers could subdue him. Well, he enjoys fitness, yes? That's it, fitness. Watching the three scholars struggle to maintain their composure, Coulson secretly chuckled. He wondered what had led them to these absurd justifications. Could fitness indeed enable one to triumph over a dozen elite soldiers? I need to make a call for further instructions. Please hold on. Coulson did not shy away from the presence of Jane, Daisy, and Eric as he dialed the phone. However, he did not call Director Fury, but instead reached out to Apocalypse. "Mr. Tang, there is a beautiful scholar named Jane Foster who wishes to retrieve a fellow named Thor and has concocted some rather flimsy reasons. Do you have any advice?" Jane's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and the three exchanged glances. "Let them go. However, I require a copy of all their research materials. They will prove useful in the future." Understood. In the original plot, Coulson had previously visited the small town to gather all of Jane's materials, finding them quite valuable, and later invited Eric to serve as a consultant at SHIELD to study the Tesseract. Due to his arrival, Coulson's attention had been entirely drawn to the hammer, causing him to overlook this particular storyline. Since Coulson had inquired, Apocalypse seamlessly redirected the plot back on track. Coulson hung up the phone and said, "You may take him. However, as a price, I need all of your research materials." Daisy cautiously asked, "Sir, the Mr. Tang you spoke to earlier, did you mean Tang Apocalypse?" "Indeed. I knew he was someone significant. Is he a person of great importance?" Coulson replied, "Well, I cannot divulge that." Jane huffed. Not saying anything only implies something is amiss. I will confront him directly later. He is so secretive, there must be some conspiracy." Daisy interjected, "Mentor, I don't believe Tang is a bad person." Jane retorted sharply, "You haven't even won him over yet, and you are already defending him? Speak another word, and I shall ensure your paper does not pass." In the original narrative, Coulson forcibly seized all of Jane's materials and equipment, representing years of her diligent research, which she vehemently opposed. Although monetary compensation was provided, in the hearts of scholars, research materials hold far greater significance than mere money. Now, merely needing to duplicate a copy as a trade-off for Thor's conditions, Jane and Eric did not react strongly, as it did not impede their own research. Soon, Coulson summoned his subordinates to replicate all the materials, while arranging for Jane and the others to meet with the God of Thunder. In truth, Coulson had not imprisoned Thor. Rather, the god was still engulfed in grief and reluctant to depart. Jane's arrival soothed Thor's wounded spirit. Upon hearing Thor lament the death of his father and his inability to attend the funeral for certain reasons, Jane felt a surge of sympathy. It was no wonder he had been behaving so strangely lately. A significant upheaval at home had left him somewhat disoriented. As they were leaving, Thor gently caressed his hammer. "One day, I shall prove myself and reclaim you." Coulson, seeing them off, remarked, "Buddy, when you return, I'm not certain the hammer will still be here." Thor paused in confusion. "What do you mean? Are you planning to take it away?" "No one but me can wield it." "Someone has wielded it before," Coulson stated matter-of-factly. "Impossible," Thor retorted, disbelief etched on his face. Coulson shrugged, choosing not to elaborate. Unbeknownst to Thor, the revelation from Apocalypse had not reached him, and Coulson did not care to intervene further. Could it be that there truly existed a worthy successor to the god of Thunder's hammer on Earth? Had his father cast the hammer here in anticipation of another fated individual? Recently shaken by deception, Thor, too, began to doubt himself. This was a military zone, not a place for prolonged stay, so Jane urged him to return to the small town first. After Thor departed, Coulson perused Jane's materials. Not being a scientist, he organized the information slightly before sending it back to headquarters for professional interpretation. Upon encountering details about the hammer, his pupils dilated. The hammer of Thor. This hammer belongs to the god of thunder? Coulson recalled Apocalypse's words. Who wields the hammer is who they are. The individual he had just released was the mythical Thor? No wonder the hammer possessed such extraordinary qualities. Combined with Apocalypse's words, Coulson was already certain of the conclusion. He promptly transmitted his findings back to headquarters. As for the information regarding the hammer and Asgard, it was merely a casual collection by Jane, listening to Thor speak of Asgard and his identity as the god of thunder all day. She had sought to understand her boyfriend's interests by researching some historical and mythical texts. Little did she know that these notes would eventually come to Coulson's attention. Shortly thereafter, Fury himself called. Coulson, where is Thor? He just left. How could you let him go? Director, Mr. Tang instructed us to treat the hammer's owner with courtesy. Although Thor appears to be an ordinary man now, I dared not forcibly detain him. Fury pondered for a moment. You did well. Since Tang is aware of his identity and has wielded the hammer, he likely knows best what has transpired. You should defer to him, consult him before taking any action. Understood. Upon returning to the small town not long ago, Apocalypse received a substantial sum of money accompanied by a message from Director Fury, which was quite straightforward. He requested assistance. In the original narrative, this incident only affected a small town and posed no threat to Earth. However, Fury was oblivious to this fact. Upon realizing that the matter involved deities, and with Thor's hammer having fallen to the ground, indicating that the god of thunder had lost his powers, various signs suggested that the mythological realm was far from tranquil. Given his cautious nature, Fury felt compelled to make preemptive arrangements. Presently, there is no one more suitable than Apocalypse for this task. He is faced with divine beings, whose combat prowess is difficult to gauge. After all, the tales of mythology are often exaggerated, making it challenging to assess the true strength of these gods. Fury could only hope that this creature, Apocalypse, possessed powers that could rival those of the deities. The small town enjoyed a rare period of tranquility for 2 days, with everything calm and serene. In his sorrow, Thor drowned his sorrows in drink, with Jane steadfastly by his side. Yet Apocalypse was acutely aware that once Loki, busy in a distant land, finished his tasks, significant events would soon unfold. Chapter 36. The arrival of Sif. Previously, Loki had hurriedly departed to Jotunheim to meet with the frost giant king, Laufey. Upon entering Jotunheim with Thor and their companions, he realized that he was not an Asgardian, but rather a frost giant. In the heat of battle, the moment his skin made contact with another frost giant, his body would instantly transform into the identical icy blue hue. After being rescued by the Allfather Odin, Loki ventured into the armory, where he discovered the source of the frost giant's power, thereby confirming his own lineage. Observing Loki's actions, Odin had no choice but to confess. Indeed, you are the son of Laufey, the frost giant king. Odin went on to recount the tale. During the great war between the realms, he had stormed the frost giant's temple and stumbled upon an abandoned child, whom he subsequently adopted. However, he refrained from elaborating on why the son of the frost giant king had been left behind in the temple, or how Odin had verified Loki's true identity. Enraged, Loki confronted Odin, questioning why he felt like an outsider, believing that the All-Father and the goddess Frigga had always favored Thor due to his perceived superiority. In Odin's presence, Loki resembled a child vying for affection, lamenting that he could not inherit the throne not due to a lack of merit, but rather because he was merely an adopted son. Thus the crown was passed to the reckless Thor. During their quarrel, Odin, weakened, collapsed. His time was at an end, and he was on the brink of oblivion. Ultimately, Odin fell into a state of slumber within the healing chamber. Upon hearing the news, Frigga rushed to comfort Loki, assuring him that their love for him was equal to that for Thor, and that her silence was meant to spare him the pain of feeling like an outcast. However, the paranoid and petty Loki was not inclined to accept such reassurances. A kingdom cannot be without a ruler, and as the sole remaining prince of Asgard, Loki temporarily ascended to the throne. Known as the god of mischief, consumed by jealousy and indignation, he devised a cunning plan. He first met with Thor on Earth, weaving an elaborate deception to prevent Thor from returning, and then made his way back to Jotunheim. At the previous coronation ceremony of Thor, he had assisted the frost giants in their covert entry, revealing the secrets of the armory, all with the intent of thwarting Thor's ascension. The armory housed the treasures that were the source of the frost giant's power, With it, they could revive their lineage. Thus, it was certain that, regardless of the risks, the frost giants would leap at the opportunity. Loki achieved his goal, causing chaos that interrupted the coronation ceremony. The outcome exceeded his expectations. Thor was exiled. Now, he returned to negotiate with the frost giant king, Laufey, proposing to lead the frost giants in an assault on Asgard. Laufey inquired, as the king of Asgard, "Why would you seek an alliance with us?" With a chilling smirk, Loki replied, "It is well known that my ascension to the throne is due to Odin's sudden incapacitation. While Thor remains in exile, once my dear brother returns, the throne shall revert to him." Laufey erupted in laughter. "Do you wish for me to slay Thor?" "Not at all. I will handle Thor myself. I require your assistance in orchestrating a ruse." "And what sort of ruse?" "You shall assault Asgard and feign retreat at my hands, thus granting me the prestige necessary to ascend as a rightful king." To partake in this charade, we, the frost giants, must make considerable sacrifices. What will you offer to sway me? The source of power. The towering figure of Laufey leaned forward, roaring, "You lie." The intel from the last incursion into the armory revealed that the destroyer, left behind by Odin, cannot be pilfered by any means. But you forget. I am now the king. The destroyer obeys the commands of the king. I will reassign him. The frost giant king Laufey fixed his gaze intently upon Loki below, his thoughts racing. The entire scheme seemed plausible. Loki sought to solidify his throne with the aid of the frost giants, while they would reclaim their ancestral artifact, the source of power. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, except for Thor. Little did Laufey anticipate that Loki harbored an even stranger plot. Even Laufey was unaware that the new king of Asgard standing before him was, in fact, his own son. Loki, devoid of any intention to acknowledge their kinship, cast a dark glare at Laufey, waiting for him to fall into the trap. Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, was eager to discern the nature of Loki's discussions with the frost giants. However, he was unable to see or hear anything pertaining to Loki's dealings. He understood that Loki had discovered a method to shield his actions from Heimdall's watchful gaze. Thus, it became evident who had aided the frost giant team in eluding Heimdall's scrutiny during their previous clandestine entry into Asgard. At this juncture, Loki had assumed the mantle of king, and with no power or evidence to act, Heimdall felt compelled to refrain from interference. Just then, Thor's steadfast allies, the Valkyries Sif, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg, discontent with Loki's rule, seized the opportunity while Loki was absent to seek out Heimdall, intent on traveling to Earth to find Thor. Heimdall utilized the Rainbow Bridge to transport the four to Earth. In the instant the Rainbow Portal opened, SHIELD detected a significant spatial disturbance. Coulson quickly contacted Mr. Tan. "Sir, we have detected a new wormhole." After a moment's contemplation, Tan deduced that Sif and her companions were en route to locate Thor and instructed, "If 4 individuals arrive, do not engage. Inform them that the person they seek is in the town, approximately 50 kilometers east of here. If a colossal metallic humanoid machine appears, flee immediately and as far as possible. I shall handle the rest." Coulson nodded solemnly, "Understood." As the wormhole opened, a cascade of rainbow light traversed the vastness of space, descending upon Earth, blinding with its vibrant hues, illuminating the surroundings to the point of obscurity. Once the 7-colored brilliance faded, a massive ancient rune emerged upon the ground, scorching the sand into dark crystalline formations, with 4 figures standing at its center. The Asgardian warriors, Sif, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg had arrived. The 4 stepped forth from the rainbow transport rune, where Coulson awaited them from a distance. "Pardon me, are you here to find someone?" "The person you seek is in the town, just 50 kilometers east from here." Sif inquired curiously, "How do you know we are searching for someone?" "Who are we looking for?" Coulson replied, "A powerful being informed me. I am merely a messenger." "Could it be Thor?" "No. He has lost his divine powers and can hardly be considered strong now." "How can you speak so of Thor? He is our prince, after all." "I am merely stating facts, not disparaging him." Sif interjected, "Enough of this bickering. Let us locate Thor first, then everything will be clear." The quartet swiftly arrived at the quaint town. Their medieval attire drew the attention of passers-by, particularly Sif, who, with her tall stature clad in dark yellow leather armor and wielding a longsword, exuded an air of valor and grace that surpassed many a renowned celebrity. In this remote locale, such extraordinary beauty was a rare sight, and any man could hardly avert his gaze. Unfazed by the attention, Sif strode forward, for they were deities in the eyes of mortals, who held little significance in the grand scheme of things. The god of thunder had recently become something of a celebrity in the town, and with a bit of inquiry, Sif and her companions soon located Thor at a tavern. "Thor." The god of thunder turned at the sound, his face lighting up. "Hey, is that you?" "Sif, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, what brings you here?" The group embraced warmly. As the initial joy of reunion subsided, Sif stated, "We wish to ask you to return and reclaim your throne." We do not trust Loki. Thor shook his head. Mother does not permit my return. I am unworthy. The four looked at him in confusion. Who said the queen disallows your return? She has been longing for your swift return. After some confrontation, they realized Loki had spun a grand deception. Thor's fury ignited. He yearned to return to Asgard immediately to confront his wayward brother for daring to toy with him. At that moment, Thor still regarded Loki as his brother, oblivious to the magnitude of the trickster god's destructive capabilities. However, without Mjolnir and lacking his divine powers, returning would be futile. My friends, though I long to go back, I am not yet worthy, he lamented. Fandral exclaimed in frustration. Are we to let Loki continue as king? He will ruin Asgard. Hogun added. On our way here, Heimdall informed us that Loki has gone to Jotunheim. The new king of Asgard is venturing into the lair of the frost giants. This cannot bode well. After much deliberation, they realized they were at an impasse with Loki. As mere subordinates, Sif and the others could not openly defy him, let alone dethrone him without cause. Only Thor, as Odin's son, could rightfully contest the throne. The dilemma lay in Thor's current lack of power, which could pose a risk upon his return. Thor remarked, let us set aside these concerns for now. It is enough to know that father is alive. A day or two matters little. Let us enjoy some ale. Come, allow me to introduce you to a friend I have made on Earth, Danny. The four individuals finally noticed the Oriental man who had been silently smiling beside them. Sif and her companions politely greeted him. To the Asgardians, Earthlings, with their fleeting lifespan of merely a century and their limited strength, were not regarded as peers. Their willingness to acknowledge him was merely out of respect for Thor. Sensing the thoughts of Sif and the others, Thor remarked, do not underestimate him. I have faced him before and ended up with 2 black eyes. Sif, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg were taken aback. Was this Oriental man truly so formidable? However, they quickly reasoned that Thor, having lost his divine powers, was only marginally stronger than an ordinary earthling. So defeating him did not seem particularly impressive. Yet, Hogun's fiery temper could not abide. How dare you strike our Asgardian prince? You possess quite the audacity. Chapter 37. The Divine Warrior Confrontation. Tianchi chuckled. If one lacks skill, it is only fitting to be beaten. His words stirred the pot, prompting even the mild-mannered Sif to slowly draw her long sword, preparing to deliver judgment upon this earthling who dared to insult the prince. Rising to his feet, Tianchi declared, it seems that only through battle can this matter be resolved. Thor laughed heartily. Huh? Tang, I lack divine power at the moment, so I cannot exact revenge personally. However, my subordinates will do so on my behalf, which is tantamount to my own vengeance. Ha. With the knowledge that his father was alive, Thor's spirits lifted, and his playful nature resurfaced. Tianchi shrugged. Then, if I strike them, is it akin to slapping your face? Hogun, known for his short temper, promptly brandished his spiked mace. Eager to engage, Thor interjected, let us venture outside the town. We must not damage the homes of others. Although they were not on Thor's level of supreme power, being Asgardians, a battle in the town center would surely wreak havoc upon the entire settlement. They journeyed to the outskirts of the desolate area. Hogun charged forward, swinging his mace. Allow me to teach you a lesson first. With a sharp crack, Tianchi effortlessly seized the mace, rendering it immobile. The spikes capable of piercing steel could not even penetrate Tianchi's skin. Come at me all together. Do not squander time. Witnessing this display, Sif and the others finally recognized that this Eastern man was no ordinary opponent, prompting them to take the situation seriously as they drew their weapons and surrounded him. Sif, with her agility, took the lead in the frontal assault. Hogun wielded his mace, while Vandal employed a morning star to attack from the sides. Volstagg, robust in stature, readied a greatsword for an assault from behind. In an instant, a cohesive attack formation emerged. Tianchi nodded inwardly, acknowledging the prowess of Thor's elite squad, who had managed to infiltrate the stronghold of frost giants. Indeed, they were formidable. However, the true excitement lay ahead. With a swift motion, Tianchi evaded the attacks from both sides and the rear, launching a punch towards Sif. She positioned her sword defensively, gripping the hilt with one hand while pressing the blade down with the other. Tianchi felt as though his punch struck a spring. The sword bent into a semicircle before. With a resounding thud, it rebounded, sending Sif sliding backward for several meters, dissipating the force of the blow. Indeed, the Asgardian warriors were not to be underestimated. Even this single punch revealed their superior agility compared to the adversaries Tianchi had previously encountered. As Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg's attacks reached their target, the mace, morning star, and greatsword descended upon Tianchi from behind. With a swift flick of his fingers, Tianchi pinched Volstagg's greatsword, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be possible? The morning star approached on a peculiar trajectory, and Tianchi tilted his head to evade it. Simultaneously, he flicked his fingers, causing Volstagg's sword to fly from his grip and collide with Hogun's mace. The sharp clang of metal echoed as the sword was sent flying. leaving Hogan's hand numb and nearly losing his grip on the mace. In just a few exchanges, the four warriors were forced back, some losing their weapons, and their attacks faltered abruptly. Hogan restrained his temper and remarked, "No wonder you managed to give Thor two black eyes, with such prowess. You indeed have the audacity to be arrogant." Thor rolled his eyes in response, thinking that this fellow truly knows how to press the wrong buttons. Sif returned at a brisk pace, reforming their encirclement. This time, they dared not underestimate Apocalypse again. A flame gradually ignited along the blade of Sif's sword, seemingly alive, flowing continuously along its edge. Vandal, Hogan, and Volstag's weapons also shimmered with a golden light, poised to unleash the unique divine powers of the Asgardian warriors. "Huh," Sif exclaimed, lunging her sword towards Apocalypse. Before the blade even reached him, the skin on Apocalypse's chest felt a scorching heat, singeing a small patch. "Ha ha ha, splendid." Apocalypse laughed heartily. "This is the kind of battle I crave." Prior to this encounter, all battles Apocalypse had faced consisted of physical assaults, and he had proven his physical might to surpass even that of top-tier warriors like Thor. However, he had yet to encounter these divine powers and magical attacks. Today, he would observe the peculiarities of such assaults. Apocalypse attempted to replicate his earlier strategy, pinching Sif's sword between his fingers. To his surprise, Sif did not evade. She swung her sword downward with such force that it could have easily overpowered Volstag's great sword, yet it met with no resistance. Sif's sword sliced through Apocalypse's hand, creating a gash that extended from his index finger to his wrist. Had he not retracted swiftly, he would have nearly severed half of his hand. Fortunately, Apocalypse's regenerative abilities were astonishing. The flesh and blood on either side healed at a visible pace, as if animated tendrils were laboriously drawing the torn flesh back together. Sif and her companions, all-season warriors, would not wait idly for Apocalypse to recover. They dispersed in different directions to launch their assault. Apocalypse, unperturbed by the outcome, countered their moves with precision, keenly sensing the methods of their divine attacks. Though Sif and her allies were aware of Apocalypse's immense strength, they had faced formidable opponents throughout their lives. They skillfully employed a hit-and-run strategy, never engaging in a direct contest of strength with Apocalypse. However, the force of Apocalypse was not easily dismissed. Often, when he struck, the four divine warriors needed to retreat over 100 meters just to dissipate the overwhelming power. In an instant, the area within 1,000 meters was enveloped in yellow dust and thunderous roars, with the ground intermittently erupting into massive craters from the sheer force of their clash. The spectacle was akin to 1,000 warriors embroiled in battle. Fortunately, they were not fighting in the town center. Otherwise, the entire settlement would have been obliterated. Yet, 2 hands cannot contend against 4 fists, let alone 8. As time passed, the wounds on Apocalypse's body multiplied. Observing this, Thor shouted, "Brothers, do not hold back. He is my friend here on Earth." Apocalypse chuckled, "Thor, who knows who might show mercy?" With that, he vanished with a resounding boom. Apocalypse unleashed his ultimate technique, the supersonic limit attack. This was a method he had grasped during the Hammer Conference, fully utilizing his terrifying strength and extraordinary physique. Unless the attack can respond at supersonic speed, they are destined to be struck. The first target was Vandal, wielding a pair of meteor hammers. As the 2 hammers soared through the air, they were forcibly seized by Apocalypse, who ensnared Vandal with one, binding him in a chain. The reason Apocalypse prioritized the meteor hammers was due to their unpredictable trajectories, making it difficult to ascertain their direction of attack. Eliminating them first was imperative. Upon examining the hands, the defense that could withstand artillery was, astonishingly, pierced by the sharp spikes of the meteor hammers, creating several bloodied wounds under the enhancement of divine power. It seems that the warriors of Asgard, with their formidable strength, are not to be underestimated in their dominion over the 9 realms. Sif, upon realizing the dire situation, cried out, "Back to back." The remaining 3 quickly positioned themselves back to back, forming a defensive formation with no blind spots. Apocalypse attempted an assault, but regardless of the direction of attack, the frontmost individual could withstand the initial blow while the flanking members were able to respond swiftly. For the moment, tactically, they found themselves at an impasse, unless brute force was employed. Their weapons, imbued with divine energy, would scorch any skin upon contact. If the Hulk were to engage them, as long as he did not recklessly charge in head first, he might very well be hunted down by them. However, unbeknownst to them, the Hulk possessed a secret weapon. The Hulk strikes. Chapter 38. A careless tease. Apocalypse clenched his fists and struck the ground. Boom. The earth. The fissures seemed to possess a life of their own, surging towards Sif and the others. The 3 were caught off balance and swiftly leaped into the air. Now is the moment. With a thunderous roar, Apocalypse unleashed a sound explosion, creating a vast crater in the ground. Hogan and Volstagg could only catch a fleeting glimpse. as their weapons slipped from their grasp, and they were forcefully thrown to the feet of the god of thunder. As the dust settled, the figures of Apocalypse and Sif gradually came into view. Sif's longsword was poised at the heart of Apocalypse, yet it could not advance an inch, as his grip held fast to her hand. With his other hand, he seized Sif by the throat, lifting her off the ground. Instantly, her complexion flushed crimson. This time, Apocalypse had learned from experience, since he could not grasp the sword imbued with divine power. He would capture her hand and throat instead. Surely these parts would not be so slippery? Well, they indeed were rather slick. Unconsciously, Apocalypse brushed his fingers along Sif's jawline. How could this woman, who spent her days in combat, maintain such flawless skin? At this, Sif's face grew even redder. You rogue. Scoundrel, let me down. Coughing, she added, that was accidental. Apocalypse released his grip, and Sif ceased her attack. Like an ordinary person, she kicked him lightly before hastily retreating to the side of the god of thunder. Oh, no wonder you said that reclaiming the hammer of Thor might not guarantee your victory. You truly possess formidable strength. How can someone from Earth be so powerful? The god of thunder approached with 4 divine warriors. Sif, Vandal, Hogan, and Volstagg inclined their heads slightly towards Apocalypse, pounding their chests with their right hands in a gesture of respect. This was the warrior's salute of Asgard, a sign of reverence for the strong. Apocalypse glanced at Sif, noting that the blush had yet to fade from her cheeks, leaving him uncertain whether it was from embarrassment or anger. Upon noticing Apocalypse's gaze, Sif shot him a fierce look, as if to say, rogue. Apocalypse could only smile helplessly. He had not intended to tease her. In the chaos of battle, such thoughts were far from his mind. As for the last playful touch, well, it was merely the cursed instinct of a man. The god of thunder stepped forward and enveloped Apocalypse in a bear hug, exclaiming, My father has invited you to visit Asgard. It seems he possesses far more discernment than I. Once I reclaim Mjolnir, let us journey to Asgard together. However, my father may not be able to receive you. Sif and the others gasped in astonishment. The man before them had been personally invited by the king of the gods. What was his true identity? No wonder he was so powerful. It appeared their defeat was not in vain. Any lingering sense of indignation dissipated entirely. Thor, do not worry. You will reclaim your hammer soon, the god of thunder sighed. I hope so, but I have no leads. Just as he spoke, a powerful surge of energy emanated from afar. All present, being top-tier warriors, sensed it instantly. In the distance, dark clouds converged, the heavens shattered, and a black whirlwind descended, stirring the earth into chaos. The Rainbow Bridge. Thor inquired, Sif, aside from yourselves, who else has arrived? The 4 warrior gods shook their heads, replying, We do not know. We have not informed anyone. Soon, they would have their answer. As the vibrant hues dissipated, a towering humanoid machine emerged from the teleportation ruins. It was the Destroyer. This formidable entity appeared as a series of metallic rings coalescing into a humanoid shape, radiating a sinister, dark metallic sheen. Its face bore 2 large voids where eyes should have been, an abyssal darkness prevailing. If it stood still, one might mistake it for a piece of art. However, in that moment, the visage of this so-called art opened, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. It slaughtered all in sight, obliterating buildings in its path. Wherever it traversed, houses were shattered, cars were tossed into the air, and flames soared skyward. In the original narrative, upon witnessing the arrival of the Destroyer, Coulson, oblivious to the peril, brandished a broken megaphone, shouting, You are wielding unauthorized weaponry. Reveal your identity. The Destroyer, indifferent, unleashed a barrage of destructive fire. Countless vehicles were annihilated in an instant, explosions erupted, and the number of fallen agents was incalculable. Coulson, quick to evade, managed to survive. However, having received Apocalypse's forewarning, upon seeing this mechanical behemoth, he had already ordered his subordinates to flee far away, thus escaping this cataclysmic disaster. Apocalypse was aware that, on the other side of the cosmos in Asgard, Loki had finally turned his attention to Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost. Utilizing the power source of the frost giants, he had frozen Heimdall, seizing control of the Rainbow Bridge and sending the Destroyer to Earth. Known for his ruthless nature, Loki had never adhered to the principle of sparing the innocent. In an instant, the small town erupted in screams as its inhabitants fled in panic. This is terrible. Jane is still in the town. Everyone hurry back. Thor exclaimed urgently. Sif asked, Who is Jane? Apocalypse replied, She is his girlfriend. At these words, Sif's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Sif had long harbored feelings for Thor, akin to Pepper's affection for Iron Man, yearning for a response from him throughout the years. Even in Thor, the Dark World, King Odin had intervened, admonishing Thor on the eve of his coronation, saying, Human life is fleeting and not worth dwelling upon. You should cherish those before you. He then gazed longingly at Sif in the distance. Yet Thor remained unresponsive, leaving Sif deeply disheartened. In subsequent events, Sif's presence was no longer felt in Asgard, and her whereabouts became a mystery. The anguish of unrequited love is perhaps the most profound suffering of all. Now, faced with an urgent crisis, Sif had no choice but to suppress her emotions and rush towards the destroyer alongside her comrades. Upon entering the town, Thor assigned tasks to the four-member team. I am now immortal and cannot fight alongside you. You must distract the destroyer while I assist in evacuating the civilians. He then turned to Apocalypse, saying, I sincerely apologize for the calamity we Asgardians have brought to Earth. Apocalypse responded, this is not your fault. I know Loki is the one pulling the strings. I will settle the score with him. The five of them split into two groups. Thor set off to find Jane, while Apocalypse, Sif, and the others advanced to confront the destroyer. Sif darted to the side, exclaiming, you draw its fire. Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg charged forward, shouting, for Asgard. Alas, their voices were loud yet feeble, and a blast of flame from the destroyer sent them reeling. However, this provided Sif with an opportunity. She leaped high, using the building's height, and thrust a long spear into the destroyer's neck from behind. The once blazing red flames of the destroyer gradually extinguished as Sif stood triumphantly on its back, a confident smile gracing her lips. Apocalypse sensed impending doom. The metallic rings adorning the destroyer's body began to rotate slowly, and in the blink of an eye, its back transformed into its front, unleashing a torrent of fierce flames. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Apocalypse vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment of the destroyer's eruption, he grasped its enormous head and twisted it violently, causing a massive pillar of fire to graze past Sif. She broke into a cold sweat, uttering a quick thank you before hastily leaping off the destroyer. The rings on the destroyer spun once more, the head pressed by Apocalypse shifting to become the feet, while the original feet gradually rose, morphing into a head. Its towering form loomed over Apocalypse. With a resounding thud, Apocalypse curled into a ball and leaped high, crashing into the destroyer's chest. The sheer force of the impact caused the creature to lose its balance and crash to the ground. After so many days, he could finally unleash his full power. A wicked smile spread across Apocalypse's face. A roar erupted, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening as the diminutive Apocalypse unleashed his fury upon the towering destroyer. Chapter 39. The Two Destroyers. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. As the destroyer launched a powerful punch, Apocalypse met it fearlessly with a fist of his own. With a resounding boom, a visible wave of white sonic shockwaves radiated outward. Sif, positioned closest, hurriedly crouched down with her sword braced, attempting to withstand the force of the sonic wave. Despite her efforts, she could not prevent her body from sliding backward, ultimately retreating over 30 meters before coming to a halt. The shockwave shattered every glass surface in the vicinity of the town, leaving no pain unscathed. Sif, Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Is this truly the power of that earthling? In the recent skirmish, he scarcely unleashed his full potential. Had he exerted himself from the very beginning, the four of them would have been utterly incapable of countering even a single blow. It seemed he had toyed with them for amusement. Reflecting on this, Sif recalled the fleeting touch of Apocalypse's fingers on her face, and her emotions became somewhat tangled. Ha! Truly, Asgard produces formidable beings. They are resilient. Empowered with a newfound confidence, Apocalypse unleashed his might. Since acquiring thrice the strength of the Hulk, he had yet to engage in a true battle with his full force. Although he faced two foes previously, they were simply too weak to withstand his unrestrained assault. Now, encountering a worthy opponent, he was liberated to unleash his full capabilities. With his spirits soaring, his blood surged fervently, and he could almost hear its rhythmic pulse. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch, imbued with thrice the Hulk's strength, generated a sonic wave. The area was nearly rendered a vacuum with each strike, subsequently filled by the surrounding air. The intense atmospheric disturbance transformed the battlefield into a tempest akin to a 12-level sandstorm. Dust and debris surged rhythmically with each explosive impact. The shards propelled by the blasts proved more lethal than bullets, piercing walls and billboards with ease. The battleground sporadically erupted with the immense flames of the destroyer, causing buildings to collapse and rubble to scatter. Sif and her companions intended to join the fray, but soon discovered the futility of their efforts. After merely a few steps, they were forcefully repelled by the residual energy of the battle. Moreover, they had to guard against the flying debris and destructive flames. Retreat, Sif, Vandal urged. In a conflict of this magnitude, we cannot assist. Let us protect Thor. Understood. The four swiftly regrouped with Thor. Meanwhile, Apocalypse exchanged countless blows with the destroyer, realizing that while he could knock the creature down, he could not shatter it. Although the dark metal appeared to lack hardness, Sif could even pierce it, it would immediately restore itself, leaving no trace. Truly, the guardian of Asgard's treasury was remarkable. As for the flames erupting from the destroyer's visage, despite their formidable power, Apocalypse remained undeterred. The sheer volume of the impending eruption was evident. The entire body glowed a fierce red, signaling even the blind could sense that a significant attack was imminent. Confronting ordinary warriors may suffice, yet when faced with a formidable entity like the destroyer, capable of advancing at supersonic speeds, such measures prove ineffective. It has become evident that to utterly vanquish the destroyer, physical assaults are inadequate. Only divine powers or magical means may yield success. Just moments ago, a simple thrust from Sif extinguished the flames of the destroyer, indicating the influence of divine forces. The dilemma lies in the fact that the Apocalypse lacks such powers. While Sif and her companions possess divine strength, their abilities are insufficient, rendering them unable to enter the fray and provide assistance. In the original narrative, it was the Thunder God who sacrificed himself, awakening divine powers, and ultimately wielded the might of Mjolnir to obliterate the destroyer. In the face of this stalemate, Apocalypse inexplicably recalls the iconic phrase of Captain America, "This is going to be a long day." Meanwhile, Loki, situated in Asgard, observes the unfolding scene through the Bifrost, his grip tightening around the great sword that guards the Rainbow Bridge. When did such a monster emerge on Earth? Moreover, it is aiding Thor and Sif. If this individual is not eliminated, his future arrival in Asgard could spell trouble. With a wicked grin, Loki muses that if one destroyer is insufficient, then perhaps two shall suffice. Suddenly, the sky above the town darkens as clouds converge, and the heavens fracture, recreating the spectacle of the destroyer's descent. A second destroyer has arrived. Unlike the first, which wreaked havoc indiscriminately, this second destroyer advances directly toward Apocalypse. From several meters away, a jet of fire erupts. Just as Apocalypse prepares to evade, the approaching destroyer unexpectedly encircles him with its colossal hands. As if two hands were not enough, the destroyer's feet morph into additional hands, creating a bizarre quartet that ensnares Apocalypse in place. Astonished, Apocalypse realizes that these two destroyers are coordinating their assault. Prior to the arrival of the second, the first destroyer had only engaged in a straightforward clash, never employing such peculiar tactics. With a series of thunderous blows, Apocalypse manages to shatter the four massive hands. However, this momentary delay allows the infernal flames to close in. A colossal pillar of fire engulfs Apocalypse in an instant. From a distance, the Thunder God shouts in desperation, "Tony, get out of the way." But the ordeal is far from over. The first destroyer unleashes another torrent of flames, the two streams converging to immobilize Apocalypse. At the intersection of the flames, a fireball forms, swelling larger and larger until it reaches its limit. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonates, sending flames surging like tidal waves across a kilometer radius. Everything in its path turns to charred remains. Wood is reduced to ash, and steel glows crimson. The entire town is engulfed in a sea of fire. Fortunately, due to Apocalypse's delay, the populace had already evacuated. Otherwise, the casualties among civilians would have been catastrophic. Amidst the explosion, a charred body is ejected, none other than Apocalypse himself. By a cruel twist of fate, his lifeless form rolls along an erratic trajectory, landing directly before the Thunder God. At this moment, no one is concerned with whether the trajectory adheres to the laws of physics. The Thunder God, a figure of iron resolve, can no longer contain his sorrow. He collapses to the ground, tears streaming onto Apocalypse's lifeless body, murmuring, "I'm sorry. Tony, my friend, this is all my fault. My arrival has brought calamity upon you all." After weeping for a while, Thor rose and said to Sif, "Hurry. You must survive and return to Asgard to thwart Loki." "And what of you?" Thor's expression suddenly became serene as he replied, "Do not fret, my friends. I have a plan." With a solemn demeanor, he strode towards the two destroyers. On the charred corpse of Apocalypse, one eye quietly opened, witnessing Thor's advance, and at last, he breathed a sigh of relief. The narrative had finally shifted. When the second destroyer descended, although Apocalypse was uncertain of his ability to defeat it, he knew he could escape. Yet, this served as a warning for Apocalypse. Wasn't there supposed to be only one destroyer? The destroyer, as legend has it, was the ultimate armor secretly crafted by Odin to combat the pantheon of gods. Forged by the cosmic dwarves from URU metal, it was not only immensely durable, but could also be imbued with magic and spells. Such an ultimate weapon, even Odin could not replicate. So, where did this second one come from? For a moment, Apocalypse could not fathom, and he resolved to inquire with Thor or Odin after the battle. In the original narrative, Thor approached the destroyer to save the townsfolk, facing it with the frailty of a mortal. Truly, as the son of Asgard, his willingness to sacrifice himself for ordinary earthlings radiated a profound compassion. Apocalypse was so engrossed in his own enjoyment of the battle that he failed to recognize the butterfly effect it was creating. If this continued, he would miss the moment that would awaken Thor. Should Thor remain unawakened, the butterfly effect could steer the future into unforeseen territories. With the second destroyer now present, Apocalypse decided to go with the flow, feigning defeat. To amplify the impact, as his body was discarded, he subtly pushed off the ground with his fingers, landing right before Thor. Once a comrade who reveled in drink and battle, now a charred body lay before him. The intensity of that moment was overwhelming. Thor was instantly transformed. Initially, no one noticed Apocalypse's subtle machinations, but he could not resist the temptation to open one eye. The charred exterior cracked slightly, producing a faint sound. The perceptive Sif detected this subtle noise and happened to glance over, locking eyes with Apocalypse. Instantly, an awkward silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 40. The merged destroyer. With a heart laden with sorrow and fury, Thor approached the two destroyers. They stood motionless, gazing at him, awaiting commands from another realm. Loki, I know you are watching me. Is this truly what you desire? To massacre the innocent and harm the unoffending? What benefit does this bring you? If you wish to kill, then strike me down. Otherwise, when I return to Asgard, I shall teach you a severe lesson, brother. The crowd in the distance held their breath, silence enveloping the town. The monstrous Apocalypse had just been vanquished by the two destroyers, and witnessing Thor's provocation, many turned away in distress, covering their eyes with trembling hands. Suddenly, the first destroyer swung its colossal hand, hurling Thor high into the sky. A thunderous roar echoed as a bolt of lightning flashed, momentarily freezing Thor's form in midair. Countless bolts of electricity erupted around him, illuminating the sky with blinding brilliance. Thor, the god of thunder, was awakening. In the original narrative, he had been rendered quasi-dead, ultimately revived by the emotional bond with his hammer, harnessing the power of lightning. Yet now, spurred by Apocalypse's overwhelming challenge, he awakened his divine power without the aid of his hammer. The god of thunder did not require a weapon to wield the might of electricity. As she beheld Thor suspended in the void, Jane's mouth fell agape. Oh, my heavens! I had always thought my handsome yet seemingly foolish boyfriend was lacking in sanity. He is, in truth, a deity. Everything he has said was genuine. Daisy, Eric. And the others shared her astonishment, standing in stunned silence. Thor extended his arms and summoned his hammer from 50 kilometers away, causing it to soar skyward, accelerating to break the sound barrier, trailing a lengthy sonic boom before it returned to his grasp with a resounding thud. Thus, Thor's complete form was finally unified. In an instant, the tempest of lightning intensified, blinding those on the ground. The clouds above swirled with the wind, gradually forming a colossal tornado vortex, with Thor standing at its epicenter. I am Thor, son of Odin, representing Asgard, and I shall obliterate you. Descending from the heavens, Thor unleashed his thunderous might, hurtling towards the destroyers below. In the original tale, this very move had allowed him to pierce through the destroyer with lightning, extinguishing its life force entirely. However, due to the butterfly effect caused by Apocalypse, the emergence of two destroyers shifted the tide of battle. With Thor's aim locked onto them, the two destroyers could not evade. In an unexpected collision, their metal rings began to spin and coalesce, merging into a singular, more formidable merged destroyer. The merged destroyer braced itself, meeting Thor's hammer with its outstretched hands. The tornado trembled as if on the verge of dispersing. Though the merged destroyer was nearly toppled by the force, it sustained no mortal wound. The swirling metallic rings resumed their relentless rotation, restoring its formidable presence. Thor was taken aback, astonished by the formidable power of the merged annihilator. He elevated his form once more, ascending into the tempestuous clouds. In an instant, the darkened sky crackled with lightning, radiating an intensified brilliance, while the ominous clouds expanded, enveloping the entire town. The tornado grew in size, resembling a colossal dragon siphoning water, lifting the sand and debris from the ground into the air. The already ravaged town was stripped bare, leaving behind nothing but desolation. The townspeople, watching from a distance, were torn between mourning their lost homes and feeling fortunate to witness a deity in their lifetime. Once again, Thor descended from the heavens, armed with an even greater charge of lightning. The merged annihilator gazed upward, its face suddenly opening to unleash a torrent of annihilation flames, far more potent than before, 3 to 4 times stronger. Thor did not shy away. He became one with his hammer, resembling a sharp blade that cleaved the column of flames in two as he descended. Just as Thor's hammer was about to strike, the merged annihilator split into two. The unmatched might of Thor's hammer descended between the two entities. With a resounding boom, the ground erupted, creating a deep pit that spanned several meters, while the swirling dust was drawn into the clouds, darkening the sky even further. Although the divided annihilators were propelled away by the explosion, they successfully evaded what could have been a fatal blow. Seizing the opportunity during Thor's moment of vulnerability, the annihilators launched a coordinated assault, their flames and metallic appendages overwhelming him. Thor found himself preoccupied, unable to gather strength for another powerful attack. He realized that his previous 2 strikes had not inflicted any harm on the merged annihilator. Thus, further attempts would yield little effect. He resorted to the peculiar abilities of his hammer, maneuvering through the air, launching attacks from all directions to suppress the 2 annihilators. The annihilators showed no fear of physical attacks. Even the threefold strength of the Hulk had failed to damage them, and Thor's hammer fared no better. Each strike left a dent, suggesting severe injuries. Yet with the rotation of the metallic rings on their bodies, they returned to their original forms. Only the power of lightning could slow or disrupt the annihilator's fiery onslaught, but alas, its force was insufficient to eradicate them entirely. The annihilators alternated between merging and splitting, their tactics far more sophisticated than their earlier confrontation with the Hulk. Thor's agility was abundant, yet his offensive capabilities were lacking. A stalemate ensued between Thor and the 2 annihilators, neither able to gain the upper hand. Watching from the sidelines, Jane and Sif grew increasingly anxious. What could they do? The 2 metallic monstrosities appeared tireless, and once Thor exhausted his strength, there would be no escape for anyone. Sif kicked the charred remains of the fallen Hulk, urging him to rise and assist Thor in defeating the annihilators. Vandal, Hogan, Volstagg, Jane, Daisy, and Eric looked at her in terror, questioning her sanity. Was she mad? He was reduced to ash, and yet she dared to kick him? Have some compassion. Sif kicked again. Hogan stepped forward, attempting to reason with her. Sif, please, don't do this. Brother Thor has at least bought us time by holding off the annihilators. A life lost is paramount. Let bygones be bygones. Meanwhile, she secretly mused that women were indeed petty. After all, was it merely a fleeting moment when Brother Tang had squeezed her neck during their previous altercation? Even in death, she seemed to harbor a grudge. One must never offend this comrade, lest they be remembered with resentment until the end. Sif shook her head and kicked a few more times, exclaiming, "You don't understand. He is merely pretending." "Oh, get up." Daisy rushed over, tears streaming down her face, blocking Sif's path. "You are too spiteful. He has been turned to ash, and you still want tea. Let him rest. Why don't you go and show me how you would act with the Destroyer?" In the wake of a series of recent upheavals, Daisy hadn't even had the time to mourn her Prince Charming. Now, witnessing Sif kicking his remains, her sorrow surged forth. The crowd unanimously berated Sif, which only fueled her anger further. "That scoundrel must have intended to make a fool of me. I clearly saw you open your eyes just moments ago. You wretched soul. Get up. Thor is on the verge of collapsing." Sif shouted. Vandal, Hogan, and Volstagg stepped forward, preparing to restrain Sif to prevent any further inappropriate actions, as it was truly a disgrace to Asgard. "Fine, if you wish to pretend. Your precious remains are charred beyond use, so I shall simply sever it. Let us see if you can still maintain your charade." With a swift motion, Sif executed a flourish with her sword, aiming directly at a critical point on the Destroyer. The crowd was unable to intervene, instinctively closing their eyes. It was far too cruel. Poor Brother Tang. Who would have thought he would suffer such a fate even after death? Just as the sword tip was about to strike, a sudden crack echoed as 2 dark fingers deftly grasped Sif's long sword. The Destroyer slowly sat up, the charred remnants of his skin peeling away. Is it too much to ask for a moment's rest after such a taxing ordeal? Absolutely not. The 7 shouted in unison. In a mere few minutes, their emotions had soared and plummeted like a roller coaster. Now, seeing the Destroyer resurrected, their anger eclipsed any joy, and they united against him. The Destroyer, sensing their wrath as if they were ready to consume him alive, hastily retreated from that tumultuous place, leaping onto the battlefield clad only in a pair of oversized golden shorts. Chapter 41. Assisting the Thunder God in briefs. Not long ago, he had requested Iron Man's assistance in crafting some indestructible attire. After much contemplation, Iron Man concluded that not even his armor could withstand Apocalypse's might. Ultimately, he unearthed a small piece of vibranium left by his father, Howard, which he meticulously stretched into metallic strands, combining them with advanced high-tech fibers to create a pair of substantial briefs for Apocalypse. After all, the purpose behind this clothing was to ensure that Apocalypse did not appear as visually offensive as the Hulk during battle. Thus, priority was given to the essential components. Apocalypse had embraced him twice. It was hardly excessive to gift him a pair of undergarments, was it? Regrettably, the vibranium was insufficient, yielding only 1 creation before it was depleted. The outer garments had to be constructed from the resilient materials found on Earth. While these were adequate for regular combat, the recent onslaught from the Destroyer, 2 blasts of annihilating flame, had reduced his attire to ashes, leaving only the vibranium briefs intact. This was also one of the reasons Apocalypse was reluctant to engage. Facing 3 beautiful women while clad in golden briefs would undoubtedly tarnish his image. However, Thor found himself outmatched, unable to contend with 2 adversaries, and his feigned demise had been uncovered by Sif. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to step into the fray. "Aha! Splendid, Tang, you are still alive. But what of this attire?" Thor questioned amid the battle. Apocalypse gazed enviously at Thor. Just moments ago. Thor had donned a simple t-shirt and jeans, yet with a mere transformation, not only had his powers and hammer returned, but his attire had also morphed into resplendent armor and a flowing cape, exuding an aura of undeniable charisma. Thor, may I borrow your cape? Absolutely not. Thor resolutely shook his head. Your lack of clothing will not hinder your combat prowess. If you were to don my cape while in the nude, I would never again dare to wear it upon my shoulders. Nude? I am not entirely without attire. I possess a pair of shorts. That does not suffice. Apocalypse sighed in resignation. Thor truly lacked consideration. Could a good brother not outweigh a mere cape? Fortunately, his foresight had led him to craft the substantial briefs in advance. Otherwise, the present situation would be quite embarrassing. Upon noticing Apocalypse's approach, the destroyer unleashed a devastating blast of annihilation, drawing him into the battlefield. Seeking death, Apocalypse's eyes widened. Unshod, he felt no fear. I am not only without shoes but also without clothing. Do you dare provoke me? With a ferocious roar, Apocalypse unleashed all his fury upon the destroyer. He leaped high into the air, using his body to collide with one of the destroyers, sending it sprawling to the ground. Then, he grasped its legs, hoisting the towering metallic form high above, and with tremendous force, he slammed it back down. Boom, 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 boom. The first destroyer was left disoriented. While physical attacks could not obliterate them entirely, they were sufficient to incapacitate them momentarily, at least preventing them from merging. Ouch! Thor suddenly cried out. He had plummeted from the sky, landing in a most undignified manner. It turned out that in the midst of Apocalypse's chaotic assault on the first destroyer, he had inadvertently swatted Thor from the air. Furious, Thor exclaimed, "Tang, was that intentional?" With a resounding crash, the Harbinger struck the destroyer once more, seizing the opportunity to question, "How can you speak of me in such a manner? I am merely doing my work here, and yet you come flying in." The Thunder God fell momentarily silent, realizing the validity of this statement, yet sensing an underlying dissonance. Hurry and vanquish the other one. Devoid of divine power, I cannot defeat these metallic monstrosities. Resolving to abandon his inner turmoil, the Thunder God ascended high once more, harnessing the tempestuous energy of the storm clouds to dive down with ferocity. Without the synergy of their combined forces, the individual destroyer could no longer withstand the Thunder God's assault. Mjolnir pierced through destroyer number 2 from crown to base, unleashing a torrent of lightning that surged through its shadowy form. Sparks of thunder erupted from within, and soon, the fiery glow of destroyer number 2 extinguished as it collapsed slowly to the ground. Before Mjolnir could return to Thor's grasp, the Harbinger extended his hand, seizing the opportunity. The hammer abruptly veered, darting past Thor and into the grasp of the Harbinger. In that moment, he seemed to embody the essence of the Thunder God himself, radiating with crackling energy as the storm clouds above unleashed a deluge of lightning, empowering the hammer. Had he not been clad in nothing but oversized shorts, he might have perfectly mirrored the Thunder God. Boom, 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 boom. He struck destroyer number 1 repeatedly, mercilessly flattening its metallic form. While the vitality within was utterly obliterated by the electric force, the destroyer attempted to rotate its metallic rings to restore itself, but after a feeble movement, it fell silent, enveloped in a shroud of deathly stillness. Thus, the two destroyers were thoroughly annihilated through the combined might of the Thunder God and the Harbinger. You can actually wield Mjolnir. The Thunder God was utterly incredulous. It was no wonder he had previously expressed concerns about being overshadowed. This was the very matter he had alluded to. At that moment, the focus shifted away from the destroyers, as all eyes were fixated on the Harbinger, now in possession of the mighty hammer. Sif, Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg, all warriors of Asgard, understood the profound significance of someone being able to lift the Thunder God's hammer. Their gazes, once filled with disdain, shifted through anger and eventually transformed into admiration. Sif's perception of the Harbinger had been irrevocably altered. Had he not been clad in golden shorts, his stature could have been even more imposing. Here, take your hammer back. The Harbinger tossed Mjolnir towards Thor. The Thunder God caught the hammer, his expression a blend of complexity. He had once believed himself to be the hammer's sole master, only to discover that it had a new contender draped in golden shorts. Unsure how to process this revelation, the Thunder God mused. No wonder Father invited you as a guest. If I had not awakened, would you have taken my place as the Thunder God? How could that be? You have indeed awakened, have you not? If, there are no ifs. I prefer not to carry a hammer everywhere. It does not suit my image. Huh. What image do you even have? Daisy interjected, drawing closer. I think it looks quite dashing. The golden shorts are rather unique. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation for the Harbinger's response. With a hand to his forehead in exasperation, the Harbinger lamented his predicament as an intern, now completely ensnared in this chaotic situation. Apocalypse had no choice but to change the subject, inquiring, I hear the destroyer is your father's armor. Shouldn't there be only one set? How come there are two? Thor replied, indeed, the genuine article consists of a single set. The other was originally a replica crafted by my father for me, lacking the potency of the original. However, I find its design rather unsightly and prefer not to wear it. Apocalypse understood. Thor frequently patrolled and fought across the 9 realms, and Odin surely wished to protect his son. The mightiest armor, after all, must serve both to safeguard its wearer and to protect the treasury, making it impossible for Thor to take the original out. Thus, a replica was forged. Little did they expect that Thor would reject it solely due to its appearance. This sentiment echoed the experiences of many parents and children on Earth. No wonder the first destroyer was so feeble that even Sif could vanquish it. With the arrival of the second model, however, the two would surprisingly exhibit a remarkable synergy, increasing their power exponentially. Let us not linger on trivialities. With the destroyer defeated, Loki is undoubtedly aware and will hasten his schemes. You should focus on how to return to Asgard. Thor concurred. There was no time to waste regarding Loki's machinations. The longer they delayed, the more uncertain the fate of Asgard would become. Approaching Jane, Thor said, I must return to battle, and it would be inconvenient to take you along. I assure you, I shall return swiftly, and then I will take you to see the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard. The scenery there is breathtaking and magnificent. We could spend the entire day admiring it. Jane whispered, then you must return quickly. Do not abandon me. I, Thor. Valpon Mjolnir. The two exchanged heartfelt sentiments, culminating in a profound goodbye kiss. Apocalypse glanced at Sif, curious about her reaction as she witnessed the man she secretly admired embrace another woman. To his surprise, Sif was gazing at him as well, resulting in an awkward moment of mutual surprise. It concluded with Sif casting a fierce glare. What are you glaring at me for? It is not I who kissed your man, Apocalypse remarked. Flustered and unsure how to respond, Sif turned away, her cheeks flushed. After Thor and Jane's farewell, he gathered Apocalypse, Sif, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, and the others, forming a circle as they began to call out. Heimdall, 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 Heimdall. Far away in the control room of the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard, Heimdall, encased in ice by Loki, stirred at the sound of their calls. As the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, he had devoted his life to his duty. No matter where the people of Asgard were, they could summon him. Hearing the prince's voice, Heimdall opened his eyes, gathering all his strength to break free from the ice. A few of Loki's loyal followers in the control room approached upon hearing the noise. Without hesitation, Heimdall drew his sword and dispatched them all. He then plunged his great sword into the heart of the control room, expending his last ounce of energy to open the rainbow portal. A beam of rainbow light descended from above, enveloping Thor, Apocalypse, Sif, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, and the others, causing them to vanish from their location. All that remained in the desolate expanse was a blazing ancient rune. Jin and Daisy, along with Eric, were engulfed in a profound sense of loss. They gazed at the runes for a considerable time before departing. A radiant light, accompanied by Thor, Apocalypse, and 4 others, traversed the boundless expanse of the cosmos, making its way towards Asgard. Chapter 42. The Divine Empress's arrival amidst the radiant embrace of the rainbow light. Tianchi and his companions soared through the cosmos at breakneck speed. Outside the Rainbow Bridge, countless stars twinkled, swiftly falling behind them as they traversed the fabric of space-time. Unaware of the extent of their journey or the passage of time, an instant, yet seemingly an eternity. Suddenly, the vibrant rainbow light receded, and the group of 6 found themselves in the control room of the Rainbow Bridge. In the center of this chamber, a small raised platform cradled the Guardian's sword, which remained tethered to the rainbow passage, emanating a brilliant white lightning. Meanwhile, Heimdall lay unconscious beside the Guardian's sword, previously frozen by Loki's power source. He had sustained grave injuries, and, upon hearing the call, had forcibly shattered the icy prison with the last remnants of his strength. The Thunder God hastened to his side. Relieved to discover Heimdall was merely unconscious, he instructed Vandal to escort him to the medical bay while he and the others proceeded to the palace. Tianchi swiftly surveyed the control room, which was resplendent in golden splendor, its hemispherical dome adorned with circular patterns, intricately layered and inscribed with ancient runes. Exiting the control room, they encountered the very essence of the Rainbow Bridge, the 7-colored luminescence that typically guided the Asgardians through various realms. While commonly referred to as the Rainbow Bridge, it was, in truth, an energy conduit crafted by it. The bridge itself spanned several kilometers, wide and glistening with a translucent, amber-hued crystalline structure, the material of which was unknown, perpetually shimmering with a spectrum of colors. As they gazed down the bridge, distant sounds of chaos erupted, with the clamor of battle echoing for miles. The Thunder God, alarmed, declared, Loki has made his move. I shall head to the palace. Follow closely. With a powerful swing of his hammer, he vanished from sight in an instant. Damn it! Tianchi muttered internally, wishing for his inclusion. Though capable of great leaps, he was unaware of the palace's precise location. To leap recklessly without guidance could lead to misunderstandings that might brand him an enemy. Impatient with the slow pace of Sif, Vandal, Hogan, and Volstagg, Tianchi seized Sif and implored, "Guide me." With that, he ascended into the sky. Initially, Sif instinctively resisted. But recognizing the gravity of the situation and accepting her inability to escape, she ceased her struggles and began to direct him through the air. Exchanging glances, Vandal, Hogan, and Volstagg felt a wave of relief. With two formidable allies on their side, they need not worry about the palace. Matters beyond their reach would be best left to those with the strength to confront them. Instead, they resolved to clear the path of the destructive frost giants. In the Asgardian palace, the Allfather Odin lay serenely within the confines of his sleep chamber. Meanwhile, the divine Empress Frigga stood vigilant at the door, ready to defend her husband. As frost giants breached their sanctum, she drew her longsword, prepared to engage. However, being a master of sorcery rather than martial combat, her prowess in direct confrontation was limited. After felling a minor foe, she was struck aside by a powerful blow from Laufey, the frost giant king. Left defenseless against his might, Laufey stepped forward, his icy blue hands traversing the golden energy shield, reaching into the stasis chamber to gently lift the eyelids of the slumbering god King Odin. "I know you can still hear and see everything around you. Remember, it is I, Laufey, the king of the frost giants, who seeks your demise." As he extended his hand, an ethereal ice blade materialized, raised high, poised to end Odin's life. Suddenly, a divine light erupted behind him, crashing down upon him and sending him sprawling from the stasis chamber, severely injured. Laufey struggled to lift his head, astonishment etched on his face. He could hardly believe that it was Loki, the god of trickery, who had ambushed him, despite their collusion. Loki raised his divine staff once more, his expression darkening as he proclaimed, "The one who seeks your death is Odin's son." With a swift crackle of divine energy, Laufey was utterly obliterated. Thus, the leader of a clan met his inexplicable end beside Odin's bed. Even in his final moments, Laufey could not fathom why Loki had betrayed him. What he could not have anticipated was that Loki was, in fact, his own flesh and blood. In Laufey's mind, Loki's treachery was merely a means to usurp the throne, a fitting act for the cruel and cold-hearted god of trickery. Such was the nature of a formidable tyrant. To those in power, this narrative seemed perfectly reasonable and logical. Little did they know, Loki's actions were not driven by a desire for the throne or prestige. Rather, he sought to prove to King Odin and Queen Frigga that he was a son more worthy and superior than the thunder god. He even callously dispatched his own biological father on the spot and planned to annihilate the frost giant clan, severing ties with his past lineage entirely. All the cunning schemes and bloodshed were merely orchestrated to stage an elaborate performance before the goddess. Witnessing this unfolding drama, the apocalypse could only cough up blood in exasperation. Such immature, willful, and cruel acts could only be conceived by one whose mind had not twisted into a tangled mess. And yet, this was indeed Loki, the god of trickery. Furthermore, the Queen Frigga, who had been struck down beside them, was genuinely deceived. She tearfully embraced Loki, saying, "You have saved your father." A glimmer of pride flickered at the corner of Loki's mouth as he replied, "Mother, I swore to you that they would ultimately pay for their actions. I have fulfilled my promise." Just as he finished speaking, Thor and the Apocalypse arrived in quick succession. Thor shouted, "Loki!" The Apocalypse beheld Loki, clad in armor, draped in a cloak, wielding a golden scepter, and wearing a helmet. The helmet was dark gold, adorned with two towering horns that curved backward, exuding an air of eerie authority. Compared to the robust Thor, Loki's form was slender and his features strikingly handsome, complemented by a smile that held an unsettling allure. This marked their formal introduction. Previously, when Loki had concealed himself beside Thor's hammer, neither had revealed their presence, merely sensing each other's existence. Queen Frigga approached, releasing Loki from her embrace with a smile, saying, "You have finally arrived." Thor, overwhelmed with emotion, took several strides forward, tears glistening in his eyes, exclaiming, "Yes, mother, I have returned." To Thor's astonishment, Frigga bypassed the god of thunder and approached the Apocalypse directly, saying, "My husband Odin invited you just a few days ago. I thought it would be many years before we met, yet here we are so soon." With an affectionate demeanor akin to that of a matriarch, she took Apocalypse's hand. Thor stood there, momentarily taken aback, a troubling thought flashing through his mind. Has mother been bewitched by the frost giants? To the extent that she cannot even recognize her own son? No, I mustn't entertain such thoughts about mother. He circled back to Frigga and cleared his throat, declaring, "Ahem, mother, I am here. I am Thor, your long yearned for son, returned." A hint of reproach appeared on the goddess Frigga's face as she replied, "I understand. But at over 1,000 years old, you should know better than to be so hasty. Do you not see that I am in the midst of receiving guests?" With the recent upheaval in Asgard, the palace is in disarray, and it is already quite discourteous. As a prince, you ought to treat our visitors with the utmost respect. This admonishment left Thor perplexed, and even the Apocalypse was baffled. Surely, even if he could wield Mjolnir, being an ordinary guest should not warrant such a formal reception, especially from the queen, who seemed to dismiss her two sons so readily. Thor chuckled heartily and said, "Mother, he is my brother from Earth, with whom I have shared drinks and brawls. You need not be so courteous to him. If we are to speak of status, he is but a mortal from Earth, under our Asgardian dominion, and should be the one to pay you his respects. What do you understand?" Frigga chided. "He may be your brother. Yet that does not diminish his status as a distinguished guest of Asgard. Technically, he is from Earth, but he is also so much more. He hails from a higher dimension, a realm of greater authenticity." Chapter 43. The most noble truth. Frigga pointed to Sif, who was still clinging to the waist of the Apocalypse, and inquired, "What is this?" Sif immediately realized the situation, wriggling like a small fish, and whispered, "You scoundrel, let me down at once." Coughing slightly, she added, "My apologies, I forgot." Hastily adjusting her appearance, Sif half-kneeled in a gesture of respect and proclaimed, "My lady." "Rise," the Apocalypse replied. "My lady, I find myself somewhat perplexed. It is not surprising that Frigga, the goddess, could discern that she hailed from another realm. In the original narrative, upon Thor's return from his journey, she immediately recognized him as someone who had traversed time. The goddess remarked, "It is well known that I possess a modicum of sorcery, allowing me to glimpse fragments of the future. During your previous encounter with Odin, your presence manifested as an indelible mark, suddenly appearing in the temporal stream of Asgard. Hence, I informed Odin and invited you to visit." No wonder. When he had grasped the hammer of Thor, Odin's spiritual pressure had first surged with fury, only to pivot dramatically thereafter. It was all due to the goddess's prior notification. "My lady, can you foresee my future?" Frigga shook her head. "My abilities permit me only to perceive certain images pertaining to Asgard. The moment you engaged with Odin, the temporal flow of Asgard underwent a profound transformation, entirely overturning what I had previously envisioned." She then addressed Thor, "My dear brother, you hail from a different dimension. Your lineage is esteemed, and your contributions to Asgard are invaluable. We must not treat you lightly." Thor boisterously replied, "He is my brother. Who else would I assist?" Yet, he genuinely could not discern where his nobility lay. Sif interjected, "My queen, could he be of the Eastern divine lineage?" Frigga cast a significant glance at Sif. "No, he does not embody the unique essence of the Eastern gods. His truth surpasses that of any race in this world." "What truth?" Everyone was left bewildered. The cultivation system of the Eastern divine lineage is known as cultivating truth. Genuine cultivation does not seek overwhelming power. Strength is merely a byproduct of the practice. Their philosophy is to achieve immortality through false cultivation, ultimately transcending. We all dwell within the confines of false appearances. Indeed, this world itself is but an illusion. Some powerful beings toil for millennia merely to pursue a sliver of the true essence. Yet Mr. Tang's essence of truth far exceeds that of any formidable individual I have encountered. If Mr. Tang were a precious gem, our truths would, at best, be mere smoke. Insignificant in comparison. Feeling somewhat bashful under the goddess's praise, the Apocalypse remarked, "Am I truly that formidable? I cannot even vanquish the destroyer." In contemplating truth and falsehood, the Apocalypse did harbor some insights. From the perspective of a former life, this world appeared as a mere illusion of the second dimension. Yet, everything felt resoundingly real. But does that imply that the former life was indeed the epitome of reality? In the past, numerous scientists have asserted that, based on various indications, the universe in which humanity exists is highly likely to be a holographic simulation. Everything we perceive is merely a segment of a more elevated dimensional program. The intricate structure of the universe, the precision of its constants, and the elegance of its equations seem far too refined to be the result of natural occurrence. If this is the case, then the false self has entered a false world, where, paradoxically, this false self is the most authentic. Should the inhabitants of this world have the opportunity to return to their past lives, which reality would then be genuine? How do we navigate the blurred lines of truth and illusion? Furthermore, there are theories proposed by ancient sages, such as the notions that there is nothing outside the mind, that the universe is my mind, and my mind is the universe. Did these sages foresee that the world of their former lives was a holographic simulation? Consequently, many practitioners emerged, some of whom may lack formidable strength, their heads as stubborn as a brick, yet they relentlessly pursue the essence of truth. Tianchi found himself slightly bewildered by this philosophical conundrum, realizing that such profound questions were indeed ill-suited for an introverted individual. The goddess smiled and reassured him, saying, "Mr. Tang, there is no need for haste. I have stated that the essence of cultivation is to refine the true through the false. Strength is merely a supplementary aspect. Given your intrinsic nature, it should not be difficult for you to enhance your power. In fact, your existence could yield immeasurable influence on our entire universe. Regrettably, my own level of comprehension is too limited to perceive much. Tianqi inquired, if the goddess can foresee the future, why not prepare in advance to effect change? One must be aware of the ultimate outcome. How dire was the fate of Asgard? King Odin was obliterated. The goddess met her demise through assassination. And their eldest daughter, Hela, broke free from her confinement and wreaked havoc in Asgard. Ultimately, Asgard itself was entirely annihilated by the bull-headed monster, Surtur. The citizens of Asgard barely escaped aboard a spaceship, only to encounter Thanos. Loki perished, and, much like Odin, Thor lost an eye. Whether this blindness is hereditary remains uncertain. In the end, only a small fraction of their lineage survived on Earth to carry on the legacy. A realm that once governed the 9 realms met such a tragic fate. The goddess chuckled, replying, Asgard has not perished. How could there be an ending? If you are referring to those calamities, alas, all is ultimately for the best. Is the goddess also a proponent of fatalism? Tianqi remained noncommittal, questioning whether Asgard's demise could truly be considered the best outcome. The goddess sighed. Many believe that the ability to foresee the future and peer into the river of time grants them the power to alter what is to come. In truth, there is little that any individual can accomplish. If one attempts to force change, it may either result in an even worse outcome or provoke unforeseen forces to intervene. Tianqi recalled the time variance authority featured in Loki. Could this be the unpredictable force? If the future is immutable and already predetermined, what significance lies in Doctor Strange's ability to glimpse the future and sift through millions of possibilities to find a singular chance for success? Perhaps it is better to relinquish control entirely and allow the time variance authority to toil endlessly to maintain the timeline. Would this not amount to fatalism? If change were possible, then what significance would the existence of the Time Management Bureau hold? Such thoughts perplexed Tianqi, prompting him to abandon them altogether. At the very least, Tianqi now understood that peering into the future did not equate to omniscience. Much like Frigg, one could only glimpse fragmented images of Asgard. The myriad of other events would rely on conjecture, which might not necessarily be accurate. Seeing the goddess and Tianqi engaging in a silent puzzle, Thor felt a surge of impatience. Seizing a moment of Tianqi's silence, he hastily declared, Mother, I wish to inform you that this is all part of Loki's scheme. Upon hearing Loki's name, Tianqi became acutely alert. Something was amiss. After conversing with the goddess for so long, Loki had not uttered a single word. This was far too quiet for his character. Extending his hand, Tianqi swiftly drew Sif's sword, which sang as it sliced through the air towards Loki. Thor, taken aback, exclaimed, What are you doing, Tianqi? In an instant, the sword pierced through Loki's form, impaling itself into the wall behind him. Slowly, Loki began to shimmer and fade away. Indeed, it was an illusion. Given Loki's nature, there was no way he would remain still and await his demise upon witnessing 2 of the most formidable beings arrive. Tianqi pondered when Loki had slipped away, suspecting he had stealthily departed the moment he entered. At that moment, a resplendent array of colors illuminated the outside world, with brilliant light flooding into the palace. A sense of dread washed over Tianqi as he recalled the original narrative. He turned to Thor and said, Loki intends to harness the power of the Bifrost to annihilate Jotunheim. Chapter 44. Please, do not. Upon hearing this, Thor became agitated, swinging his hammer as he vanished from sight. We'll talk later, Mother, he said hurriedly before bidding farewell. Sif hastily offered a bow and followed suit. At the Rainbow Bridge, a brilliant light radiated forth as countless streams of energy surged toward the rainbow control room within the semi-transparent crystal. The circular device resembling a pointer emitted a powerful beam that traversed the cosmic sea of Asgard, disappearing into the abyss of the dark universe. This energy was 1,000 times more potent than during a mere teleportation. It was evident that the spectrum of divine light was aimed directly at the frost giant's lair, Jotunheim. The 7-colored divine light could be both powerful and delicate. If wielded with precision, it could forge a rainbow pathway, allowing passage to any corner of the cosmos. Now magnified 1,000-fold, entering it would result in utter obliteration, transforming it from a mere teleportation route into a passage of death. In Jotunheim, the divine light suddenly descended, striking the frost giant's temple with cataclysmic force, causing the very earth to quake. As the energy from the 7-colored light intensified, the crust of the earth began to upheave. If this were to persist, it would rupture the crust and ignite the core, leading to a cataclysmic explosion that would shatter Jotunheim like a balloon. Loki, what on earth are you plotting? Thor demanded sternly. What am I plotting? Loki replied. I intend to prove to Father that I am worthy to be his son. I saved his life and will eradicate the detestable race of frost giants. There will be no more fear of war between our realms. You're being reckless. We have no right to decide the fate of an entire race. Cease this at once. On Earth, Thor could sacrifice himself for humanity. How could he stand by while a colossal race faced annihilation? Ha ha ha, it is already too late to stop. My brother, prepare to watch the spectacle unfold. Furious, Thor unleashed a bolt of lightning aimed at Loki. However, as the lightning struck, Loki vanished, merely an illusion. The true Loki appeared behind Thor, wielding a staff that emitted divine light, nearly sending Thor tumbling off the rainbow bridge. Thor flung his hammer towards Loki, but it too struck an illusion. Not wishing to linger in this confrontation, Thor charged directly toward the rainbow control room, only to be ambushed by Loki halfway, rendering him unable to escape. Dawn, head to the control room and unsheath the guardian sword. Understood. Apocalypse rushed toward the control room. Suddenly, Loki materialized before Apocalypse, raising his staff and lunging forward. Without a moment's hesitation, Apocalypse sprouted 8 arms, swinging in all directions with a flurry of blows. In an instant, the air was filled with afterimages, with only 2 legs remaining grounded. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted like firecrackers. Just then, one of the flailing arms made contact with something solid. Boom. The real Loki fell from the void, sliding across the ground for several meters, his face contorted in pain, a dent now visible in his chest. Fool. Attempting illusions before me? Watch as I do not spare you. Apocalypse, unable to continue his relentless pursuit, momentarily spared Loki and hurried towards the radiant control room. At that moment, the control room shone with resplendent light, an abundance of golden divine radiance cascading forth. Even with his eyes closed, the divine light penetrated through his eyelids, creating an illusion of impending blindness. Apocalypse attempted to charge into the room, only to find himself utterly incapable of breaching its threshold. The intensity of the light generated a formidable energy barrier that safeguarded the control room. With his hands raised defensively, Apocalypse summoned all his strength and advanced step by step. Yet, he barely made it halfway before the ground beneath him crumbled, the once solid surface reduced to powder under tremendous pressure. His feet lost their grip, and he was forcefully ejected backwards. After several futile attempts, frustration surged within him. Roaring in defiance, he resolved to abandon gentleness for brute force. Channeling the full might of 3 times that of the Hulk, he launched himself forward. Alas, despite the magnitude of his power, it met the light pressure as if striking against cotton, yielding no effect. Apocalypse was astounded. If a mere fraction of the energy emanating from the light was this potent, then the magnitude of energy endured by Jotunheim must be truly terrifying. Indeed, before a force capable of annihilating planets, humanity's strength appeared woefully insignificant. Thor, I cannot enter. Lend me your hammer, he called out, extending his hand. The god of thunder felt the pull on the hammer and released his control. The mighty hammer soared into Apocalypse's grasp. Its tremendous force combined with the power of lightning, he hurled it towards the guardian sword with all his might. Yet, it was in vain. Although he advanced slightly further, he was once again repelled by the light pressure, akin to a cannonball ricocheting past him. Damn it, this is futile. Apocalypse cursed inwardly. No wonder Loki had claimed there was no stopping. As it stood, no one could approach the control room until the energy was exhausted. Stepping back a few paces and contemplating, he observed that while there was light pressure within the control room, the external device emitting the radiant divine light was devoid of it. This apparatus, spherical in shape, rotated at high speed with a massive pointer protruding from it. Indeed, what was termed a pointer, on a planetary scale, appeared to be a cannon barrel of monumental proportions to a mere human. The divine light streamed forth from this pointer, vanishing into the void ahead. To concentrate the energy, the spherical device and pointer were meticulously sealed, preventing any escape of divine light. Apocalypse, upon realizing this, leaped high into the air, landing beside the rotating pointer. As he pressed his hands against the swiftly turning sphere, he was immediately met with excruciating pain, his Hulk-like physique failing to withstand the device's relentless force. Gripping through the agony, Apocalypse summoned his strength, forcibly twisting the pointer's direction and lifting it upwards. In the distance, Thor gasped in alarm, shouting, "Don't, Tang!" But the cacophony of the spinning pointer drowned out his voice, coupled with the divine light vibrating through the void. A colossal beam of light began to rise slowly from the plane of the cosmic sea. Thor was frantic. His brother had spent his entire life on Earth, never even having ventured into space, lacking any knowledge of cosmology. On Earth, the ground is a solid entity, while above lies the void. Ordinarily, no matter how many ceremonial spears or cannons are fired upward, they fail to strike anything. Yet, in the cosmos, there exists no distinction between sky and earth. In every direction, there are galaxies. Moreover, Asgard is not a planet, but rather an extraordinary, vast, flat continent, which misled Apocalypse. Additionally, Apocalypse was unaware of the unique properties of the Bifrost. The radiant light of the rainbow can traverse countless dimensions. It will not dissipate unless it encounters a solid object. Such intense divine light can only be obstructed by objects of planetary magnitude or greater. By lifting the Bifrost, Apocalypse merely redirected the destructive energy intended for Jotunheim to an unsuspecting planet somewhere in the universe. As the rainbow pointer ascended, the divine light slowly swept across the surface of Jotunheim, carving a bottomless chasm into the land. Subsequently, the divine light exited the planet of Jotunheim, streaking into the cosmic void, distorting the emptiness and causing stars to vanish. It is unknown how many distant and unknown planets suffered calamity. Loki stood at a distance, watching Apocalypse with a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Thor, unable to continue battling Loki, frantically gestured and shouted, "Don't push it." Apocalypse, misinterpreting Thor's gesture as encouragement, bellowed back, "Come help me. I can't lift it any higher." Unfortunately, amidst the overwhelming buzzing of the spherical device, neither could hear the other. Thor spun his hammer, contemplating flying over to stop Apocalypse. However, he quickly realized that as long as the rainbow light continued its trajectory into the universe, other planets would inevitably face misfortune. With this thought, Thor raised his hammer high, formulating the only solution. Bang! Thor's hammer struck the Bifrost with tremendous force. Apocalypse, now agitated, wondered if Thor had lost his mind. "I've already altered the narrative. Why are you smashing the Bifrost? My beautiful wife awaits on Earth, and there are many matters to attend to. I certainly do not wish to be trapped in Asgard for years. Is Thor under the impression that I am not exerting enough effort? Very well, I shall try harder." "Ah!" Apocalypse roared, "You fool, do not strike." Alas, Thor was oblivious. Instead, he noticed the divine light pointer shifting in the cosmic void, which only heightened his urgency. Bang! "You idiot, stop pushing." With the second strike, cracks began to appear in the crystalline structure of the Bifrost, inciting Apocalypse's fury. "Ah! Do not smash it." Bang! "Do not push." "Ah! Do not strike." Bang! "Do not push." "Ah! Bang! Do not." No. Ultimately, this quarrel, where neither party could hear the other, concluded with Thor emerging victorious. Boom. Chapter 45. The chilling revelation of a millennia-long scheme. The bridge of rainbow shatters. A colossal surge of energy was abruptly interrupted, plunging the surroundings into chaos, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The cosmic sea of Asgard surged with tumultuous waves, engulfing the rainbow control room, before the water cascaded down, vanishing into the abyss. The violent detonation obliterated the control room, causing the spherical apparatus to collapse upon the ground, rendered immobile. Thor and Loki were hurled high into the air by the cataclysmic force, while the situation for Apocalypse was even graver, lacking the ability to fly. He plummeted toward the void beneath the cosmic sea, utterly bereft of leverage. Moreover, the residual shockwave exerted formidable pressure. The trio accelerated downward toward the cosmic sea. From a distance, Apocalypse spotted Sif rushing towards them, yet the expanding shockwave thwarted her advance, pushing her back after only a few steps. In the royal palace, Odin, the king of the gods, awakened to the sound of the explosion. His eyes suddenly sprang open, and he vanished from the stasis pod, transforming into a beam of divine light that soared towards the rainbow bridge. Upon spotting the three, Odin grasped two of them, bringing them back to safety. The one left behind, however, was Loki. In disbelief, Loki could hardly fathom that his father had chosen to save a mere mortal instead of him. His eyes brimmed with resentment, fury, hatred, and despair as he gazed at Odin, gradually succumbing to the void, ultimately disappearing from sight. The cosmic sea of Asgard flowed ceaselessly, its waters originating from unknown sources and disappearing into the great unknown. Apocalypse remained unaware of what lay beneath the cosmic sea, but judging by the reactions of Odin, Thor, and Loki, it was undoubtedly ominous, potentially fraught with peril. In the original narrative, Odin had simultaneously grasped both Thor and Loki. Even in such dire circumstances, Loki had not hesitated to exchange banter with the king. Ultimately unable to contain his frustration, he chose to let go and fell into the void. Subsequently, he unwittingly allied with Thanos, returning to Earth to sow discord. However, this time it was not his choice to relinquish his hold. Rather, it was the king who had forsaken him. One can only imagine the depth of his resentment. Odin pulled Apocalypse and Thor back and sighed, soaring back to the palace. Thor remained silent for an extended period, gazing vacantly in the direction where Loki had vanished. Their father had chosen to save him. He pondered what fate awaited Loki. A pang of guilt and anguish washed over Thor as he spoke softly. "Do not worry. Loki is remarkably resilient. I assure you he still lives." "Really?" Apocalypse nodded affirmatively. This assurance provided Thor with considerable comfort, lifting his spirits somewhat. After a moment, Thor remarked, "My dear brother, it seems you may have inadvertently stirred a great calamity." With a brief explanation, Apocalypse finally understood why his previous attempts to manipulate the Rainbow God Needle had provoked such fervor from Thor. He lamented that he had dwelled as a mere earthling for too long, lacking fundamental cosmic knowledge. Yet, the universe is vast. It was not guaranteed that any projectile would strike a planet, and even if it did, there was no assurance it was a life-bearing world. Even if it were, there was no certainty of sentient life. Apocalypse could only console himself with such thoughts. The two men stood at the edge of the cosmic sea, surrounded by twinkling stars and gently flowing waters, amidst the remnants of explosive devastation, creating an oddly poetic scene. Apocalypse gazed at the cosmic starry sky, recently illuminated by the radiant beams of the rainbow, and inquired, "Thor, do you perceive any stars missing?" After a moment's contemplation, Thor squinted and replied, "It should be fine, I suppose. You can't truly discern, can you?" Apocalypse remarked, "I'm not Heimdall, who keeps track of the stars incessantly." With that, the two men gathered their thoughts and retreated to the palace for rest. Given the rupture of the Bifrost, a return to Earth in the near future was out of the question. As Apocalypse reclined on his bed, boredom enveloped him as he reflected on the events of the day, comparing them to the narrative etched in his memory. A chill surged from the depths of his heart. The All-Father is indeed formidable. Centuries ago, Odin discovered Loki in the temple of Jotunheim, which was inherently a peculiar occurrence. To invade another's stronghold and encounter an infant of a foreign race, only to be overwhelmed by maternal affection and decide to raise him, is certainly an unusual turn of events. How could a king who has vanquished countless lives across the 9 realms exhibit such maternal compassion? Even if he experienced a sudden awakening of conscience, why not simply return the child to the common folk for upbringing? It is pivotal to remember that this child is none other than the son of Laufey, the king of the frost giants. And curiously enough, Laufey remained oblivious to these developments. Furthermore, during Thor's first coronation, did no one suspect Loki when the frost giants, eluding Heimdall's vigilant gaze, infiltrated the realm? While ordinary subjects may refrain from questioning a prince without evidence, Loki was raised by Odin and Frigga, who surely recognized his capabilities. It is curious that there were no reports of inquiries into how the frost giant entered their domain. Instead, the exile of Thor seemed disproportionately severe. If the Jotunheim folk created a disturbance and the Asgardians responded in kind, it would merely be a stalemate. There was no reason to be so timid as to banish their own heir. Ironically, at that very moment, Odin fell into a deep slumber, allowing Loki to act with impunity. Subsequently, he orchestrated a plot to eliminate Laufey, enacting the tragic drama of patricide. Such events resonate vividly in Apocalypse's memory. Moreover, Loki harbored ambitions of obliterating the entire frost giant realm. With the queen missing and Odin still in slumber, had Thor not intervened decisively to sever the Bifrost, Loki may have succeeded. Upon the explosion of the Bifrost, Odin, who had remained unresponsive despite the peril, suddenly awakened. Strikingly, his first instinct was not to seek water, but rather to leap forth and rescue, which raises questions about the typical behavior of a fading elder. Clearly, he could no longer feign ignorance upon witnessing the danger facing his own son. In the original narrative, it was Loki who relinquished his grip. However, with Odin's might, if he truly wished to save him, mere inches would not inhibit him from doing so. With Apocalypse's arrival, the All-Father directly opted to rescue Thor and Apocalypse, allowing Loki to plunge into the abyss of cosmic void. All these discrepancies, if merely coincidences, are remarkably implausible. One could assert that the probability of the frost giant's disappearance stands at an astounding 99, with the sole unexpected variable being Thor. The thunder god returned to Earth slightly later than anticipated, or perhaps he was not as compassionate as one might expect. In a moment of hesitation, the dire threat of the frost giants from Asgard could have vanished entirely from the universe. Even in the realm of deities, the annihilation of an entire race is considered an egregious sin. All this malevolence could be placed solely upon Loki's shoulders, allowing the thunder god to rule Asgard under the guise of a benevolent sovereign. If this were indeed a grand scheme, it would be utterly terrifying. Truly, he is a king capable of commanding the 9 realms. King Odin, however, lacks the foresight to predict the future. If this elaborate plot had been set in motion centuries ago, the only one who could have assisted him would be Queen Frigga. On the day of the celebratory feast, following the invasion of the frost giant king and his demise at the hands of Asgard, a banquet was deemed necessary to boost morale. Clad in a medieval robe, the thunder god summoned the seer and surveyed the surroundings before the festivities commenced. It was daytime, and the seer gazed at the sun, inquiring, "Is that sun real?" "Indeed it is. Who constructed such a magnificent Asgard? A land of this vastness could not have formed naturally in the cosmos. The immense weight of matter, under the influence of gravity, inevitably collapses into a spherical shape. Hence, the most common celestial bodies in the universe are spherical. The deliberate maintenance of a flat continent, along with the extraordinary methods employed to create the cosmic sea, is beyond imagination. They even captured a star to simulate the cycle of day and night, allowing it to orbit Asgard. This is akin to the legendary act of capturing stars and the moon." The thunder god shrugged. Some say it was built during my father's reign at its zenith, but I doubt he possessed such strength. Just then, Sif approached gracefully from a distance. Chapter 46, A Betrothal to Sif. Today, Sif was not clad in her warrior's leather armor, but instead adorned a flowing blue and white gown, cinched at the waist with a delicate lace belt, accentuating her figure exquisitely. Her hair was styled in a simple yet elegant manner, transforming her from the fierce warrior into a gentle lady. This captivating appearance caught the eye of Tianqi, who had never encountered Sif in such a guise, even in his past life. While her previous armored attire exuded valor, it did little justice to her physical allure. Doesn't Sif evoke any thoughts in you, Thor? What thoughts? She is my brother, Thor replied nonchalantly. She is a woman, and an exceptionally beautiful one at that. Have you not noticed this aspect? Can't a woman be considered a brother? Thor's demeanor was indeed peculiar, even among the Asgardians. Despite his prominent status, he seemed detached from the concept of power. He relished in battle, yet displayed remarkable compassion. Standing tall and handsome, bolstered by his divine lineage, one would assume he would attract numerous admirers. Yet, aside from the true love of his life, Jane, he had not pursued any other romantic entanglements. His playful nature often overshadowed the gravitas expected of a god, rendering him more akin to an eternal child with little ambition beyond merriment. Tianqi, perplexed by this, gestured animatedly. The female anatomy and mindset are distinct. You may consider her a brother, but does she regard you as one? Thor, with his characteristic bravado, declared, whether she has breasts or not. As long as we fight together, she is a brother. This statement was overheard by Sif as she approached, her expression turning dark with disapproval. She shot Tianqi a fierce glare, seemingly blaming him for leading her prince astray. Tianqi felt wronged. It was Thor who had uttered those words. Why direct her ire at him? In this formal setting, Sif abstained from her usual casual greeting with Thor. Instead, she bent her knees slightly in a demure curtsy and said, Prince Thor, the goddess has summoned you. The banquet is about to commence. Very well. As they made their way to the palace, Tianqi marveled at the grandeur of the structure, particularly the soaring dome. The palace was magnificent, with the dome reaching several dozen meters in height, unencumbered by columns. Its ceiling was adorned with depictions of Asgard's history, all serene and devoid of any ominous undertones. Yet, Tianqi was aware of the deeper layer beneath. That layer concealed the true history of Asgard, a bloody saga steeped in violence and conquest. In the great hall of the palace, Odin, the king, who had been weak and faint just days before, nearly succumbing to the frost giant King Laufey, now radiated vitality as he addressed the assembly from his throne. During my illness, Loki took upon himself the defense of our realm, thwarting the frost giant's treachery and ultimately slaying Laufey, thereby affirming the majesty of Asgard. To Loki! To Loki! The crowd cheered, raising their goblets in celebration. Originally, Loki had intended to pursue the annihilation of Jotunheim, but Thor, with his compassionate heart, chose to destroy the Rainbow Bridge instead. Allying with his friend Tianqi to prevent such an act, let us raise our glasses to our benevolent prince. To Thor! To Thor! The crowd echoed enthusiastically. This time, the crowd's cheers grew even louder. After Odin concluded his speech, the goddess Frigga stepped forward to say a few words. Neither of their addresses mentioned the chaos instigated by the Rainbow God, as the true culprit was Loki. Instead, they inadvertently exaggerated the contributions of the Rainbow God, underscoring his friendship with Thor. While this seemed to align with the truth, attributing credit to Loki shifted the implications significantly. The Jotunheim, having escaped a calamity, along with the surviving frost giants, might even harbor gratitude towards Thor, redirecting their fury solely at Loki. Had it not been for the revelations of the previous night, the Rainbow God would likely be as oblivious as Thor, who would remain unaware of the countless machinations his parents undertook to ensure his stable reign over the 9 realms. It appeared that the divine beings were not only adept in showcasing their might, but also in the art of subterfuge. As these thoughts lingered, Odin and Frigga joined hands and proclaimed loudly, following the deliberations and approval of the Elder Council, we have resolved to bestow upon the valiant brother of Thor, Prince Tang Tianqi, the title of hero for this battle. Tang was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly possible they were so generous? What did the title of prince entail? It was second only to that of a king. Should Loki or Thor meet an untimely demise, this prince might even ascend to the throne of Asgard. Sif, who had witnessed the events unfold the night before, displayed a look of confusion as well. To say that Tang had assisted was accurate. However, to confer upon him a princely title seemed an incongruity of astronomical proportions. Many Asgardians shared this bewilderment, yet with the endorsement of the king, queen, and the full support of the Elder Council, it was an undeniable divine decree. Thor clapped Tang on the shoulder, saying, Tang, it is your time to ascend. Tang cast a glance at Thor, wondering if this fellow truly sensed nothing amiss. It appeared that in the original narrative, his decision to bequeath the throne to the Valkyrie was indeed a sagacious choice, for anyone would govern better than this jester. At that moment, applause resounded, and all eyes were upon Tang, welcoming him. Tang felt a twinge of discomfort. The subtext was all too apparent. Did they truly believe him to possess the same intellect as Thor? To ascend meant accepting the goodwill of the king and queen, binding himself to Asgard. Any future events concerning Asgard would compel his involvement. Conversely, refraining from ascending seemed equally problematic, as it would imply indifference to matters concerning Asgard and Thor. Thus, it seemed more prudent to graciously accept this favor. After all, one should seize opportunities when they arise. Rising to his feet, Tang gestured to the applauding crowd. Countless Asgardians were scrutinizing this peculiar new prince, many whispering among themselves, curious about his origins. The moment he grasped the scepter representing his princely status, Tang sensed a mysterious energy emanating from beyond the palace. Casting a glance at the king and queen, he noted they appeared oblivious. Tang found it peculiar that he could detect this energy wave while the king could not. Could it be of Asgardian origin? Yet, the characteristics of this energy were decidedly distinct. After the conferral ceremony concluded, everyone indulged freely in food and drink. Thor bellowed, "Tang, come here. Last time I was but a mortal and you bested me. Now that I have regained my divine powers, let us engage in a proper contest." Suddenly, noticing Frigga approaching from behind, his voice diminished to a whisper. Mother. Frigga, evidently in high spirits, gracefully took her seat and remarked, "Prince Tang, as you have now become a part of our Asgard, I shall speak candidly. What are your thoughts on Sif?" Tianchi pondered. Could it be that Frigga intends to persuade Thor on her own? In the original tale, it was Odin, the All-Father, who attempted the persuasion, albeit unsuccessfully. Thus, he replied, "She is most admirable, both beautiful and formidable in battle. In that case, why not? I shall betroth her to you. What say you?" "What? Me?" Tianchi was taken aback. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. It should have been Thor, not him. He glanced at Thor, who appeared detached, merely waiting to observe the unfolding drama. "Wait, you mentioned betrothal. I had thought Asgard favored free love." Frigga smiled. "Indeed, we cherish the freedom of choice. The lifespan of Asgardians spans thousands of years. How could a couple endure for so long without a genuine bond? I have already inquired of her. It is now your feelings that matter." Tianchi turned to Sif, who, with her gaze lowered and hands clasped demurely upon her lap, endeavored to project an image of grace and composure, yet her flushed cheeks betrayed her true emotions. Sif's feelings for Thor had been more akin to idolization. In their battle squad, she was the only woman, while the others, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg, were rugged men, with Thor being both handsome and a prince. It was inevitable for some feelings to arise. Had Thor reciprocated, those feelings would have surely blossomed. Instead, they were extinguished in an instant. Upon encountering Tianchi on Earth, and through several interactions, she gradually developed a deeper affection for this formidable being, who was no less than Thor. Yet, Tianchi and his Navet continuously associated her feelings with Thor, oblivious to her myriad subtle gestures and thoughts. Should this affection develop normally, it could take an eternity to bear fruit, or worse, be lost altogether. Ironically, last night, Tianchi had brought Sif along when they encountered the goddess Frigga. As a woman, Frigga understood the nuances of female emotions. How could one exhibit such compliance and cooperation without harboring feelings for a man? Thus, the plan to ally with Tianchi now included Sif. With both the All-Father and the All-Mother orchestrating affairs, they concurrently conferred titles upon Tianchi while endeavoring to unite Sif and him. Although Sif felt the pace was swift, the involvement of the divine couple in matchmaking was extraordinary, and coupled with her existing fondness for Tianchi, she ultimately consented. Tianchi interjected, "You may not yet realize, but I am already wed." Chapter 47. I am not what you think. Upon hearing this, Sif's complexion turned pale. However, Frigga interjected, "Asgard does not adhere to a monogamous system. Your marital status does not conflict with this." This Apocalypse displayed a troubled expression. To claim he was unaffected would undoubtedly be disingenuous. Faced with a goddess of Sif's extraordinary beauty and prowess, any normal man would harbor certain thoughts, especially when the opportunity presented itself so readily. Yet, this situation would be difficult to explain to Black Widow. After all, not long ago, he had confronted S.H.I.E.L.D. to prohibit her from utilizing her charms, only to turn around and bring another beauty home. One cannot be so hypocritical. At that moment, Thor spoke up. "Mother, it seems this matter may pose a dilemma for Brother Tang. He is deeply devoted to his wife." The trio looked toward Thor, including Apocalypse, puzzled. Had he ever conversed with Thor about Black Widow? It seemed not. Moreover, the matter of love was far from their discourse. Thor, tossing his flowing golden hair with a sense of pride, declared, "My girlfriend Jane has a student named Daisy, a fierce and spirited young woman, who is quite smitten with Tang. to the point of nearly launching herself at him. Jane even secretly proposed that we play matchmaker to alleviate the awkwardness. However, given the hurried pace of life on Earth, we have yet to act on it. Yet, Tang hasn't even cast a glance her way. He hasn't even touched her hand. Initially, I assumed he had a penchant for handsome men. The Queen playfully smacked his head and admonished him, speak appropriately. Clearing his throat, he continued. I initially thought Tang simply disliked that type. Upon hearing he has a wife, I now realize he is a gentleman, steadfastly adhering to the principles of marital fidelity even in the face of temptation. Thus, I am confident he loves his wife dearly. After a lengthy discourse, Thor felt his deductions were flawless, wearing an insufferable expression. Apocalypse listened in astonishment, wondering if he truly appeared so noble in the eyes of others. He had been too busy running around to pay Daisy any mind. Having just battled the destroyer, he hadn't even had a moment to rest before arriving in Asgard. Leaving no time to assess his own character, the Queen sighed. It seems we have been remiss. Noticing Sif's pale visage, she expressed concern and inquired, is your wife of Eastern divine lineage or of another origin? No. She can be considered an ordinary Earthling, he replied. To Earthlings, Black Widow is a superhero. But to Asgardians, she is merely an ordinary human. The Queen remarked, if that is the case, Earthlings have a lifespan of merely a century. You could spend her life with her, and after 100 years, you and Sif could be together, which would not contradict your own beliefs. Asgardians typically live for several millennia, with lifespans differing by 1,000 years or more between the strong and the weak. Not to mention Thor and Jane's relationship. Barring any extraordinary circumstances, Jane could only accompany Thor for a mere century. Whether Thor would seek another companion thereafter is another matter, but according to Asgardian beliefs, companionship has a temporal limit unless both partners share a similar lifespan. Sif tightly grasped the fabric of her dress, whispering, Tang, I still have at least 3,000 years to live. I am willing to wait for you for 100 years. Such an exquisite warrior of the gods has presented herself, and yet one must wait a century? Any man would find it unbearable. Tianchi steeled himself, contemplating whether to indulge in a fleeting dalliance, lest he regret it for eternity. No need to wait. Before he could finish his thought, Thor interjected. Tang speaks wisely. There is no need for delay. If one is consumed by desires while gazing longingly at what lies beyond, it sullies his affection for his current wife. And as for Sif, 100 years of youth squandered, what if she encounters someone she truly adores in that time? Love must grant both parties their freedom, with the hope that each finds happiness. With a toss of his hair, Thor felt he had grasped the true essence of love since meeting Jane. Queen Frigga sighed, remarking, Prince Tang is indeed admirable. As a woman, I envy your wife. Should I say more, it would be a disservice to your love. Tianchi's mind was in turmoil. No, I am not what you perceive me to be. Frigga glanced at Sif and inquired, Sif, do you have anything to say? Sif lifted her chin, her expression resolute as she declared, Tang, my willingness to wait is my own affair. I will not disrupt your life. 100 years hence, whatever your decision, I shall respect it. With that, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she hurried away. The Queen rose, stating, let the matters of the young be resolved by the young. With that, she too departed. This time, there was no orchestrated union between Tianchi and Sif, leaving the plan less than perfect. Yet, witnessing the noble ideals of love held by the newly titled Prince Tang, the Queen felt a sense of satisfaction. Excessive pressure could lead one to forsake their steadfast beliefs, which would be detrimental. As he watched them leave, Tianchi stood in stunned silence, his thoughts unfinished. 100 years is far too long. The moment is now. Why must they prevent me from finishing my thoughts? Sif, why not tempt me just a little? Daisy would say something about not wearing a ring, yet you would not mention the distance of another kingdom. Perhaps I would relent. Now, Thor, with his jest, has elevated himself to such lofty ideals that even the Queen and Sif believe him. Despite Tianchi's thick skin, he could not openly rebel, transitioning from a romantic to a scoundrel, forcing himself to swallow his words. Seeing Tianchi's displeasure, Thor patted his shoulder with a sigh. Come, let us drink. No need for thanks. As a junior, it is indeed difficult for you to refuse the Queen directly, sparing her embarrassment. I spoke on your behalf. You've effectively blocked my path to becoming a scoundrel and expect my gratitude. Tianchi gritted his teeth. I thank your entire family. Thor replied. Just thank me and the King and Queen. That rascal Loki does not deserve thanks. After sharing a round of drinks, Tianchi felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Had Thor not interrupted, would he have truly succumbed to the Queen's persuasion? Alas, human nature is indeed frail under scrutiny. Yet, reflecting on Sif's striking beauty, he couldn't help but lament, damn it, carnal desires are even less resilient to temptation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tianchi recalled the energy fluctuations he had sensed earlier, which had yet to dissipate. To avoid the potential folly of overindulgence, he decided to venture outside for a closer examination, lest he succumb to the urge to confront Thor. As he strolled, The surrounding crowd respectfully greeted him. Upon reaching the square, he beheld a semi-transparent rectangular prism, gently radiating a yellowish glow. In front of the prism stood a middle-aged African-American woman, her figure ample, clad in a form-fitting riot control suit, and holding a dossier. The people around seemed oblivious to both the prism and the woman, unconsciously circumventing her presence. As Tianchi approached, the woman addressed him, "Mr. Tang, you have finally emerged." The sight of her instilled a sense of foreboding within Tianchi. The Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau had arrived. There was a timeline wherein Loki had been significantly tormented by these agents. Although he had endeavored to maintain the original narrative, the numerous alterations he had made could not have gone unnoticed. "Are you here to apprehend me?" he inquired. The woman promptly replied, "Not at all, Mr. Tang. You have misunderstood. Your esteemed status far exceeds my authority. I am merely here to relay a message." "What message?" Chapter 48. The Time Variance Authority. Your existence has profoundly altered the sacred timeline, resulting in a plethora of impossible outcomes. Initially, we believed you to be yet another time criminal, and were preparing to pursue you, when suddenly we received directives from the highest authority. Wait, Apocalypse interjected, the highest authority? Are you referring to the Timekeepers? Indeed. May I inquire, is the Timekeeper a singular entity or a trio? Apocalypse fixed his gaze upon the elderly black woman, seeking clarity. Mr. Tang, you are indeed perceptive. It is a singular individual. Alas, truth be told, had it not been for your emergence, Mr. Tang, I would remain oblivious to the fact that the Guardian is but one person. The three others are merely mechanical puppets. In the timeline of Loki, this version of Loki, unwilling to be erased, allied with another variant of Loki fleeing from a different timeline to resist the Time Variance Authority. However, upon breaching the headquarters, they discovered that the ostensible triumvirate of timekeepers were, in fact, mere puppets. Had it not been for Loki's intervention, the employees of the TVA might have remained deceived for eons. The Guardian, fearing a misunderstanding, specifically manifested to inform you that his name is Kong. In the original narrative, Kong appears somewhat eccentric, but that is merely a fade. The ability to suppress the multiverse for eons and unify the timeline. With countless powerful beings compelled to adhere to the temporal rules he established, rendering their fates immutable, cannot possibly be trivial. Much like Odin, the All-Father. During his time on Earth, those who beheld him could scarcely fathom the terrors concealed within that seemingly frail old man. Such formidable beings as Odin must also comply with the sacred timeline. Even Frigga, having foreseen the tragic fate of Asgard, dared not alter it. By this comparison, one can readily comprehend Kang's immense stature. To the Guardian, even the mightiest of sovereigns are mere insects. The Guardian has issued a directive specifically for you, designating you as an exception. This implies that any timelines associated with you shall not be deemed violations of the TVA's laws. Apocalypse felt a surge of elation. Could it be that he might finally act without restraint? Previously, he had been overly cautious, not only fearing the loss of his prophetic advantage, but also the unknown nature of the Time Variance Authority. Suppressing his joy, Apocalypse replied, "Yes. Thank you on my behalf to Kong." The elderly black woman continued, "However, this is not the news I intended to convey. The message is..." Suddenly, her demeanor shifted, her eyes widened, radiating a golden light, and her voice transformed into a rich, resonant baritone. "Mr. Tang, I regret that I can only meet you in this manner. The sacred timeline has begun to deviate due to your presence, causing disturbances. Those trapped within the sacred timeline are stirring, sniffing the currents of time, seeking the source of this disruption. Should they succeed, countless unimaginable powers may descend upon us. And Mr. Tang, despite your noble essence, your strength is lacking. If you are discovered, it is likely that you will not escape unscathed, and your soul's imprint may be usurped by these powerful beings. In due course, the sacred timeline will be obliterated, fracturing into a multitude of chaotic timelines, ushering in an era of profound turmoil and suffering for all beings. Asgard is a formidable pantheon, and your acceptance of their title has already created significant ripples. It is likely that powerful entities have begun to probe your existence. Tell Frigga to cease her scrutiny of the river of time, should she encounter a formidable adversary. Her memories might inadvertently reveal your presence." The Apocalypse inquired, "What must I do?" "Swiftly augment your strength," came the response. "Can you assist me? Given that the Time Guardians have extended goodwill towards you, it may be prudent to draw upon their power for your safety when necessary. It is far better than facing this alone. We cannot aid you. The Time Bureau is a primary target for those powerful beings. Increased interaction could swiftly lead them to pinpoint your location. Moreover, the enigmatic expression that suddenly graced the face of the black woman revealed a startling truth. While your existence is a beacon of hope for this universe, your demise would, conversely, yield tangible benefits for us, should we obtain your soul's imprint." With that revelation, the golden light in her eyes faded, and her voice returned to its normal cadence. "Very well, Mr. Tang, I have delivered the message. Farewell. With that, the woman turned and entered a rectangular prism, vanishing from sight. Just as the prism disappeared, a divine light surged forth, and Odin and Frigga materialized beside the apocalypse. Prince Tang, what transpired moments ago? You vanished from my perception for 3 seconds, Odin remarked. Although the meeting between the apocalypse and the Time Bureau had lasted over 10 minutes, under Odin's divine awareness, it had only spanned a mere 3 seconds. Clearly, this was a demonstration of the Time Bureau's expertise in manipulating time. Yet, the ability to conceal even 3 seconds from Odin's vigilant gaze was sufficient to raise their suspicions. The apocalypse addressed Queen Frigga, stating, "The unpredictable force you spoke of has indeed manifested." Frigga's countenance paled, and she trembled as she replied, "Is it truly the case that Asgard's fate is immutable?" The apocalypse shook his head and said, "He has granted me the ability to alter Asgard. But with one condition, you must refrain from probing the river of time, lest it summon great terror." Odin and Frigga rejoiced. With even the venerable All-Father unable to conceal his elation, the granting of the princely title had not been in vain. Good news had arrived swiftly. The prospect of altering their future destiny opened up vast possibilities for them. "This is not a difficult task. I shall simply refrain from prying," Frigga declared. "As long as Asgard improves, even by the slightest degree, I shall be content." At that moment, Odin spoke, "Prince Tang, Thor previously informed me that you have exhausted your potential and wish to break free from your constraints. I have conceived a method, though it carries certain risks. The apocalypse is the key to altering Asgard's fate, and the All-Father desires his strength to grow as much as possible." "What method?" "Follow me." The queen summoned Thor, Sif, and 3 others, and they proceeded towards the Asgardian treasury. The treasury is housed within an immense underground chamber, its towering height reaching several dozen meters. Though the illumination is somewhat dim, it does not evoke a sense of oppression. Seizing the rare opportunity to explore Asgard's treasury, Apocalypse takes great care to observe every detail, with even Sif appearing as a curious child. Descending a wide staircase, the first sight that greets them in the treasury corridor is a colossal golden artifact, the Infinity Gauntlet. In Thor, Ragnarok, Hela had disdainfully toppled the Infinity Gauntlet, claiming it to be a counterfeit. However, upon further contemplation, Apocalypse finds 2 points of intrigue. First, considering Odin's stature, how could he possibly possess a mere imitation? The Infinity Gauntlet serves merely as a vessel, devoid of inherent power. In the original narrative, even Iron Man crafted a nano-infinity gauntlet for a realm of gods. Creating such a gauntlet should not be overly challenging. Thus, there would be no reason to harbor a forgery. The second point, and perhaps the most crucial, is that this gauntlet is for the right hand, whereas Thanos' is for the left. Should the dwarves have forged a pair, it would make perfect sense to have one for each hand. Alternatively, it could be that initially, only this right-hand gauntlet was created, and under Thanos' coercion, a left-hand counterpart was subsequently fashioned. Nonetheless, Apocalypse cannot discern its authenticity and, after examining it closely, inquires, "Odin, is this gauntlet genuine or not?" Thor interjects vehemently, "How could there be a counterfeit in Asgard's treasury? It is undoubtedly authentic." Odin merely replies with a calm assurance, "It is indeed real." Apocalypse gazes at Odin, a smile gracing his lips. It is curious why some would claim it to be a fake. Thor chimes in again, "Which ignorant fool dares to assert its falsity? I shall make them regret their words." The queen admonishes, "Do not interrupt Prince Tang while he speaks with your father." Thor looks aggrieved, pondering how a newly appointed prince could outrank him, a prince by birth, and why he must wait to speak. Odin chuckles softly, "I deceived her. Were she to know it was genuine, she would likely scour the universe in search of the Infinity Stones, creating untold chaos. I have also placed a seal upon it. Until it is lifted, it bears no difference from a counterfeit." Ah, Apocalypse suddenly comprehends. Indeed, Hela cannot outmaneuver the astute Odin. Had it not been for his impending mortality, it remains uncertain when he might have broken free from his constraints. Continuing their exploration, they come upon a deep blue box, which Apocalypse recognizes as the source of the Frost Giant's power, also known as the Box of Winter's Chill. However, it seems rather unimpressive as Hela disregards it. The other treasures, which Apocalypse glances at briefly, fail to pique his interest. Finally, Odin leads him to a basin of flame, stating, "Prince Tang, this is the key to breaking your shackles." The fire rests within a dark golden basin, supported by a wooden frame, devoid of any visible fuel. The flames dance as if imbued with life, eternally flickering, never to be extinguished. This is the eternal flame. Chapter 49. The eternal flame of body refinement. Apocalypse instinctively reached out to feel the essence of the eternal flame. The God King quickly grasped his hand, warning, "Prince Tang, refrain from touching it recklessly. The eternal flame, when unleashed, can incinerate all that exists, reducing everything to ashes." However, If wielded with precision, it may transform into a life-giving force, nurturing existence itself in an endless cycle. In the original tale, after Hellas' liberation, she utilized a flicker of the eternal flame to resurrect an army of ancient mummies, including the formidable Fenrir, a giant wolf capable of matching the Hulk in battle. The ability to revive thousands of corpses indeed brimmed with vitality if a man were to experience any dysfunction. A mere spark from this flame could turn him into an unparalleled legend. Furthermore, the bull-headed creature Surtur, who was left with only his skull, was placed beneath the eternal flame by Loki, and in no time, he grew into a colossal giant. This vitality surpassed even the most nourishing feed for swine. Hey, brother, with that lecherous grin, what are you pondering? The thunder god nudged Apocalypse, pulling him back from his reverie. Cough, cough. I was just contemplating how I would thoroughly thrash you once my strength increases. I have yet to avenge the grievances you caused me, and you dare to interrupt my thoughts? Odin and Frigga remained unperturbed, finding solace in the banter exchanged between Thor and Apocalypse. The God King continued, however, the method I propose today does not merely enhance vitality, for such an effect would be negligible. The human body possesses its limits. Odin's fingers delicately skimmed the surface of the eternal flame, coaxing a small flicker to dance upon his fingertip. My approach is to first harness the ferocity of the eternal flame to incinerate the entirety of one's being, refining all impurities and expanding bodily potential. Following this, the eternal flame can be transformed into a gentle life force to replenish that potential. In this manner, not only would all shackles be utterly consumed, but boundless vitality would emerge, paving a smooth path for future cultivation. The process of replenishing vitality posed no great difficulty. However, the peril lay in the refining of impurities. A moment's carelessness could result in instant incineration. At this juncture, both the God King and God Queen displayed concern. Their apprehension did not stem from a deep-seated attachment to Apocalypse's life, but rather from the rare opportunity to alter the fate of Asgard, which must not be extinguished in a single blaze. Yet, it was a necessary course of action. Despite Apocalypse's seemingly formidable power, he remained woefully insufficient when confronted with the might of celestial beings. Moreover, relying solely on physical strength, devoid of divine power or magical prowess, would render him vulnerable, susceptible to being cast into the void of space, awaiting his demise. Apocalypse inquired, God King, have you ever attempted this method yourself? Odin smiled, a hint of pride illuminating his visage. I have only accomplished the 3 stages of refinement and replenishment to attain my current strength. And Thor? Odin hesitated slightly before responding. In his youth, I safeguarded him through a single stage of refinement and replenishment. Beyond that, I dared not proceed. If this is the case for our divine lineage, then Prince Tang, as a mortal from Earth, I remain somewhat apprehensive about your first stage of refinement. Initially disheartened by the realization that Odin had only achieved a single stage of refinement and replenishment, Thor's spirits lifted upon hearing that Apocalypse might struggle even with the first stage. He approached to console, brother, it's perfectly fine if you cannot do it. I shall protect you in the future. If you encounter an enemy too formidable to face, I shall lend you my hammer. The Apocalypse disregarded the antics of the Thunder God and addressed Odin, regardless of the outcome. One must at least attempt. The God King, unperturbed by the presence of Sif, imparted a segment of the incantation for wielding the eternal flame to the Apocalypse. The goddess Frigg remarked, I shall step outside to guard you, lest anyone intrude. Sif, you stay here. The Apocalypse briefly familiarized himself with the flame, extending his hand toward the eternal fire and extracting a flicker of flame. The touch was warm and gentle, entirely unlike the heat of fire. He sensed a faint vitality seeping into his palm. However, this vitality was far too feeble, sufficient only for cosmetic enhancement, yet inadequate for augmenting his strength. Then, as he gently rotated his hand, the temperature of the flame gradually intensified, and even Sif, standing several meters away, felt the scorching heat against her face. As the heat surged, a sudden hiss erupted as the flesh of the Apocalypse was seared. Before the blood could flow forth, it was incinerated into nothingness. The flames progressively expanded, forming a ring of fire that spread from his palm to his arm, incinerating flesh and leaving only bone in its wake. The God King gasped in alarm, shouting, your mortal form cannot withstand this. Quickly sever your hand. The arm extended to the shoulder, neck, and head. Once the flames reached those areas, it would be too late to act. Sif drew her long sword, poised to intervene. But the Apocalypse halted her, saying, do not rush. Let me try another method. With that, he retrieved a vial of restorative potion from his storage compartment and consumed its contents. Instantly, a green luminescence enveloped him, and the arm that had been reduced to bone was swiftly restored to flesh. Moreover, this flesh was crystalline and translucent, distinctly different from his other hand, evidently refined by the eternal flame. However, The eternal flame continued unabated, advancing towards his shoulder for further refinement. Realizing this, the Apocalypse hastily consumed another vial of restorative potion. Noticing the restoration, he finally exhaled in relief, contemplating that he ought not to squander the potions and should wait until a larger area was consumed before taking more. As the eternal flame approached his neck and mouth, he attempted to pour the restorative potion into his mouth, only to find that upon contact with the eternal flame, the potion was instantaneously turned to nothingness. After several futile attempts with multiple vials, he found his neck and mouth reduced to stark white bone. As the flames drew perilously close to his head, the Apocalypse, in a moment of desperation, seized Sif's long sword and plunged it into his abdomen, creating an opening through which he poured the restorative potion. Fortunately, it proved effective. A green light surged, and the flesh on his mouth and neck began to regenerate. As the flames continued their ascent, his eyes were engulfed, plunging him into darkness. At that moment, he could no longer afford to be frugal. He began to pour vial after vial into his stomach, even forgetting to use his mouth to drink once his lips had regained their form. When the flames reached his brain, the Apocalypse was instantaneously engulfed in oblivion, thoughtless, senseless, and devoid of pain. Fortunately, his hands mechanically continued pouring the restorative potion into his abdomen, unaware of how many vials he had consumed. After an indeterminate span of time, the Apocalypse felt as if he had been resurrected. His mind began to contemplate once more, and his eyes opened to perceive the world. Just then, the eternal flame resumed its descent upon him. Having acquired experience and possessing a voice, the Celestial awaited with composure, eager to incinerate as many parts as possible before finally consuming the elixir. The eternal flame engulfed the Celestial entirely, eventually dissipating beneath his feet. A sigh of relief escaped him. The most perilous refining process had been endured, thanks to the restorative elixir provided by the system. At this moment, the Celestial felt invigorated, the discomfort from his immense power dissipating, as if his meridians had been unblocked. However, he appeared rather unrefined, standing bare. Not only had his ordinary garments been reduced to ashes, but even the magnificent golden undergarment had been rendered to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Do not pause. While the flesh is still malleable, hasten to restore vitality, commanded the God King. Yes, the Celestial swiftly drew a flicker of flame from the eternal fire. This time, the sensation was much more pleasant. A warm and soothing vitality surged into his body, rapidly intertwining with the newly formed flesh and subsequently settling into an indescribable potential. Thus, the cycle of refining and replenishing was finally complete. Congratulations, brother, the God of Thunder exclaimed with excitement, stepping forward to embrace him. Yet, suddenly recalling the Celestial's state of undress, he withdrew with a look of disdain, leaving the Celestial standing with arms outstretched in awkwardness. Holding a set of garments, Sif approached. Her cheeks flushed, clearly having prepared in advance. No wonder the goddess had proactively stepped out earlier. She had foreseen this moment. The Celestial grasped Sif's hand and said, "Let us not rush. I have only completed the refining process once. I wish to attempt again." Chapter 50. The ninth refinement and supplement. Sif bowed her head, unable to meet his gaze. However, the ground she focused on seemed even less appropriate, prompting her to raise her head once more, only to be met with the mischievous smile of Apocalypse. Frustration welled up within her. "Release me at once." She hurriedly clutched her garments and fled, turning her back to him. Apocalypse laughed heartily, for time was on his side. There was no rush. "My lord, I am prepared to continue refining my body," he declared. The elixirs provided by Prince Tang were indeed miraculous. However, each refinement became increasingly violent, necessitating a greater quantity of elixirs. Apocalypse nodded in understanding. "I am aware of my limits." Previously, in the western town, he had thwarted the destroyer and saved a significant portion of the populace. Amassing a considerable stock of recovery elixirs, thousands of bottles accumulated. The first refinement had consumed over 300 bottles, yet many remained. Though he was uncertain if future refinements would require even more. Commenced the second refinement. This time, the flames were significantly larger than the first. Otherwise, the flesh could not be melted, and the effects of the elixirs would evidently diminish. Clearly, higher-grade flesh demanded a greater supply of recovery elixirs. By this reckoning, at a certain strength, the elixirs would lose their efficacy. Yet, at present, Apocalypse had no time to ponder such trivialities. Once the second refinement and supplement were completed, his flesh gleamed with a subtle radiance. Third refinement and supplement. Fourth refinement and supplement. Fifth refinement and supplement. The God King Odin and the Thunder God were rendered numb. With each upgrade, they were astonished, until their shock turned to a kind of desensitization. What manner of beast was this? Had it not been said that earthlings might struggle with even a single refinement? Yet here he was, reaching the ninth refinement. As the process progressed, the demand for eternal flames increased exponentially. The ferocity of the flames during the ninth refinement engulfed a substantial portion of the treasure vault. incinerating untold treasures into nothingness. Ultimately, the flames pierced through the vault, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. Fortunately, the intensity of the fire escalated gradually between each refinement. Sif had already distanced herself, and both the Thunder God and the God King had taken precautions. Otherwise, countless souls traversing the ground would have suffered. Suddenly, the flames receded. The ninth refinement was complete. The eternal flames visibly contracted, and Apocalypse exuded an extraordinarily pure white light, akin to an angel's descent. This was the external manifestation of a body brimming with vitality, as his skin could no longer contain the radiance, which dispersed in a luminous display. Apocalypse gradually regulated his breath, drawing in the emanating light until only a delicate sheen remained, which he could no longer absorb. "Sif, where are my clothes?" Apocalypse called out. Sif entered in response, initially shy and unable to meet his gaze, but upon witnessing the radiance enveloping him, she found herself unable to look away. This brilliance possessed an innate allure. The purity and vitality it exuded drew all beings toward it. As they exited the treasure vault, the atmosphere surrounding them shifted dramatically, as if the center of heaven and earth tilted, and the stars yielded their positions. Apocalypse stood nonchalantly in the plaza, as if he were at the very heart of Asgard, the epicenter of the universe. A subtle radiance emanated from his being, captivating the eyes of all who beheld it. This was a natural reverence for the essence of life itself, transcending all races. Gazing upon this luminous glow, one could almost glimpse the source of their own existence. The Celestial approached slowly, and many of his followers, enraptured by his brilliance, prostrated themselves in homage. As he passed, he left behind a corridor of reverent souls. In a hushed tone, the Celestial inquired, "Sif, I presume there are no customs of foot-kissing in Asgard? I find myself unshod." His words jolted Sif from her state of worship, and she retorted, "Pa, who would indulge in such a repugnant ritual?" Meanwhile, Odin and Frigga gazed upon the charred remnants of their once grand treasury, their expressions a tumultuous blend of sorrow and joy. As rulers of the Nine Realms, the treasures held within their vault were of unimaginable value. Even a single artifact could be deemed a divine relic among other races. Yet, much of it had been reduced to ashes by the Celestials' purifying flames. To claim that they felt no pang of grief would be utterly disingenuous. Even the fabled Infinity Gauntlet had suffered, charred black, though it withstood the relentless assault of eternal fire due to its connection to the power of the Infinity Stones. However, witnessing their prince achieve such extraordinary prowess left them with a sense of reassurance regarding Asgard's future. Yet, they found themselves increasingly anxious. Their current methods of persuasion seemed insufficient. In that moment, they could conjure no superior strategy. Their unease faded slightly upon witnessing the clash between Thor and the Celestial. Indeed, it was an all-out brawl. Freshly honed from his trials, the Celestial was eager to test his newfound capabilities, and the only one who could withstand his onslaught was Thor. Thor, undaunted, brandished his hammer and joined the fray. The effects of the Celestial's training soon became apparent. Within minutes of sparring with Thor, he had doubled his strength to that of the Hulk, now capable of unleashing quintuple the might of the Green Giant. The Celestial found himself eagerly anticipating the heights of power he could attain with further diligence in his training. "Hold on, Sif, come help me wipe away some sweat," he called. "Certainly." Sif dutifully rushed over, devoid of any trace of her former warrior demeanor, diligently seeking the droplets of perspiration and dust upon the Celestial's form. After a brief respite, having exchanged a few more blows, he called out again, "Sif, come here and massage my shoulders. I believe I may have strained them." Thor, overhearing this, was incensed. "What do you mean, strained? You are utterly unfathomable in your current state, and after just a few exchanges, you claim to be strained?" After several rounds of this playful banter, Thor finally realized that fate had come full circle. Recently, he had been in a tavern brawling with the Celestial, with Jane tending to his wounds while he reveled in his romantic bliss, silently mocking the Celestial's singlehood. Now, without Jane by his side, it was the Celestial flaunting his charm. Curiously, Sif, once a proud warrior under Thor's command, showed no semblance of her former dignity. When he requested her assistance in wiping his brow, one had to wonder how sweat could even exist in the presence of such a being. Thus, the Celestial trained, jested with Thor, and spent tranquil days exploring the beauty of the world with Sif, as life meandered gracefully onward. Asgard knows neither spring nor autumn, and the passage of time remains a mystery. One day, Heimdall unexpectedly approached the Allfather to report a troubling matter. Loki has appeared on Earth. The Allfather was taken aback. While he held little concern for the lives of mortals, his son's girlfriend and Prince Dong's wife were on Earth. Given Loki's treacherous nature, there was a significant risk he would target those dear to him. Furthermore, his attempts to forge alliances were insufficient, and he could not allow Loki to incite enmity between him and Prince Dong. Unfortunately, the Bifrost was still under repair, and traveling by spacecraft would take far too long. By the time they arrived, all could be lost on Earth. Thus, Odin summoned Thor and Apocalypse to explain the situation in detail. Thor, in a state of urgency, insisted on going to Earth. Apocalypse understood that Loki had allied with Thanos, acquiring command over an army to wreak havoc on Earth. Thus, the events of the Avengers began. Odin sighed and stated, "Given the circumstances, we must utilize dark energy to send you to Earth. However, transporting 2 individuals requires a considerable amount of dark energy, and I will need a few days to prepare with the Council of Elders." Apocalypse was uncertain about dark energy. In the original narrative, Thor had witnessed Loki causing chaos on Earth and, in desperation, had been transported there through dark energy. Even Loki remarked, "Father is truly willing to spend lavishly. How much dark energy was expended to bring you here?" This indicated that dark energy was either exceedingly rare or incredibly costly. Meanwhile, on Earth, in a deserted factory, Black Widow had bound several arms dealers to chairs, mercilessly whipping them while their mouths were sealed with tape, muffled cries escaping their lips. In the original storyline, Black Widow had feigned capture, using her perceived vulnerability to extract information. However, with Apocalypse's arrival, she was forbidden from employing her allure, leading to a dramatic shift in her approach over the past 2 years. Once adept at masquerading as a harmless lamb, she now resorted to brute force, instilling fear in her colleagues. Additionally, with Apocalypse missing for 2 years, her anxiety grew. After all, they were heading to Asgard, the legendary realm, to confront mythic beings. While Apocalypse was formidable, none could guarantee victory. The 2 destroyers in the small town had been witnesses to this truth, with one nearly matching Apocalypse's strength and the other almost defeating him. Now, 2 years without any word left her in a state of uncertainty regarding his fate. Iron Man, Black Widow, and the others both longed for news of him and dreaded what they might hear. In her frustration, Black Widow unleashed her wrath upon the unfortunate arms dealers. The dealers, internally screaming, thought, "Lady, please, just ask us for the information you seek. Binding us and sealing our mouths only to be relentlessly whipped makes you seem like a sadistic agent." At that moment, a phone call interrupted. Black Widow answered eagerly. "Is it news of Apocalypse's return?" On the other end, Fury sighed, "Natasha, I've told you, if Dong returns, you will be the first to know. Moreover, you are his wife. Surely, he will seek you out upon his return. Since it is not news from him, you need not call me." Fury inwardly cursed, thinking, "I am your director. Am I not permitted to call you?" However, he recognized that it was not the moment to stoke the flames, and thus he stated, "There is a new mission for you. I have not yet completed my current assignment." Nearby, several arms dealers despaired, wailing, "When she says not completed, does she mean she has not yet engaged sufficiently?" Fury sighed and replied, "Barton has defected." The Black Widow instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. While it was conceivable to eliminate Hawkeye, the prospect of his defection was nearly impossible. Yet, since Director Fury had proclaimed such a statement, it must be of monumental significance. Suppressing her temperament, she inquired, "Do you wish for me to pursue him?" "No. I require you to summon someone." A photograph was transmitted, and upon opening it, the Black Widow saw the name inscribed upon it, Dr. Bruce Banner. Chapter 51. The secret weapon. After Black Widow dealt with the arms traffickers, she returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. "Director, do you want me to summon the Hulk?" "No, Natasha, we require Dr. Banner this time. We do not need a monstrous transformation. We need a wise intellect to assist us in locating the Tesseract." Director Fury elaborated on the recent events that had transpired a few days prior. During an experiment in the West District, Dr. Eric observed that the Tesseract emitted bursts of energy every 4 hours. Just as they were concerned about the potential dangers of this energy, the Tesseract unexpectedly opened a portal from which emerged a formidable entity. Not only did he seize the Tesseract, but he also corrupted Dr. Eric and Hawkeye. The base collapsed due to the energy surge from the Tesseract, causing it to sink into the ground. Fortunately, Deputy Director Hill was trapped in her car by the debris but ultimately remained unharmed. Fury stated, "The energy level of the Tesseract is sufficient to obliterate the Earth. We must retrieve it before another explosion occurs. It continuously emits gamma radiation, and we can track it through that. In this world, no one comprehends gamma radiation better than Dr. Banner." Black Widow replied, "Director, Dr. Banner's condition is highly unstable. If he transforms into the Hulk, I doubt anyone except Apocalypse could bring him back." "This concern has already been considered," Fury replied. "You must avoid provoking him. Should he inadvertently transform, we have prepared a secret weapon for you." "What secret weapon?" Black Widow inquired, genuinely curious. She had thoroughly reviewed the Hulk's dossier. Aside from her husband, she had not heard of any weapon capable of truly subduing him. Moreover, he possessed a unique ability. The angrier he became, the stronger he grew. No one knew where his limits lay. Perhaps the secret weapon would withstand him one moment, only to be shattered the next. Fury produced a file folder and a voice recorder, handing them to Black Widow. "This contains the research findings of our psychological expert team concerning the Hulk over the years. If he transforms, you are to utilize it. Black Widow opened the folder and glanced at its contents, feeling both amused and bewildered. Director, are you joking with me? Fury replied sternly, this is war. I do not jest. The psychological experts assessed that, based on the Hulk's psychological profile, this secret weapon boasts a 90 success rate. For agents who often teeter on the brink of life and death, a 90 success rate is an extraordinarily high figure. In the original narrative, Black Widow employed psychological techniques to guide the Hulk. However, the risks remained considerable. She needed to remain vigilant of the Hulk's micro-expressions, adjusting her tone, the content of her speech, her expressions, and even her slightest movements. Her objective was to gradually soothe the enraged Hulk, transforming him back into Dr. Banner. This endeavor requires an extraordinary level of skill. As an operative and spy, Black Widow possesses specialized training that is unattainable for the average individual. Later, upon encountering Hulk on Sakaar, Thor attempted to emulate her approach, only to receive a thrashing from the Green Giant due to his inadequate smile. Yet now, Fury informs Black Widow that by merely utilizing a secret weapon, she can achieve a 90 success rate in transforming Hulk back into Banner without any additional effort. Black Widow finds this notion somewhat fantastical, but upon inspecting the secret weapon, she begins to entertain the possibility that it might indeed be effective. I have prepared the 9th Elite Squad for you. They are already awaiting your arrival, Fury states. Very well. The 9th Elite Squad comprises a dozen burly men, fully armed, who stand at attention in the armory as Black Widow enters. They immediately salute her, ma'am. Yes, please be seated. Are we all clear on the mission? This time, we are seeking Dr. Banner, not Hulk, so do not provoke him. One soldier rises to speak. Ma'am, this individual is extremely unstable. No one can guarantee he won't transform. Many of them had participated in the early pursuits of the Hulk and were acutely aware of the terror that the green monster could instill. Black Widow replies coolly. The agency has taken this into account. We have prepared a secret weapon for you. If he transforms, don the secret weapon. She then distributes several folders. As the elite men extract their contents, they exchange incredulous glances, nearly exclaiming in disbelief, "Are you joking with our lives?" However, seeing Black Widow's serious demeanor, none dare utter their thoughts aloud. Despite her alluring beauty, those who frequently accompany her on missions understand all too well how formidable she can be. Eventually, after a hushed discussion, they designate a large man who lost a bet to approach her. This hefty individual, the team's heavy weapon specialist, stands at 2 meters tall and weighs over 400 pounds, now resembling a reluctant suitor, glancing back at his comrades with a mournful expression. He cannot fathom why he is always the one to lose these bets. Black Widow inquires, "Is there a problem?" The large man hesitates, stammering, Ma'am, everyone has sent me to ask if you are joking. We don't see the humor in this." Black Widow's voice sharpens. "We are under a level 7 alert. This is war. Who has time for jokes?" Startled, the large man quivers, stuttering, "But this secret weapon. The weapons have been distributed. It's up to you whether to use them. If anyone chooses not to, let your family prepare to receive compensation," she retorts. Internally, Black Widow feels a twinge of anxiety, yet she must project unwavering confidence to maintain morale. Moreover, leading soldiers is not akin to guiding students. Often, there are only orders to be followed without extensive explanations. Move out. In the nation of 3 brothers, Kolkata, within a slum, Dr. Banner is presently engaged in treating impoverished individuals afflicted with dengue fever, despite the fact that this doctor is not the same as the one typically associated with the title. However, given his intellect, mastering some fundamental medicinal treatments should not prove overly arduous. It is certainly preferable to perishing in ignorance like the destitute. To mitigate potential unforeseen casualties, the Black Widow, true to the original narrative, cunningly employed a young girl to lure Dr. Banner to the outskirts. When Dr. Banner witnessed the girl vanish and the Black Widow materialize, he instantly comprehended that he had fallen into a trap. "You are quite clever, leading me to this remote area. I surmise it has already been encircled." The Black Widow endeavored to project an aura of calm, softly addressing Banner. "I merely wish to have a meaningful conversation with you. There is a matter on which I require your assistance. What is your name?" "I am Natasha." "A pleasant name indeed. But what if I refuse? This concerns the safety of countless lives. I trust that once you grasp the situation, you will acquiesce." Dr. Banner hesitated, responding, "What if my other self refuses?" The Black Widow smiled. "I shall persuade him as well." Suddenly, Dr. Banner slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming, "You lie. I know you intend to cage me. When you cannot capture me, you resort to deceit." The Black Widow, taken aback, instinctively recoiled towards the window and then leapt outside. In the original storyline, she had been preparing her firearm beneath the table, but armed with a secret weapon now, there was no need for a gun. Especially since everyone was aware that bullets were of no consequence to the Hulk. Dr. Banner was momentarily stunned. He had merely intended to intimidate her. not anticipating her abrupt escape through the window, which left him quite astonished. Surely he had not transformed yet? With his guard lowered, another persona began to awaken. As Dr. Banner gazed at his arms, slowly thickening and turning green, he cried out, "No, no, no, no." Yet the situation had become irreversible. Roar. The Hulk emerged. The beastly roar reverberated through the slums, yet many merely glanced in the direction of the sound, returning to their listless tasks. "Prepare, don the secret weapons," Natasha commanded. As her words resonated, a dozen burly men swiftly retrieved photographs from their tactical bags and donned them over their faces. The image depicted none other than Apocalypse. Chapter 52, Stand Down, Hulk. Outside is all he in the photograph. Apocalypse radiates a sunny charm, slightly turning to the side, revealing a dazzling smile that showcases his pearly white teeth as he gazes ahead with a warm grin. The elite team members, upon seeing this image, are left pondering if their leader is jesting with them. Just look at that smile, that gaze. It's imbued with a depth that ordinary people could scarcely replicate. Were Apocalypse present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the smile of Yida, having been thoroughly brainwashed by such advertisements in his former life. "Ah, your Yida has fallen." "No, it is your Yida." With a swift turn, that radiant, charming smile emerges, coupled with the theatrical prowess of the bathroom warrior, Zhang Wei. This smile had unknowingly poisoned the hearts of countless young souls in his previous existence. Even traversing through a universe, these impressions linger in Apocalypse's mind. He remains oblivious to when he last smiled or when SHIELD agents captured his image. Roar, roar, roar. The Hulk rampages, demolishing the dilapidated abode with reckless abandon. Once he obliterates all obstacles obstructing his view and surveys the scene, his towering green form momentarily stumbles in shock. The once feral rage transforms into that of a startled fawn, as numerous faces of Apocalypse grin back at him, a veritable nightmare. For the Hulk, there exists no greater terror than this, the secret weapon of fury, the photograph of Apocalypse. It may seem absurd, yet it is underpinned by profound psychological insight. This decision was made with a comprehensive and nuanced understanding of the Hulk's persona. Through years of surveillance, they deduced that, despite the Hulk's apparent ferocity, his true nature is benevolent, with a disinclination towards violence. The overwhelming gamma energy often induces vivid hallucinations. In the original narrative, Banner once confided to his girlfriend Elizabeth, saying it felt like a 1,000-fold amplification of a hallucinogenic experience. If someone were to shoot or flee, he instinctively pursues them. The Hulk himself cannot fathom why. If you run, I chase. If you do not run, why would I pursue you? Consequently, the pursued may find themselves in peril, yet if they remain stationary, the Hulk may refrain from aggression. However, faced with the Hulk and his proclivity for bellowing, no one can maintain composure. Moreover, despite his ferocity, psychologists have discerned through various nuances that the Hulk's psyche resembles that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. If left unchecked, he becomes increasingly mischievous and unruly. Yet, should there be an individual capable of restraining him, he becomes submissive and wary. In the original plot, the Hulk was subdued by a few martial arts moves from Thanos, leaving him with a psychological scar. When the time came for him to engage in battle, the Hulk persona hesitated to emerge, even in the absence of Thanos. During the climactic confrontation in New York, Apocalypse personally reduced the Hulk to a state of utter disarray, instilling profound fear. If it were merely fear, Fury would not have dared to allow Black Widow to approach with the photograph. Yet, given that Apocalypse had previously rescued his girlfriend, an instinctive affinity for Apocalypse developed within him. Roaring, "My friend, no. I cannot fight. I cannot overcome." Roaring. Under the intense hallucination of gamma energy, the Hulk finds himself unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Faced with a dozen apocalypses, he is neither willing nor daring to engage. The members of Team 9, initially engulfed in uncertainty, are astonished to find that their efforts have indeed borne fruit. Suddenly, they perceive the world as utterly absurd. Why risk their lives when a mere photograph could suffice? The colossal form of the Hulk curls into a ball, resembling a wronged child, struggling to comprehend why he experiences such a nightmare despite not having committed any wrongdoing. One team member instinctively raises his weapon, provoking the Hulk's alertness. Roaring, Black Widow hastily positions herself in front of this member, softly commanding, "Everyone, refrain from using firearms. Remain calm, do not move." Then, extending her hands, Black Widow soothingly states, "The sun has set. Everyone, it is time for you to rest." Thud, thud. With 2 heavy steps, the Hulk's immense body looms closer, peering down at Black Widow. Observing her well-defined physique, he curiously extends a finger and questions, "You do not resemble a friend." Black Widow struggles to maintain her footing, aware that she cannot afford to fall. Should she do so, the Hulk's instinct to dominate would surely surface. Secretly, she retrieves a voice recorder from behind her, pressing the play button. Come find me when you revert to Banner. What will happen to your girlfriend if you do not? These were the final words spoken by Apocalypse during the New York battle. The helicopter is equipped with surveillance recording devices. While the original audio was faint, it has been restored by sound engineers to resemble an ordinary person's voice. Roaring. Roaring. The sound evokes memories within the Hulk, likely resurrecting the terror he had endured under Apocalypse's influence. The Hulk spins in circles, yearning to escape this nightmare. Yet the visage of Apocalypse surrounds him, instilling a sense of entrapment, despite his ability to leap dozens of kilometers in a single bound. The voice of Apocalypse echoes relentlessly in his mind. Revert to Banner. Revert to Banner. Revert to Banner. Revert to Banner. After a tumultuous struggle, the Hulk's persona finally yields. His growls diminish to inaudible whispers, bones crackle and shift, his form shrinks, and the vibrant green fades away, revealing Dr. Banner once more. Awakening with a start, Dr. Banner opens his eyes to find numerous identical smiling faces staring back at him, nearly causing his heart to stop. Oh my goodness! Had he not just transformed, this fright would surely have triggered another metamorphosis. A team member approaches, draping a blanket over Banner. Black Widow calmly remarks, "We have persuaded the Hulk to come with us." Left with no choice, Banner follows Black Widow, knowing that without the Hulk, he cannot even contend with an ordinary adversary. Meanwhile, he is left pondering what transpired moments ago. Observing the devastation around him, collapsed buildings and the massive footprints of the Hulk, he realizes that he indeed transformed, but fortunately, it appears no one was harmed, which brings him a sigh of relief. The memories of Dr. Banner and the Hulk, the Green Giant, do not interconnect. On Sakaar, the Hulk and Valkyrie, the formidable warrior, have known each other for several years. Yet, upon reverting to Banner, neither recognizes the other, merely sensing a fleeting familiarity. On the helicopter, members of the elite Ninth Squad repeatedly scrutinize a photograph, unable to discern any hidden significance. One speculates that the figure depicted may be a deity, an individual of Eastern descent. What of Easterners? Can they not embody divinity? It is not that. Rather, we in the West simply do not revere them. This belief renders them powerless. I believe you are overthinking it. It must be the smile. Observe, who among us can radiate such a smile? Indeed, it seems so. A dozen heavily armed men, grinning at the photograph, feel it lacks a certain essence. Is it the absence of a head toss? Or is it that something lies beyond? After a moment of laughter, someone muses, this smile is rather extraordinary. We find ourselves unable to replicate it. Exactly. It possesses an undeniable allure. Yet, we remain oblivious to its source. Perhaps we should inquire with the boss? After a round of hushed wagers, the unfortunate Zhuang loses and is assigned to approach Black Widow. Boss, may I ask who this person in the photograph is? Unbeknownst to him, his companion possesses such formidable charm. Black Widow naturally feels a swell of pride, and having already shared the photograph with the team, confidentiality is no longer a pressing concern. Thus, she replies, he is my partner. A collective gasp escapes the squad as they realize that the fearsome Black Widow has a partner, and her demeanor suggests a softness akin to that of a besotted girl, though they serve her with a blend of respect and trepidation. Some among them have dared to flirt with her. However, none have succeeded, only to be met with disciplinary training. This leads them to further believe in the enchantment of the smile captured in the photograph. Even the Hulk and the boss are not impervious to the allure of that smile. They muse that should they master it, they could effortlessly win over women. Alas, had they learned this smile sooner, perhaps the boss would have shared something deeper with me by now. As the task transfer occurs, colleagues witness the most peculiar sight of the 9th Elite Squad, dozens of men with strange smiles, grinning at everyone, particularly at the women. Black Widow has arranged for Dr. Banner, and before he can catch his breath, news arrives. S.H.I.E.L.D. has tracked Loki's whereabouts. More precisely, Loki has intentionally revealed himself to be found. Chapter 53. Grief upon his arrival on Earth. Loki, having succumbed to darkness, corrupted a cadre of individuals, including Hawkeye, to further his nefarious plans. He manifested his wrath across various cities, unleashing his fury. The moment his father chose to spare that Earthling, Loki's disdain for the planet was sealed. Even without Thanos' instigation, he would have inevitably come to wreak havoc here. In the original narrative, his public appearance was limited to a single instance at a concert, where he feigned defeat and allowed himself to be captured deliberately. However, this time, he chose not to conceal his presence. He boldly revealed himself in multiple locations, brandishing his dagger-like scepter, embedded with the Mind Stone, which he utilized to corrupt everyone in attendance. It was evident that Loki had no need for these mortals. Rather, he sought to incite them to exact revenge on other Earthlings. Those who were corrupted lacked any moral compass, exhibiting a terrifying indifference to good and evil. devoid of fear, more dreadful than any criminal. In a mere span of time, crime rates surged in several European cities, plunging them into chaos. Meanwhile, Black Widow entered the conference room, where Director Fury and Agent Hill awaited her presence, accompanied by several technicians poised for orders. Fury approached her, his voice grave. "Natasha, watch this video and prepare yourself mentally." Black Widow, perplexed, wondered why one would need to brace themselves to watch a video. Was it to be gruesome and unsettling? Those in their line of work had witnessed plenty of bloodshed, often at their own hands. The notion of preparing oneself seemed absurd. Nevertheless, respecting Fury's authority, she nodded in acquiescence. "Let us begin," Fury commanded, and the technicians activated a holographic screen to showcase a video. It captured Loki during a heist at a precious metals bank, standing in the center of the hall delivering a speech. "In the name of the gods, I command you, kneel." Once you kneel, does the world not become clearer? Ha ha ha. This is the essence of humanity, an innate desire to be conquered, to submit to the powerful. You feign a longing for freedom, yet deep within, you fear transcending your current boundaries, adhering to a monotonous existence that breeds decay. You pursue power and desire solely for the validation of others. How utterly revolting this life is. I, Loki, the god of mischief, grant you true freedom. As he spoke, he waved his scepter, casting a luminous aura upon those present. In an instant, their eyes turned obsidian, resembling two gaping voids, before they numbly turned away. Subsequently, this throng ignited a wave of criminality throughout the city. Murders ensued, buildings were set ablaze, and screams echoed in every direction. In the concluding shot, Loki glanced at the surveillance footage, a wicked grin spreading across his face before he vanished into thin air. Evidently, he intended to leave behind this footage, indifferent to the awareness of his existence. He claims his name is Loki, the god of mischief? Black Widow's countenance paled instantly. She stepped forward, pushing aside a technician to operate the computer herself, accessing a file video. This footage was captured by Coulson during the battle in a western town. Black Widow fast-forwarded to the moment when Thor approached the destroyer. "Loki, I know you are watching me. Is this what you desire? The massacre of innocent civilians, what benefit does that bring you? If you must kill, then take my life. Otherwise, when I return to Asgard, I shall ensure that you face dire consequences, brother." At this point, the Black Widow's face drained of color, and she nearly faltered. Agent Hill rushed forward to support her. Fury remarked, "Natasha, I fear that Apocalypse may never return. I understand your profound sorrow, but we need you to remain rational and not act impulsively. The crisis facing Earth is far from over." The Black Widow's eyes were devoid of life, as if all vitality had abandoned her. Her voice was as cold as iron. "I will not act rashly. My husband possesses such formidable strength, yet he could not defeat him. I shall not perish in vain. I will exhaust every means and power to extract his heart." With that, she stumbled and turned to leave. Fury gestured for Agent Hill to follow her. Among the agents, Hawkeye, who shared the closest bond with the Black Widow, had succumbed to darkness. Now, within S.H.I.E.L.D., she found herself without allies, and thus had to rely on Hill, another woman, to watch over her for the time being. The two videos had led S.H.I.E.L.D. to deduce that Thor and Apocalypse had failed. No wonder there had been no news for over 2 years. From Thor's furious words, it was clear that he had faced the god of mischief, Loki, and it was a matter of deep, personal enmity. Otherwise, he would not have sent puppets to hunt them down on Earth with such ruthless intent. In essence, Thor and Apocalypse's journey to Asgard could only conclude with one side's demise. Now, with no news of Thor, Apocalypse, and others for 2 years, their adversary, Loki, was brazenly roaming Earth, wreaking havoc. The outcome was unmistakable. According to Fury's analysis, Thor and Apocalypse had been at a disadvantage. Otherwise, how could Thor have been cast down to Earth? In the divine realm of Asgard, facing deities, Apocalypse, though powerful, could hardly expect to triumph. Indeed, it seemed they had met with failure. Fury sighed. Now, Loki began to harvest the spoils of victory on Earth. It is hardly surprising that Fury and the others harbored such thoughts. Separated by an entire universe, information was scarce, and their current deductions were undoubtedly the most logical. Who could have imagined that the victorious Thor and Apocalypse were stranded in Asgard due to the rupture of the Rainbow Bridge, unable to return? Meanwhile, the vanquished Loki had not perished. Instead, he had traversed through another cosmic space, arriving on Earth even more swiftly than they could. Loki had likely surmised that the Rainbow Bridge would not be repaired so quickly, emboldening his audacity and creating an illusion of triumph. After 2 years of arduous waiting, only to receive such disheartening news, the Black Widow felt an emptiness within her. She believed her heart had long since perished, remaining in S.H.I.E.L.D., merely to find a semblance of home. Little did she expect that during a mission, she would encounter Apocalypse, and her once icy heart would begin to stir with life anew. She even started to explore advanced treatment options, dreaming of a future filled with the laughter of children. Had one never encountered apocalypse, nor felt a flicker of hope ignite within, then Loki would merely be perceived as a formidable invader. Yet now, he had usurped all love and hope from within. In her profound sorrow, Black Widow not only retained her composure, but became unervingly cold, more so than ever before. Alas, Fury sighed. I must once again embrace the role of the villain. With that, he sent the 2 video segments to Iron Man. Tony, I implore you, after watching the videos, do not lose your composure. The Earth needs you now. The videos were swiftly consumed, and with Iron Man's intelligence, comprehension dawned upon him in an instant. The enigmatic man who had delivered meals during his most trying times, who had repeatedly saved him from peril, and who had persistently demanded no recompense, had perished in a foreign realm. Had he truly vanished from his world? Even the romance with Pepper had come to fruition through that man's subtle nudge. And now he could not even retrieve his body, nor knew how to conduct a funeral or mourn him properly. A profound, indescribable sorrow surged from the depths of Iron Man's heart. Beyond the grief of his parents' demise, he had never fathomed losing someone so pivotal in his life. Iron Man pressed the call button on his desk, his voice hoarse as he summoned, Pepper, please come in. I need you. Pepper could never resist such a plea from Iron Man and rushed in, only to be taken aback by the profound sorrow etched on Tony's face. What's wrong? She asked, flustered. Do not inquire just yet, hold me tightly. I fear if I let the tears flow, I may become weak. Afraid to confront Pepper embraced Iron Man fiercely, feeling the intensity of his breath, rapid and stifled. Tony, though I am unaware of what transpired, if you wish to weep, let it out. No one will mock you. I cannot afford to cry now. There are things I must accomplish that he could not when the destroyer descended upon the small western town. Uncertainty loomed regarding Asgard's intentions towards Earth. Objectively, however, the safety of humanity was indeed jeopardized. Were it not for Apocalypse, countless lives in that town would have been lost, for both public and personal reasons. Apocalypse's battle against Asgard was an act of protection for Earth. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Iron Man's breathing finally steadied. Thank you. I am well now. His countenance was as grave as the ocean depths, his eyes bloodshot, causing Pepper to feel a pang of anxiety. Gently, he pushed her away and declared, I must step out for a moment. With resolve, he strode toward the laboratory where his armor was stored. Where are you going? She asked. To slay a god. Chapter 54. The Avengers on Fury's side. He opened his computer to reveal a highly classified document titled The Avengers Initiative. This document had been established long ago, shortly after Captain Marvel's departure in the previous century. SHIELD had detected an increasing number of extraterrestrial civilizations, with formidable beings descending upon Earth, treating it with utter disregard, engaging in battles, and even slaughtering indiscriminately. Fury had come to the realization that conventional weaponry and combat philosophies were utterly inadequate in confronting these superhuman adversaries. Only through force could they repel the alien foes and even launch a counteroffensive, ensuring they would think twice before underestimating Earth. This was the very essence of the Avengers Initiative, named after a fighter jet belonging to Captain Marvel. The document simply listed several names: Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, Captain America, Steve Rogers, Iron Man, Tony Stark, the Hulk, Personality, Dr. Banner, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, War Machine, Colonel James Rhodes, and the Eastern Warrior, Tang Tianchi. These names were subject to change as Fury adapted to the evolving circumstances. Now, his finger, seemingly burdened with the weight of 1,000 decisions, hovered over the delete key, meticulously erasing the name Tang Tianchi letter by letter. Fury then retrieved an unassuming beeper, which bore a striking gold and red emblem, featuring a golden star flanked by abstract red wings. This was the interstellar beeper left to him by Captain Marvel. Originally a product of Earth's technology from the last century, Captain Marvel had ingeniously modified it using Kree technology, enabling signals to traverse the galaxy. No matter her location, she would receive it. In the event of a grave crisis threatening Earth's existence, pressing this button would summon her back from distant galaxies. Fury held the interstellar beeper in his hand, hesitating momentarily before tucking it securely away. Although they now faced divine beings, the chaos and casualties they wrought did not yet threaten the annihilation of Earth. Fury resolved to give it a try. At that moment, a staff member outside relayed the message. Director, Iron Man, Captain America, and Dr. Banner have arrived. Are we prepared for takeoff? Let I'll command the ascent. I will go to the deck to greet them, Fury instructed. In the original narrative, it was Black Widow who handled the welcoming duties. But given her current state of sorrow, she was obviously unfit for the task. As Fury exited his office, he was greeted by a vast expanse, with a massive deck accommodating numerous aircraft. Countless personnel were busily securing the planes and equipment with various tools. Hey, welcome, Steve, Tony, Bruce, Fury greeted them. Iron Man nodded politely, while Banner appeared indifferent. As for Captain America, having just awakened from a 70-year slumber, he was still acclimatizing to this new era. Observing the multitude of advanced aircraft surrounding him, he remarked, if we had possessed such advanced fighters back then, we would have lost far fewer brothers in our battle against the Nazis. Ultimately, we have triumphed, have we not? Fury remarked. Let us proceed inside. The oxygen here will soon dwindle. Just as he spoke, a vortex slowly emerged upon the ocean's surface, appearing on either side of the immense deck, two in front and two behind, as the seawater began to descend. Subsequently, a thunderous roar of a colossal engine resonated, and four gigantic turbine fans gradually ascended from the vortex, each blade measuring over 10 meters in length. The water that had yet to descend, like a waterfall, erupted into a misty spray under the beating of the turbine blades. The deck gradually elevated, revealing the enormous vessel entirely to the air. This was the command center of the S.H.I.E.L.D., a formidable aerial and naval carrier, in the face of threats capable of annihilating the Earth. Remaining in a vulnerable position was evidently imprudent, as the enemy possessed myriad methods to infiltrate. Should a calamity akin to the previous incident at the West District Cube Research Facility occur, all lives would be extinguished, and the command system would be utterly incapacitated. As the airborne carrier ascended hundreds of meters into the sky, Captain America and Banner, having enjoyed the view, made their way inside. Hill, who was directing the flight, issued a command, prepare for stealth mode. With that, the carrier activated its reflective simulation panels, rendering the massive vessel entirely invisible against the sky. Only when passing through certain cloud layers would peculiar shapes become discernible. Upon entering the interior, they found themselves in a vast command center, bustling with personnel, each assigned to their respective subsystems. While Captain America had encountered advanced technology upon awakening, what intrigued him most was not the sophistication within, but the numerous posters featuring the enigmatic smile of Apocalypse adorning various locations. Since Dr. Banner boarded, the validated secret weapon was to continue being utilized for precautionary measures, one for each staff member. Some individuals, finding it cumbersome to carry, or fearing they would not have time to don it should they encounter the Hulk, simply affixed it to their workstations, room entrances, or hallways. Is this a renowned celebrity? An individual from the East? Captain America pondered, bemused. Despite having brushed up on contemporary knowledge, he had not heard of this star. Dr. Banner shrugged, explaining, this is their secret weapon against another formidable entity. Fury, Black Widow, Iron Man, Captain America, and Dr. Banner convened for a brief meeting. Naturally, Banner was tasked with analyzing global gamma radiation to locate the cosmic cube, while the others stood ready for action. Iron Man and Black Widow exchanged a brief embrace of comfort. Only Captain America remained perplexed. He knew who the enemy was but lacked clarity on the unfolding circumstances. Upon boarding, he was greeted by a plethora of strange photographs and the solemn expressions of those around him. What had transpired? Had there been significant events during my slumber? Before long, Loki made his reappearance. This time, he emerged at a concert in Europe. A prominent figure had come to attend this musical gala, and Hawkeye had already determined that his eyes were the key to unlocking the vault. Donned in a suit, Loki approached this influential individual and, with a single deft motion, hurled him onto an artistic platform. Then he produced a device and thrust it into the prominent figure's eye, instantly extracting the entire eyeball. Meanwhile, at the vault, Hawkeye was already equipped with a similar instrument. The device on Loki's side scanned the ocular information, while Hawkeye simultaneously generated a simulated hologram. In a short while, the eyeball was validated, effortlessly unlocking the vault. Inside lay a vial of iridium, which Hawkeye secured to his back and vanished into the night. Loki herded the crowd to the square outside, revealing his true form. With a helmet adorned with horns, a cloak draped over his shoulders, and clad in armor, he proceeded to deliver his ostentatious and malevolent rhetoric. An aged World War II veteran, frail and unsteady, rose to his feet and proclaimed, "We have defeated men like you before. I shall not bow to you." Loki coldly retorted, "If that is the case, I shall make an example of you." Raising his scepter, he unleashed a beam of divine light. At that moment, a shield descended from the heavens, intercepting the divine light and rebounding it back towards Loki, catching him off guard. The newcomer was none other than Captain America. Upon recognizing Captain America, Loki could not help but mock, "Ha! An outdated veteran has arrived." At this juncture, Captain America was still clad in his old-fashioned battle attire, particularly the headgear that obscured his eyes and hair, rendering him somewhat ludicrous in contemporary times. Unfazed, Captain America replied coolly, "As long as it is to protect the people, a veteran is never out of date." With that, he charged forward. The surrounding crowd screamed and scattered, but fortunately, being in a square, no stampede occurred, and the people quickly fled. Although Loki's direct combat prowess was limited, this was only when compared to other deities. Faced with a mere human, he easily overpowered Captain America with brute strength, pinning him down with his scepter in an attempt to force his submission. No chance of that. Noticing that the civilians had retreated to safety, Captain America smiled. His earlier entanglement strategy had succeeded. Just as Loki was about to deliver a fatal blow, a streak of light shot from the sky, and a powerful energy laser struck Loki, propelling him backwards. The arrival of Iron Man Loki fell to the ground, not immediately rising. According to his plan, he intended to feign defeat after a few exchanges, then locate the orbital mothership and obliterate the Earth's command center in one fell swoop. Despite his relative strength against humanity, he despised engaging in the brutish tactics of mere muscle. As the god of mischief, he preferred to manipulate schemes, relishing the sight of humanity ensnared within his machinations. In the original narrative, Iron Man and Captain America indeed acted as he anticipated. Upon witnessing his surrender, they took him aboard their aircraft, transporting him back to the mothership. However, he had overlooked the influence of one individual, Tang Tianqi. Chapter 55. Loki takes a beating. Loki had merely deduced that the Bifrost Bridge in Asgard would not be mended swiftly, affording him the opportunity to seize Earth. Before the return of Thor and Apocalypse, he believed he could act with impunity. Little did he anticipate that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already inferred his premature arrival and deduced that he had slain Apocalypse. At that moment, the Black Widow, piloting the Quinjet in the skies above, uttered, "Steve, please maintain your distance." The roar of the onboard machine guns erupted, unleashing a torrent of bullets. In an instant, the ground where Loki stood was enveloped in a cloud of dust. Following this barrage, Iron Man's repulsor beams and an array of miniature missiles rained down upon Loki. Caught off guard, Loki was bewildered, thinking, had I not raised my hands in surrender? Why do they continue to attack? Had his feigned capitulation been uncovered? Fortunately, as a deity, his physical form was resilient. Though he experienced immense pain, his body remained intact, albeit his cloak was tattered and his situation was quite dire. After all, given the Hulk's destructive capacity, a thrashing from him would only knock Loki breathless, without inflicting any substantial harm. This hinted at the remarkable fortitude of his physique. Captain America, momentarily perplexed, questioned whether that individual had indeed surrendered. Why, then, were Black Widow and Iron Man relentlessly assaulting him? Yet, the area within a 10-meter radius of Loki was already a battlefield, littered with bullets, explosions, and lasers, compelling the captain to refrain from approaching recklessly. In a fit of anger and confusion, Loki bellowed, "Cease fire. I surrender." By this time, the machine guns had exhausted their ammunition, prompting Black Widow to lower the Quinjet's altitude and engage its autopilot. She leapt from the aircraft, descending upon Loki. Infuriated, Loki thought, "I have pretended to be overwhelmed and surrendered. Must they still torment me?" Thus, he raised his scepter and lunged at Natasha. Just as he was about to strike down the Black Widow mid-air, Iron Man accelerated and tackled Loki to the ground. Captain America, perceiving the urgency, rushed to assist. Consequently, Iron Man, Captain America, and Black Widow surrounded Loki, launching their assault. Iron Man, with his ability to fly, engaged from above, while the captain braced himself, steadfastly absorbing Loki's divine energy with his shield. As for Black Widow, she seemed driven by a frenzy, relentlessly targeting Loki's vital points, heedless of her own safety. Yet, her strength alone was insufficient to inflict any meaningful damage upon him. Thankfully, with Iron Man and Captain America's support, Loki was not in immediate peril. Captain America shouted amidst the fray, "Hey, Loki, did you not declare your surrender? Why do you still fight back?" Loki retorted, "I have proclaimed my surrender. Why do you persist in attacking?" The captain replied, "If you do not retaliate, we shall not strike." "Huh, I would be a fool to believe you. If you do not strike, I shall not retaliate. You surrender, yet you must first refrain from attacking. You are treacherous. You must cease your assault first." Thus, a verbal impasse ensued, caught in a loop of accusations, with no resolution in sight, while the battle continued to rage on. Loki found the people of Earth utterly incomprehensible. Despite his cunning deceptions and feigned surrenders, he had met 3 utterly foolish individuals who rendered his efforts completely ineffective. Throughout his life, Loki had engaged in countless acts of trickery and deceit, nearly always achieving success. From deceiving Thor to outsmarting the Frost Giant King, his past exploits were well known, not to mention the untold schemes against the Dark Elves and Thanos, where he had gained their trust. However, his plan with Thanos ultimately failed due to the vast disparity in their powers. To his dismay, his initial attempt at deception on Earth had failed miserably, as they disregarded him entirely. The frustration welled up within him, whether he raised his hand to strike or merely endured blows. The violence was unbecoming of the god of mischief. At that moment, Loki engaged in a fierce exchange with Iron Man, a genuine contest rather than mere pretense. His combat prowess was limited, and he doubted his ability to best Iron Man, especially with Captain America and Black Widow joining the fray. Fortunately, his divine form allowed him to withstand the onslaught, sustaining numerous injuries yet remaining relatively unharmed. Realizing that this approach was futile, Loki seized an opportunity. He absorbed a blow from Captain America's shield and unleashed a beam of divine energy towards Black Widow's abdomen. The beam pierced through her, leaving a gaping wound the size of a basin, nearly severing her in two as she collapsed to the ground. "Natasha!" Captain America exclaimed in shock, halting his assault to check on her. Iron Man coldly interjected, "You needn't worry about her. Continue fighting. Do not let Loki escape." Captain America, furious, retorted, "Have you no humanity? You won't even check on your teammate?" Iron Man, undeterred, muttered under his breath, "Humph. Antiquated fool." Captain America knelt beside Black Widow, grasping her hand. "Natasha, you must hold on." He understood the gravity of her injury. Her chances of survival were slim. Yet, beyond offering words of comfort, he felt powerless. Memories of World War II flooded back, when he valiantly fought to save countless comrades, only to witness many perish beside him. Overcome with sorrow, he tightened his grip on Black Widow's hand. In agony, Natasha's face contorted as she whispered, "You needn't worry about me." Captain America responded, "Natasha, how could I not care? Though our acquaintance is brief, I am your comrade. If you have anything to say, speak. I will remember it for you. Let go. If you don't, I will truly die." "What?" Captain America felt her exert her last ounce of strength, attempting to free herself, prompting him to release her hand. With great difficulty, she retrieved a vial of green serum from her tactical bag and drank it down. A green light illuminated her wound, and in the blink of an eye, the missing flesh and blood began to regenerate. However, her clothing remained tattered. Black Widow revealed her toned abdomen and lower back, coupled with beads of sweat and grime, exuding an unconventional allure. She sprang to her feet, resuming her assault on Loki. Captain America stood there, momentarily stunned. About earlier, I apologize." No wonder Iron Man claims he need not concern himself with her. It appears there exists such a miraculous elixir. Conversely, his attempt to grasp her hand nearly endangered his comrades. The captain felt a pang of guilt. Was he so out of touch with the times that he was unaware of such wondrous potions? Enough of this chatter. Let us engage in battle. Upon witnessing Black Widow fully revived, Loki felt a chill of apprehension. What sort of perverse concoction was this? At this rate, inflicting wounds upon them would result in their instantaneous revival, while his own injuries continued to accumulate, potentially leading to his downfall. Realizing this, Loki resolved to abandon his pursuit. In a flash, he conjured multiple illusions of himself and fled in all directions. Black Widow waved her hand, launching 3 darts that obliterated 3 of the illusions. Captain America hurled a shield in a grand arc, returning it to his grasp and dispersing 5 more phantoms. Iron Man operated with remarkable efficiency, utilizing his eyes to navigate the miniature screen for targeting. His lasers split into numerous beams, enveloping all of Loki's manifestations. "Oh no!" Loki cried out in despair as all illusions vanished, and his true form was struck by the lasers. However, he was already a considerable distance away from Iron Man and his companions, leaping over the outer wall and disappearing from sight. On their return journey, Iron Man did not fly solo. The trio sat together in the Quinjet. Black Widow remarked coldly, "His strength cannot possibly be sufficient to kill my husband." Captain America inquired, "My condolences. However, I must be so bold as to ask, who is your husband? Is he formidable? The photograph you saw aboard the mothership is of him." As for his strength, Iron Man scoffed. If he were present, even with 100 times Loki's audacity, he would not dare to cause chaos on Earth. So, he is a fallen hero. No wonder so many had adorned the mothership with his likeness, Captain America mused. Yet, was that portrait a suitable choice? The image of a fallen hero ought to be one of solemn dignity, rather than one that bore a rather peculiar smile. Iron Man said, "If his strength is merely what it is today, even with the ability to corrupt others' powers, regardless of whether Apocalypse is present, it would still be insufficient to conquer Earth. Unless..." The 3 exchanged glances, simultaneously contemplating his allies. The Quinjet accelerated towards the mothership. They intended to return and consult with the director to discern Loki's true scheme. According to the original narrative, Loki was supposed to feign surrender aboard this very aircraft. But due to Apocalypse's unseen influence, the timeline here had already diverged significantly. In an unknown realm of time, the Time Variance Authority observed the sacred timeline, now with an additional branch, causing considerable distress. The enigmatic figure, designated as a rogue by the timekeepers themselves, had disrupted the Earth's timeline even from the farthest reaches of the universe. If this continued, the sacred timeline would inevitably face collapse. A group of employees from the Temporal Bureau is diligently engaged in discussion, striving to devise a plan that ensures the stability of the sacred timeline without incurring the wrath of the esteemed outlaw. Chapter 56. The Return of the Apocalypse. The Black Widow, Iron Man, and Captain America swiftly returned to the celestial mothership. They promptly reported to Fury about the details of the recent battle and their suspicions regarding Loki potentially having accomplices. Fury convened a meeting with everyone present. Hill, compile a list of the locations Loki has recently raided and identify any correlations, he instructed. Yes, she replied. A series of detailed reports emerged on the screen. While the computer program automatically analyzed the data, continuously searching for connections among locations, individuals, casualties, and other factors. Suddenly, Dr. Banner interjected, "This is peculiar. Loki has only targeted banks of precious metals, and all the stolen metal is iridium." Iron Man furrowed his brow, contemplating. Iridium has numerous applications, to my knowledge. It is utilized in at least dozens of industrial processes. However, these do not seem to align with Loki's intentions. Surely, he does not plan to establish a factory on Earth. Thus, only one plausible possibility remained. Iridium is essential in the production of antiprotons during particle physics experiments, where high-intensity proton beams are directed at a target of considerable density. It can endure the shock waves caused by the radiation particle beams when temperatures rise, Banner elaborated. His eyes lit up as he continued. If sufficient energy is available to open an Einstein-Rosen bridge, then iridium becomes a crucial element, serving as a stabilizing buffer. Ahem, Fury interjected, signaling him to simplify his explanation. Exchanging a glance with Iron Man, Banner conceded, the Einstein-Rosen bridge, commonly referred to as a wormhole, requires astronomical amounts of energy to open. Moreover, the process generates antiprotons, which, if left unmanaged, could render the wormhole unstable. Captain America interjected, wait. I don't understand the theories you're discussing. If I grasp the essence correctly, Loki aims to open a wormhole to summon reinforcements from another realm. This necessitates two conditions, energy and stability. The Tesseract can provide the energy, iridium can ensure stability. Hence, he possesses all the necessary conditions. Precisely. A heavy silence fell among the group as they realized the gravity of the situation. One, Loki had already thrown major European cities into chaos, resulting in numerous casualties. The prospect of his allies arriving could plunge Earth into utter ruin. According to Fury's deductions, Loki's allies might be formidable beings capable of slaying Thor in the apocalypse. Should they arrive, no one on Earth would stand a chance against them. Fury commanded, Hill, I need you to exhaust all avenues in tracking Loki's whereabouts. Utilize all surveillance, cameras, and spy satellites on Earth. Requisition them, if necessary. Dr. Banner, Tony, the task of tracking gamma rays and locating the Tesseract falls to you. I will allocate all gamma detection instruments within my jurisdiction for your use. Steve, Natasha, you are to remain on standby. Understood. However, the more anxious they became, the more elusive their results turned out to be. After suffering a significant defeat at the hands of Iron Man, Black Widow, and Captain America, Loki refrained from reappearing. Even the corrupted Hawkeye, who had previously been engaged in thievery under Loki's orders, had vanished without a trace. Fury grew increasingly uneasy, indicating that they had amassed a sufficient amount of vibranium. At this moment, they were undoubtedly laying plans, and when they next detected him, it could coincide with the opening of a wormhole. For 2 consecutive days, an unexpected calm enveloped the Earth. Fury understood that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Once shattered, it would unleash catastrophic calamities. At that juncture, alarms blared aboard the spacecraft. Beep, 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 Level 1 alert. All teams, be advised, an unidentified object is descending upon our mothership. Weapons on standby. Personnel on standby. Above the mothership, 2 figures loomed in the void, surrounded by lightning and dark clouds. It was Thor and Apocalypse. Due to the necessity of transporting an additional individual, Odin, the king of the gods, had extended the preparation time for dark energy, resulting in Thor's arrival being delayed by several days compared to the original timeline. In the original narrative, Thor had descended while Loki feigned surrender, en route back to the mothership aboard a Quinjet, and due to a misunderstanding, had engaged in battle with Iron Man and Captain America in the wilderness. Now, at Apocalypse's insistence, they had pinpointed the location of the mothership and directly descended. The mothership possessed cloaking technology against Earth's defenses, yet to Heimdall, it was as transparent as a light bulb. Apocalypse extended one hand, generating a divine energy shield that repelled all the bullets and warheads from the defensive automated weapons. Below, the personnel appeared tense, their artillery raised in their direction. Although Apocalypse harbored no fears, he deemed it unnecessary to damage their own weapons, lest the frugal Fury raise a commotion. Before long, surveillance had pinpointed their images. I was the Eastern man from the photograph. Some infatuated female technicians had already begun to scream. Once the alarms were lifted, Apocalypse and Thor slowly descended. Thor flew with the aid of his hammer, while Apocalypse soared entirely through the power of his own physical form, a feat that even Thor envied. It is worth noting that many deities, despite their formidable strength, have struggled to master the art of flight. Bodily flight is not as simple as it appears. Loki, who often boasted to mortals about his divine status, was unable to fly. Without his hammer, Thor could only momentarily levitate using the power of lightning, which hardly constituted flying. The vast majority of superheroes, including the immensely powerful Scarlet Witch, could only momentarily hover with the aid of the ground's force, rather than truly fly. Only a select few extraordinary individuals, such as Vision and Captain Marvel, possessed the innate ability to fly upon their emergence into the world. As the two landed, a gathering crowd approached. Iron Man, clad in his battle suit, flew in the fastest, and upon seeing Apocalypse, his eyes reddened as he rushed forward to embrace him tightly. "Buddy, I never expected to see you again." Apocalypse sighed. "Indeed, it has been quite some time. A long time. It feels almost like a century." Gradually, he sensed something amiss. Why was Iron Man holding him for so long? People were watching, and while he didn't mind the embarrassment, he still valued his dignity. Captain America leaned closer, lowering his voice to inquire of Fury, "Director, are you certain that this individual named Apocalypse is married to Natasha?" Noticing the tears welling in Black Widow's eyes, Apocalypse could no longer contain himself. He had journeyed back from afar, and yet he had not even embraced his beloved. "Hey, Tony, why don't you let go of me?" As he pushed Tony away, Black Widow immediately lunged at him, saying nothing, and kissed him with such fervor that he felt nearly breathless. The duration of the kiss was such that even the onlookers, the Westerners, were left a bit overwhelmed. Ahem. Fury cleared his throat. "Welcome back, Tang." Reluctantly, Apocalypse separated from Black Widow. It seemed everyone was particularly enthusiastic upon his return. "Long time no see, Director." Fury continued. "Allow me to introduce Dr. Banner, whom I believe you know." Banner, with a refined demeanor, extended his hand and said, "Mr. Tang, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Your smile is quite normal." What does normal smile even mean? Apocalypse had no time to ponder as he shook his hand. "This is my deputy, Agent Hill." Hill was a tall, slender beauty, exuding a refreshing and confident aura, entirely different from Black Widow. "And this is Captain America, Steve Rogers." It was Apocalypse's first encounter with the legendary captain. Upon careful observation, he noted the man's impressive stature and noble presence, clad in his vintage form-fitting combat attire, exactly as he remembered. At that moment, Thor leaned in, tilting his head to glance at the captain's profile, and whispered, "Tang, is this the American peach you mentioned? Doesn't seem that impressive." The gathering consisted of individuals of great renown. Even in hushed tones, every word was heard clearly. Captain America felt a dark cloud of embarrassment wash over him. Who were these people? Did he know them? Why was his posterior suddenly a topic of discussion? As those around him shifted their gaze toward his backside, curious if it truly was as pronounced as claimed, he felt an uncomfortable warmth creeping up. Unable to touch or adjust in such a public setting, he could only feign nonchalance while using his shield for cover. Clearing his throat, he addressed the group. "Hello, everyone." Stepping a few paces away from Thor, he greeted them. "I'm not particularly close with this guy." Upon entering, he noticed his likeness plastered everywhere, some images adorned with small flowers. This left Apocalypse perplexed. Wasn't his information supposed to be confidential? Or had he inadvertently traversed a wrong timeline during his cosmic journey? Thor enviously remarked, "Tang, I never imagined you were so popular on Earth. In Asgard, hardly anyone puts up my photos." He then turned to Agent Hill and asked, "Hey, beautiful, may I inquire who is responsible for these pictures?" "I, the Prince of Asgard and the God of Thunder, might consider sharing my photograph as well." Hill cast a glance at him and remarked, "Everyone believes Mr. Tang has perished. The photograph is meant to commemorate him. Are you certain you wish to display it?" "Well, it's not entirely out of the question." Once both parties exchanged their intelligence, all uncertainties were ultimately resolved. Fury understood that Loki lacked the strength to vanquish Apocalypse, which alleviated his concerns slightly. Now, with the addition of both the Thunder God and Apocalypse, his worries had finally dissipated. As long as Loki dared to reveal himself, Fury would be ready to remind him of the reasons behind the vibrancy of the flowers. With no further issues at hand, Apocalypse and Black Widow indulged in some light-hearted moments, rekindling the passion that had faded over the past 2 years. "Tang, keep your voice down. This room is not soundproof. What is there to fear? After all, it's not me who is calling out." "Humph. You're quite wicked." Chapter 57. The humiliation beneath the thighs. X10. The two individuals adhered to the philosophy that as long as they felt no embarrassment, it was others who should bear it, creating a cacophony of chaotic sounds throughout the night. This area was exclusively for women, and Hill, residing nearby, tossed and turned, covering her ears as she endured a night of torment. After a bout of exercise, Apocalypse indulged in a rare, sweet slumber. Suddenly, 2 thunderous booms echoed, shaking the celestial mothership violently. Alarms blared, and everyone rushed out in a panic. Be cautious. Loki is invading. Apocalypse opened his eyes, reflecting. This Loki truly is a persistent specter. Upon exiting, chaos had erupted outside, with Fury and Hill commanding operations in the control room. Fury spoke into the communicator, Tony. 2 turbofan engines have been destroyed. You need to repair them, otherwise, the mothership will plummet. I'm fine on my end. Is Apocalypse still lost in his reverie? Cough. Cough. Hey, Tony. I'm here. Then Loki is in your hands. Hill swiftly accessed the surveillance, revealing Loki materializing beside a Chitauri fighter jet, flashing a sinister smile at the camera before vanishing. Hill remarked, the Chitauri fighter that returned a few days ago must have been tampered with by Loki. He is currently wreaking havoc within the mothership. Mr. Tang, I implore you, do not let him reach the power reactor. Leave it to me. Apocalypse nodded, slightly closing his eyes to begin sensing every movement aboard the mothership. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, and he vanished from Hill's sight. At that moment, Loki was cloaked in invisibility, his intentions aligning with Hill's suspicions to detonate the nuclear power reactor. Should he succeed, it would result in an explosion equivalent to a nuclear bomb within the mothership. The devastation would be catastrophic. In the original narrative, Loki relished in the amusement of manipulating others unbeknownst to them. However, after enduring significant trials from Apocalypse to the combined might of Black Widow and others, his mood soured with resentment, shifting from playful to destructive, seeking to teach S-H-I-E-L-D a lesson. Before him lay the nuclear power reactor, and a cold smile crept across Loki's lips. Just as he prepared to act, a voice echoed, Loki, long time no see. Is it you? Loki exclaimed in shock. The speaker was Apocalypse. With him present, Loki's brother was undoubtedly nearby. Loki had never anticipated that what was initially calculated to repair the Bifrost would take at least 1 to 3 years. Such a lengthy duration would afford him ample time to wreak havoc on Earth. The thought of the Earthlings saved by his father returning to witness the devastation he wrought filled him with delight. His father had indeed invested heavily, employing dark energy to send them back to Earth. Very well, I surrender. Loki slowly raised his hands, but as his scepter reached his chest, a sudden crackle erupted, emitting a beam of yellow light, not aimed at Apocalypse, but directed straight towards the nuclear reactor. A faint smirk of triumph appeared at the corner of Loki's mouth. At the heart of a nuclear explosion, temperatures soared to millions of degrees, capable of melting all matter into fundamental particles, regardless of one's formidable powers. Unfortunately, he was confronted by Apocalypse. As soon as he uttered his intention to surrender, Apocalypse was already prepared, instantly shifting to intercept the yellow light. What he assumed to be a mere divine power attack turned out to be an overwhelming force, akin to standing before a celestial body, its power vast and boundless. Caught off guard, Apocalypse skidded across the hardened alloy floor, carving 2 deep grooves until his back pressed against the nuclear reactor, where he finally halted. This is not your strength, he thought. Having endured the Eternal Flame's 9 trials and refinements, his divine body had been forged, and in the past 2 years, his training had advanced at an astonishing pace, making him exponentially stronger than before. Even if Loki had improved, such an exaggerated display was implausible. Upon closer inspection, Apocalypse noticed the glow of Loki's scepter had dimmed. The place where the Mind Stone was stored was now empty. It was the power of the Mind Stone. Although not renowned for its destructive capability, it is, after all, an Infinity Stone. Loki had merely harnessed a fraction of its power, yet it was already formidable. Had it been Thor instead of Apocalypse to intervene, Loki might have succeeded. However, seeing the hollow space on his scepter indicated that he had only borrowed power, not brought the essence itself. Truly, the god of mischief was indeed cautious. Loki laughed heartily towards the heavens. Let us try again and see if you can withstand it. No sooner had he spoken than another beam of yellow light shot forth. Loki transformed into a dozen replicas, dashing towards the surrounding corridors. Apocalypse casually swatted the yellow light away. This time, it was merely a ruse of Loki's divine power, not the true might of the Mind Stone, which Apocalypse had already sensed. Observing the multiple fleeing Lokis, Apocalypse chose not to pursue any, instead reaching out towards the void ahead. A humanoid figure gradually materialized from the air. Without a doubt, it was Loki. A few days prior, during his confrontation with Black Widow and her companions, Loki had suffered a significant setback while attempting to escape. This time, he had learned from his mistakes, creating numerous avatars while cloaking his true self. Yet, he was still easily discerned by Apocalypse, who seized him effortlessly. Loki felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Why had he never triumphed against the humans of Earth? From the moment he dispatched the destroyer, to his father's choice to save Earth rather than himself, and then his feigned surrender, escape, and sabotage of the celestial mothership, all had culminated in failure. Apocalypse regarded Loki with a glint of lethal intent in his eyes. This Loki seemed to have never committed a single virtuous deed, and the number of Earthlings who had perished by his hand was unfathomable. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate him now, for he bore no fear of altering the timeline. Just as he resolved to act, Loki, sensing the impending doom, cried out, "I am Thor's brother." One must admit, Loki truly understood human nature. Upon hearing this, Apocalypse sighed inwardly. Thor regarded him as a brother, and Asgard had honored him as a prince, refining his body with the eternal flame. Despite the utilitarian motives, the favors bestowed were undeniably genuine. To recklessly slay their kin without repaying such debts would indeed be unjustifiable, especially Thor, who still regards Loki as his brother. Now that he has captured him, it is presumed that Loki can no longer instigate the battle in New York. First, he will be apprehended and questioned by Thor. Thus, a surge of divine power immobilized Loki, lifting him onto the deck as one might lift a small chick. At this moment, the other factions had mostly resolved their own issues. The minor adversaries were naturally dealt with by the Guardians aboard the mothership. Due to Loki's deliberate sabotage, one additional engine had been destroyed compared to the original narrative, drawing the attention of Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America. As for Hawkeye, he was currently restrained by Black Widow, who was slightly out of breath. Hawkeye's strength primarily lay in his archery, in close combat. He was inferior to the modified Black Widow, and whether in the original story or the present, he had no chance against her. Throwing Loki onto the deck, Apocalypse approached, taking over Hawkeye and saying to Black Widow, "You take a breather, leave Barton to me." With that, he gently pressed his finger against Hawkeye's forehead, a trickle of divine power seeping in. The control exerted by the Mind Stone was feeble, a stark contrast to the immense force encountered during the nuclear reactor battle. Yet this power coiled around his mind, compelling Apocalypse to exercise utmost caution. Before long, Hawkeye's darkened eyes returned to normal, his senses restored. "Thank you. No need for thanks," Black Widow replied, supporting Hawkeye. "Bart, do you remember what happened?" Hawkeye nodded. "I remember everything. It seems I harmed quite a few people." Apocalypse reassured him. "You need not feel guilty about this. You were under the influence of the Mind Stone. The blame does not lie with you. The true culprit is over there." At this moment, with various matters resolved, Thor, Iron Man, Captain America, Fury, Hill, and others gathered around to scrutinize Loki. Fury felt a surge of fear. Had it not been for Apocalypse's timely return, the mothership would have undoubtedly met its demise, and everyone would have perished in a nuclear explosion. The god of mischief remained the same. Even if he had not managed to ascend to the mothership through deception, he still left his mark on the Quinjet. Thor admonished, "Loki, you have been exceedingly reckless. What right do you have to lecture me?" Loki replied with a bitter smile, "Father would rather save that earthling than rescue me. You, Odin, Frigga, are not my true family." Thor was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling deep guilt. He would have preferred that their father save Loki instead of himself, as that would have eased his heart. Hill kicked him, saying, "So Loki, you are being charged with the deaths of numerous earthlings, and we shall bring you to justice, with the maximum penalty being death." Hey, Thor protested. "He is my brother. Show some respect." The number of earthlings who died directly or indirectly due to Loki's actions likely exceeded 3,000. Well, he is adopted. We aren't that close, he conceded. Nevertheless, Thor could not truly allow Loki to perish here. Despite his compassion, he harbored selfishness. He still regarded Loki as a brother, and he would not permit anyone to take his life. At that moment, Iron Man surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Aren't we missing someone here?" As the crowd glanced around, they noticed the absence of Dr. Banner. No, it should be referred to as the Hulk. A deep, thunderous roar erupted from below, followed by a cacophony of crashing sounds, leaving an unknown number of devices in ruin. Fury rubbed his bald head, feeling a headache arise, and was about to ask Apocalypse to intervene with the Hulk when suddenly, with a resounding crash, the Hulk burst through the deck, leaping up from below. The area was littered with Apocalypse's photographs. The Hulk, feeling cornered, found only the ceiling unscathed, so he smashed through layer after layer, ascending upwards. Alas, Loki let out a pained scream, as he found himself precisely beneath the Hulk's landing point, the colossal foot pressing his face into the steel deck. "Damn it, you barbaric creature, hideous beast, remove your foot." The Hulk glanced down, his voice resonating like thunder. "Umph. Insect, enough. I have endured enough of you earthlings. I am a deity. The blood of frost giants flows through my veins, the adopted son of Odin, the king of Asgard. Your wretched human lineage is unworthy." Boom, boom, boom. The Hulk continued to stomp down upon him, growling, "Little insect. You are quite noisy, quite noisy." While the physical harm from the Hulk's stamping was minimal, the mental humiliation was 1,000 times more damaging. If the ultimate disgrace for a man is to be humiliated beneath another's loins, then the degradation of being without trousers in such a manner is tenfold worse. As the Hulk transformed, the green mass beneath him reemerged. Though it was merely an eyesore, it posed little issue, for this was the West, where such sights were commonplace. However, for Loki, the visual assault was utterly devastating. Lying immobile on the ground, he gazed up at the massive bulk looming over him, swaying menacingly, leading to a complete mental breakdown. Loki's face turned ashen, feeling that the humiliation endured over a millennium paled in comparison to the torment of this day. You, if you dare kill me, the Hulk growled, little insect, then I shall indeed kill you. It seemed the Hulk understood Loki's words as he reached down, grasping Loki's legs and lifting them. With a ferocious roar, he tore him in half. Thor shouted, Loki. Chapter 58. The unveiling of the wormhole. Though Loki is heralded as a deity, being torn asunder does not spare him from death. In the original narrative, he meets his demise at the hands of Thanos, who mercilessly snaps his neck. The god of thunder rushes forward, only to discover that the dismembered Loki does not bleed. Instead, he gradually dissipates into a cloud of ash, vanishing into the ether. It's a doppelganger, exclaims Thor. A doppelganger differs from an illusion. The latter is merely a deceptive shadow, while a doppelganger possesses tangible existence, akin to a true being with a degree of strength. Of course, the prowess of this entity depends on the abilities of its original. The doppelganger is under the control of its creator, sharing thoughts and perspectives with the original. The earlier humiliating encounter was indeed vividly transmitted to Loki's mind, a sensation he could never erase. No wonder he implored the Hulk to end his life. He could not bear the disgrace and hastily severed the connection to his doppelganger. To Thor's astonishment, Loki has made remarkable progress in the past 2 years, achieving the mastery of doppelgangers. Thor feels both relieved and troubled. The deceased entity was merely a doppelganger, indicating that Loki remains alive, lurking in some shadowy corner, continuing to wreak havoc upon humanity. Apocalypse steps forward, suppressing the Hulk's persona, while a staff member promptly approaches with a blanket, observing the Hulk's nakedness. Apocalypse muses that it is high time to procure a pair of ultra-elastic undergarments for him, to spare the eyes of onlookers during each transformation. As for Loki's doppelganger, Apocalypse has no recollection of it and sees it for the first time. Could this be a manifestation of his own butterfly effect? Initially perplexed by Loki's audacity to assault the nuclear reactor from such proximity, an interval so brief that neither Loki nor Apocalypse could confidently expect survival, it becomes clear that the doppelganger harbors no fear of death. At that moment, a colossal blue beam of light suddenly ascends into the sky. The azure energy column pierces the heavens, and a void slowly opens, revealing the dark backdrop of another universe. It is indeed a wormhole connecting to the far reaches of the cosmos. Realizing that Apocalypse and Thor have arrived and that the doppelganger's ambush has failed, Loki recognizes the urgency of the situation and promptly activates the Tesseract, summoning Thanos' army. Countless Chitauri troops, long prepared, swarm forth like locusts. Chitauri soldiers, piloting personal hovercraft, surge through the wormhole, brandishing peculiar elongated energy weapons, striking down any they encounter. Coupled with the energy cannons on their crafts, a single shot sends vehicles soaring through the air. In an instant, New York is engulfed in screams and explosions as chaos ensues, and the populace flees in terror. Moments later, the blue energy column swells larger, and the wormhole widens further, allowing a massive mechanical dragon to emerge slowly. This mechanical beast, forged from an unknown extraterrestrial metal and shimmering in dark bronze, devastates everything in its path. Toppling skyscrapers with ease, its tail can shatter half a building with a mere flick. Inside its body lie numerous Chitauri soldiers, who leap forth upon breaching structures, intent on attacking the humans within. Thor mutters, "Brother, you have truly stirred a great calamity." Alarms blare on the mothership, signaling all personnel to prepare for battle. Apocalypse declared, "I shall first seek out Loki's true form, for the Infinity Stones in his possession serve as the key to closing the wormhole. The rest is for you to manage." With that, Apocalypse ascended from the aerial mothership and soared towards the wormhole. In the original narrative, the Infinity Stones were embedded within Loki's scepter. However, the scepter now lay on the mothership while the Mind Stone was conspicuously absent, undoubtedly still in Loki's grasp. Iron Man and Thor, capable of flight, took to the skies ahead. Meanwhile, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Captain America swiftly boarded the Quinjet, preparing for departure. Fury urged, "Wait, we must bring Dr. Banner along. He is no longer needed for our original purpose." The intention of summoning Banner was to locate the Tesseract through gamma radiation. Yet the Tesseract now boldly resided beneath the energy pillar, rendering further search futile. Banner expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Director. However, given the ongoing battle, I shall remain aboard the mothership until the conflict concludes, after which I will return to my homeland." The mothership, vast and slow-moving, was ill-suited for direct engagement in combat. Akin to an aircraft carrier on the sea, serving better as a platform for aerial operations and a command center. Fury chuckled, "While we may not require Banner, we certainly need the Hulk." With that, he reluctantly brought Banner aboard the Quinjet. The aircraft swiftly reached the war-torn skies, and Black Widow opened the hatch. Seated at the edge, Banner sensed impending peril and shouted, "What are you planning?" "Please, not again." Coldly, Black Widow replied, "Barton, toss him out." "No," he exclaimed. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed, and upon landing, Banner had transformed into the Hulk. With a thunderous roar, the green giant drew the attention of countless Chitauri soldiers nearby, who surged to attack. Thor, Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Barton, and Captain America each unleashed their powers, relentlessly decimating the Chitauri ranks. Hawkeye took to higher ground, focusing on the airships. Thor wielded his hammer and summoned lightning strikes, blocking the wormhole's vicinity with his might. Captain America darted about, rescuing civilians. Black Widow resorted to guerrilla tactics on the ground, targeting isolated Chitauri soldiers for elimination. The entrance of these superheroes into the battlefield immediately stabilized the situation, significantly reducing civilian casualties. Yet, this also attracted even more Chitauri soldiers and mechanical leviathans to the fray. Meanwhile, Apocalypse descended directly beneath the energy pillar, atop a towering edifice. Notably, this was not the Stark Tower, where Iron Man had previously resided. Clearly, after being bested by Iron Man and his allies, Loki had the foresight to avoid brazenly causing chaos at Stark Tower, fearing discovery. The source of the blue energy beam was a peculiar device, housing the Tesseract within its core, serving as an energy source. Eric stood guard beside it. Approaching Eric, Apocalypse placed his hand upon the scientist's forehead, dispelling the Mind Stone's controlling energy. "Is it you?" Eric awoke, alarmed. "What have I done?" Apocalypse inquired. "This is not your fault, Dr. Eric." "Where is Loki?" "I am uncertain. He just instructed me to activate the device and then vanished. You should leave this place at once." Before departing, Eric pointed at the device and remarked, "It generates a protective energy shield that cannot be deactivated. Only energy of the same origin can penetrate the shield. I am aware of that. However, Apocalypse still wishes to experiment and slowly stepped forward. He struck the device with his fist. A hum resonated as a blue energy shield emerged, repelling Apocalypse's blow. The shield, intangible and insubstantial, produced a sound akin to a massive bell tolling, unleashing a tremendous collision noise that generated powerful sound waves, sweeping the surrounding dust like waves in the ocean. The immense energy transmitted to the building caused it to tremble violently. Apocalypse furrowed his brow. The Infinity Stones were indeed remarkable. Although he had merely tested the waters with a tentative strike, his strength was but a fraction of its potential. Yet, the intensity of the shield indicated that even a full-force assault would prove futile. Moreover, there were many ordinary people within the building. Another strike might not only fail to breach the shield, but could also lead to the building's collapse. It seems I must seek Loki after all. At this moment, Loki had long abandoned his previous arrogance. Upon seeing Apocalypse's arrival, he seemed to have vanished. Nevertheless, Apocalypse was certain that Loki must be lurking near the energy column. With his twisted mindset, he would undoubtedly want to witness everything firsthand, the cries of the anguished and the destruction of the earth, for it would bring him joy. Chapter 59. The peculiar individual's Apocalypse soared into the sky, randomly selecting a direction to fly, amplifying his divine powers to heighten his senses. As long as Loki remained within his perceptual range, he could not conceal himself. Although Loki's art of invisibility was remarkable, it inevitably produced fluctuations in divine energy, making his cold, sinister essence particularly easy to discern. Numerous Chitauri soldiers opened fire upon Apocalypse, who deftly turned his palm, unleashing a torrent of divine energy in all directions. Wherever he passed, the Chitauri soldiers fell like moths drawn to a flame, littering the streets with their bodies. Recognizing Apocalypse's formidable prowess, the Chitauri promptly deployed 2 mechanical dragons, accompanied by a legion of soldiers to launch an assault. In response, Apocalypse refrained from using his divine powers as the mechanical dragons lunged towards him. He met them with a single, powerful punch, tenfold the strength of the Hulk. With a resounding crash, the massive mechanical dragon hesitated midair, as if suspended in time. Then, starting from its head, its metallic plates shattered and flew apart in an explosive cascade that swiftly extended to its tail. The Chitauri soldiers aboard the mechanical dragon were pierced by countless shards of metal, plummeting to the ground amidst a rain of debris. One of the mechanical dragons, evidently under human control, quickly turned to flee. However, having initiated the confrontation, Apocalypse had no intention of letting it escape. He accelerated, rapidly reaching the dragon's tail. With both hands plunged downward, the resilient extraterrestrial metal yielded as if it were wet paper, allowing him to grasp the core of the mechanical dragon's skeletal structure. He spun it violently in the air 3 times. With a roar, the immense force rendered the thousands of tons of the mechanical dragon uncontrollable, propelling it toward the blue energy column. As the mechanical dragon collided with the energy beam, every touched section disintegrated into nothingness, severing the dragon in 2. Observing this, Apocalypse shook his head. It was evidently futile to attempt to obstruct the energy column with such constructs. Nonetheless, he hadn't anticipated success. The mechanical dragon had merely presented itself, and he decided to test his strength. Suddenly, Apocalypse detected something unusual beneath him. He promptly veered towards a secluded street. This thoroughfare had recently been cleared, devoid of both civilians and Chitauri soldiers. From his elevated vantage point, he spotted 4 peculiar figures below: the Hulk, Iron Man, Captain America, and an unseen Ant-Man. At that moment, the Hulk appeared unchanged, but his visage lacked the ever-present fury, as if he had become a different person altogether. Notably, he wore trousers. Iron Man's countenance bore the weight of time. Captain America had discarded his old-fashioned helmet for a stylish new hairstyle. As for Ant-Man, donned in a dark red combat suit, Apocalypse beheld him in the flesh for the first time, finding him unchanged from his memories. Apocalypse surmised that they must have traversed from Avengers Endgame. Had he not altered the future? That seemed implausible. Thanos should not have been so formidable. He descended suddenly before them, asking, "Where am I?" The 4 were startled, but upon realizing it was Apocalypse, they exhaled in relief. Ant-Man remarked, "Hey, Tang. I didn't expect to see you here." Iron Man responded, "Tang, I knew you would discern that we hail from the future. Anyone capable of inquiring about my whereabouts is either a fool or a sage." It was evident that Iron Man had immediately recognized the apocalyptic nature of this timeline. The Hulk, Bruce Banner, added, "Tang, time travel is not merely a return to the past. It is a journey across different temporal dimensions. Informing you of your location in our timeline will not alter your own." Tang furrowed his brow, pondering whether the sacred timeline had branched anew. Had this divergence occurred because he failed to vanquish Thanos? Yet, where had the split transpired? Since his arrival in this timeline, it seemed that only a few pivotal moments had changed. Iron Man urged, "Tang, you should leave. If we engage too much, we risk divulging excessive information, which could lead to the creation of yet another branch at this juncture. The future is unpredictable. We cannot ascertain which path we might traverse." Though Tang found the concept of timelines and time travel perplexing, he understood from the original narrative that traveling to the past did not alter the future, but rather birthed a new timeline. For instance, in the original plot, when Hulk snapped his fingers to bring back those turned to ash, the resurrected individuals experienced a 5-year gap in time. This was starkly different from the notion of altering the past. If only a singular timeline existed, it would mirror the premise of the film The Butterfly Effect, where changing even the minutest detail would drastically alter the future. Thus, Tang chose not to interfere excessively. He trusted Iron Man's judgment. Recognizing that his reticence was likely for the greater good of their current reality, he resolved to exercise caution when confronting Thanos in the future. "Very well. I wish you success. Is there anything you require from me?" Tang inquired. "If only you had Pym particles. It seems we have strayed from our intended timeline. Now, we lack sufficient Pym particles to return to our original timeline," Ant-Man replied. Tang, lacking Pym particles, contemplated for a moment before casually drawing a few lines on the roof of a car, stating, "I do not possess them, but I trust you will devise a solution." He then turned and took flight. Ant-Man shrugged. That guy, Tang, always maintains an air of mystery. Only Captain America, who had remained silent, noticed Tang's actions on the car roof. As they gathered closer, they discerned the inscription, 1970. In the original narrative, they had faltered in New York, failing to secure the desired gem, thus finding themselves in a dilemma. Either concede defeat and return or risk a journey to 1970, a time shortly after Dr. Pym had discovered Pym particles. Tang was uncertain which timeline these 4 belonged to, but observing that they seemed unaware, he offered a subtle reminder. As the wormhole in the sky expanded, it became increasingly imperative to close it promptly. Otherwise, the passage of the cosmic battleship would complicate matters further. Just then, they heard the Hulk's thunderous laughter. "Ha ha ha, little bug. I see you. Ha ha ha." Tang hastily accelerated to investigate. Before them, Loki fled while the Hulk pursued relentlessly from behind. Loki maneuvered swiftly, shifting directions, yet the Hulk remained undeterred, crashing through walls without hesitation. Alas, Loki lacked the ability to fly, rendering him unable to escape the Hulk's relentless chase. In desperation, he conjured numerous illusions and rendered himself invisible. But the Hulk seemed to possess an innate intuition, always locating Loki's true position. Was this an inescapable fate entwined between the two? In the depths of his mind, Loki's thoughts raced like a stampede. He had initially sought to exact revenge on the Hulk, yet he found himself at a disadvantage, as the Hulk appeared to have an uncanny awareness of his presence, resulting in significant losses right from the start. At that moment, a Chitauri spacecraft soared overhead. Loki called out to the sky, "Come down and take me up." A Chitauri vessel rapidly descended, and with a deft maneuver, Loki evaded the Hulk's attack and leaped aboard the ship. Roaring in fury, the Hulk leaped dozens of meters, only to miss his target. As Loki reveled in his moment of triumph, a sudden crash echoed as the ship collided with an unseen object, plummeting from the sky. Just then, Loki felt a tightening grip around his neck as Apocalypse seized him. "Where's the Mind Stone?" Apocalypse demanded. Loki's expression twisted into a sinister grin. "Huh. I shall never reveal it to you. You will never be able to close the wormhole. Earth shall await its doom." "Ha ha ha." Enraged, Apocalypse retorted. "Do not assume that I will hesitate to kill you just because Thor is present." A barely perceptible smile played at the corners of Loki's lips as he replied. "You need not kill me. I shall die for your amusement." Chapter 60. A Fist Against the Firmament. Additional update and gratitude for gifts. What? A dull thud reverberated as Loki, held by the Celestial, erupted into a burst of divine energy. However, apart from rustling the Celestial's garments, it inflicted no significant harm. Yet another clone. The Celestial realized the predicament had escalated. Loki's repeated invocation of clones, though lacking in formidable power, indicated his heightened vigilance. With his true self and the Mind Stone concealed deeply, making it unlikely to locate him in the near future. Once the wormhole expanded to a sufficient width, alien warships would arrive, and Earth would face imminent catastrophe. Clearly, Loki was aware of this, which explained his earlier bravado. Despite his strength, he had yet to reach the level of Captain Marvel, who could single-handedly obliterate an entire fleet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wormhole, innumerable cosmic warships were preparing for departure, densely populating the vast expanse of space. At that moment, all Avengers received a message from Fury. "Attention, 2 nuclear warheads are headed your way." The Celestial instinctively questioned, "Isn't it 1? 2. I repeat, 2. Fury clarified. "The committee has overridden my authority to deploy nuclear weapons, one targeting the wormhole, the other aimed at the Tesseract. They will arrive in 1 minute and 30 seconds. You must retreat." Evidently, the Celestial understood what he perceived. The politicians on the committee were equally aware that the arrival of the alien warships could not be permitted. They resorted to launching nuclear weapons, the most formidable arsenal at humanity's disposal, willing to sacrifice a city to obliterate the wormhole. Otherwise, given humanity's technological prowess, which had yet to reach Mars, how could they contend with these marauding interstellar vessels? In the original narrative, indeed 2 nuclear warheads were activated. However, one was rendered inoperable when Fury struck it with an RPG. Now, due to the butterfly effect instigated by the Celestial, Fury, for reasons unknown, did not intercept one as he had in the original storyline. Iron Man exclaimed furiously, "New York City is home to millions. If a nuclear explosion were to occur, it could instantly reduce 100,000 to ashes. How dare they?" He then turned to the Celestial and stated, "I will intercept one of the warheads, Tang. The other is in your hands." "Not a problem." In the distance, 2 missiles streaked toward downtown New York City at double the speed of sound, trailing long white plumes. Iron Man, utilizing his suit, adhered to one of the missiles, guiding it toward the wormhole. Though the Celestial could have obliterated the nuclear warhead on the spot, he feared it might trigger an unintended detonation. Now within the city, he dared not take that risk and, like Iron Man, directed the warhead toward the wormhole. The 2 missiles swiftly traversed the wormhole, soaring towards the Chitauri warships. Moments later, 2 fireballs ignited in space, their intense brilliance resembling twin suns, illuminating the city to a point of near blindness. As the fireballs dissipated, a distant view revealed that, aside from one damaged vessel at the front, the entire fleet remained unscathed. The Celestial mused, "Now, this is more like it." In numerous works of science fiction, nuclear weapons are often portrayed as the ultimate armament of Earth, capable of annihilating even the mightiest alien fleets. However, upon closer reflection, how plausible is this notion? Humanity has yet to venture beyond its home planet, and our technological prowess pales in comparison to those cosmic civilizations that traverse the universe. While nuclear weapons may serve as devastating tools for a primitive civilization, it stands to reason that advanced extraterrestrial species would possess means of defense long before now. They may eschew nuclear arms, deeming them antiquated, much like humanity's eventual abandonment of black powder. Regrettably, Fury's voice broke through, laden with resignation. "You must withdraw. New York City cannot be preserved. If we do not sacrifice New York, humanity itself may not endure. Protect yourselves first. The next wave will bring over 10 nuclear warheads, and they cannot be intercepted." Currently, only Apocalypse, Iron Man, and Thor possess the capability to counteract a few of them, perhaps 3 or 5 at best. Even Apocalypse may struggle to control more than 5 nuclear warheads simultaneously at twice the speed of sound. Are we truly to witness an entire city, with millions of souls, perish beneath the very weapons of our own making? A wave of desolation swept through the group, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness enveloping their hearts. Strangely enough, given the current circumstances, this cold-hearted decision seemed the most prudent. Even Iron Man and Captain America fell into a solemn silence. Just as they prepared to retreat with heavy hearts, a voice crackled through the earpiece, "Apocalypse. Fury, buy me 5 minutes. If Hope eludes us after that, then let the nuclear missiles launch. Fury hesitated momentarily before responding. I will do my utmost. Act swiftly on your end. Thor exclaimed, Brother, what do you intend to do? No one can penetrate the energy shield of the Infinity Stones. Apocalypse replied, we must at least attempt it. With that, he ascended, positioning himself beside the Tesseract device. Placing his hand upon the Tesseract, Apocalypse slowly attuned himself to its energy shield. While the shield was impervious, it bore no offensive capability. As long as he managed his own strength, he would remain unscathed. Apocalypse sought to absorb the Tesseract's energy. Ever since he had forged his divine form in Asgard, he had pondered whether the Infinity Stones could be harnessed for his own purposes. After all, Captain Marvel had merely crashed once and inadvertently absorbed a fragment of the Space Stone's power, emerging transformed. Apocalypse was envious beyond measure. If he could directly siphon energy from the Infinity Stones, he would no longer need to laboriously seek methods to break through his limitations. Moreover, the Tesseract possessed a characteristic that allowed its energy to be extracted using appropriate technological instruments, indicating its potential for utilization. Whether a human body could absorb and enhance this energy would depend on one's individual fortitude. Apocalypse commenced his mystical practices, striving to find the resonant frequency between his divine power and the energy of the Tesseract. 1 minute elapsed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes drifted by. Despite Apocalypse's formidable strength and extraordinary physique, sweat beaded upon his brow, and veins throbbed visibly. The energy level of the Infinite Gems surpasses all that Apocalypse could ever conceive. Black Widow, Thor, Captain America, Iron Man, Hawkeye, Fury, and even the Hulk watched anxiously from a distance. For minutes elapsed. The clandestine council had poised their fingers over the red button, their gazes fixed on the countdown, ready to unleash a nuclear missile at any moment. Suddenly, a wave of relaxation washed over Apocalypse's tense visage. A surge of blue energy emanated from the energy shield and enveloped him. The energy intensified, casting a brilliant blue glow around Apocalypse. A testament to the boundless might of the Infinite Gems, its force too overwhelming to be contained. He laughed, tilting his head skyward. One hand pressed against the energy shield while the other formed a fist. With a roar, a blue energy fist burst forth from his hand. Initially the size of a basketball, it expanded as it ascended, growing to the magnitude of a football field by the time it traversed the wormhole. The cosmic battleship, stranded at the threshold of the wormhole, found itself unable to escape. The blue fist silently enveloped it. In the vacuum of space, where sound cannot propagate, the battleship was silently disintegrated by the blue energy, reduced to cosmic dust. With a single blow, an entire cosmic vessel was obliterated. Chapter 61. Infinite Divine Fist. The second punch. The third punch. Apocalypse unleashed a flurry of over 10 punches, and the cosmic battleships stationed on the other side of the wormhole were suddenly engulfed in a silent inferno. Numerous vessels, struck on one side, suffered catastrophic explosions that caused their wreckage to collide with other ships, resulting in utter chaos. It was impossible to ascertain how many had been destroyed. Finally, the Chitauri reacted, ordering their ships to retreat from the wormhole. At that moment, from the perspective of Earth, the wormhole appeared desolate, scattered only with fragments of debris. Those observing the battle were rendered speechless. Just moments ago, they were contemplating sacrificing the minor for the greater good, and now, out of nowhere, such a formidable figure had emerged. Particularly within the committee, gazing at the large screen, fingers poised over the red button, they found themselves momentarily frozen. Just moments prior, 2 nuclear bombs had failed to penetrate the alien battleships, yet he was effortlessly demolishing them as if they were mere toy boats. What kind of extraordinary martial art is this? As they began to regain their composure, frustration towards Fury bubbled within them. Why had he not informed them of such a peerless warrior among his ranks sooner? They had resorted to launching nuclear missiles, becoming the villains of the day. Even more vexing was the fact that this unparalleled powerhouse had claimed it would take 5 minutes, tantalizing them for the first 4, only to act in the final countdown. Could it be that he harbored dissatisfaction towards the committee? Perhaps he resented their decision to launch nuclear strikes, disregarding civilian lives? The mere thought of such a formidable being's discontent sent shivers down the spines of the committee members. Yet, they felt justified. It was Fury's penchant for secrecy that left them unaware of his presence on site. The higher-ups in the committee became increasingly agitated and disoriented. They absolutely refused to believe that the entity which had been powerless against the cosmic battleships just 5 minutes prior had suddenly transformed into an unstoppable force. Surely, transformations of such magnitude require a process? They were not unfamiliar with the phenomenon of superhumans undergoing mutations. But this was not the end. The energy of the cosmic cube seemed to have found an outlet, continuously surging towards Apocalypse. Naturally, he dared not let this energy remain pent up within, unleashing it with each punch. As the battleships on the other side of the wormhole had evaded the earlier assaults, the subsequent punches all fell short. Apocalypse pondered whether these punch marks could curve like his divine power. His divine energy could maneuver to attack opponents because it bore his consciousness, allowing for a degree of flexible control. With this in mind, Apocalypse attempted to infuse some consciousness into the punch marks. The next colossal punch mark surged through the wormhole, slowly veering, albeit with minimal deviation, and failed to strike any target. It seemed that the consciousness was insufficient, the punch marks too powerful, lacking the necessary propulsion. Another punch. This time, Apocalypse poured every ounce of his energy into it, finally causing the blue punch mark to trace a slight arc, crashing into a nearby battleship and obliterating it instantly. After the initial chaos, the Chitauri finally mounted a counterattack. A small spacecraft swiftly traversed the wormhole, launching itself into a round, pitch-black sphere, and then rapidly retreated. The obsidian orb descended silently towards Earth. A wave of unease washed over Apocalypse. This spherical entity was far from ordinary, and it must not be allowed to pass through the wormhole. With a thunderous barrage of two fists, he unleashed two colossal imprints that entirely sealed the wormhole. Boom! The heavens reverberated like a drum. An unparalleled roar erupted at the mouth of the wormhole. For the first time, the power of the blue imprints was obstructed, mingling with a surge of dark energy that detonated across the sky. Fortunately, the energy level of the Infinity Stones was extraordinarily high, preventing the dark energy from overwhelming it. Instead, it transformed into a cloud as black as ink, spreading across the sky for hundreds of kilometers. New York City was instantly engulfed in darkness, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The only light emanated from the towering blue energy column rising from Apocalypse's position. In that moment, it ceased to be a harbinger of destruction and became a beacon of hope for salvation. The bewildered denizens, shrouded in darkness, gazed upon the small figure beneath the column, finding solace in their hearts, and refrained from chaos, silently observing. The recent explosion had mostly been contained on the other side of the wormhole, with only a fraction leaking to Earth. Nonetheless, it was already terrifying. Apocalypse shuddered to contemplate the devastation that would ensue should the orb fall to Earth. Its power far surpassed that of a nuclear bomb, reaching a level capable of annihilating a planet. As another explosion echoed from the opposite side, Apocalypse's gaze sharpened, sensing yet another surge of Infinity Stone energy. This energy was identical to that of the scepter wielded by Loki. It dawned on him that Loki's true self had long been concealed on the other side of the wormhole, surveying Earth through the portal. Had it not been for the catastrophic explosion of the star-destroying missile, which compelled him to utilize the power of the Mind Stone for self-preservation, Apocalypse might have remained oblivious. Truly, the god of mischief had chosen an excellent hiding place. Now that Apocalypse was aware of his presence across the divide, he dared not venture through the wormhole to confront him. Loki had evidently calculated that remaining on Earth would render him vulnerable to Apocalypse's relentless pursuit, thus leaving behind a decoy to create chaos below. The instant the wormhole opened, his true form had already escaped. Initially, he had indeed been lurking nearby to watch the spectacle, but Apocalypse's devastating strike obliterated a cosmic warship, sending Loki into a panic, compelling him to flee. When the star-destroying missile was subsequently blocked at the portal and detonated, the backlash swept away the remnants of the warship. Luckily, he possessed the Mind Stone bestowed by Thanos. Otherwise, he too would have been reduced to ashes. Now, the Chitauri fleet, poised to conquer Earth, had left him as the sole survivor. Following the explosion, a spacecraft approached from the distance, retrieving Loki aboard. Upon his entry, he was met by a gaunt, emaciated alien resembling a desiccated corpse. Its skin was shriveled, and a sparse layer of unnerving white hair clung to its head, resembling moldy growths. Its nose was prominently elevated, yet devoid of nostrils. This being was none other than Ebony Maw, a formidable lieutenant under Thanos. Just how powerful is Ebony Maw? In Avengers: Infinity War, he descended upon Earth, confronting the formidable trio of Iron Man, Doctor Strange, and Wong. With relentless determination, he forcibly abducted Doctor Strange, binding him aboard his spacecraft. With a sinister gleam in his eyes, Ebony Maw gazed at Loki and remarked, "Is this the Earth you spoke of, easily subdued by a single individual?" Loki trembled, his mind racing as he retorted, "When I arrived, he was not present. He had just returned from Asgard." "Huh. Isn't Asgard your homeland? I suspect you conspired with Asgard, leading Thanos to lose an entire contingent of Chitauri troops. Though the Chitauri were the most expendable under Thanos' command, accountability must rest somewhere. You shall leave Thanos to determine your fate." Loki shouted in protest, "This is not my doing. It must be my brother Thor's scheme." Ebony Maw paid him no heed. With a mere wave of his hand, Loki was ensnared by an invisible force, suspended in the air like a dumpling, and whisked away by Ebony Maw. Meanwhile, on Apocalypse's side, after a prolonged wait, the ominous clouds within a 100-mile radius began to dissipate. Observing the wormhole's inactivity, he gradually recalibrated his divine energy, reversing the extracted power from the space stone back into the energy shield. With a slight motion, the metallic apparatus within shattered into fragments, leaving only the tesseract intact. The towering column of energy swiftly dissipated. The wormhole was finally smoothed out by the surrounding space, leaving behind a bleak sky. On the ground, the Chidari soldiers, upon the wormhole's closure, collapsed as if bereft of life, motionless thereafter. Grasping the Tesseract, Apocalypse contemplated the recent battle. This punch, fueled by the energy of the Infinity Stones, could be termed the Infinite God Fist. Chapter 62, Various Aftermaths. Regrettably, the Infinite Fist is currently beset by numerous limitations. Firstly, it necessitates the Infinity Stones as a source of energy, and secondly, the magnitude of the energy is so immense that one cannot yet wield it with finesse. The very act of unleashing it would undoubtedly shake the heavens. Should a conflict arise on the ground, it is likely that even a casual strike could obliterate an entire city, rendering its use perilous. It remains to be seen whether one can later refine the energy of the Infinity Stones to achieve the graceful control exemplified by Captain Marvel. At this moment, the personnel aboard the Celestial Mothership and the civilians on the ground finally recognized that the danger had subsided, erupting into jubilant cheers. Countless eyes gazed at the solitary figure atop the building, indistinct from afar, yet undeniably monumental. Some devout individuals even began to offer prayers in his honor. However, what most, including Apocalypse, failed to notice was that when the two strikes of the Infinite Fist intercepted the annihilation projectiles, a small portion of energy escaped outside the breach, traversing the wormhole and soaring into space. This fleeting blue energy seemed to brush against something in the cosmos, causing a massive metallic object to materialize from the void. Following this was a colossal spaceship, which, having emerged from its cloaked state, momentarily lost its invisibility due to its jagged edges. Inside, a group of blue-skinned, pointed-eared aliens, their faces etched with wrinkles, erupted in frantic screams. Fortunately, one managed to take control of the vessel, and it swiftly regained its cloaked status. However, by this point, several satellites had already detected the anomaly. This spacecraft was known to only a select few on Earth, with Fury being one of them. They were the Skrulls who had accompanied Captain Marvel over 2 decades ago. At this moment, an adult Skrull cast a wary glance towards Earth, pondering when, aside from Captain Marvel, such an extraordinary individual had emerged once again. Meanwhile, Apocalypse's departure with the Tesseract left the Time Variance Authority in a state of disarray. Originally, the narrative dictated that following their victory, Thor would return with Loki and the Tesseract to Asgard, while the Mind Stone would remain on Earth, ultimately leading to the creation of Vision. However, the timeline had now undergone a significant transformation. Apocalypse had mastered the Infinite Fist, making it improbable for him to relinquish the Tesseract to anyone else, as none could be more deserving of safeguarding it than he. As for the Mind Stone, it had traversed the wormhole with Loki, leaving the future of Vision's existence uncertain. Nevertheless, Apocalypse found little interest in these matters, allowing the Time Variance Authority to grapple with the consequences. Additionally, the system bestowed upon him a new surprise. At the moment the wormhole closed, a series of alert chimes echoed, indicating the number of lives he had saved and the increased trust from all superheroes, leading to a shared fortune. The previously unfamiliar Captain America now had a trust level soaring to 50. Within the system, the supply of restorative potions exceeded 10,000, automatically synthesizing a single golden potion. Upon reaching 1,000,000, a purple potion was synthesized. Ultimately, Apocalypse acquired 1 purple potion, 50 golden potions, and several thousand assorted common potions. New York residence. Returning to the matter at hand, since the purchase of this residence, Tianchi had yet to return. Upon entering, he immediately detected numerous concealed mechanisms. A forceful intrusion would either result in incapacitation or disorientation, undoubtedly set by the Black Widow. However, such challenges posed no difficulty for Tianchi. He strode in confidently, indulged in a soothing bath, and reclined on the sofa to watch television, momentarily transported back to the life of a homebody from his past existence. The ramifications of the recent battle were profound, rendering superheroes incapable of remaining incognito. Nick Fury, abandoning previous tactics, opted instead to steer public perception. Captain America, having saved countless lives and enjoying over 70 years of popularity, was the most beloved figure among the populace. Numerous women, during news interviews, recounted how they had been rescued by the captain, their unabashed infatuation reminiscent of Daisy's feelings towards Tianchi. As for Iron Man, his status as a celebrity soared even higher. What was once a playboy persona had seemingly transformed him into a savior. Even the Hulk attracted a significant following, as muscular men are never short of enthusiasts in the West, especially one as colossal as the Hulk. Since being revealed as a deity, Thor became the subject of fervent interest from various religious factions, yet he paid them no mind, merely swinging his hammer and soaring away. Only one figure remained shrouded in mystery beneath the pillar of heaven, with scant information available. Aside from Fury's secrecy, Tianchi had not engaged with ordinary individuals. During his arrival, He mostly traversed the skies, eluding camera capture and remaining indistinct to the average person. As the battle center near the pillar had long been evacuated, the safe populace could only discern a human silhouette, rendering it impossible to identify his features. Thus, the most formidable godlike hero became an enigma in the public eye. However, whether by Fury's design or coincidence, rumors circulated that this man had arrived alongside Thor, leading many to unconsciously regard Tianchi as a deity from Asgard. Tianchi was indifferent to these speculations. Initially concerned about attracting the attention of supervillains due to his rising fame, he now found such trivialities beneath his notice. In terms of both inner strength and power, once a person reaches a certain level of prowess, public opinion loses its significance. After the Black Widow completed her tasks, she returned home and immediately leaped onto Tianchi, her legs entwining around him like serpents. Thus, the earth trembled and the fire ignited, lingering for a considerable time. To show respect, a lengthy pause was observed. Resting her head on Tianchi's arm, the Black Widow absent-mindedly traced circles on his chest with her fingers. Tianchi produced a vial of golden restorative elixir, stating, "Natasha, this should help restore your bodily deficiencies, enabling you to conceive in the future." A flicker of joy crossed Black Widow's face as she reached for the drink, but she hesitated, saying, "Tianchi, given the current turmoil, I believe this is not the right moment." Then, casting a cautious glance at Tianchi, she added, "You won't hold it against me, will you?" Tianchi chuckled heartily. "How could I? I hadn't envisioned becoming a father so abruptly. I still feel like a child myself. Men, after all, remain perpetually immature until faced with the weight of responsibility. Moreover, Black Widow is indeed correct. The coming years are likely to be the most tumultuous, making it an imprudent time to bring a child into this world. Even Iron Man only welcomed his daughter, Morgan, in the aftermath of the Thanos saga. Not long after enjoying such carefree days, Black Widow found herself frequently embarking on missions. Tianchi silently cursed Fury, lamenting his lack of discernment, vowing to extract a hefty consultant fee next time until Fury faced bankruptcy. In light of his solitude, Tianchi decided to take a stroll through the streets. While sipping coffee at a CAF, he was taken aback to encounter an old acquaintance, the smuggler from the crossing. The smuggler, accompanied by two henchmen, was indulging in hamburgers when he spotted Tianchi and burst into laughter. Well, an Oriental. Never expected to see you here." Tianchi recalled him vividly, primarily because this man had pilfered $20,000 from him. The smuggler, too, remembered Tianchi, not only for the stolen money but also due to his distinctive Eastern heritage. The smuggler and his two companions nonchalantly approached and settled around Tianchi, encircling him. "Look at you, dressed so well. Seems like you're doing quite well for yourself." Tianchi, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter, felt 3 drops of brown liquid slowly rise from his coffee cup, preparing to eliminate the trio on the spot. Chapter 63. Minor troubles. The smuggler, oblivious to the peculiarities within the coffee cup, approached and embraced Tianchi's shoulders, exclaiming, "Ha! Come on, my Eastern friend, share a laugh. You're doing quite well now, aren't you? Shouldn't you be grateful for my help in bringing you here? Still thinking about that $20,000? In this world, one must rely on their own abilities. Try to keep an open mind. Recently, I acquired a new batch of women, some fair, some dark, and even a few from the East. Care to select one? Buy one, get one free. Double the pleasure." With that, he winked at Tianchi. Upon hearing about the Eastern women, Tianchi's curiosity piqued, and he paused, inquiring, where did these Easterners come from? There are countless opportunities to prosper in America every year. Innumerable souls yearn to come here. Those of us in this trade inevitably encounter some fine specimens, if you catch my drift. The smuggler was not a transportation company. There were no services or constraints to speak of. To him, Tianchi's previous loss of $20,000 was hardly significant. Among the many illegal immigrants, youthful women of modest beauty, if left unprotected, could be singled out and sold into servitude or worse, scattered across the globe. This was not even the worst of it. Smuggling was not a leisurely journey in a cozy sleeper cabin with air conditioning. More often than not, it meant being crammed into a suffocating container, adrift on treacherous waters. Stories of individuals perishing from starvation, heat, or dehydration emerged almost annually. These were merely the documented cases. The true toll of lives lost along this dark path was incalculable. Tianchi sighed inwardly, recognizing his own strength, yet feeling utterly powerless against the world's evils. Many of these atrocities seemed inescapable. Perhaps this was humanity's original sin. However, now that he had stumbled upon this situation, especially with the mention of Easterners, he could not simply turn a blind eye. "Very well," Tianchi said. "Take me to see them." The smuggler beamed with satisfaction, stating, "As per our customary practice, you must first provide a deposit of $10,000. Can I use my card? What are you thinking? My friend, in our line of work, transactions are always conducted in cash. Tianchi had initially intended to follow the smuggler to their lair, eliminate them, and rescue the hostages. However, the demand for a deposit complicated matters, as he had not brought such a sum in cash. Given the circumstances, it seemed prudent to leave these matters to professionals. Eliminating one hideout would only scratch the surface. There was no telling how many criminal networks lay beyond. He could not possibly interrogate, track, and eliminate them one by one. That would be a tiresome endeavor. It would be far more effective to let S.H.I.E.L.D. take over, following the trail to dismantle the entire criminal organization with the aid of military and police forces. With this thought in mind, Tianchi picked up his phone and dialed a number. Fury, I'm at the Ice and Snow Honey City CAF on 18th Street in New York. I've encountered a minor issue. Could you send a few people to assist? After hanging up, he resumed sipping his coffee leisurely. The three smugglers instantly became alert, drawing their handguns and concealing them beneath the table, aimed at Tianchi's waist. Do you dare to call for help? I find myself without cash. And if I don't summon someone to bring it, what am I to do? Do you take me for a fool? Just moments ago, you made no mention of needing money during our phone conversation. Besides, you possess a card, and there are ATMs aplenty on the streets. As he spoke, he pretended to draw a weapon. Tianchi spread his hands in an effort to temper his temper, fearing that if he lost control, he might reduce these three men to mere pulp, severing the trail of clues. Very well, you have seen through me. What do you intend to do? The three traffickers exchanged knowing glances, believing this Eastern man had been intimidated, and thus pressed their advantage. Hand over the card and the password. Tianchi tossed the card onto the table, stating, the password is 6 zeros. Do not attempt to deceive us. If the password proves false, I will not hesitate to end you. One of the traffickers dispatched a lackey to take the card and leave. Meanwhile, on Fury's end, upon receiving Tianchi's call, his mind momentarily faltered. Has Tang encountered trouble? Does he require our assistance? Could it be Loki? No. Loki lacks the strength to pose a challenge to someone as formidable as Tang. Perhaps it is a peerless warrior from the other side of the wormhole? Have they sent someone so swiftly? Given Tang's prowess, capable of annihilating an entire cosmic battleship, he should not be afraid of them. Nevertheless, Fury glanced at the location, 18th Street, right in the bustling city center. The previous wormhole battle had only affected certain streets, and others had swiftly resumed normal operations. It appears that regardless of whether Tang can prevail, he is undoubtedly facing a being of extraordinary might. Should a conflict arise, even if he were to emerge victorious, the entire city might be left in ruins, with innocent lives lost. Who could possibly possess such terrifying power that even Tang feels uncertain? It is worth noting that the so-called destructive force of the Hulk had been quelled by mere photographs, rendering him as docile as a kitten. Now, with Tang himself present and seeking our aid, one can only imagine the terror of the adversary. Tang, much like Tony, carries an air of arrogance. Even when calling for help, he speaks of it so nonchalantly. Fortunately, I, Old Fury, am astute enough to discern the underlying implication of your words. With this thought, Fury wiped the sweat from his balding head and abruptly pressed the red button on the table. Instantly, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the entire base. Level 7 alert. Level 7 alert. All personnel mobilize. At once, countless agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. surged forth, tanks and aircraft roared to life, entering a state of readiness. Simultaneously, Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, War Machine, and the still-present Dr. Banner received the news. Only Thor, disinclined to wear Earth-esque communication devices, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding situation, presumably reveling somewhere with Jane. In his urgency, Fury was unable to reach him, hoping only that he would see the news and arrive promptly. The atmosphere grew tense, enveloping the entire city. Ordinary soldiers, stationed several blocks away from 18th Street, began to evacuate civilians, preemptively safeguarding against the impending conflict. A throng of panicked citizens screamed while obediently following the soldiers' directives to flee. Given the Americans' notoriously rebellious nature, orchestrating the evacuation of such a multitude proved to be a formidable challenge. Yet, only a few days had passed since the cataclysmic wormhole battle, during which countless extraterrestrial soldiers descended, leaving an indelible mark on the city. The final, breathtaking confrontation was witnessed by the entire populace. In response, the military issued a stern warning that left no room for disobedience. Consequently, an unprecedented wave of civilians hastily vacated the nearby streets. Conversely, the epicenter of the storm, 18th Street, remained eerily tranquil. Some individuals, hearing distant commotion, mistakenly assumed it to be yet another shooting incident, dismissing it as a mundane occurrence. After all, in the land of the free, daily gunfire was an accepted facet of life, a grim reality they had grown accustomed to. On the other hand, the situation was becoming intolerable for the envoy known as the Apocalypse. Was Fury truly so inefficient? Was it so difficult to send over a few agents? He had already finished a cup of coffee and still saw no sign of them. Soon, One of the henchmen returned, clutching a brown paper bag. Upon opening it, the leader discovered it was brimming with dollar bills. His eyes widened in astonishment. What he thought would be a minor haul turned out to be a significant windfall. Boss, the ATM has a withdrawal limit. We can only take out this much today. Can you guess how much is still in the account? The leader, exasperated, slapped the table and retorted, spit it out. How much is left? The subordinate began to count on his fingers, one by one, until all 10 fingers had been accounted for. Boss, there are 10 digits inside, but I don't know the exact amount. The leader scoffed in disbelief. How could that be? You've only just smuggled yourself across a few years ago. Are you counting the decimal point as well? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that even if he accounted for 2 decimal places, it would still amount to an 8-digit figure, a sum of millions. The eyes of the 3 henchmen instantly glowed with avarice as they fixated on the apocalypse. At that moment, they had not even considered the nature of the individual capable of amassing such wealth in a mere few years, or whether they could dare to provoke him. Meanwhile, the evacuation efforts had reached 18th Street. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Chapter 64. A grand misunderstanding. The Hulk, with his formidable physique, crashed through the wall with a resounding roar. Upon witnessing the 3 snake-headed individuals brandishing firearms at Apocalypse, reason eluded him. Anyone threatening his friend was undoubtedly an adversary. Consequently, he unleashed a prolonged and furious bellow, causing the airwaves to whip the snakehead's hair into a straight line, their skin contorting under the force of the pressure, reminiscent of an airplane window being opened at high altitude. At that moment, other superheroes arrived. Iron Man and War Machine flanked either side, their suits igniting with flames as they hovered 3 meters above the ground, their laser cannons primed for action. Captain America shielded the fleeing employees within the store, while Black Widow expertly directed the crowd. Hawkeye, from a distance, knocked an arrow, drawing his bowstring taut like a crescent moon, aiming in their direction. Wait, Hulk. Do not engage. Apocalypse urgently interjected as the Green Giant prepared to strike down the 3 unfortunate souls. He needed to keep them alive for interrogation to dismantle the entire criminal network. Under the Hulk's thunderous roar, the snakeheads were nearly paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Gazing around, they were surrounded by superheroes, and it seemed as if a dramatic soundtrack played in their ears. They recognized all the heroes, mere days after the wormhole battle. The news had been saturated with reports about this formidable group. Faced with such a multitude of heroes seemingly aimed at them, the snakeheads were utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Surely, they aren't here to apprehend me? Could it be that today as superheroes are so bored? I'm just a mere trafficker. This can't be right. Their initial reaction was not fear, but confusion. Apocalypse shared the same sentiment, turning to Iron Man and the others, asking, "What brings you here?" Iron Man replied, "Fury informed us you were in distress and activated a level 7 alert. The civilians outside have been evacuated, and we are ready for combat." Combat. Hulk. Stand down. The Hulk was once again admonished, visibly displeased, growling, "They are not friends. We can fight." Roar. The snakeheads found themselves cornered by the Hulk, huddled together like frightened little rabbits. And the leader pondered whether their past misdeeds had finally caught up to them in a nightmarish fashion. While the Hulk may not be the strongest among the superheroes, he certainly exuded an air of intimidation. His furious temperament could instill fear even in an ordinary person, let alone someone of his colossal stature looming above. After some communication, Apocalypse found himself in an amusing predicament, realizing it was all a grand misunderstanding. "Fury, you rascal, come out here." Fury hurriedly approached, panting, and said, "Tang, have you already dealt with the enemy?" "What enemy?" "Just 3 traffickers. I asked you to send someone to take them away." Having grasped the full context, Fury was displeased. "Tang, that's rather inconsiderate of you. You failed to communicate clearly, leading to this colossal misunderstanding." "I was quite clear, a minor issue, just send a few people over." Tang retorted. Fury was left speechless. It appears the original words convey a sentiment of doubt regarding the definition of minor troubles as articulated by a formidable figure like Apocalypse. To him, even the Hulk might seem like a trivial concern, yet who would dare to disregard such a threat? Fury, caught in a conundrum, remarked, "Even so, why not simply eliminate them? If they are gone, the underlying criminal network will remain undetected. You could always report it. Such a trivial matter warrants a call to me? When you initially requested my consultancy, you assured me that minor issues would be resolved, and this certainly qualifies as one. Are you now attempting to renege on that agreement?" Fury, momentarily at a loss for words, recognized that he had indeed made such a promise. Consequently, did this imply that the fault lay with him? He turned with a surge of indignation directed at the 3 members of the Serpent Society, commanding his soldiers sharply, "Secure the strongest restraints. These supervillains have been ordered captured directly by Apocalypse himself. Exercise extreme caution." Soon, restraints akin to the thickness of tires were affixed to the Serpent Society members. The trio, on the verge of tears, lamented internally that such restraints were typically reserved for the Hulk. They felt unworthy of such treatment. Unfortunately, their voices were silenced by metal clasps, and their eyes shielded from any potential rays by special goggles. Bound in these formidable restraints, the three were ultimately transported onto an armored vehicle. Escorted under a barrage of overwhelming firepower, their destination unknown yet menacing. Throughout this entire process, Fury's actions were not born of petulance, but necessity. The preceding commotion had caused the evacuation of a significant portion of New York City's populace and mobilized all available superheroes. To discover that the entire operation was merely to apprehend 3 ordinary human traffickers? If the truth were to surface, Apocalypse might remain indifferent, but Fury would be inundated with the scorn of both the common folk and the elite. Thus, he resolved to treat this counterfeit matter as genuine, for the public required a plausible explanation. Often, the public does not seek the truth, but rather a version of it that appears rational. It was the first time Apocalypse learned from Fury that he had acquired the moniker the Harbinger, though he remained unaware of its origin. This title, derived from the English word for a sign from the heavens, diverged from the Chinese pronunciation of his name, Tianqi, to the Western populace. The nickname could not be more fitting. During the catastrophic event when the city was shrouded in the ominous clouds of a star-destroying blast, the only beacon of hope was the energy pillar emanating from Apocalypse. His unwavering silhouette stood as if heaven itself shone a flashlight upon the world, offering enlightenment to the people. Apocalypse was indifferent to such titles, as long as they were not unpleasant. Now that other superhero colleagues had gathered, it was time for a joyous celebration, especially as Hulk, in his transformed state, marveled at the food, exclaiming with childlike wonder. Had Apocalypse not been seated nearby, few would have dared to linger in his presence, not even Thor. While merriment ensued on one side, Fury faced turmoil on the other. Following the conclusion of the so-called battle, countless magnates and news agencies bombarded S.H.I.E.L.D. with inquiries regarding the specifics of the incident. How significant was the threat? What level of danger did it entail? Is it a formidable extraterrestrial or merely a human from Earth? What precautions should be taken to avert a recurrence? Fury had initially contemplated concocting some excuses to deflect the inquiries, but ultimately, overwhelmed by the persistent pressure, he resigned himself to a lackadaisical approach. At the press conference, he brusquely declared, "No comment. This is a supervillain apprehended personally by the Apocalypse King. If you have any questions, you may address them directly to him." Others, not only unaware of the true identity of the Apocalypse King, would hardly dare to inquire even if they did. Amidst a perfunctory round of applause, Fury endeavored to project an air of pride as he gradually retreated from the scene. Given the ramifications of this incident, which were second only to the Wormhole War, numerous influential figures and factions took an interest, making it precarious for him to eliminate the serpent-headed antagonist directly. After some contemplation, Fury decided to orchestrate an elaborate charade, transporting the serpent-headed figure to a Superaxe prison to bide his time, with the intention of eliminating him when the opportunity arose. The Superaxe prison, officially known as the Island Prison, is an artificial underwater metallic structure, its location shrouded in secrecy. Typically submerged beneath the waves, its whereabouts remain unknown, surfacing only briefly to receive prisoners or supplies. Currently under the command of General Ross, known for capturing the Hulk, who has spent a lifetime battling superhumans. In addition to developing various weapons to counteract such beings, he specifically constructed this Supermax prison for the incarceration of supervillains. In the later film Captain America: Civil War, it briefly housed heroes such as Hawkeye, Ant-Man, and Falcon. As General Ross perused the dossier of the prisoner sent by Fury, he noted the following: level unknown, hazards unknown, skills unknown, a litany of uncertainties. Only on the final line of the document, in minuscule print, did it ominously state, "Captured by the Apocalypse King himself." Ross's hand trembled as he attempted to sign for the transfer, but in frustration, he threw down the pen and opted instead to call Fury. "Fury, you old scoundrel. You expect me to house such a formidable prisoner here? Are you trying to get me killed?" "Rest assured, Ross, it's just an ordinary prisoner. You can handle it." Ross retorted angrily, "Do you think I'm blind? Did you not see that small print? A person captured by the Apocalypse King cannot possibly be an ordinary criminal." Fury, inwardly cursing, recalled that he had once thought similarly, only to find himself cornered. However, he refrained from voicing such sentiments to General Ross. Chapter 65. The young couple captures a criminal, efforts to update, grateful for gifts. Fury remarked, "In the entire Western Hemisphere, you alone possess a super prison. If you do not utilize it, shall we expect the Apocalypse King to tether him to his waist? Perhaps you ought to clarify this with the Apocalypse King?" General Ross, infuriated, thought, "So, he intends to pressure me with the Apocalypse King, does he? Very well, I am under duress." Yet, one cannot remain oblivious to the hierarchy, skills, and levels of threat present. How am I to ensure targeted incarceration under such circumstances? There exists an overwhelming multitude of superhumans with astonishing abilities. Without specific containment, the risk of escape is palpable, and the potential for retaliation is grave. For instance, imprisoning the Hulk merely necessitates a sufficiently fortified cell, although such a facility remains elusive. Conversely, those with mind control capabilities must be confined within cells that shield against psychic influence. Individuals entering must don mental suppression helmets to inhibit their powers. Fury internally mused, I would rather he possessed some superpower to justify this to the public. If he were not an ordinary individual, I would not be sending him your way. However, what escaped his lips was, rest assured, it's nothing to worry about. Simply find a random place to secure him. The dismissive tone set General Ross's blood boiling, and he exclaimed, are you suggesting I casually imprison him? This is a supervillain personally apprehended by the Apocalypse King. Will you take responsibility if anything goes awry? Calm down. Nothing will go wrong. You have my word. Now, I have pressing matters to attend to, so this will suffice. General Ross stared blankly at the hung-up phone, seething with anger at Fury's blatant irresponsibility. How did he ascend to the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? How does he safeguard the Earth? I cannot afford to be so nonchalant. Thus, General Ross activated the highest security level cell within the super prison, locking the snakehead inside. Having led a life of crime, he had contemplated countless potential demises but never imagined he would suffer such a fate, one worse than death. Not only was he shackled with the most grotesque restraints, rendering even the slightest movement excruciatingly difficult, but he also found himself imprisoned in the most secure facility, with his eyes covered upon entry. His mouth, save for mealtimes, remained sealed, fostering a pungent stench. Even the simple act of passing gas warranted the presence of personnel in gas masks, prepared to investigate for potential toxic assaults. Meanwhile, the Apocalypse King, having checked in on the hostage rescue situation, redirected his focus to other hideouts, confident in the expertise of those designated for such tasks. His days were now occupied with either tender moments with Black Widow or delving into the mysteries of the Cosmic Cube, seeking tranquility amidst the chaos. As the ramifications of the wormhole war expanded, it not only revealed the extraterrestrial threats lurking in the cosmos, but also showcased the extraordinary prowess of superheroes. More significantly, it seemed that becoming a superhero was not an unattainable dream. For instance, anyone equipped with an Iron Man suit could instantly transform into a second Iron Man or potentially the next War Machine. Consequently, the affluent and talented began to experiment with an array of peculiar gadgets. There were even those, reminiscent of Blonsky's earlier aspirations, seeking mutation to attain the powers of the Hulk. As for Captain America, his super serum has been the subject of clandestine research by numerous top-tier companies for over 70 years. Unfortunately, while some effects have been observed, a flawless replication has remained elusive. With many attempting this endeavor, there have been various outcomes. However, the nature of Western individuals often leads them to seek grand, earth-shattering achievements rather than adhering to modesty. Consequently, the incidence of supercrime has surged across various regions. Although most of these supervillains are rather inept, falling short even of the likes of Black Widow, they nonetheless surpass the majority of ordinary law enforcement, rendering them formidable adversaries. In light of this, Black Widow, as one of the few superheroes under Nick Fury's command, has been frequently deployed. The advantage of being with a woman like Black Widow is her independence. The downside, however, is that her detachment can be disconcerting. After a moment of intimacy, she swiftly declares her departure for work, leaving him with a sense of being used, much to Fury's chagrin. That morning, upon receiving a new assignment, Black Widow chose not to leave immediately, but approached the bedside to gently awaken Apocalypse. Darling, this mission might be related to you, she said, handing him a tablet displaying the image of a burly suspect named House, whose primary offense was the sale of superpowered gear, resulting in an influx of supercriminals. Although these individuals were originally ordinary, the acquisition of such gear significantly enhanced their destructive capabilities. It is well known that in the United States, many are emboldened to commit robberies armed with mere firearms. Now, with superpowered gear, their ambitions have expanded tremendously. As a result, numerous incidents involving individuals donning similar superpowered equipment began to emerge. After thorough investigation, S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly traced the matter back to House. Black Widow pointed to a photograph, inquiring, isn't this an Asgardian mark? I've seen it in Jane S. files. This fellow House leaves such markings on every set of gear he produces. Having been granted the title of Prince, Apocalypse had acquired knowledge of Asgardian lore, and he recognized the distinctive mark. Indeed, it was Asgardian. Such insignias are prevalent among Asgardian artifacts, symbolizing the divine realm. This revelation prompted the question, was the perpetrator an Asgardian? Why would he remain on Earth instead of summoning Heimdall back to the realm? If he were indeed of Asgardian blood, Black Widow might find herself in considerable peril. Contemplating this, Apocalypse nodded, affirming, It is certainly an Asgardian mark. I shall accompany you. After all, bearing the title of prince, it is my duty to oversee any misdeeds committed by the subjects of Asgard. Black Widow's spirits soared at this prospect, eschewing her black tactical suit. She opted for casual attire, linking arms with Apocalypse as they ventured out, resembling a couple on holiday. With Apocalypse's prowess, she could simply sip her milk tea while awaiting the criminals to come to her. Thanks to SHIELD's extensive intelligence network, they quickly pinpointed House's location. House, of modest stature and robust build, sported a thick, curly beard and donned a pair of suspenders over his denim trousers. At first glance, he appeared to be a simple laborer. At that moment, he was indulging himself heartily in fried chicken at the Golden Arches. Upon noticing the entrance of Black Widow and Apocalypse, his expression shifted, followed by a startled cry as he discarded his chicken and bolted away. He crashed through the glass door of the establishment, shrieking like a frightened rabbit, vanishing before the eyes of Apocalypse and his companion. Black Widow inquired, "Could he have recognized you?" Apocalypse shook his head. "I have no recollection of him, though it is possible he knows me." Every inhabitant of Asgard recognized Apocalypse, the newly ascended prince, but he could not possibly know each Asgardian. Setting aside such concerns, they resolved to apprehend him for questioning. With a close proximity, Apocalypse sensed the essence of his bloodline, confirming that House was indeed of Asgardian origin. Wrapping an arm around Black Widow's waist, Apocalypse pursued House at a leisurely pace, covering 10 meters with each stride. House, sensing the impending danger, drew a battered hammer from his waist, swinging it indiscriminately at anything in his path. He barreled forth, smashing into cars and walls alike, unimpeded by any obstacle. Recognizing the need to intervene before House inadvertently harmed innocents, Apocalypse released his hold on Black Widow and swiftly positioned himself in a secluded alleyway to block House's path. With a gentle touch on House's shoulder, he rendered him immobile. As if bearing an unbearable weight, House swung the hammer towards Apocalypse's chest, but with a deft motion, Apocalypse seized it effortlessly. The hammer appeared unremarkable, lacking the grandeur of Thor's weapon, and would blend in among ordinary tools. Yet, it bore a weight of 100 pounds, far too heavy for a mortal to wield, and still retained traces of divine power. No wonder House had wielded it with such ease moments ago. Realizing his signature weapon was ineffective, House quickly grasped he was up against a formidable adversary. "Brother, let us speak amicably. Do you seek money or armor? Just allow me to leave, and I shall comply with your terms," he pleaded. Apocalypse smiled and replied, "I desire nothing from you. However, you will soon be interrogated." House's complexion paled instantly, exclaiming, "Brother, you may strike or kill me, but please do not hand me over to Black Widow. I implore you." Just as he uttered these words, he turned to see Black Widow had caught up, prompting another cry of distress. "Brother, if you do not release me, then kill me. I would rather die than fall into Black Widow's hands." With that, he attempted to headbutt Apocalypse, an aura of divine power emanating from his body, as if he were gathering all his strength. Yet Apocalypse would not allow it. He was not one to be trifled with. With a mere flick of his wrist, he dispersed the divine energy surrounding House, preventing any further accumulation of power. House, with tears streaming down his face, implored, "Brother, I beg you, do as you wish. Beat me or even kill me, but please, do not let me fall into the hands of Black Widow. I am terrified." Tianchi frowned at his words. This burly man seemed to be behaving like a frightened woman. Is Black Widow truly that fearsome? Chapter 66. The Smith of Asgard. As the conversation unfolded, the Black Widow had already caught up. House trembled violently, having previously wept before Apocalypse, yet upon her arrival, he could scarcely muster a sob. What transpired? "Dawn, have you frightened him to tears?" the Black Widow inquired. "No, judging by his demeanor, it seems you have terrified him," came the response. "How could that be?" "I am as gentle as a dove," she retorted, winking at House over her shoulder, subtly urging him to speak kindly, lest she lose face before her man. However, this rough-hewn fellow could hardly grasp such delicate insinuations. Instead, he bellowed, "You lie? So many criminals have fallen into your grasp, yet you neither interrogate nor execute them, subjecting them to a torment worse than death, leaving them no chance to surrender." A fleeting glint of cold fury flashed in the Black Widow's eyes, causing House to shrink back, his voice quavering. "What do you intend to do? Is there more?" She pressed through clenched teeth. They say you possess immortality, that you delight in severing men's he stammered. The Black Widow fumed. "Where did you hear such vile rumors? Immortality refers to the restorative serum. As for the latter, I have never engaged in such repulsive acts." It was unclear which scoundrel had misconstrued a crude jest exchanged among men as credible intelligence. It was said by the brothers of the underworld. "Which brother? What is his name? Where can he be found?" A glimmer of icy resolve passed through the Black Widow's gaze, as she condemned the informant to a grim fate. House replied, I cannot divulge that. In this line of work, one must uphold a code of loyalty. Since you refuse to speak, then silence it shall be. The Black Widow produced a roll of black tape, poised to seal House's lips. Realizing he was about to follow in the footsteps of his unfortunate counterpart, House hastily cried out, I will tell you. There is a bar called Night Dance in the west of the city, owned by a man named Chad, who specializes in information, and on 29th Street, there is an underground casino where your intelligence can also be procured. Apocalypse chuckled, Natasha, I never anticipated your name would wield such fearsome power. I have been worried about your safety out there. An old Eastern adage states that there are no misnomers, only misapplied nicknames. The Black Widow was indeed formidable. Yet her beauty and previous methods had led many to mistakenly assume that those who fell into her clutches were lacking in capability. The more powerful the criminal, the more pronounced their machismo. The inability of others to conquer this toxic enchantress did not imply that one could not succeed in doing so. As long as one took the stage, they believed they could sway her to their cause, reaping both beauty and intelligence in abundance. The outcome for such dreamers, however, was often grim. When she encountered Apocalypse, the Black Widow could no longer rely on her allure. Her remaining recourse was the application of severe interrogation methods. Moreover, during Apocalypse's 2-year sojourn in Asgard, the Black Widow transformed her worries into strength, growing particularly ruthless. After all, any criminal who could provoke the Black Widow was no mere small fry. Their sins were manifold, and even if they were to perish, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not utter a word of protest. Gradually, the Black Widow came to realize that a direct approach was far more efficient. Her previous attempts to feign weakness and allure had proven to be excessively slow. Thus, her methods grew increasingly decisive and forceful. Many criminals, when subjected to interrogation, would attempt to resist, initially refusing to answer questions, only to find that subsequent opportunities to respond were no longer afforded to them. While some criminals did attempt to retaliate, devising traps and ambushes that inflicted harm upon the Black Widow, they were no match for her resilience. Unlike other agents who, even if they survived, would require months of recuperation and would thereafter tread lightly, the Black Widow, upon consuming her recovery serum, would swiftly regain her full strength, leaving the criminals with no chance of escape. Ultimately, they would only face harsher forms of torture. Thus, through the underground intelligence network, the fearsome reputation of the Black Widow began to spread. Given that underground intelligence is often a mix of truth and fabrication, lacking the rigor of national agencies, it resembled gossip, exaggerated and fictionalized to present exclusive insights that would entice others to buy the information. Consequently, the infamy of the Black Widow permeated the underground. Whether in this incarnation or from memories of a past life, Apocalypse stood firmly on the side of the Black Widow and thus perceived no terror in her. Only those positioned in opposition could truly grasp the dread that this seductive figure inspired. Upon hearing Apocalypse's inquiry, the Black Widow, fearful that he might discover her demeanor during investigations, instantly shifted to a more girlish tone, saying, Tang, it's not what you think. Some criminals only respond to force. Reasoning with them proves futile, so I had to be more severe. House watched in astonishment, questioning if this was indeed the legendary Black Widow. At that moment, clad in casual yet alluring attire and holding a cup of milk tea, she anxiously explained herself to the man beside her, embodying the image of a delicate woman. She could have easily been seen as a girl pleading for her brother's protection. The skill with which she transformed her demeanor was undeniably formidable. Had it not been for his recognition of her face, he might have been fooled. Simultaneously, he felt a profound disdain. She hadn't given them a softer option, either. Apocalypse smiled and remarked, I am quite curious to witness what your hard methods entail. Upon hearing this, House felt a chill run down his spine. Clearly, they were allies. Perhaps he was the male counterpart to the Black Widow. He quickly exclaimed, I'll tell you anything. Just don't silence me. Why did you mark your equipment with this insignia? At this, House's face lit up with pride as he replied, This is a symbol of a great and divine nation. Something you earthlings could never comprehend. Is that so? Apocalypse replied, his divine power coursing through him, revealing a dark golden insignia that emerged upon his chest. Then, do you recognize this emblem? The princess insignia? This is impossible. I have never heard of any prince in Asgard. Are you suggesting that my prince's insignia is a forgery? House's mind wrestled with disbelief, although he had never heard of any prince in Asgard. The formidable individual before him could easily reduce him to mere pulp with a single strike, making it seem unnecessary to fabricate a false insignia to deceive him. Moreover, the imitation of divine seals is not something that can be easily fabricated. Aside from the Asgardians, outsiders may never have even laid eyes upon them, let alone attempt to counterfeit them. Contemplating this, House knelt on one knee, performing a gesture of respect customary among the Asgardians. How long have you been on Earth? Apocalypse inquired. House initially contemplated weaving a falsehood, but upon meeting Apocalypse's imposing gaze, he felt a tremor of honesty wash over him. For over 1,200 years. How did you arrive? At that time, the realm of the gods required certain metals from Earth and dispatched a small team to mine in northern Europe. I'm a blacksmith. It was then that I came. Humph. It seems you have lived quite comfortably over this millennium. House replied, I dare not claim such, my prince. In Asgard, I am but a humble blacksmith, lacking the aptitude for harnessing divine power, destined to toil as a smith for my entire life. I am merely a minor figure. Should I vanish, no one would seek me out. Otherwise, how could Heimdall fail to find me if he truly wished? So, you have been free to act as you please on Earth, wielding power as you see fit, have you? Do you comprehend the harm caused by the divine protective gear you sold? My prince, those armors were crafted rather carelessly, with minimal divine energy infused. I merely sought to earn a modest sum. After the Wormhole War, the demand for such armors surged unexpectedly, hence my actions. Chapter 67. Harpy's injury. Apocalypse had perused the data regarding the protective gear, which included some formidable gauntlets capable of penetrating thick reinforced concrete with a single strike. Additionally, there was armor that enveloped the wearer in a protective shield of divine energy, rendering them impervious to ordinary bullets until the energy was depleted. While such equipment may not be deemed particularly powerful among superheroes, it would undoubtedly be regarded as extraordinary by ordinary individuals. This was merely a hastily crafted inferior product. One can only imagine the marvel of meticulously forged armaments for the people of Earth. Humph, he scoffed. What does it signify to imprint the insignia of Asgard on each piece of gear? Are you not concerned about tarnishing Asgard's reputation? House hesitantly remarked. One can feel quite solitary here. I sought a wife, but was unable to hold her companionship for long, and since then, I have refrained from seeking another. I hope that when Asgardians see the insignia on the gear, I will not feel so alone on Earth. In truth, there were far more Asgardians on Earth than just the blacksmith. House, whether they were aware of him was another matter. Even if they did discover him, they might not be inclined to acknowledge him. After all, he was merely a lowly blacksmith, and those Asgardians with the freedom to traverse Earth may not regard him highly. Had it not been for the case falling into Black Widow's hands, Apocalypse himself would have likely shown little interest in seeking him out. While the blacksmith's crimes were not capital offenses, allowing him to roam freely was out of the question. After a brief contemplation, Apocalypse inquired, Natasha, does S.H.I.E.L.D. require someone of his capabilities? If they do, let him join S.H.I.E.L.D. If not, then he should be detained until the next return to Asgard, at which point I shall escort him back. I will consult the director. Black Widow relayed the situation to Fury, who, upon hearing about a potential combat-ready individual capable of wielding superpowered gear, saw the value in acquiring him. Moreover, with Apocalypse personally overseeing the matter, it was unlikely that House would act recklessly. House cautiously posed a question, Your Highness, does this mean that Black Widow and I will be colleagues in the future? May I leverage her name among my associates? Black Widow retorted sharply, What? Do you wish to speak ill of me? Not at all. By wielding Black Widow's name, it will be much easier to navigate the streets. And I shall not fear being cheated. With a smile, Black Widow replied, You truly lack vision. Do you even comprehend who he is? He is the Prince of Asgard. However, aside from Odin and Thor, he holds little renown on Earth. Furthermore, who would believe me if I claimed a connection to a deity? He lacks fame. Where do you think the information on the streets originates? What fame does the prince possess on Earth? How could I? Suddenly, House had an epiphany. The leaked information had indicated that the divine figure beneath the Pillar of Light hailed from Asgard. Could it be that? Apocalypse, you are the Apocalypse? House's eyes widened in astonishment, accompanied by a wave of fear. He had just dared to brandish a hammer at him. Had he not been an Asgardian, he might have faced dire consequences. With the matter resolved and time still on their side, Apocalypse and Black Widow decided to take a leisurely stroll, indulging in some shopping. As House diligently served as a laborer for Black Widow, his demeanor reflected an unwavering willingness, seemingly devoid of any discomfort. After all, in Asgard, he was merely a lowly blacksmith. Now, serving as an errand boy for a prince felt like a notable elevation. However, their leisurely escapade was abruptly interrupted by a piece of alarming news. Happy had been injured in an explosion and was hospitalized. Upon receiving this message, Apocalypse felt a tinge of perplexity. Although he had not directly provided Happy with the restorative serum, Iron Man had done so. Their relationship was somewhat distanced, as Happy was not a superhero, and thus, Apocalypse did not require his fortune. Some favors, when extended by Iron Man, bore greater significance. After all, despite their camaraderie, they were, in essence, employer and employee. Consequently, Apocalypse had to part ways with Black Widow. She took House back to S.H.I.E.L.D. while he made his way to the hospital to visit Happy. Apocalypse's visit to Happy was prompted not only by their status as quasi-friends, but also due to its connection to the events of Iron Man 3. Upon entering the hospital room, he found Iron Man and Pepper Potts already keeping vigil. Happy, taken aback by Apocalypse's arrival, attempted to rise. Reflecting on his earlier bravado, he wondered what had possessed him to challenge Apocalypse in the arena. No wonder Apocalypse had sought a weaker opponent to practice against. He genuinely feared inadvertently causing harm. Apocalypse gestured for him to remain still and inquired, "Why haven't you taken the restorative serum?" Happy replied, "It's nothing serious. I'll recover in a month. I can't waste such a precious serum." While the restorative serum was not rare for Apocalypse, the bond between him and Happy was not as close as that of Iron Man and Black Widow, making it inappropriate for him to request it casually. Apocalypse refrained from playing the role of a benevolent benefactor, as easily obtained things tend to be undervalued, and besides, Happy's injuries were not life-threatening. "What caused the explosion?" Apocalypse asked. "I was outside the mall and saw two suspicious individuals. I thought I would follow and see what was happening, but one of them noticed me. Later." Happy hesitated. "I'm unsure if the explosion disoriented me, but I recall seeing one person explode, and another had a severed leg that somehow regenerated before fleeing. A human bomb?" Apocalypse pondered this for a moment. It indeed echoed the plot of Iron Man 3. The individual responsible was a scientist named Aldrich Killian, who had developed a serum capable of repairing human defects and regenerating severed limbs, along with granting the ability to produce extreme heat, reaching temperatures that could melt most metals. While Iron Man's armor was undoubtedly crafted from superior materials, it would still be ineffective against such intense heat. The serum's critical drawback was its extreme instability. Anyone injected with it could spontaneously transform into a colossal human bomb. Killian was well aware of this issue and, in pursuit of profit, had recruited a group of discarded soldiers abandoned by the government. These wounded veterans, having suffered disabilities on the battlefield and receiving no due compensation, harbored deep resentment towards the American government. Presently, there exists an elixir crafted by Killian, capable of restoring limbs, which naturally evokes profound gratitude, rendering any additional indoctrination unnecessary for individuals to engage in suicidal attacks. Iron Man remarked, "SHIELD has recently been soliciting my assistance regarding a self-proclaimed terror leader known as Mandarin, who claims responsibility for numerous bombings. Their suicide bombings exhibit immense destructive power, yet no traces of explosives can be found. They wish for me to analyze whether a new substance has emerged. If we are indeed dealing with human bombs, then the individuals carrying the explosives should leave behind remnants of their limbs." Apocalypse shook his head and stated, "Tony, broaden your perspective. When I speak of human bombs, I do not refer to people bearing explosives, but rather the human body itself is the bomb." Iron Man, taken aback, rose to his feet, exclaiming, "How is that possible? If this is the case, then the explosion sites would indeed make sense. Could it be that Mandarin has mastered such advanced technology?" The original concept of Mandarin was an embodiment of an Eastern malevolent antagonist, crafted by Americans in earlier times, characterized by a sharp nose, slanted eyes, and a thin mustache. Adorned in the official garb of the Qing dynasty, a visage that could instigate nightmares at a mere glance. In America, Mandarin is a household name. However, the Mandarin referenced by Iron Man is a Westerner and not the genuine mastermind. Chapter 68. A few words to unravel the conspiracy. This so-called masterman is merely a puppet orchestrated by Killian, who has ensnared him with the allure of beautiful women and intoxicating substances. He is compelled to produce menacing videos, leading the world to believe he is the mastermind behind it all. It appears that the intention is twofold: to exploit the name of Masterman to create a sensation, and to divert the attention of agencies like SHIELD. The actor playing Masterman, in a stroke of fortunate folly, enjoys a life of leisure, attended by beautiful women, albeit under house arrest. Remarkably, despite the gravity of the situation, he has neither perished nor spent significant time in prison. He even reappears in the subsequent Shang-Chi, having forged a friendship with an Eastern divine beast, Dejiang. Contemplating this, Apocalypse inquired of Pepper, "Has Killian approached you?" Pepper, taken aback, responded, "You know about that? He indeed sought me out, but fearing Tony might misunderstand, I have yet to tell him. He showcased a neural network technology to me. However, I sensed it was overly inclined towards weaponization. Since Tony has forbidden the company from developing weapons, I dismissed him." Laughter erupted from Apocalypse, who remarked, "Do you not realize that he is the true puppet master behind all this? That Masterman is merely a diversion he has employed." Iron Man, Pepper, and Happy exchanged incredulous glances. Iron Man queried, "How is this possible? Why would he undertake such actions? What benefit does he derive from it?" Apocalypse cast a glance at Iron Man and replied, "Apart from his desire to amass greater wealth, the most significant motive for him is revenge. Killian, a decade ago, was a limping, down-and-out scientist who, at a party, finally found the opportunity to converse with Iron Man in an elevator. Yet, at that moment, Iron Man was engrossed with a beautiful doctor, preparing to retreat to a room for an in-depth discussion on scientific matters, and had no time for him. Consequently, he deceived Killian, instructing him to wait on the rooftop for 5 minutes. Ultimately, Iron Man and the beautiful doctor spent the entire night in revelry. While Killian languished on the rooftop, subjected to the biting wind, fostering a deep-seated resentment towards Iron Man seeing Apocalypse look at him, Iron Man, puzzled, asked, "Why are you looking at me? He can't possibly be seeking revenge against me. I do not even know him." "Oh, but you do know him," Apocalypse replied. "Only you do not recall him." This tale traces back over a decade. "Tony, do you remember a beautiful doctor named Maya Hansen?" I do not recall." Iron Man swiftly shot a glance at Apocalypse. "I am aware of your enigmatic nature and your vast knowledge. Yet what purpose does it serve to bring up these old matters, especially with Pepper present?" Ignoring him, Apocalypse continued, "If Maya were cunning, you and her child would likely be 13 by now." Iron Man's complexion paled instantly, while Pepper's expression darkened, her gaze fixed on him. A mix of anger and hurt in her eyes, tears brimming. It is worth noting that, given Iron Man's wealth, it is entirely plausible that a beautiful woman might conceal the birth of a child from him for the sake of substantial alimony. After all, he is truly of my bloodline. Iron Man cannot simply turn a blind eye. Even if he wishes to evade responsibility, the laws of the United States would compel enforcement. Ironically, throughout his life of indulgence, Iron Man seems to have forgotten the numerous women with whom he has had relations. It is not entirely implausible that one or two may have become entangled in his past. Just by observing Iron Man's expression, one can discern that he had not taken adequate protective measures back in the day. Otherwise, he would be filled with suspicion rather than fear. Hold on. I merely suggested a hypothetical scenario. Iron Man exhaled deeply and said, "Tang, you rascal, please refrain from scaring people unnecessarily. Speak your mind. Do you recall that limping man who attempted to sell you a technology while you were with Dr. Maya in the elevator? Well, now that you mention it, there indeed was such a person. What happened afterward escapes my memory. I believe I sent him to the rooftop. That was Killian, with Iron Man's intelligence." This revelation connected all the dots. The once downtrodden youth now sought to flaunt his success and exact revenge on those who had previously belittled him. The thought of this individual having visited Stark Industries and sought out Pepper left Iron Man feeling uneasy. "Tang, are you here to assist in eliminating them?" "No." Apocalypse shook his head. "Happy is my friend. I mostly came to see him. I trust that with your capabilities, you can handle these minor issues effortlessly. By the way, that beautiful Dr. Maya is currently working for Killian, so if she approaches you, exercise caution. Additionally, the current vice president has colluded with Killian. In the narrative of Iron Man 3, the adversary's strength is not particularly formidable. It is merely that Killian has orchestrated his plans effectively, employing numerous deceptive tactics. This has caused Iron Man to waste considerable time merely pursuing Mandarin. Later, Pepper was deceived by Dr. Maya and taken hostage, which placed them in a precarious position. Now, as Apocalypse divulged everything, Iron Man realized that even with the vice president's backing, his strength and connections could easily dismantle this criminal organization. Before departing, Apocalypse took a pen and paper, swiftly scribbling a note, which he folded and handed to Iron Man, saying, "You and Pepper should go to the hospital. Countless reporters have been awaiting you outside. When you step out, if you have anything to say, I suggest you first consult this note." Iron Man replied, "Is this some kind of Eastern legendary stratagem?" "Not quite a stratagem, merely a gentle reminder. I must take my leave now. Happy rest well. Where are you headed?" "Thor and Jane have discovered something intriguing in the Kingdom of the Great Pudding, London. I intend to see it for myself." As soon as Apocalypse departed, Happy could no longer contain his excitement, and his heart began to race. Alarmed, Pepper almost called for a doctor, but Happy quickly intervened, saying, "No need for a doctor. I'm perfectly fine, just overjoyed. King Apocalypse considers me his friend, and I even had a scuffle with him. When we drink together, let us see whose tales are more impressive." Pepper placed her hand on her forehead, utterly perplexed. It was difficult for her to comprehend why men felt the need to elevate bragging to such an esteemed status while merely enjoying a drink. It seems futile to compete with someone who drinks. The Iron Man, as a fellow man, could comprehend Happy's sentiments, remarking, "While you may possess remarkable skills, it is essential to have belief from others." This statement cast Happy into a labyrinth of joyous troubles. If Iron Man were to claim friendship with Apocalypse, no one would doubt him, especially considering their camaraderie during the Battle of New York. However, what credentials does Happy possess? He could barely approach the periphery. Even a glance from Apocalypse would be considered a victory. Happy contemplated fabricating a tale of having battled Apocalypse, but the credibility of such a claim seemed dubious. Well, it was unlikely anyone would believe him anyway. After Iron Man and Pepper concluded their hospital visit, they found themselves besieged by reporters awaiting them at the hospital exit. Initially, Iron Man harbored feelings of anger and dread regarding Happy's bombing. Even with the recovery serum provided by Apocalypse, should he meet the same fate as other innocent victims, the serum's miraculous properties would be rendered useless. Frustrated by the reporter's obstruction, he considered revealing his address to the public as a means of challenging his enemies, only to suddenly recall a note from Apocalypse. Upon reading it, he found a warning: "Do not disclose your address." Iron Man was taken aback. How could Apocalypse possess such foresight? The very words he was about to utter had only just surged to the forefront of his mind moments earlier. Thus, he altered his statement to Mr. Man. "If you have the audacity, come for me. My address is 365 Malibu Road." A true man does not falter. The next day, Killian indeed dispatched a helicopter for an assault. However, this was merely an abandoned villa where Iron Man did not reside. As Killian's armed aircraft approached, it was swiftly neutralized by remote-controlled battle suits lying in wait. Enraged, Killian, who had been outsmarted years ago, found himself ensnared once more. Consequently, he resorted to the original plot, sending the enchanting Dr. Maya to infiltrate Pepper's vicinity. To his dismay, upon Maya's appearance, she was apprehended by officials associated with Iron Man. They subsequently sent Killian false intel, claiming they had captured Pepper and discovered the location of his hideout. Within mere hours, a flurry of remote-controlled suits and countless soldiers surrounded Killian's lair. He could hardly fathom how his meticulously crafted scheme had proven so fragile, laid bare to scrutiny. Aside from causing the deaths of a few innocents, he had stirred no significant commotion. He began to question his own intellect, wondering if he had been foolish in his conspiratorial endeavors. Meanwhile, upon exiting the hospital, Apocalypse soared into the sky, crossing the Atlantic Ocean and swiftly arriving in London, the capital of the United Kingdom. This time, his objective was the ether particle reality gem. Yet, acquiring this infinity gem would prove to be no simple task. Chapter 69. Ether particles. When the Apocalypse arrived, the exterior of the abandoned building was already swarmed with police officers. Nearby, several police cars lay overturned. Shards of glass scattered across the ground, while stout officers took cover behind the vehicles, nervously aiming their firearms at the open space in the center. Thor was vigilantly attending to Jane, devoid of attention for the surrounding law enforcement. As long as they refrained from firing, he would not harm them. At that moment, Jane lay on the ground, her eyes tightly shut, having succumbed to unconsciousness. A faint dark red liquid coursed through her body, representing another manifestation of the reality stone, ether particles. Given the circumstances, it appeared that Jane had detected the gravitational anomaly of the abandoned building and ventured to investigate. Much like the original narrative, she unexpectedly fell into a temporal rift, acquiring the ether particles. Upon emerging, Daisy, concerned over Jane's prolonged absence, had alerted the authorities. The ensuing interaction between the two led to a rebound of etheric energy, not only toppling vehicles, but also rendering Jane unconscious. Currently, the ether particles flowed incessantly, seemingly transforming her very being. It was likely that her future as the Lady Thor would owe much to this encounter with the ether particles. However, as a mortal, if Jane did not learn to master the control of these particles, their prolonged presence within her could pose a perilous threat to her life. This was the source of Thor's anxiety. He sensed Jane's vitality gradually waning. Apocalypse approached, bypassing the police, and stated, "You should leave. This is beyond your capacity to manage." Observing an individual of Eastern descent, the officers were understandably hesitant to heed his words. Just as they prepared to intervene, they realized that Apocalypse merely continued forward, gliding effortlessly through the throng, untouched by any of them. In that instant, they comprehended that a superhuman had arrived. Since the Battle of the New York Wormhole, law enforcement across the globe had acknowledged the existence of superhumans. With the rise of supercriminal activities worldwide, ordinary police officers recognized their limitations. The most prudent course of action upon encountering supercriminals was to report the incident to specialized agencies, including SHIELD. Moreover, the individuals before them were not criminals per se, merely superhumans experiencing a loss of control, and thus, the police had no reason to provoke conflict by opening fire. "Don't. You've arrived," said Thor. How is Jane faring?" "For now, she is stable, but these peculiar entities within her are causing her life force to diminish. If this continues, I fear she may not endure it." Apocalypse assessed the situation. Jane seemed to be in distress. Any increase in pressure from contact would cause the ether particles to react violently, pushing back against external forces while simultaneously inflicting harm upon her. This was why Thor dared to forcibly extract the ether particles. They had now entwined with Jane. Unless manipulated by the Dark Elf King's methods, they could only be removed upon her death. "Thor, I have an approach to try, though I cannot guarantee its success," Apocalypse declared. "As long as it ensures Jane's safety, Feel free to proceed. Very well, I shall begin. Tianqi extended his hand to rest upon Jian's dantian, gradually channeling the power of the cosmic cube as a faint blue energy slowly permeated Jian's body. Under the guidance of Tianqi's consciousness, it patiently entwined with the dark red ether particles. The energy of the infinity stones shared a common origin, and the ether particles appeared to accept the energy of the cosmic cube without resistance. Gradually, a tapestry of dark red and pale blue hues began to form upon Jian's body. Once the entanglement seemed sufficient, Tianqi directed his consciousness to draw out the blue energy, attempting to extract the ether particles. However, as he initiated the movement, a tremendous counter-energy erupted suddenly. With a resounding boom, dark red and pale blue energies surged outward from Jian's center. Instantly, the surrounding police cars and officers were overturned. Fortunately, due to Jian's previous outburst, they had been prepared, resulting in only a few minor injuries. The officers retreated hastily, pulling back 20 meters while urgently calling for reinforcements. However, Jian's condition was dire. The two immense energies exploded within her, shattering her internal organs and causing her to spit blood, teetering on the brink of death. Tianqi quickly produced a healing potion and administered an entire vial, managing to mend her injuries. At that very moment, as the ether particles and the energy of the cosmic cube erupted in a remote and desolate dark space of the vast universe, the energy lights of a spaceship gradually illuminated. In an instant, the entire vessel transformed from its previous gloom into a deep crimson hue. A pale-skinned dark elf opened his eyes. This was Malekith, the Dark Elf King. He appeared to be speaking to himself, or perhaps addressing others. Ha ha ha. The ether particles are awakening us. The convergence of celestial bodies begins anew. Our era is about to arrive. Immediately, within the vast chamber of the spaceship, countless dark elf stasis pods lit up with a dark red glow, and all the dark elves in slumber began to awaken. Thor, oblivious to the events unfolding in the universe's dark recesses, was solely concerned for Jian. Tang, we cannot attempt this again. Tianqi nodded. This minor trial nearly cost Jian her life, but fortunately, the healing potion had been available. If he were to amplify the energy further, Jian would likely perish on the spot, rendering any healing potion futile. After all, even the violet healing potion could not bring the dead back to life. I shall take her back to Asgard and see if my father has a solution. Very well, for now, this is our only option. Tianqi understood that even Asgard had no method to extract the ether particles, but according to the original narrative, the emergence of the ether particles signified the awakening of the Dark Elves. It would not be long before they would trace the energy of the ether particles, making a fierce battle inevitable. Earth's technology was too primitive and defenseless. Facing the Dark Elves would likely result in catastrophic casualties. It was wiser to head to Asgard, the realm that had once defeated the Dark Elves, where they possessed considerable means. Just as Thor was about to summon Heimdall, a voice interjected, "Wait." Tianqi turned to see it was Daisy. "Take me with you." Tianqi furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you up to?" Noticing Tianqi's apparent displeasure, Daisy's tone softened as she replied, I can take care of Jian. You two strong men, do you truly know how to look after someone?" Although she claimed to care for Jian, her gaze was steadfastly fixed upon Tianqi, the affection in her eyes unmistakable even to the most oblivious observer. Thor remarked, "That seems reasonable. You are her friend and a fellow earthling, making it indeed more convenient for you to provide care." Ahem. Tianqi wished to subtly hint to Thor, in such an advanced Asgard, can't one even manage the care of a single individual? Are you unaware of Daisy's intentions towards me? Must you create this predicament? However, Thor remained oblivious to his insinuation. In his current state of urgency, he was eager to facilitate any assistance for his girlfriend and would have arranged everything possible. With no other option, Tianqi gestured for Daisy to approach. Instantly, her face lit up with joy as she approached and wrapped her arms around Tianqi's robust arm, her familiarity suggesting she had done so countless times before. The moment Daisy embraced him, Tianqi was enveloped in warmth, softness, and a delightful elasticity. Yet he couldn't help but inquire, "Ahem. What are you doing holding on to me?" "I'm afraid I might fall when the rainbow descends," she responded. Indeed, this was a valid rationale. In Thor, Ragnarok, Thor and Loki were flung out of the rainbow energy pathway by Hela and ultimately landed on Sakaar. Given that Daisy was merely an ordinary human, any shock could lead to her falling out. Even a drop from 2 or 3 stories could prove fatal. Seeing that she seemed to have convinced Tianqi, Daisy tightened her embrace even more. Tianqi sighed inwardly, finding this delightful dilemma challenging to navigate. Meanwhile, Thor cradled Jian and called for Heimdall. Soon, the rainbow descended, and the four vanished from the open space, leaving only an ancient rune behind. Chapter 70, The Trial of the Goddess upon arriving in Asgard. Daisy clung tightly to Apocalypse's arm, reluctant to let go until he gently reminded her that they had arrived. Only when she spotted the Asgardians approaching to greet them did she finally release her grasp. The Thor ensured that Jane was comfortably settled and requested Daisy to remain by her side while the medical personnel of the divine realm attended to her. Once reassured, he proceeded to the temple, where he gathered with Apocalypse, King Odin, Queen Frigga, and others. As the assembly was complete, Apocalypse addressed the group directly. King, the ether particles have awakened the Dark Elves, and it is likely they will soon come for Jane, seeking to take her away. Odin, taken aback, had anticipated that the purpose of the gathering was to discuss Jane's rescue, not the impending threat of the Dark Elves. Prince Thor, too, was familiar with the Dark Elves, albeit only in a cursory manner. What does this have to do with the Dark Elves? Thor inquired, perplexed. The king sighed softly, explaining. This matter is complex and traces back to your grandfather's era. The ether particles were once sacred relics of the Dark Elves, originating from the Reality Stone, capable of manifesting one's thoughts into existence. The Dark Elves, by nature, thrive in darkness and cold environments. The brilliance of the cosmos is akin to hell for them. In the universe's infancy, when many stars had yet to form, it was the golden age of the Dark Elves, thriving in the pervasive darkness. However, with the emergence of the Asgardians, numerous stars were created, illuminating the ancient universe. Reflecting on the Asgardians, Apocalypse recalled that, even now, something was gestating deep beneath the earth. Should it emerge, the planet would rupture like a placenta, turning to wasteland and leading to the extinction of humanity. Yet, Apocalypse had no immediate solution to this dilemma, hoping only to grow stronger in the future and ally with the Eternals to prevent such a tragedy. Noticing Apocalypse's unusual demeanor, Odin inquired. Prince Thor is also aware of the Asgardians? Only in part, he replied. However, let us first address the pressing issue at hand before contemplating future strategies. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Asgard had intentionally shaped the flat continent to prevent the Asgardians from gestating within the planet? Yet, this was not urgent and could be discussed with Odin at a later time. Odin continued. Under the light, the Dark Elves could only shrink back, residing in the realm of Svartalfheim. Millennia ago, the Dark Elf King Malekith somehow acquired ether particles and sought to extinguish the stars, plunging the universe back into darkness. My father, Bor, the grandfather of Thor, learned of this and initiated the first war against the Dark Elves, thwarting this catastrophe and ushering in millennia of peace among the 9 realms. Wait, Thor interrupted, you haven't explained how we emerged victorious. Odin glanced at Thor and replied slowly. King Bor annihilated them. Thor caught his breath, his inherently compassionate nature struggling with the weight of such a revelation, despite the passage of millennia. If they were annihilated, why then does Apocalypse claim they will come? The Dark Elves who participated in that war have been eradicated. However, the Dark Elf King Malekith still lives, and in the shadowy recesses of the universe, some of his descendants remain. Since Prince Tang has foretold their arrival, they shall undoubtedly come. Odin continued, stating that this is merely one of the troubles at hand. At this juncture, the 9 realms are converging within the World Tree, an occurrence that transpires once every 5,000 years. During this period, the boundaries between the 9 realms will blur, allowing for effortless crossing between them. Should Malekith acquire the ether particles, he could harness this celestial convergence to amplify etheric energy, plunging the 9 realms into darkness, which could potentially engulf the entire universe. To this day, the Harbinger remains uncertain about the nature of the World Tree spoken of by Odin and the Thunder God. Yet, according to the original narrative, the significant event of the 9 realms aligning indeed took place. Could there truly be an invisible World Tree? In the original storyline, Asgard was caught unprepared, suffering a sudden invasion by the Dark Elves, who struck with unforeseen ferocity, even damaging the energy core of their protective shield. But with the Harbinger's warnings, it is inconceivable to allow the Dark Elves any opportunity to succeed. 3 men were engaged in discussions regarding defenses against the Dark Elves, while the goddess Frigga remained silent, her hands anxiously fidgeting with her skirts, betraying her unease. The Harbinger, contemplating whether to reassure her about the Dark Elves, suddenly realized the truth. In the original narrative, the invasion of the Dark Elves coincided with the day of Frigga's demise. The goddess had long foreseen her own death. Later, the portly Thunder God returned through time, attempting to reveal her fate to help her evade it. Frigga had merely responded with indifference, gently declining his well-meaning offer. It was not that she was unwilling to change, nor that she was untroubled, but rather that she was afraid. With the ability to glimpse the river of time, she had become aware of the existence of the sacred timeline and the unpredictable force that upholds it. Frigga dared not alter it, fearing it might bring even graver consequences to Asgard. Perhaps she had previously attempted to change it, only to result in the tragic ending of the original narrative. If she were to try again, Asgard might face total annihilation. Regardless, Frigga has resigned herself to her fate, even in the face of her own death. Now, Having promised the Harbinger that she would no longer peer into the river of time, she is left in the dark about whether she is following her original destiny. In the face of life and death, no one can truly be indifferent. The Harbinger pondered and spoke, "Goddess, the outcomes you perceive in the river of time may not necessarily manifest in reality. For the past few days, you have been with Jane and the others while I remain by your side. I shall refrain from participating in the battle outside." The goddess was overjoyed. With the Harbinger guarding her, it was more than just having a formidable ally. He is the key to altering Asgard's fate, and now that he personally watches over her, it is indeed possible for her to change her destiny and overcome this critical juncture of life and death. As for the battles outside, in the original narrative, they were merely caught off guard. The Dark Elf's strength was not particularly formidable, with the formidable strength of Thor and the defenses of Asgard meticulously arranged in advance. They are more than capable of handling any impending threats. After all, a race that was once decimated now comprises merely a few remnants. What havoc could they possibly wreak? In the original narrative, had it not been for the rescue of Jane, Loki and Thor would have devised a trap to compel the Dark Elf King to extract the ether, likely preventing him from ever approaching it. Thor, deeply moved by Apocalypse's concern for his family, embraced him warmly, saying, "Brother, I entrust my mother and girlfriend to your care. Regrettably, you shall not partake in the exhilarating battle against the invaders. Inside, you might not even catch a glimpse of an enemy before I've vanquished them all." Odin then interjected, "Thor, my time has come. I fear I cannot assist in this battle. You must maintain a broader perspective. Do not charge into battle recklessly like a mere warrior, for how can you command respect as a king in the future?" Thor, indifferent to the notion of earning respect, found joy solely in the thrill of combat. In the ensuing days, Apocalypse remained in quiet vigil outside Jane's chamber, attuned to the slightest shift in the environment, while the goddess resided within, offering her companionship to Jane. This gesture profoundly moved Jane, who had anticipated discrimination as a mere mortal in this realm. To her astonishment, her boyfriend's mother was by her side, and his closest friend stood guard outside, ensuring her safety within the divine realm. Yet, she felt a pang of frustration that Thor had not visited her during these past days. It was inconvenient for him to disclose that a group of dark elves intended to kill her and seize the ether within her, as such revelations would only lead to unnecessary worry. Daisy, as Jane's friend and a fellow Earthling, naturally remained by her side. To bolster their defenses, the goddess summoned Sif to join them in guarding the room. This situation caused Apocalypse some distress, although Daisy refrained from any overly intimate gestures since arriving in Asgard. An innate tension seemed to simmer between the two women. Even a straightforward man like Apocalypse could sense their subtle rivalry. Yet, neither held any formal claim on him, leaving them in a nebulous standoff. Suddenly, as Apocalypse sat in meditation, he opened his eyes and, directing his gaze toward the Rainbow Bridge control room, uttered softly, "They have arrived." Though spoken as a mere whisper, Heimdall, situated several kilometers away, heard him clearly. Without hesitation, he plunged his great sword into the base of the Rainbow Bridge, activating his divine powers to scan the space surrounding Asgard with utmost intensity. Chapter 71. Fist meets Warship. A shadowy spacecraft slowly approached Asgard. This vessel was not merely invisible to the eye. Even Heimdall's keen vision could not detect its presence. However, invisibility did not equate to undetectability. The rippling air, disturbed clouds, and even the uplifted dust unveiled its trajectory in stark clarity. In the original narrative, Heimdall had been unaware due to a lack of vigilance, but now, with his full prowess in reconnaissance, the Dark Elf ship was as transparent as glass. Along, resonant alarm echoed through Asgard, signaling an impending threat. The divine artillery stationed in the vicinity rose, their dark muzzles aligning with the coordinates provided by Heimdall. At the heart of Asgard, the central temple began to ascend, enveloped in a golden energy shield. Yet, given the temple's immense size, the protective barrier required a moment to fully establish itself. With a thunderous roar, a divine cannon accurately struck the invisible Dark Elf ship. The air shimmered with ripples as the vessel became visible, its massive hull imposing like a celestial body, dwarfing the control room, which appeared no larger than a mere seed against it. Once discovered, the ship ceased its cloak, and the low hum of its engines filled the air as countless small battlecraft emerged, carrying the Dark Elves forth. Their target was unmistakably the Temple of Asgard. As they surged forward, the battlecraft disregarded the ground-based divine artillery, neither evading nor retaliating, but charging full speed toward the temple. They aimed to penetrate the golden shield before it fully rose, for only then would their mission stand a chance of success. In an instant, the ground artillery unleashed a barrage of yellow divine projectiles, striking the battlecraft, which plummeted through the sky, trailing smoke and crashing into the edifices below. At last, after incurring the grievous loss of dozens of battlecraft, a dozen or so managed to breach the temple before the golden energy shield was fully erected. One vessel crashed through a multitude of colossal columns, causing chaos among the temple's guardians within. Outside, the battlecraft began to encircle the temple, seeking opportunities to attack. Simultaneously, a peculiar minotaur imprisoned in the dungeon seemed to sense the commotion beyond, a strange smile curling upon its lips. It extracted a pitch-black crystal from its own body, glistening with a viscous, oil-like blood which had long been embedded within. With a decisive squeeze, the minotaur shattered the crystal, releasing an unusual energy that seeped into its form. As this energy coursed through it, its body radiated a molten, fiery red glow. The other extraterrestrial convicts in the same cell recoiled in fear at this transformation, retreating until they were pressed against the honeycomb-patterned energy wall, left with nowhere to escape. As the molten energy fully assimilated, the minotaur expanded significantly. What had once been 2 horns now burgeoned into 4, with 2 on its head and 2 beneath its jaw, its presence now imbued with formidable might. The minotaur advanced with a heavy thud, seizing an extraterrestrial inmate with one hand and hurling him violently against the energy wall. The wall shimmered with a honeycomb structure, yet remained intact. The minotaur, seemingly anticipating the outcome, continued relentlessly, smashing the alien inmate until his brain matter splattered, finally overwhelming the energy wall, which flickered momentarily before vanishing entirely. This mutated minotaur, in the original narrative, was an agent of the Dark Elves, lying in ambush within Asgard. At that time, Loki, with a sense of amusement, had guided him by saying, "You would do well to take the left staircase." This suggestion led the minotaur directly into Jane's chamber, ultimately resulting in the demise of the goddess who had been guarding the area, this time devoid of Loki's guidance. The creature proceeded according to its original plan, heading straight for the energy core of the Golden Shield. Meanwhile, valiant warriors like Vandal had been dispatched outside to engage in battle, leaving the innermost energy core with scant protection. The hexagonal minotaur effortlessly cut through defenses and arrived at a 5-meter-wide golden energy sphere. This sphere rotated slowly, displaying the ongoing battle outside the Golden Shield in real time. Whenever an area came under attack, the core would swiftly redirect energy to replenish the impacted region, ensuring the shield's integrity. Without a moment's hesitation, the towering figure lunged at the energy core, disrupting its operation, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent the minotaur flying. Nevertheless, it achieved the desired outcome for the Dark Elves. The Golden Shield, deprived of its energy supply, began to fade away. Observing the shield's disappearance, the Dark Elf mothership unleashed an array of smaller warships, swarming towards the temple like a swarm of wasps. Outside, Thor, caught off guard by the sudden loss of the energy shield, wielded his hammer, radiating with electric energy, and charged at the enemy vessels. With each swing, a warship would often be destroyed. However, due to their small size and overwhelming numbers, Thor struggled to keep them at bay, and soon several managed to breach the defenses. Drawing nearer to the temple, Sif, no matter what transpires outside, do not venture out. Protect the goddess and Jane, Apocalypse commanded. Understood. Sif, clad in yellow leather armor and wielding a long sword, fixed her gaze intently on the window. With Apocalypse guarding the door, she felt secure, focusing instead on the potential threats that might infiltrate through the window. To the Dark Elves, the ether particles emanating from Jane appeared like torches in the darkness, making concealment impossible at such close range. As all warships converged towards Apocalypse's position, Jane's chamber, situated in an upper loft, offered a panoramic view of Asgard. Once a room with expansive vistas and splendid scenery. Yet now, this openness favored the assault of the Dark Elves. A dozen warships spread out in a fan formation, simultaneously unleashing dark red energy projectiles, saturating the loft entirely. Apocalypse extended a hand forward, and with a resonant hum, a golden divine shield enveloped the entire loft. All the energy projectiles disintegrated upon contact with the divine shield, proving utterly ineffective. Upon observing that conventional attacks were ineffective, the Dark Elf noticed a battleship seemingly receiving orders, breaking formation, and charging directly towards the tower. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted from the ship's rear, accompanied by a resounding, deep rumble from its engines, as the sharp bow of the vessel aimed unhesitatingly at the Apocalypse and advanced. Ah, how fortuitous, Apocalypse thought, finding himself in a predicament as they had been skirmishing outside, unable to move from his position. Now, a ship had audaciously presented itself before him, prompting a hearty laugh. With one hand slowly retracting, he awaited the ship's approach, calculating the perfect moment to unleash a powerful punch. With the force of 20 times that of the Hulk, his fist pierced through the divine energy shield, revealing half of his arm, which made contact precisely with the bow of the battleship. A deafening explosion ensued as a wave of white air rippled across the divine shield, surging outwards in a frenzied torrent. The ship, measuring several meters in length, came to an abrupt halt, while its engines continued to propel it forward with tremendous force, only to be met by the terrifying strength of Apocalypse. The simultaneous exertion of these two forces caused the vessel to compress inward, resembling a thin pancake, and ultimately, it could withstand no more. Countless metallic shards erupted like shrapnel, scattering in all directions. These fragments collided with surrounding battleships, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks and clatters. The recoil from the explosion sent a portion of that force back, causing the entire tower to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Apocalypse was well aware of the situation, having absorbed the majority of the force himself, allowing the tower to endure. The attacks from all other battleships came to an abrupt halt, even their light projectiles forgotten. The Dark Elf had anticipated that success might not come easily, but never did he foresee defeat in such a dramatic fashion. The sheer power of a physical blow could indeed obliterate a battleship. Chapter 72. The re-emergence of the Divine Fist. At this juncture, the battleships dared not recklessly charge forth any longer. Given that the divine energy shield guarding the loft was impervious to their assaults, they opted to target the surrounding structures instead. If the edifices collapsed, the loft would become unanchored and inevitably succumb to ruin. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Thor arrived just in time to restrain a portion of the battleships. Otherwise, the collapse of the loft would have posed a significant dilemma for Apocalypse. Should he seek to annihilate the entire fleet, he would be compelled to relinquish the divine energy shield. In such a precarious situation, even the slightest misstep could result in a projectile breaching the room, where all but Sif would likely face dire consequences. With the arrival of Thor, along with the assistance of Vandal, Hogan, Volstagg, and the ground artillery, Apocalypse found himself considerably relieved. Just then, a resounding crash echoed as a wall within the room was shattered, and a monstrous being burst through, the hexagonal Minotaur. Miraculously, he had survived the explosion that destroyed the core of the energy shield. Guided by the energy signatures of the ether particles, he barreled through the wall. The hexagonal Minotaur wielded a colossal axe, seemingly scavenged from Asgard, and lunged directly at Jane and the goddess Frigga. Sif, who had been guarding the window, was caught off guard and barely managed to raise her sword in defense of the goddess. However, the urgency of the moment left her without the time to gather her strength, and under the Minotaur's immense force, her defense faltered. The axe, poised to strike, appeared destined to fulfill the tragic fate of the goddess as per the original narrative. Suddenly, with a sharp clang, the axe came to an abrupt halt before Frigga, unable to advance any further. The blade was arrested by Apocalypse's hand, which left 5 distinct impressions upon the axe's surface. The Minotaur, taken aback, attempted to withdraw his weapon for another assault, but Apocalypse would not grant him the opportunity. With a swift maneuver, he positioned himself alongside the Minotaur. Despite Apocalypse's stature, he barely reached the creature's shoulder. Finding it inconvenient to grasp the Minotaur by the neck, Apocalypse extended his hand, penetrating the Minotaur's armor, which was as formidable as steel, and seized hold of its spinal column. With a powerful heave, he cast the Minotaur outward, perfectly intercepting it with an incoming dark red energy projectile. The Minotaur had no time to utter a cry as it was obliterated into a gory mist. Apocalypse hastily reinforced the divine energy shield to avoid being splattered by the remnants. Sif, believing the danger had passed, turned to glance outside but was suddenly confronted by several grenades tossed through the gaping hole left by the Minotaur. Had these grenades been thrown by a mere earthling, Sif would have dismissed them as mere toys. However, recognizing them as the work of lurking dark elves, she instinctively shielded the goddess. Fortunately, Apocalypse remained vigilant. With a resounding explosion, the room was engulfed by a tempest as he employed a long and used supersonic technique. In an instant, he hurled the grenades back to their origin. The grenades detonated with a loud bang, but instead of dispersing shrapnel, they produced a singular dark point. This small point generated an intense gravitational pull, lifting the hair of Frigga, Jane, Sif, Daisy, and others in the room towards the direction of the grenades. The 2 nearest dark elves, shrieking in desperation, sought to flee. Yet it was too late. Their very beings were lifted into the air, consumed by a minute black dot, ultimately disintegrating into mere specks of dust that fell to the ground. This was the dark elves' exceedingly bizarre gravitational collapse bomb. At the moment of detonation, the internal energy of the grenade would generate a miniature black hole. Though diminutive and ephemeral, this black hole possessed the capacity to ensnare everything within a 3-meter radius. Under the influence of its gravitational pull, any matter could be instantaneously obliterated. Electrons would be drawn into the atomic nucleus, neutralizing the charge of protons. It is worth noting that 99% of an atom's volume is void. Such compression would reduce even the tallest figure to the size of a grain of rice. Ordinary combatants were utterly powerless against this instantaneous force. Once drawn into the miniature black hole, survival was virtually impossible. Witnessing the grenade's ghastly effectiveness, Sif's countenance reflected trepidation. Were it not for the presence of the apocalypse, allowing these gravitational bombs to detonate around them would have guaranteed not just her demise, but potentially that of the goddess as well. However, the goddess Frigga appeared unperturbed. Rather, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Casting her gaze towards the direction where the six-sided bull-headed creature had been reduced to mere flesh, she recognized it as her destined nemesis, now utterly obliterated. Regardless of future tribulations, it was evident that with Prince Tang's aid, fate could indeed be altered. Sif, do not be distracted. Yes, with the majority of the battle vessels annihilated, the Dark Elves' incursion could now be deemed a failure. Yet, in the distance, the mothership not only refrained from retreating, but unexpectedly reinforced its protective shield, charging directly toward the loft. The massive vessel, akin to a constellation, along with its formidable shield, withstood the barrage of divine energy, merely causing ripples upon its surface, rendering it impervious for the time being. However, this resilience was but temporary. As the mothership penetrated deeper into the heart of Asgard, the intensity of its firepower escalated with each layer, and once the Asgardians regained their composure, it would undoubtedly be vanquished. Yet, the Dark Elves' mothership seemed resolute in its intentions to remain. Acquiring the ether particles would enable an effortless escape back to Vanaheim. As the mothership drew ever closer, ordinary firepower proved insufficient to halt its advance, and the energy cannon of the Rainbow Bridge was not prepared to fire in time. Seeing this, Thor bellowed, "Vandal, Hogun, Volstagg, command everyone to fall back." What? The goddess is still up there. We cannot retreat. Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg could scarcely believe their ears. Was this truly an order from Prince Thor? The goddess and your beloved were still in the loft. Instead of retreating, the trio pressed on with their assault, determined to shield the mothership with their own bodies, buying the loft a moment's reprieve. Thor, infuriated, silently cursed these fools. He had no choice but to wield his hammer, accelerating instantly to drag the three away. Vandal and the others, incensed, shouted, "Thor, do you not care for your own mother? How can you claim to be a prince?" With a resounding strike upon their heads, the thunder god chastised. "Who claims there is negligence? The life of our mother will undoubtedly be safeguarded. I am here to preserve your lives." Yet, the massive mothership loomed, and the divine barrier of Prince Tang could scarcely withstand it. As he spoke, an inexplicable wave reverberated throughout Asgard, plunging the entire realm into silence. Infinite Divine Fist. A colossal azure imprint erupted from the loft, initially no larger than a human head, yet as it approached the mothership, it expanded, resembling the sun itself. Infused with an unmatched divine power, crashing into the dark elf vessel. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across Asgard. The protective shield of the dark elf mothership faltered, unable to withstand even a fraction of the impact, succumbing to the force of the imprint. The overloaded energy cores aboard the ship erupted in a series of explosions, a dim crimson glow seeping through the hull. However, the momentum of the imprint remained unabated. Before the explosions could fully manifest, they were snuffed out by the relentless force of the fist. The immense imprint traversed through the celestial mothership, annihilating most of its structure, leaving only the outer shell resembling a donut. The imprint, undiminished, continued its trajectory through the mothership and soared towards the starry expanse before Asgard, ultimately vanishing from sight. Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg, gripped by trepidation, stood transfixed, gazing in the direction the imprint had departed. No wonder Thor urged us to refrain from intervening. Prince Tang possesses such formidable prowess. Had we positioned ourselves before the mothership, even if it had not collided with us, we surely would have perished beneath this terrifying fist. If Prince Tang had emerged earlier to unleash just a couple of strikes, would we have had to toil so exhaustively? Chapter 73. A future without a beer belly within the confines of the attic. Even the astute goddess was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. She was aware that Prince Tang had achieved the unprecedented 9 refinements of the divine body, yet surely, mastery of such a feat requires time and dedication. How could he, in such a brief span, possess the capability to obliterate a starship with a single punch? In contrast, Jane and Daisy exhibited a more composed reaction. During the Wormhole War in New York, although they were not present, nearly every individual on Earth had witnessed the video of the apocalypse obliterating the starship. Despite the distant filming, the magnitude of that spectacle was etched indelibly in the minds of all. However, witnessing such an event up close was an experience that transcended mere observation. The sheer impact was beyond description. In that moment, silence enveloped Asgard as all gazed, entranced, at the immense imprint left by the punch. Some of the elder Asgardians began to ponder quietly whether even the pinnacle of the All-Father's strength could have unleashed such a blow. Perhaps not. A race capable of dominating the cosmos would not overlook a mothership, equipped not only with an array of formidable weaponry, but also protected by an extraordinarily potent energy shield. impervious to ordinary assaults. Yet, this formidable mothership had been reduced to a mere donut by a single strike. As remnants of the mothership descended to the ground, Apocalypse remained unfazed, steadfast in the attic. Within the temple, uncertainty lingered regarding whether any remnants of foes remained, warranting a cautious approach. Their sword over. Enveloping Apocalypse in a hearty embrace. Brother, thank you. With you by my side, I am utterly untroubled. Vandal, Hogan, Volstagg, and others offered a distant salute to Apocalypse. Feeling a twinge of guilt for their earlier skepticism, they then joined others in cleansing the battlefield of any lingering threats. Once every corner had been thoroughly searched, the hidden Dark Elf minions were eradicated, allowing Apocalypse to depart from Jane's quarters. Thanks to Apocalypse's timely warning, casualties were minimal, with most damage confined to structural losses. In the aftermath of the conflict, Apocalypse, Odin the All-Father, Frigga the Goddess, Thor, Jane, Sif, and Daisy convened for a modest celebration. Odin repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Apocalypse, while Frigga frequently raised her cup in a toast to him. This victory was not merely about repelling the Dark Elves. It signified a profound shift in the destiny of the goddess. With her fate altered, it implied that the fate of Asgard itself was also in the midst of transformation. This was precisely why Odin and Frigga held such deep appreciation for Apocalypse. After exchanging pleasantries, Apocalypse inquired of Frigga, "My lady, have you recently encountered a rotund figure with a beer belly and a full beard, resembling Thor?" The god of thunder bristled at this remark, interpreting Apocalypse's words as a jest at his expense. "Tang, what manner of talk is this? My physique is unchanged after 3 millennia, a beer belly? Are you concerned about a drinking contest with me?" Frigga, unperturbed by Thor's interjection, turned to Apocalypse and replied, "I have not, indeed. What implication does Prince Tang suggest?" Apocalypse shook his head, stating, "The absence of sight is a good omen." During the Battle of the Wormhole in New York, Apocalypse witnessed Iron Man, Hulk, Ant-Man, and Captain America from alternate timelines, indicating a rather bleak future. If the future remains unchanged and Thanos has triumphed, this moment should be when Thor and the Raccoon Rocket return to retrieve the Ether and the Infinity Stones. In the original narrative, Thor traversed back in time and encountered his mother, who was still alive. Overwhelmed with emotion, he couldn't help but reveal himself and sought to warn her of the impending danger. However, Frigga immediately discerned that he hailed from the future and remarked, "You must have suffered greatly in the future." The fact that Frigga did not encounter her fate signifies that her destiny has already shifted, and even the fate of Asgard and Thor has transformed. Frigga nodded, acknowledging that if Thor had become that way, the future must indeed be dire. "Thank you, Prince Dawn," she said. "Mother, how can you listen to his nonsense? You know that as beings of our kind, even if we spend our days indoors playing games and drinking beer, we maintain our physique," Thor interjected. "Jane, feel my abs," he added boastfully. Jane, not as carefree as Thor, brushed his hand away and whispered, "There are so many people watching. Behave yourself. By the way, Thor, while you were clearing the battlefield, did you spot the Dark Elf King Malekith?" Apocalypse inquired. "No, I didn't see him. Perhaps you obliterated him with your punch?" At this point, Odin spoke up. "Malekith did not arrive. If he had, I would sense his presence." Apocalypse sighed in relief. "Thank goodness he is still alive." Thor, displeased, retorted, "Brother, why do you show pity for our enemy? If it weren't for your early warning, Asgard would have suffered immeasurable losses." "That is not the point." Apocalypse shook his head. "Malekith possesses the means to manipulate the ether. If he perishes, that knowledge may be lost. Besides, Jane's safety still relies on him." Thor sprang to his feet, declaring, "Dawn, let us march to Svartalfheim and compel him to relinquish the means." Apocalypse responded enthusiastically, "Indeed, it is time for us to strike back. We shall storm his lair and seize the means by force, and let us see if he dares to refuse." In the original plot, Loki, Thor, and Jane had employed cunning tactics to persuade the Dark Elf King to extract the ether. However, with Loki absent, this trickery was beyond Apocalypse and Thor's capabilities. Apocalypse found himself in a mental quandary, pondering how to deceive the Dark Elf King into assisting them with the ether, when Thor's words jolted him back to reality. Why resort to trickery when we possess strength? Jane placed her hand on her forehead, feeling a headache coming on, as she seemed to recall the early days of their acquaintance on Earth. With a swift decision, they hastily finished their meal. Apocalypse, Thor, and Jane made their way to the Bifrost. Daisy and Sif wished to accompany them. However, as a mortal, Daisy could not be taken along, and with no valid reason for her to join, she begrudgingly remained in Asgard. Sif had expected Apocalypse to include her, but he too declined, mainly due to her lower strength. Her presence might not only be unhelpful, but could also require additional care. This time, they ventured to Varthium, the realm of the Dark Elves. While Sif's prowess was commendable against a few foes, facing legions of adversaries rendered her capabilities almost inconsequential. The realization that Sif could not accompany them alleviated a significant portion of Daisy's discontent. It seemed that the apocalypse was not solely aimed at her. Sif appeared to sense Daisy's schadenfreude, and their gazes locked in the void, as if sparks were about to ignite between them. Upon witnessing this, Apocalypse wisely decided to retreat. In a flash of rainbow light, Apocalypse, Thor, and Jane vanished from Asgard, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in Varthium. Varthium lay shrouded in gloom. Its terrain desolate and dilapidated, nearly devoid of flora. The sky loomed oppressively low, creating an atmosphere of extreme suffocation. Any normal individual would likely succumb to madness after merely a few days in such a place. Only the Dark Elves thrived in this environment. As my hell was their paradise. The realm of Varthium was vast, stretching beyond the horizon. The pervasive clouds obscured the light, leaving Apocalypse unable to discern whether it was a planet or a flat expanse. However, apart from Asgard, it was unlikely anyone would care to flatten a planet into a pancake-like form. Upon their descent, Thor found himself somewhat bewildered. In such an immense domain, where could he locate the Dark Elf King? If the Dark Elf King wished to avoid an encounter, he could easily conceal himself within the shadows. And even a lifetime spent searching by a few individuals might yield no results. Moreover, they had to remain vigilant against potential ambushes from Dark Elves along the way. Chapter 74. Obtaining the mantra. After a brief moment of anticipation, the Land of Darkness remained unresponsive. The recent descent of the Rainbow Bridge, an event impossible to overlook in the shadowy realm of Valhalla, should have elicited a reaction. Either they were unwilling to emerge or were too fearful to confront Apocalypse and his companions. The forceful strike from Asgard had likely transmitted a warning back to Valhalla. Even the most impulsive of Dark Elves would recognize the peril of provoking Apocalypse. With this in mind, Apocalypse decided to take matters into his own hands. He had come as an unwelcome guest, and if they would not greet him, he would force his entrance. When I strike, you shall speak, he instructed Thor, the god of thunder. What do you mean? Thor's inquiry was cut short as Apocalypse suddenly propelled a fist into the heavens. With a resounding thud, a massive, deep blue imprint shot skyward, soaring for miles before halting in the air. From a distance, it resembled a full moon, casting a pale blue luminescence that illuminated the terrain of Valhalla, revealing numerous Dark Elves who had been lurking in the shadows. Panic ensued among the elves as they hastily sought refuge in the nearest dark sanctuaries. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A series of light explosions echoed through the air as Apocalypse unleashed dozens of infinite punches across a radius of 1,000 miles. Each imprint, under his mental control, hovered ominously in the sky, poised to descend at any moment, akin to a Damoclean sword over the Dark Elves. The multitude of infinite imprints transformed the sky into a tapestry of moons, casting an eerie blue daylight across the landscape. Apocalypse could already hear the distant roars of countless voices, indicating that his actions had incited extreme fury among the Dark Elves. However, none dared to move. For all sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the moons above. Should they fall, it would herald a cataclysmic end. Thor finally grasped the meaning behind Apocalypse's command. Melkith, emerge at once. Should you dare to assault Asgard, be prepared to face its wrath. He bellowed. When no response came, Apocalypse grew impatient. With a snap of his fingers, one of the imprints plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground. Instantly, it was as if a nuclear explosion had occurred. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted, with the pale blue energy surging outward for miles. The landscape was ravaged. Rocks were sent flying, mountains crumbled, and many Dark Elves who came into contact with this energy were reduced to ash, swept away by the ensuing waves of dust. Apocalypse's ruthless assault was not merely a consequence of the enmity between Asgard and the Dark Elves. It stemmed from the inherent opposition between two races, the eternal struggle of light against darkness, survival against annihilation. It transcended notions of justice or evil. The triumph of either side would signify the mass extinction of the other. The current weakness of the Dark Elves was not born out of humility, but rather from the victory of the light races, which allowed stars to shine and illuminated the cosmos, facilitating the proliferation of all light-bearing beings, including humanity. Should the Dark Elves extinguish the stars, the vast majority of ordinary people on Earth would perish within a mere day. The remnants, devoid of light, will ultimately vanish due to temperature, sustenance, and other factors. This serves as the rationale behind King Baldur's massacre of the Dark Elves millennia ago. From Baldur's elevated perspective, he discerned that the Dark Elves were fundamentally different from the races of other realms, leaving little possibility for peaceful coexistence between the two. This represents the inherent opposition of life, a battle for survival, devoid of mercy. The victorious side embodies justice. Should the Dark Elves extinguish the stars one day and secure absolute dominion, their realm would inevitably recount tales of the once malevolent light races that invaded their territory and slaughtered their kin. As the energy of the infinite fist dissipated, the Harbinger sensed the stirrings of countless dark elves within a 100-mile radius. However, it appeared that someone had curtailed their actions. Emerging from the distance, the Dark Elf King Malekith approached, standing before the Harbinger and Thor, son of Odin. Thor, god of thunder, what is your intent? The Ethereum is a sacred relic of my people, and it is only just that we send emissaries to reclaim it. Thor replied, it is simple. Hand over the means to control the Ethereum, and we shall absolve you of your transgressions against Asgard. Malekith retorted vehemently, impossible. Our sacred relic can only be wielded by our kin. Is that so? The Harbinger interjected coolly, I have heard that you acquired the Ethereum only thousands of years ago. How then did it become your sacred relic? Who possessed it prior to the 7 billion years? Humph. In the primordial age, darkness reigned. The entire universe belonged to us dark elves. Were it not for the celestial beings creating stars, where would humanity be? The Elven King, noticing the weakened Jane leaning against Thor, swiftly grasped the situation. I can retrieve the Ethereum and save that woman. However, I have two conditions. First, the Ethereum belongs to me. Second, you must retract the celestial fist mark and promise mutual non-aggression. The Harbinger stepped forward, declaring, Malekith, I believe you are mistaken. It is not you who threaten us, but rather we who threaten you. We are but one, while you possess thousands of kin. Who is of greater significance? Malekith erupted into laughter. My kin would sacrifice their lives for the noble mission of restoring our homeland. But would you be willing to part with your beloved? The Harbinger remained silent, snapping his fingers once more, causing another celestial fist mark to fall. A massive cloud of dust rose, erasing countless dark elves from existence. The Harbinger conjured a protective shield to fend off the dust. Malekith's furious countenance flickered within the dust cloud, clearly filled with intense hatred. Were it merely the god of thunder who approached, he would likely have acquiesced to the Dark Elf King's proposal. As long as the Ethereum could be extracted to save Jane's life, he would not care about anything else. However, the Harbinger's desire to command the Ethereum necessitated a show of greater resolve. Furthermore, he had to prevent the Dark Elves from utilizing the Ethereum to plunge the universe back into darkness. For both personal and public reasons, retreat was not an option. It would come down to who was more resolute. The Elven King Malekith's face twitched, yet he remained silent. In the distance, some Dark Elves had begun to ready their weapons, and a fleet of battleships was approaching. It seemed you were prepared for battle. Thus, further discourse was unnecessary. Apocalypse pressed down with one hand, and three massive fist impressions accurately struck the fleet of battleships. The infinite divine fists, which even the mothership could not withstand, left the ordinary battleships with no chance to escape, reducing them to mere ashes that vanished into the air. As it appeared that Apocalypse was poised to strike again, the Elven King could no longer contain himself and shouted, Stop! I agree to provide you with the method. Apocalypse replied, I trust you will not resort to trickery. Should any harm befall our people, your entire race shall pay for her life. With that, the remaining dozens of fist impressions slowly descended. Originally the size of the moon, the impressions loomed larger and more oppressive as they lowered, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Suppressing his fury, the Elven King transmitted a series of incantations. Apocalypse, referencing his prior experience with the cosmic cube in manipulating ether particles, deemed it feasible and instructed, Thor, lay simplified down, do not touch him. I shall attempt it. Understood. Channeling divine power, Apocalypse followed the incantations provided by the Elven King, attuning himself to the ether particles. Gradually, a dark red liquid began to seep from Simplified's eyes. His consciousness seemed to witness the sun extinguishing, plunging the earth into darkness. This darkness then spread from the sun into the cosmos, causing the stars to vanish, until ultimately, the entire universe fell silent, enveloped in obscurity. The ether particles that flowed forth moved in the air with an uncanny semblance of life, as if seeking their next target. Finally, Simplified's body trembled gently, and the last trace of ether particles was completely extracted. Chapter 75. The Apocalypse Tornado. Thor hurriedly rushed to assist Jane. Meanwhile, the Celestial continued to manipulate the incantation, attempting to seize the ethereal particles, when suddenly, he heard the maniacal laughter of the Elven King. Ha ha ha, the time has come. Above the skies of Varthium, 8 colossal voids abruptly appeared, each several kilometers in diameter, revealing a glimpse of another realm. The Celestial even beheld the cities of Earth, where various inscriptions and structures unmistakably depicted a Western metropolis. The pedestrians on that side, too, had noticed the strange openings and erupted in cries of astonishment. This is the celestial convergence spoken of by Odin, the convergence of the 9 realms. At this moment, not only could one effortlessly traverse the 9 great nations, but the gravitational forces, temperatures, and light of other worlds would also be mutually influenced. Suddenly, the Celestial felt a tightening in his hand as the ethereal particles he controlled surged toward the Elven King. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Malekith had evidently held back, and the incantation he transmitted was incomplete. The ethereal particles were on the verge of being seized by Malekith. Instinctively, Thor unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking the ethereal particles. With a deafening crash, the particles exploded, sending a dark red shockwave that stirred up clouds of dust. The Celestial hastily erected a protective shield of divine energy. Although the explosion was not immensely powerful and neither he nor Thor were harmed, Jane, being an ordinary human, might not withstand it. Have the ethereal particles been destroyed? Thor asked, elated. That cannot be. Only the power of the Infinity Stones can obliterate one another. You must take Jane and flee. Thor nodded, cradling Jane in his arms, and soared into the void, seamlessly appearing in the opposite city, as if he had merely crossed through a doorway. On the other side, the Celestial, now unencumbered by hesitation, pressed his hands downward. Dozens of infinite punches descended from above, shattering the earth and shaking the planet. Like a judgment day, these punches engulfed the entirety of Varthium. A few even traversed the void, entering another realm and obliterating a mountain range there. The thunderous roars reverberated throughout Varthium, as pale blue infinite energy swept across every corner, utterly annihilating all dark elves. Witnessing the destruction of his kin before his very eyes, Malekith's visage twisted in rage, and he spat, "Since you have ravaged my homeland, I shall perish alongside the 9 nations." As he spoke, Malekith's hands spun in intricate sigils, and the recently exploded ethereal particles gradually levitated from the ground. However, the particles were no longer in liquid form. They had transformed into dark red crystalline structures. The crystals spun faster and faster, ultimately coalescing into a tornado that enveloped Malekith at its center. This tornado, like a grinding mill, reduced Malekith's armor, flesh, and bones into fine dust, completely merging him into the ethereal whirlwind. The tornado, once dark red, now morphed into a blood-red vortex, increasingly sinister. Ha ha ha, Earthlings, come and perish with us. The tornado echoed with Malekith's furious roar. The apocalypse, unbeknownst to him, had employed some arcane method to forsake his corporeal form, merging entirely with the ethereal particles. It remained to be seen whether he possessed the requisite prowess. Infinite divine fist. He struck out towards the whirlwind with a powerful punch. Yet, the tempest merely quivered slightly, and the imprint of his fist traversed through, vanishing into the distant abyss. The force capable of obliterating starships felt as insubstantial as striking thin air for the first time. Apocalypse encountered the failure of his once invincible infinite divine fist. He unleashed several more punches, yet the outcome was invariably the same, yielding no effect whatsoever. Malekith, uninterested in entangling with Apocalypse, traced an enigmatic trajectory and swiftly darted into the void on the other side of the earth. Apocalypse had no choice but to ascend and follow him. Upon crossing the void, the landscape, gravity, and temperature transformed entirely, and he found himself back on Earth. Before him lay a plaza, featuring a straight stone line, at one end of which stood a stainless steel sculpture inscribed with Greenwich, Prime Meridian. Greenwich, a quaint town in the Grand United Kingdom, is most renowned for the meridian that traverses through it. Over a century ago, the International Meridian Conference decreed that the meridian passing through Greenwich would serve as the prime meridian, establishing a reference point for timekeeping and geographic longitude on Earth. Henceforth, this modest town and its meridian acquired profound significance. To Apocalypse's astonishment, his journey had brought him back to Greenwich, as depicted in the original narrative. It appeared that the inertia of the sacred timeline remained remarkably potent. He pondered how far he would need to go to effectuate a complete alteration of the timeline. Yet, at present, he felt akin to a mere pebble in the river of time, capable of altering minute currents, but ultimately still flowing along the original course. Had he not personally safeguarded the situation, it seemed likely that the goddess Frigga might have indeed been unable to transcend the threshold of life and death. Meanwhile, Malekith, accompanied by a blood-red whirlwind of ether, ruthlessly reduced the nearby observatory to dust, growing ever more formidable. In the blink of an eye, what had once been a few meters in height had burgeoned to over 100 meters. Even the clouds above were agitated, slowly congregating towards this ominous spectacle. The onlookers in the plaza, witnessing such an eerie phenomenon, screamed and fled in all directions. At that moment, SHIELD had already sounded its alarms, mobilizing forces from Europe to provide assistance. However, Iron Man and his companions, situated on the far side of the Atlantic, were separated from the Grand United Kingdom by a vast ocean, rendering rapid deployment impossible. Malekith cackled malevolently amidst the whirlwind. Ha ha ha, Earthlings, you can no longer thwart me. I shall create a primordial paradise for the Dark Elf kin. Ha 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 ha. The whirlwind of etheric particles continued to swell. The 8 voids above gradually began to converge. When the 8 voids fully aligned, It would signify the convergence of the 9 realms into a singular line. At that moment, the gravitational and energetic forces of the 9 realms would exponentially amplify along this line, allowing the energy of the etheric particles to instantaneously envelop the 9 great nations. If Malekith were to succeed, the 9 realms would plunge into darkness, and destruction would merely be the beginning. Without a sufficiently powerful intervention, it could potentially reverberate throughout the entire universe. Apocalypse's thoughts raced. In the original narrative, Malekith did not merge with the ether. Consequently, he was struck by Thor's mighty blow, sending his body to another realm, where he was subsequently crushed to death by an incoming ship. Only then did the ether cease to be controlled by a human. Yet now, it is impossible to separate Malekith from the ether, and the infinite gauntlet cannot destroy or halt it. What is to be done? Apocalypse searched his mind for a solution, but found none. The blood-red tornado grew increasingly larger, reaching several thousand meters in height, as the clouds above were drawn into a colossal storm that extended hundreds of kilometers. From the Greenwich Center, it enveloped the entire realm of Pedipedi. The 8 voids in the sky drew nearer, now coalescing into a figure resembling the numeral 8, or perhaps an infinite symbol. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Malekith's laughter echoed from within the towering tornado, a booming sound intertwined with the howling winds, reverberating across the entirety of Western Europe, striking fear into the hearts of all who heard it. Once the 8 voids fully merged, it would signify his triumph. Even the formidable strength of Earth could not impede him. At that moment, the North Atlantic surged with monstrous waves, reaching even the distant iceberg island over 1,000 kilometers away, as the coastline was battered by winds of hurricane force. Ports and coastal cities faced unprecedented calamity. What would Thor do in this situation? In the original storyline, the sacred timeline dictated that the god of thunder would vanquish Malekith. If the sacred timeline holds true, Thor would indeed prevail here. But at this moment, he had long since fled with Jane to an unknown location, believing in Apocalypse too fervently. If he could resolve this conundrum, surely his brother could as well. If he could not, then Thor would find a way. Thus, it would be prudent to safeguard his beloved while allowing his brother to confront the challenge. Apocalypse envisioned himself in Thor's position, convinced that the sacred timeline must hold a means for Thor to navigate the current predicament. Ultimately, what course of action would Thor take? Chapter 76. The actions of the Thunder God. Suddenly, a faint smile graced the lips of the Apocalypse. Given the Thunder God's boorish nature, such a course of action seemed inevitable. Thus, Apocalypse soared into the air, hurtling towards the blood-red tornado that stretched several kilometers in diameter, plunging headlong into its depths without a moment's hesitation. The crystalline particles of ether within the tornado sliced through Apocalypse's flesh like countless daggers. Even with his 9 refinements divine body, he could not withstand the onslaught of the reality gem. In the blink of an eye, only a mangled skeletal frame remained. Yet, Apocalypse had succeeded. Utilizing the incomplete incantation passed down by Malekith to manipulate the etheric particles, he ingeniously merged his consciousness into the tornado, drawing upon his own flesh. Malekith, astonished, inquired, "How did you enter?" "Guess." Apocalypse laughed heartily. Having located Malekith, the remainder of the task seemed considerably simpler, although the method of manipulation was flawed. Apocalypse's consciousness was far more potent than Malekith's, compensating for the deficiencies in the incantation through sheer strength. He forcibly redirected the tornado towards the North Atlantic. Malekith, unwilling to yield, found the void above them on the verge of merging into one. The outcome was imminent. Relying on his superior control, he gradually pulled back the recently moved tornado, steering it once more towards the void. As it approached the void, Apocalypse could not allow this to happen. He consumed several vials of golden restorative potions, regenerating a portion of his flesh. However, as soon as this flesh materialized, it was whisked away by the etheric particles into the tornado. This new flesh invigorated Apocalypse, expanding the realm of his consciousness. And he slowly pushed the tornado back toward the North Atlantic. And so, the two engaged in a fierce tug of war. The colossal tornado, towering thousands of meters high, oscillated between the North Atlantic and the inland regions. Wherever it passed, mountains were flattened, lakes drained, and crimson rain poured down like a waterfall upon the land of the great Pijiao kingdom. Yet, they remained unable to approach the void. At that moment, the 8 voids in the sky finally achieved perfect unity. All who beheld the void could glimpse 9 distinct worlds, as if on the cusp of merging into one. The 9 realms were suddenly shrouded in darkness, as if light itself had been siphoned away by the strange energy connecting the 9 domains. Heimdall of Asgard, the Thunder God, and other powerful beings from various realms, who understood the gravity of the moment, felt their hearts clench. Should that man fail, the 9 realms would be plunged into eternal darkness from that instant onward. In an instant, time seemed both fleeting and interminable. The people of Western Europe could only hear the furious howling of the wind above, awaiting their fate's decree. The 9 realms lay in a terrifying silence, with some questioning whether they had already succumbed to defeat. Would the 9 kingdoms henceforth belong to the Dark Elves? Yet, a glimmer of dawn offered them hope. The once utterly dark void in the heavens gradually revealed a thread of light from its edges, illuminating each kingdom. The formidable beings of the 9 realms finally breathed a sigh of relief. As time progressed, the brilliance intensified, transforming the void from a perfect circle into an infinite symbol. Subsequently, infinity divided into 8, drifting further away. No. Malekith roared defiantly within the tempest, his bellowing inciting greater waves, yet it was all in vain. Malekith had never anticipated that he would prefer to bear the threat of Apocalypse's countless punches, sacrificing the entirety of the citizens of Varthium, even offering himself, only to ultimately fail. Missing this once-in-5,000 years opportunity, he would have to wait at least another 5 millennia for such a chance, perhaps, never to witness its arrival again. At this moment, he could see no future. To sacrifice oneself meant exhausting his flesh and blood, his very soul. Malekith felt his strength waning gradually. In a mere moment, even without Apocalypse's attack, he would dissipate into the cosmos. Haraha! Malekith grimly chuckled. If that is the case, I shall take you down with me, Earthling. The soul of Malekith, originally commanding the Tempest, relinquished its control over the ether particles, entwining directly with the consciousness of Apocalypse. Employing a mutually destructive tactic, he sought to extinguish Apocalypse's soul. However, he stumbled upon a horrifying truth. How could this be? Your soul is utterly indestructible. This is impossible. Malekith's essence ground against Apocalypse's soul, akin to smoke passing over steel. The smoke dispersed, yet the steel remained unscathed. For the first time, Apocalypse discovered the profound utility of his own soul, having only heard from the goddess Frigga and the temporal anomaly management bureau of his noble nature. He had been unaware of its significance. Now, he finally recognized a benefit. At least in the realm of souls, he held an overwhelming advantage. Apocalypse took the initiative, enveloping Malekith's essence with his own, grinding it down slowly like a millstone. Trapped within the tempest, Malekith could not escape. Gradually, his control over the storm weakened, and the mental echoes of his curses against Apocalypse diminished. Ultimately, he vanished completely. Thus perished the once mighty king of the Dark Elves. The dominion over the ether particles was finally seized completely by Apocalypse. He redirected the tempest over the surface of the North Atlantic, then recited the incomplete incantation to gradually reclaim the ether particles into his grasp. Without the energy of the ether particles to sustain it, the tempest shifted its wind pattern, dissipating feebly into the ether. The seawater spiraling into the air lost its force, cascading down like a celestial waterfall for several minutes before the clouds finally cleared. At this moment, Apocalypse was indeed a pitiful sight. Most of his bones had been ground away, leaving only a skeletal hand to tenuously cradle a dark red crystal. He retrieved a golden restorative potion from his storage compartment, pouring it onto his bones, which, having been eroded of flesh, could not drink. After pouring out a dozen vials, he finally restored his body. The divine physique, able to endure such prolonged torment from the ether crystal, was indeed a remarkable feat. However, it also signifies that the level and quantity of restorative potions required for recovery are increasingly higher. Fortunately, this time we thwarted the plans of the Dark Elf King, and the system continuously chimes with notifications regarding the acquisition of restorative potions. As the number of these potions reaches a certain threshold, they automatically combine to form golden potions, and subsequently, violet potions. This time, the number of individuals rescued far surpasses that of the New York wormhole battle. After all, a city pales in comparison to the 9 realms. Once his physical form has fully recuperated, the Apocalypse casts a glance back at the tragic state of the Great Pythian Kingdom and the coastal cities of Western Europe, letting out a soft sigh as he soars across the Atlantic towards America. Such cataclysmic battles will only become more frequent and grander in scale. Merely ensuring that the Earth is not obliterated is already a victory. It is impossible to protect every individual. One can only hope to minimize casualties. Upon returning to New York, Thor has been patiently waiting for him. This fellow, oblivious to the perils Apocalypse has faced, greets him with, "Tang. Why did you take so long? I've been waiting ages for you to join me for a drink. Get lost, you brute. So preoccupied with carrying off beauties that you neglect your brothers? What was I to do when Malekith caused such a ruckus? I dared not leave Jane on the European continent, so I had to fly across the Atlantic with her. I could no longer assist you on your side." Jane, for once, did not express her usual disdain for Apocalypse's influence on Thor and sincerely uttered her thanks. Since she had met Apocalypse, his standing in Thor's heart had even eclipsed hers. As a woman, how could she ever bestow a favorable expression upon him? It was only after the battle in the western town, during her recovery in Asgard, In this apocalyptic crisis that she witnessed Apocalypse's immense strength and sense of responsibility, ultimately leading her to respect him and dispel her previous biases. Fortunately, Apocalypse remains unaware of this. Otherwise, he would be left aggrieved. Imagine the exhaustion he endures, preventing a world-ending catastrophe, merely to alter a woman's prejudiced perception. It is easy to comprehend how terrifying it is when a woman harbors biases. Lacking the ability to save the world, she may find it nearly impossible to reverse her views throughout her lifetime. With the battle concluded, the aftermath is naturally managed by SHIELD and other agencies, while Western Europe sees a significant influx of personnel for rescue efforts, with countless ships scouring the seas for survivors. Amidst the busyness, Apocalypse steals a moment to indulge in some affectionate time with Black Widow. However, it seems he always forgets something important. But never mind, whatever eludes his memory is of no consequence.